Vhumad God Chapter 636 to Chapter 715. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the formation he arranged. Xianxia, what do you think? Benhuang's formation is not bad, right? Not bad, very good. I'll give you more primordial yang stones when we return. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon became very excited. Since he schemed against Lin Xian last time, all his primordial yang stones were confiscated. That's why he worked so hard to help Lin Xian this time. It was to get more primordial yang stones so that he could recover his dragon primary 7 breaths. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Benhuang is going to get the stones. The Crimson Dragon ran in front of the snow-white little monkey and began to ask for the primordial yang stones. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword in his hand and stared at the 4 Blackwood Stronghold elders in front of him. Now, it was time for him to take revenge. At this moment, the death chi around the steel floated and turned into ghost heads, pouncing on them, making them flustered. Moreover, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. They could only control their attacks to a very small area. After all, this place was too terrifying. If they encountered something, they might attract even more killing intent. At that time, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. He stared at the 4 people and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was seriously injured. He used a 2,000-years-old spiritual medicine to forcibly suppress it. However, he didn't suppress the hatred in his heart. Instead, it became more and more intense. That's why his sword was filled with berserk power. This sword strike was still aimed at the weakest elder of Blackwood Castle. The weakest black-robed elder's right arm was bitten by a ghost head and he was in a state of resistance. However, in the next moment, a berserk blood-colored sword chi filled with killing intent quickly slashed over. It just happened to cut off the elder's right shoulder and cut off his entire arm. Ah! That black-robed elder roared in pain with a malevolent face. Brat, I'll definitely kill you. Not only you, I'll also kill everyone you know. You and your family will all die in fear. The black-robed elder's demonic voice reverberated in the void. Damn you. Lin Xian's expression was cold, like a god of death. He slashed out with his long sword, and the blood-colored sword chi that filled the sky turned into countless strands of blood, forming a large net that enveloped the arm that he had chopped off. Then, the severed arm was quickly wrapped up. With a flash of light, the blood-red sword net ground the severed arm into powder. Lin Xian's every attack contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It could be said that he was not inferior to these elders, so he could easily injure them. Seeing that his arm had been destroyed, the elder with the severed arm raised his head and roared. His heart sank completely. With his cultivation, he was still unable to regrow his severed arm, so from now on, he could only be a one-armed old man. Moreover, the loss of his right arm had greatly weakened his strength. However, he was obviously thinking too much because Lin Xian had no intention of letting him leave. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The terrifying sword chi was like the sharpest divine sword, quickly piercing forward. At the same time, the surrounding ghost heads formed by the death aura were nourished by the blood mist and became stronger again. They roared ferociously and pounced on the elder with the severed arm. The 3 elders around him roared and wanted to help. However, they were similarly tied down by the surrounding ghost heads and could not escape. The elder with the severed arm resisted frantically, but after 3 slashes, his left arm was chopped off again. No. I can't accept this. Without both arms, the elder had completely lost his combat strength. A blood-colored sword chi, like a cold blood moon, spun rapidly and swept across. In an instant, the elder was cut in half at the waist. Slash, the elder's face was filled with unwillingness as his body was split in half. In the end, regret appeared in his eyes, but it was too late. Blood flowed, and the surrounding ghost heads quickly pounced on him. In an instant, the blood and the corpse were cleanly devoured, leaving no residue behind. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the 3 surviving elders trembled, and their hearts were filled with shock. Their comrade had disappeared right in front of their eyes. Not even a corpse was left behind. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The other party had asked for it. If he did not kill, they would have been killed. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. After dealing with the black-robed elder, Lin Xian's face became even paler. He was severely injured and could not hold on for long. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and kill the other three. Thinking of this, he stretched out his left hand and a pitch-black sword appeared. The Nirvana sword. The black longsword was filled with the aura of death and nirvana. It was 70 to 80% similar to the surrounding death aura. Therefore, when Lin Xian's nirvana sword appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding death aura to resonate. As if attracted, the surrounding grey death aura quickly gathered towards the nirvana sword. At this moment, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the nirvana sword in his left hand was rapidly absorbing and growing stronger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian quickly slashed with his sword. This time, he aimed at another black-robed elder. "Brat, how dare you!" When the three of them saw Lin Xian attack again, they immediately shouted angrily. They had already lost one of their men. They definitely could not let the other party kill them. However, Lin Xian's nirvana sword was too strange. Especially under such circumstances, it was even more powerful. When the sword slashed out, pitch-black sword aura surged and slashed down like rolling demonic clouds. At the same time, countless death aura floated around the sword aura and also rushed towards the black-robed elder. Boom, the sword aura landed and the elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. However, before he could react, another blood-red slaughter sword chi shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian attacked like a madman. The red and black sword aura alternated and formed a violent attack. The surrounding ferocious ghost heads became even more violent and cold under the influence of the nirvana sword. Faced with such a violent attack, the black-robed elder could not resist at all. Not long after, his head was sent flying. "No," the leading elder screamed. His heart was bleeding. These were the elites of the Blackwood family. They were all existences that could become honorable ones in the future, however, at this moment, all of them had fallen in this place. His heart was filled with regret and hatred. At the same time, his hatred was overflowing. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, even if he was filled with regret, there was nothing he could do. Not long after, another person also fell into a pool of blood. He was the only one left. "Brat, I want you dead. The Blackwood family will not let you go." The leading elder roared unwillingly. "If you didn't come to kill me, would you have fallen, so don't regret it. You asked for it." Lin Xian's two swords clashed, forming a cross of red and black sword aura that surged in the air. The two swords combined to form an even more powerful force that quickly rushed towards the last elder. "You want to kill me? Not so easy." The leading elder roared angrily. He unleashed his martial soul prototype and quickly counterattacked. His martial soul's embryonic form was a blazing spear. At this moment, he held it in his hand, looking extraordinarily mighty. The spear trembled, and a sea of fire spread out, colliding head-on with Lin Xian's red and black sword chi. Clang, under the attack, the void trembled, and terrifying waves that could be seen with the naked eye swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding stone tablets seemed to be affected, and they emitted balls of black chi. It was extremely terrifying. "Oh no, Xiaoxuanzi, run!" At the side, the Crimson Dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in front of him. Then, he slashed down with his sword and quickly turned around to leave. Above, countless death chi gathered, forming a huge black longsword that crashed down. At the last moment, Lin Xian used his Earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword, and slashed at the elder, wanting to kill him there and then. The elder's scalp went numb. He tried his best to escape from this place. However, just as he moved, the ground below suddenly cracked open, and a huge rotten palm reached out and grabbed him. At the same time, a death chi that was even more powerful and terrifying than a venerable instantly filled the surroundings. "Run!" Lin Xian's face was pale. He used his extreme movement technique and quickly escaped from this place. He knew that there was no chance for that elder to survive. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that there were unknown creatures here. The rotten hand grabbed the elder and then squeezed lightly, instantly crushing him into a bloody mist. Then, it grabbed at Lin Xian. At this moment, the gale lightning soared above his head, fell and collided with the huge palm, erupting with terrifying energy waves. For a moment, the rotten hand was blocked, and Lin Xian took the opportunity to quickly escape. Whoosh, under the endless yellow sand, a sword ray rushed out. Then, the entire ground surged, and demonic chi surged. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian floated in the sky and looked down with a face of lingering fear. If he had been a little slower, he would have stayed there forever. He did not expect the 100 Graves taboo formation to give birth to a living creature. How terrifying. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. Let's go. You can't fight back with your current strength. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. 3 days later, he recovered from his injuries and flew towards Quicksand City. At the same time, the Blackwood clan fell into a state of anxiety. The 4 elders they sent out actually did not have a trace of news. This was definitely not a good thing for them. However, it was impossible for the 4 of them to die. One had to know that the 4 of them had all condensed their martial spirits. If they worked together, the thief would have no chance of surviving. However, 3 days had passed, and there was still no news. In fact, they didn't even know if those 4 people were dead or alive. Wait a little longer. They definitely won't have any problems, the patriarch said in a deep voice. However, 2 days later, they received news that the machine was not working. This was because someone had seen Lin Xian appear in the city. What? How is this possible? The higher-ups of the Blackwood Castle didn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. A bad premonition was brewing in their hearts. Lin Xian had returned, but there was no news of the 4 people they sent out. Could it be? They didn't dare to imagine. Impossible. It's impossible for that little bastard to escape, let alone kill our elders. What if there's a venerable behind him? Someone analyzed. Immediately, the elders of the Blackwood Castle gasped, and a trace of horror appeared in their eyes. Could it be someone from the Palace of Gods of War? They were bewildered. The patriarch's face was gloomy, and he was trembling with anger. Those 4 people were the elites of their patriarch, and they could become venerable existences in the future. But now, they had all died. This was definitely a huge loss to their clan. Moreover, the current situation showed that Lin Xian definitely had experts protecting him. Therefore, they couldn't make a move anymore. Alright, this matter ends here. When Yer returns, it will naturally be resolved, the patriarch ordered. Everyone was indignant, but no one refuted. They could only place their hopes on Blackwood Cliff. However, they were full of confidence. Because Blackwood Cliff was not only their clan's pride, but also one of the few geniuses in the Sand region, he was definitely an existence that the younger generation looked up to. Therefore, as long as Blackwood Cliff made a move, Lin Xian would definitely die. In a quiet courtyard, Lin Xian, Nan Gongseng, and Ma Rulong gathered. The 3 of them sat on the lawn, surrounded by spirit wine and barbecued meat. Come, Brother Xian, let's toast you. I hope you survive, Nan Gongseng said. Brother Lin, congratulations on increasing your strength again. Ma Rulong also raised his wine cup. Come, drink to your heart's content. Lin Xian laughed loudly, and clinked cups with the 2 of them. At the side, the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey also held their wine cups and drank non-stop. Damn, this Blackwood Cliff is too much. They actually sent 4 old farts. Nan Gongseng drank the spirit wine in one gulp, and then cursed angrily. Ma Rulong smiled faintly. After this, the Blackwood Castle definitely wouldn't dare to touch Brother Lin again. No, I still feel aggrieved. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. Indeed, although we killed 4 old dogs, they deserved it. I think we should beat them. Brother Xian, what good idea do you have? Nan Gongseng was excited. Does the Blackwood family have any spirit medicine or spirit stone business? Lin Xian asked. Spirit medicine is too rare here, and I don't think you'll be interested in it. However, there are many precious ores, Nan Gongseng said. Brother Xian, do you have any good ideas? Precious ores? Lin Xian muttered, that's not bad, why don't we borrow them? Spirit medicine resources here were scarce. Even if there were, Lin Xian wouldn't be interested. One must know that he had a bag of thousands of years old spirit medicine in his storage ring, however, he really hadn't seen many precious ores. Of course, other than the primordial young stone. Borrow? How? Nan Gongsheng was puzzled. I have my own plans. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously, you two think about it, do you have any spirit ores that you've been longing for? Hearing this, Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong looked at each other, then laughed sinisterly. Seems like you two have thought it through. Seeing their smiles, Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xian, you don't know, but other than the Blackwood Castle's Colosseum, there are several spirit ore shops in the city. They are all famous treasure shops. There are a few things that I've been eyeing for a long time. Nan Gongsheng said excitedly. Although he didn't know what Lin Xian's plan was, since he said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Ma Rulong was a bit worried, Brother Lin, you're not thinking of stealing spirit ores, are you? If that's the case, I advise you to give up on that idea. Those spirit ore shops are very precious, and there are half-step venerable experts guarding them. Some of them are even venerable experts. Moreover, there are many formations there, and the defense is awe-inspiring. It's impossible for anyone to steal treasures from there. Ma Rulong was somewhat worried because he knew that the defense of the Blackwood family was too tight. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I have my ways. It's very safe, you just need to give me the addresses of those shops. Then, Ma Rulong took out a map of Quicksand City and pointed out the shops on it. Then, Lin Xian gave the map to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. You two go do it. Wooji Wooji the Snow White Monkey looked excited, and the Crimson Dragon roared again and again. Looting, I like it, the dragon and monkey went into the room. Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what Lin Xian was doing. You two, don't worry and wait. Lin Xian tasted the wine with a smile. Not long after, the Snow White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon came out. Nan Gongsheng and Ma Rulong turned around and were shocked. F***ck, a miracle. The two were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. He didn't expect these two to have stolen so many things. Perhaps they had almost emptied the shops in the Blackwood Castle? That one was too excited and didn't control it well. The Crimson Dragon laughed mischievously. On the side, the Snow White Monkey was also proud, happily picking nonstop. Next to the two beasts was a pair of sparkling ores full of pure energy. Their appearance even filled the whole courtyard with spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was obtained by the Snow White Monkey from the treasure shop in the Blackwood Castle with a small treasure bowl. Looking at the sparkling ores on the ground, Nan Gongsheng's mouth watered. He directly pounced on them. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Isn't this too much? I reckon the Blackwood Castle will go crazy. Ma Rulong also exclaimed. Is it too much? The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly. These are the leftovers we picked. The Snow White Monkey nodded. Obviously, these two guys had hidden a lot. Brother Lin, this Blackwood Castle won't go crazy, right? Who cares? Just use it without worry. I guarantee that they won't be able to find this place. Lin Xian was very confident. Then, I won't hold back. Ma Rulong also pounced forward. Damn, Golden Spirit Scarlet Flame Ore. Nan Gongsheng's eyes lit up as he grabbed a fist-sized golden stone. Legend has it that this stone contains powerful metal and fire attributes. It is definitely a sacred object for martial artists who cultivate metal and fire attributes. Black Feather Stone. Ma Rulong was also shocked. This stone was naturally inscribed with mysterious energy. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a great harvest. Seeing the two crazy people, the Crimson Dragon was tempted again. He rolled his eyes and stared at the ground, ready to attack. The Snow White little monkey also squinted its big eyes and jumped around happily. Let's split these stones. Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh, the few of them went crazy and quickly attacked. In the end, all the treasures and ores on the ground were divided among them. Lin Xian also picked a lot, and 3 of them were specifically requested by him. Wild Thunder Stone was a stone left behind after the Thunder Trial. It contained the violent power of thunder and lightning and even had mysterious thunder patterns on it. Divine Wind Stone was produced in the Wind Valley. It contained a gust of wind and had endless magical uses. Red Fire Golden Crow Stone was said to come from the depths of the Sunset Desert and contained the power of strange fire. The reason why Lin Xian chose these 3 stones was related to his intent realm. He had already comprehended the wind and thunder conception. As for the fire conception, although he had not yet comprehended it, he had once supported the Black Dragon's flame and was very familiar with the fire attribute. It would not be difficult to comprehend it. And these 3 stones could help him comprehend the conception. In fact, Lin Xian originally wanted to only cultivate the sword conception, so that he could ensure his concentration. However, the Crimson Dragon told him to cultivate more conception, especially the 5 elements conception. It said it was very important for his future path of martial arts. Although the Crimson Dragon did not explain in detail, Lin Xian pondered, and finally decided to do as the Crimson Dragon said. After all, although the Crimson Dragon's cultivation base had been lost, he had once reached an unbelievable height. What it said must be reasonable. The wind and thunder conception was a variant of the 5 elements conception. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to improve the wind and thunder conception, and also comprehend the fire conception as soon as possible. While Lin Xian was going crazy, the several treasure shops in the Blackwood Castle were furious. All the rare ores in their shops had disappeared, leaving only some ordinary goods. Seeing this scene, those attendants directly fainted in fright. "Trash, a bunch of trash!" An old man roared madly. He was the guardian elder of a rare treasure shop. At the moment, he was roaring madly in his shop. "A bunch of people, you can't even see a few stones. Why don't you go die?" Elder, those stones suddenly disappeared." Several attendants trembled in fright. "Suddenly disappeared?" That elder's face darkened. He simply did not perceive that someone had come, and the defensive formation in the surroundings was still there, showing no sign of being destroyed. However, the treasures in the shop had disappeared. "Ghost, I've seen a ghost." That elder trembled with anger. He simply had no way to explain this to the clan. Moreover, the higher-ups of the clan would certainly not believe such words. "A bunch of trash, get lost. Go and investigate." The elder roared furiously. Afterwards, he rushed to the clan in a rage. He simply did not dare to conceal such a big thing that had happened. However, when he arrived at the clan, he was shocked again. Because the clan's conference hall was full of elders. Moreover, the clan leader was sitting at the head of the hall, with a gloomy face and a frightening aura all over his body. And in the center of the hall, several people were standing with worried faces. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. The elder who came to report felt his heart beat wildly. Did the clan already know? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He had lost so many rare ores. Even if he was killed, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, he felt his legs go soft. "Seventh brother, you've come." Suddenly, the clan leader's voice was heard. Whoosh, everyone's gaze landed on the elder, causing him to jump in fright. No way, could it be that this is also? Everyone sighed, and their expressions turned ugly. "Seventh brother, why are you here?" the first elder asked. This. The seventh elder broke out in cold sweat and did not know what to say. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more certain. Something had gone missing in the shop. The seventh elder opened the door with difficulty. Boom, hearing that, the aura on the clan leader's body suddenly erupted, like a tsunami that swept in all directions. It was the aura of a supremacy. At this moment, it was extremely strong, like 100,000 divine mountains that filled the sky. "It's just a few things. I think the entire shop has gone missing." The clan leader's voice was cold. "Clan leader, please spare me." The seventh elder knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling. "It's as if something has gone wrong today. No one stole it, but those rare treasures disappeared into thin air." "Clan leader, I'm really not lying." The seventh elder complained in his heart. Even he could not say that, but he could only say it. I believe you, why wouldn't I believe you? The clan leader roared with a violent aura. Because you're not the first to say that. I've heard it 3 times. You're not the first person to say that. Before this, I've already heard it 3 times. The Blackwood Stronghold leader's words reverberated in the air, causing the seventh elder's body to tremble. In the next moment, he understood and looked towards the main hall in disbelief. There, the 3 elders' faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those elders were the same as him. They were all elders in charge of guarding the clan's treasure hall. Now that they had appeared here with that kind of expression, it was obvious that something similar had happened to him. Understanding this, the seventh elder's mind went blank. The family lost a large number of treasures in 4 treasure shops in one day. This was definitely an unimaginable loss for the family. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that they didn't know who had stolen their treasures. Patriarch, I think someone must be targeting us. The great elder said in a deep voice. Could it be that thief Lin Xian? Someone asked doubtfully. Impossible. That thief definitely doesn't have this ability. I think it's very likely to be the faction behind him. You mean the Palace of Ares? Once this was said, the entire main hall fell silent again. They were one of the top factions in Quicksand City. Other factions were on par with them, so it was impossible for them to have the ability to hide from them. And it seemed that only the Palace of Ares had the ability to do so. Moreover, not long ago, they had ignored the warning of the Palace of Ares and secretly sent people to kill Lin Xian. Now, it was very likely that the Palace of Ares was taking revenge. Are we just going to let this matter go? An elder was unwilling to accept this. Let it go? How is that possible? The leader of the Blackwood Stronghold was extremely angry. Investigate thoroughly. You must keep an eye on that thief and see if there's anything unusual about him. Also, once you discover anyone from the Palace of Ares, immediately report to me. The leader of the Blackwood Stronghold was really angry. One had to know that the treasures they had lost were all rare treasures, those were their family's decades of accumulation. Now that they had all been lost, how could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Although the Palace of Ares is powerful, our Blackwood Stronghold is not easy to bully. Great Elder, go to the Divine Bird Palace and spread the news of Goddess Murong to them. Also, you must invite the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Their Blackwood Stronghold was not without a backer, and the Divine Bird Palace was their biggest backer. As long as they could invite people from the Divine Bird Palace, they would no longer fear the Palace of War Gods. In fact, they could even pay back the anger they had suffered before. After the clan leader finished giving his orders, those elders immediately left to do their own things. In the quiet courtyard, Ma Rulong and Nan Gongsing left with smiles after obtaining the precious ores. As for Lin Xian, he had sealed himself off in his courtyard and was meditating in seclusion. He left the defense formation and the safety of the courtyard to the Snow-White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon. He sat under the ancient tree, holding the primordial Yang stone with both hands as he cultivated. This Yuan Yang stone contained pure Yang Qi, which could fundamentally change one's physique, so since Lin Xian obtained this thing, he had not stopped absorbing it. The transformation from the spirit-detecting realm to the exalt realm wasn't just about the soul, but also about the evolution of the body's level of existence. Lin Xian had consumed the great strength essence in the Lost Lands and transformed his body. His life level had already reached the level of the exalt realm. And this Yuan Yang stone could better consolidate his body's level. Moreover, the Yuan Yang stone not only had the effect of improving one's physique, but also could purify the spiritual energy in his body. It could be said to be a top-notch treasure. Closing his eyes, Lin Xian quickly operated the longevity secret art, absorbing the pure Yang Qi in his palm. Traces of pure Yang Qi were like tiny dragons, quickly drilling into Lin Xian's body, operating together with the longevity secret art. Half an hour later, a slight cracking sound came from his palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes, his gaze bright and deep, like the vast stars. He opened his palm and threw away the gravel in his hand. Those gravel were all Yuan Yang stones that had been absorbed, so they had no use. After absorbing the pure Yang Qi, Lin Xian took out the Wild Thunder Stone and Wind God Stone. Next, he would comprehend the two concepts of wind and thunder. The power of wind and thunder had accompanied him from the beginning, and it was also the concept he comprehended the earliest. Now, these two concepts had reached the great success stage. And this time, he wanted to use the strange stones in his hand to let the two concepts of wind and thunder reach the great perfection stage. Holding the two strange stones, Lin Xian closed his eyes again to comprehend. Traces of strange wind and thunder power came from his palm, and the inscriptions on the two strange stones shone, forming wind and thunder runes that surrounded Lin Xian. From afar, it was very strange. Just like this, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. At the same time, two spies from Blackwood Stronghold quickly came to the quiet courtyard to investigate. However, they were met with great resistance. Because there was a layer of invisible formation power that blocked their divine sense and soul. Not good, this is a defensive formation. Quickly go and ask the clan's formation elder. Soon, an old man with sparse hair quickly rushed over. What kind of formation is this? Let me break it. You dare to play with a formation in front of me? What a joke. The old man sneered again and again. Then, he waved his hands and quickly broke the formation. In the courtyard, the crimson dragon was lying leisurely by the pool, basking in the sun. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and revealed an impatient expression. Damn it, where did this little bastard come from? How dare he break Ben Huang's formation? The crimson dragon jumped up in anger. See if Ben Huang doesn't play with you to death. Then, he sneered, raised his dragon claw, and quickly controlled the formation. Outside, the Blackwood Stronghold's formation elder sneered. Soon, it will be broken soon. You two prepare to investigate at any time. The formation elder was unusually arrogant. There's no formation that I can't break. However, in the next moment, he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Xiao Chen's hands danced as he quickly sent out saber after saber after saber. However, his frown deepened. Soon, the formation elder's expression changed from anxiety to shock, and finally to horror. Bang, the air fluctuated, and a wave of light surged over, sending the formation elder flying. Pfft, the formation elder flew backward and fell to the ground. His chest felt stuffy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, what's wrong? The two middle-aged spies were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically, and they asked one after another. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and their formation elder even revealed a victorious expression. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a huge turn. Their formation elder flew backward and even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was too strange. The Blackwood Stronghold's formation elder sat on the ground, his eyes in a daze. He kept shouting, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could he have such profound attainments in formations?" He was about to go crazy. He had nearly 100 years of cultivation in formations, but he could not see through the changes just now. In fact, as soon as he touched it, he was sent flying by the power of the formation. Needless to say, a formation that could injure him must be a rare formation in the world. How could a young boy's courtyard have such a formation? Impossible. That kid definitely doesn't have such a powerful formation. The Blackwood Stronghold formation elder roared. He wouldn't believe that a 17 or 18-year-old kid would be better than him in terms of formations. Could it be that there's a powerhouse from the Palace of Ares living here? The formation elder was terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Then, he suddenly jumped up, like a frightened rabbit, and ran away crazily. If the supremacy of the Palace of Ares was really here, he wouldn't dare to stay. If he angered the supremacy and killed him with a slap, he would be finished. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only run away. The two middle-aged scouts looked at the formation elder who ran away in a daze. Then, the two of them trembled and suddenly realized something. If even the formation elder was scared away, it meant that there was definitely a terrifying existence here. They couldn't do anything here and might even lose their lives. The two of them understood and left quickly. Their speed wasn't any slower than the formation elders. Seeing the people outside escape, the crimson dragon laughed until its stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. 3 little worms dare to compete with Ben Huang in terms of formations? How naive. The crimson dragon looked disdainful. Then, it lazily lay down by the pool and bathed in the sun. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this little episode. At this moment, he was fully focused on comprehending the wind and thunder concept. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Today was the same as any other day. Lin Xian was still sitting under the ancient tree and didn't wake up. However, there were waves of energy coming from afar. They were like waves that came towards him. At first, it was very weak. But as time passed, the energy waves became stronger. In the end, it even affected the entire courtyard. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Wind and thunder were annihilated in his eyes. The invisible wind and thunder rune floated around him. It was strange and mysterious. Then, it gradually disappeared. Then, the shadow of a true dragon appeared and circled around his body. Along with it was a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was very powerful. It had already surpassed the perfect realm. Or rather, it couldn't be called sword intent. It was a sword soul. A sword soul embryonic form. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He carefully sensed his surroundings and then frowned. Xiaoxuanzi, you're awake. The crimson dragon flew over. Hee, I deliberately let this energy fluctuation in. You've been meditating for so long, it's time for you to move around. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had spent a lot of time comprehending, and needed to fight to digest some of it. Furthermore, Xiaochen had gained a lot this time. The state of wind and thunder had reached consummation, and he had also comprehended the state of fire. Currently, he had only reached small perfection. Most importantly, his perfect sword intent had already begun to fuse with the great dragon sword soul, forming the embryonic form of the sword soul. To his surprise, he discovered that some concepts were interlinked. There were a myriad of great Daos, but the heart remained the same. That was why Lin Xian could comprehend them so quickly. If others knew about this, they would probably be scared to death. This kind of speed couldn't be described as extreme, it was abnormal. What a powerful aura. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian transformed into a sword scar and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in Quicksand City. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the sky. In the sky, two martial artists were confronting each other. Countless rays of light surged from their bodies, covering their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their true appearances. However, from the aura of the two, they were very powerful, above everyone else. Lin Xian saw this scene and stood on top of a building, watching from afar. At the same time, he activated his soul power and heard the discussions below. Heavens, Shaoli and Yanqi Tian. Two peerless geniuses, they actually appeared at the same time. Everyone was excited, their faces filled with ecstasy. Two of the 4 peerless young experts of the Quicksand region had appeared at the same time, and they were confronting each other. Now, this was definitely a shocking event. Peerless experts. Lin Xian's heart trembled. The aura of the two was very powerful. They must have had embryonic forms of martial souls, and their strength definitely surpassed those of the older generation experts. So powerful. Lin Xian carefully sensed and realized that he didn't have the confidence to defeat one of them. Of course, the other party didn't have the confidence to defeat him either. In the sky, the two of them faced each other, forming a special area of pressure. Ordinary martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm would die upon contact. Suddenly, the aura of the two rose, and a huge pressure shrouded the surroundings, carrying a trace of the aura of a venerable. So powerful, so uncomfortable. The martial artists below were frightened and retreated. They couldn't withstand it at all. However, one person didn't retreat. He had a head of blue hair, and his body was surrounded by rays of starlight, like a god of war. At this moment, he also emitted a powerful aura that surged into the sky, not at all weaker than the two geniuses. Who is this person? So terrifying. He can actually resist the pressure of the peerless geniuses. Xianxia Tian. A genius from the Quicksand region, from the House of Kings, also a peerless young expert. Someone recognized him. The 3 experts faced each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit, not giving way to each other. The three forces intertwined, forming an even more powerful force that pressed in all directions. The martial artists were frightened and retreated again. Lin Xian stood on the building and didn't dodge. Facing the three experts, his blood was boiling. Moreover, he had just merged with the embryonic form of the sword soul and wanted to use it. Therefore, he didn't retreat. When the force enveloped him, it immediately stimulated the power in his body. Buzz, the void trembled, and it was like a peerless divine sword that slashed in all directions. An extremely sharp aura surged out like a heavenly pillar, competing with the other three. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect another peerless young expert to appear. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Someone saw the figure and immediately cried out in surprise. What, Lin Xian? Could it be that he has already grown to such a level? Many people were shocked, and their faces were full of horror. Especially the Wang family and the Blackwood family. When they saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. This youth's growth was too terrifying. One had to know that a month ago, he didn't have such an aura. But now, he could actually compete with the peerless geniuses. Humph, boy, it's you. When Xianxia saw Lin Xian, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body became stronger. He didn't expect that the ant that he looked down on and could easily crush to death not long ago had now grown to his level. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that even if he was a peerless genius, he wouldn't have such a speed. As for the other party, he was just a nameless junior. How could he have such ability? Now, he was regretting that he didn't kill this scourge in the first place. The more Xianxia thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, the blue star ring on his body bloomed, as if real stars were floating around him. At the same time, a terrifying star power surged toward Lin Xian. Xianxia's astral halo shone brightly, and a powerful astral force rushed toward Lin Xian. His attack directly broke the balance of the pressure formed by the four of them. Suddenly, the area that was originally covered by the pressure became an area of abnormally violent energy. The energy was so terrifying that it could destroy all martial artists below the honorable realm. Boom! The astral force shone like a real star and smashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sword mark appeared in front of him, and he quickly slashed down. The two collided, and a terrifying energy explosion occurred. At the same time, the other two figures also moved quickly and collided with each other. The impact was huge. It was not weaker than Lin Xian's at all. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Finally, the two separated. Like black lightning, they quickly rushed toward Lin Xian and Xianxia. Whoosh, an intense aura surged, and a ray of light like a rainbow instantly lit up the entire sky. Accompanying it was an extremely fierce aura. The aura was abnormally violent and extremely sharp. In an instant, it quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword, and a terrifying killing aura filled the air. The blood-red sword aura surged like a river of blood, hanging across the sky. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It shook everyone's eardrums, and some weaker martial artists even bled from their ears and fainted. This strike was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his entire right arm felt numb. One could imagine how powerful his opponent was. However, his opponent did not have it easy either. He retreated with a dazzling light. At this time, Lin Xian also saw the person's appearance. It was a tall young man with short hair and a burly figure. He held a huge black saber in his hand that emitted a cold light. Shaoli, the saber was unstoppable. The aura was extremely fierce, as if it could split the entire sky. Furthermore, that powerful attack power was on par with Lin Xian's. As expected of a top expert from the Sand region, his strength was terrifying to the extreme. After that attack, Shaoli didn't continue to tangle with Sun Yaotian. Instead, he quickly attacked Sun Yaotian. At the same time, another powerful figure dashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person's skin was dark and his facial features were regular. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Crimson runes covered his entire body. The demonic runes exuded a terrifying aura. With a punch, the void was torn apart. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain that was pushing out at high speed. Unlike the sharpness of Shaoli's fist, this fist was extremely violent, and its terrifying strength seemed to be able to suppress everything. This young man was abnormally domineering. Demonic runes flickered all over his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This person was also one of the exceptional experts of the Sand region. His name was Xianxia, and he was extremely mysterious and powerful. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the entire Sand region. At this moment, he punched towards Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying astral wind had already blown over, causing the surrounding air to boil. Within the violent force, there was a crimson light that seemed to be able to stir up Lin Xian's blood and qi. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The sword soul in his body circulated quickly, and he immediately suppressed this impulse. Then, he held the slaughter sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, a huge dragon claw condensed and slammed down. The crimson dragon claw landed, tearing everything apart. A monstrous pressure accompanied it, as if the entire space couldn't withstand it. Pung, the huge dragon claw and the terrifying fist collided. It was as if two divine mountains had collided. Countless thunderbolts exploded in the surroundings, causing the entire sky to boil. After one attack, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Sword qi surged from his body, as if a sword god had descended. On the opposite side, Yan Qiqian's demonic runes flickered, filled with a mysterious aura. After one attack, he also quickly retreated. The entire space was abnormally chaotic. The four of them attacked each other, almost tearing the sky apart. Dozens of huge stars lined up in the sky, forming a huge hand of stars that pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. Following that was a shocking blade light. There were actually two sky prides attacking Lin Xian at the same time. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he activated the embryonic form of the sword soul in his body. In the next moment, a hazy sword light covered the long sword. Suddenly, the slaughter sword in his hand trembled as if it had a mind of its own. The low roar of a dragon and sword reverberated, as if awakening from endless time. A ray of sword qi, like a long dragon, swept out in all directions. This ray of sword qi was even more resplendent, several times stronger than the previous one. The sword light surged, tearing the sky apart, and collided with the two attacks. Boom, dazzling energy exploded, and terrifying waves surged out. Lin Xian's face was pale as he constantly retreated in the void. In an instant, a demonic red lotus bloomed on his body. The red lotus armor covered his entire body, blocking the terrifying force outside. Invisibility kill. Lin Xian stabilized his body and stabbed out with his sword. The sword qi flashed and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Shaoli and Xianxia. Lin Xian had used the concept of wind for this attack. It could be said to be a hidden killer move. Pung. Pung, not only Lin Xian attacked, but Yan Qitian also attacked. In an instant, Shaoli and Xianxia also let out a muffled groan as their bodies continuously retreated. The crowd below was horrified. Many of them were hit by the energy impact, and some were even injured. However, they still refused to leave. Such an exciting battle would not happen again if they missed it. Fortunately, the few of them were just probing attacks. After exchanging blows, the four of them retreated instantly and stood in four different directions. In an instant, the chaotic scene became extremely quiet. However, the oppressive aura in the air became even thicker, as if it was about to solidify. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. Yan Qitian's body was glowing with fiery red demonic patterns. He was like a demon king as he laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He was born in the House of Kings and had high standards since he was young. He thought that he was the best in the world. Now, there were actually 3 people who were on par with him. This made him extremely depressed. Moreover, one of them was a guy that he had once regarded as an ant. Now, he was actually able to compete with him. This made him go crazy. Shaoli did not speak. He silently looked at Lin Xian and the other 2. Then, a saber radiance rushed out from his body. He became one with his saber and quickly left. Then, the other two left as well. Lin Xian's battle intent gradually disappeared. He also turned into a sword radiance and disappeared in the air. Today's battle made him very emotional. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of the combat strength of the top youths in the Sand region. These people had already condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. They belonged to the half-step honorable realm and were not any weaker than him. To be able to compete with so many young experts, Lin Xian felt a burst of joy in his heart. However, he knew that these people were not convinced of each other's strength. Sooner or later, there would be a big battle. Of course, Lin Xian knew that their strengths were about the same. Even if they fought with all their strength, it was likely that both sides would suffer. If he wanted to win and stand above everyone else, he would have to enter the venerable realm and become a venerable. Or, he would have to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the late spirit detecting realm. If he wanted to enter the venerable realm, it would be difficult. At the very least, in terms of cultivation, it would be impossible. But, he could condense a true martial soul. Moreover, in this aspect, he had an advantage over everyone else. He already had the great dragon sword soul within his body. As long as he fused his perfect sword intent with it, his sword soul would be complete. This process would be much faster than the others. Of course, in terms of cultivation, the others also had advantages that Lin Xian didn't have. So, the next step would be to see who would be the first to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath and landed in the quiet courtyard. There were still over 10 days before the Alliance Martial Assembly would begin. Many martial artists would participate. Not only would there be peerless masters from the Sand region, but there would also be geniuses from outside the region like Xianxia. Thus, the following battles could be said to be extremely fierce and dangerous. Of course, these people all had different goals. Some came for Heavenly Maiden Murong, and some came to make a name for themselves. But no matter what, these people were all Lin Xian's enemies. He had to defeat everyone in order to obtain the Divine Dream Bone. It wasn't just Lin Xian who wanted to condense a true martial soul, everyone else had the same idea. Only by condensing a true martial soul would one be able to suppress the younger generation and become the #1 character of the younger generation. There were still around 10 days until the Alliance Martial Assembly began. Lin Xian went into seclusion once more, fully fusing with the great dragon sword soul. Ever since the battle with Shaoli and the other two peerless masters, the entire Quicksand City hadn't calmed down. Everyone had been in an abnormally excited state. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the scene from that day. Countless martial artists were discussing who was stronger among Lin Xian's group of 4. Moreover, more and more masters were pouring into Quicksand City. When these people heard the names of Lin Xian and the others, they weren't convinced and wanted to fight. However, Lin Xian and the others hadn't appeared since that last battle. In Blackwood Stronghold, the elders of the Black Screen clan gathered together. At this moment, their faces were full of excitement and joy because the first elder had sent back a message. He had successfully invited the outstanding genius of the Divine Bird Palace and would arrive in a few days. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that the genius of their clan, Xianxia, who was also one of the most exceptional experts of the Sand region, had returned to the clan today. Xianxia was a skinny young man. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had a unique aura about him. Not long after he returned to his family, he heard the news that his family had been damaged. After asking around, he found out that this matter was related to a young man named Lin Xian. Humph. A little martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm dares to provoke our family. Do you really think that there's no one in the Darkwood family? Xianxia coldly snorted, a strong killing intent appearing in his eyes. Be careful. That little thief is extremely valiant. A few days ago, he fought with Shaoli, Xianxia and the others. Presumably, his strength is already not inferior to them. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Moreover, this little thief has repeatedly bullied the Blackwood Stronghold. I will definitely cut him down. Xianxia was very confident. Even if Lin Xian displayed his valiant strength, he would not be afraid. On this day, Xianxia stood above Quicksand City. His loud voice was like rolling thunder clouds that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City were in an uproar. They all looked up at the sky. Xianxia is back. Many people exclaimed. This Xianxia is really powerful. As soon as he returned, he started a battle with Lin Xian. There's no other way. Their Xianxia family suffered such a big loss at the hands of Lin Xian. Naturally, they have to pay back now. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. You have to know that Lin Xian is already able to contend with those geniuses. Not necessarily. Xianxia definitely knows this news. However, he still dares to fight with Lin Xian. I think he has enough confidence. Perhaps he has some trump card in his hand. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to this battle. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian did not seem to know about this matter and never appeared. Gutless rat. I was wondering what kind of expert you were. Turns out you're just a coward. Xianxia's voice echoed in Quicksand City. Fine, I'll let you live for a few days. When you come out, I'll immediately take your dog life. Xianxia sneered a few times, then quickly descended to the ground. Suddenly, the news spread like wildfire to every corner of Quicksand City. Everyone knew that Xianxia was determined to fight with Lin Xian. Perhaps when Lin Xian appeared, it would be the day of the battle. Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were also worried. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes, Xianxia's reputation was too great. He was almost equivalent to the top battle strength of the younger generation in Quicksand City. It could be said that it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Now that he announced in such a high-profile manner that he wanted to kill Lin Xian, they were afraid that he did not come with good intentions. The two of them went to the quiet courtyard, but found that it was covered by a mysterious array and could not enter. No wonder Lin Xian did not appear. It turned out that he was in seclusion. The two of them sighed and then returned to the arena with worried faces. They could not help much in this situation. They could only pray that Lin Xian's strength would increase greatly. Lin Xian did not know about Xianxia's clamor and provocation. At this moment, he was cultivating and fusing with the great dragon sword soul, trying to condense a true martial soul. He did not want to waste a single moment. He was racing against time. Whoever condensed a true martial soul first would be the top expert of the younger generation. Moreover, once he condensed a martial soul, Lin Xian would have the strength of a venerable. At that time, his safety would be greatly increased. However, these days, his martial soul fusion seemed to have reached a bottleneck and did not improve. Brat, just seclusion is useless. Although your martial soul is fierce, it lacks a trace of killing intent and blood. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, it could not be considered a true martial soul. Lin Xian was silent. As an ancient expert, the Crimson Dragon's knowledge was extraordinary. Its words must have some truth. Moreover, Lin Xian himself felt that his martial soul seemed to be lacking something. You need some battles. Not the kind of killing, but a real battle. The Crimson Dragon reminded, these days, your battles were either because you were too weak and were too lazy to fight, or because they were too strong and you could not contend against them. The only battle that could be said to be at the same level was the battle with the three geniuses. However, in that battle, you were only probing attacks. It did not have any effect at all. Only by going all out and squeezing out all your potential can you stimulate the martial soul fusion again. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Listening to the Crimson Dragon's words, it wanted him to find those peerless geniuses to compete. This guy, was it thinking of tricking him again? Don't worry, I won't cheat you this time. The Crimson Dragon explained, of course, if you don't want to take the risk, it doesn't matter. You have the great dragon sword soul, so you'll be able to condense a martial soul sooner or later. However, it might take a year or two. Kid, if you're not happy, condensing a martial soul in 1 or 2 years is already very heaven-defying. You should know that ordinary warriors can't reach this step without 200 or 300 years. But you used 1 or 2 years to complete the journey that others took 100 or 200 years. It's absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, if you use my method, you'll be able to condense a real martial soul in a short time. After all, you already have the great dragon sword soul. What you need to do now is to fuse them. And the life and death battle is the accelerator to promote the fusion. If there's a big battle, how long will it take to fuse them into a real martial soul? Lin Xian asked. With your aptitude, about 10 days is definitely not a problem. 10 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was about the time when the alliance tournament would begin. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, his eyes full of fighting spirit. You'll be in great danger. If you don't sublimate in battle, you'll die in battle. You have to think carefully. I've already thought it through. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. If I don't be ruthless to myself now, who knows when I'll be killed by others. Rather than that, it's better to have a vigorous battle with an expert like now. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the fighting spirit in his eyes continued to rise. Okay, I'll set up a defensive formation here and wait for your return. Lin Xian nodded, then his palms danced, and the power of wind and thunder intertwined. A cyan longbow appeared in his hand. At the same time, lightning surged on his right hand, forming a golden arrow. Clear wind bow, Lin Xian used an ancient skill. He raised the bow, sensed carefully, and shot an arrow. Bang, the air trembled and the airwaves rolled. The golden arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the air. The Blackwood Castle was brightly lit. In a magnificent hall, there was singing and dancing. At this moment, Xianxia was drinking wine and chatting with the one-fist youth martial artist. He was extremely furious. The auras of these young martial artists were abnormal. They were at the same level in the distance, and 2 or 3 of them even had extremely powerful cultivations, only slightly weaker than Blackwood Cliff. They were all fellow disciples of Blackwood Cliff, disciples of Yellow Sand Valley, a 6-star sect in the Sand region. Haha, senior brother is mighty. You scared that brat so much that he doesn't even dare to show his face. What expert? I think he's just a coward. The group of people sneered, if that brat dares to come out again, there's no need for senior martial brother to do anything, we'll be able to kill him. Alright, a piece of trash isn't worth mentioning. Xianxia shook his head. Senior brother, yeah, is that Moron goddess really here? A few young disciples changed the topic. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears and their eyes lit up. Yes, that should be right. I think we'll be able to see it during the alliance battle. Xianxia said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll defeat all the strong enemies and pursue Moron Tianzhu. I'll be your senior sister-in-law. Haha, senior brother is mighty. The group of youths shouted madly. Boom, at this moment, the top of the main hall suddenly exploded. Violent energy wreaked havoc and a golden light shot towards Blackwood Cliff as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, golden electric arcs jumped and pierced through the void. This attack was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill 6 or 7 ultimate warriors at the same time. The surrounding disciples' expressions changed. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack their senior martial brother. Blackwood Cliff's pupils constricted and he snorted coldly. A black shadow quickly rushed out from his body and pounced forward. That black shadow was a black tree branch. It spread out in the air and formed a blackwood palm that suddenly grabbed down. Caw-caw, with a grasp, it grabbed the golden arrow tightly. Humph, you're just a small. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden arrow suddenly exploded. Countless electric arcs jumped and intertwined to form a sea of lightning that instantly enveloped Blackwood Cliff. Senior martial brother. A few disciples exclaimed, their faces full of shock. Caw-caw-caw, however, in the next moment, countless blackwood branches suddenly emerged from the golden sea of lightning and spread rapidly. From the looks of it, it was clearly a large black tree. The countless black branches danced and pierced through the golden sea of lightning. Not long after, the entire violent sea of lightning disappeared. Behind the black tree was Blackwood Cliff's figure. In front of him was a wall made of black branches that blocked all the attacks. However, the front of the wall was charred black. There were even some small cracks in some places. Blackwood Cliff, come out and die. In the next moment, an earth-shattering voice sounded. It was as if divine thunder had descended and resounded in all directions. Countless martial artists were shocked and rushed to the streets. The people of the Blackwood family were even more panicked. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian's voice. Everyone was excited and went crazy. Previously, when Blackwood Cliff challenged Lin Xian, there was no response, which disappointed everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to attack this time. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the main hall, countless black branches twitched and retracted into Blackwood Cliff's body. Lin Xian. Blackwood Cliff's expression was cold. He gritted his teeth and a shocking murderous aura spread from his body. At the same time, the elders of the Blackwood family came to the main hall with solemn expressions. Don't worry, I'll kill him now. He's just a little thief. There's no need for senior brother to take action. I'll take him down. A black-clothed youth said. His aura was very powerful and he had already condensed a trace of martial soul. Okay. Blackwood Cliff nodded. He could take this opportunity to see Lin Xian's strength. Suddenly, the black-clothed youth's face was filled with joy. He then rose and disappeared from the main hall. Whoosh, the black-clothed youth appeared above the void. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Come out and die. The black-clothed youth shouted. His body emitted a terrifying aura and a trace of martial soul's power spread out. Everyone below was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. This person is so powerful. When did the Blackwood Fort have such an expert? Where's Blackwood Cliff? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out? Lin Xian's voice sounded again, but he still did not appear. There's no need for senior brother to kill you. I can kill you alone. Scram or die. A cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Shameless boasting. Come out and I'll kill you with one strike. The black-clothed youth was furious. How dare Lin Xian look down on him? However, there was no sound this time. What responded to him was a golden longsword. This sword was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. It was much more powerful than the arrow from before. Because it carried a monstrous sword essence. Whoosh, the lightning longsword swept across the void and instantly pierced toward the black-clothed youth. Oh no! Feeling the sword essence, the black-clothed youth's face changed greatly. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Block it. He frantically defended and instantly set up 3 layers of defense. This time, he was relieved. Crack. Puff, in the next moment, the golden longsword descended and instantly destroyed the 3 layers of defense. It quickly pierced his chest and flew toward the main hall of the Blackwood Cliff with his body. Ding, the void trembled and the earth shook. The entire main hall was on the verge of collapse. On the ground, the black-clothed youth's body was pulled out and nailed to the ground by a golden longsword. With one sword, he nailed the warrior who had condensed a trace of martial soul to the ground. This scene was too shocking. Moreover, Lin Xian killed his opponent in seconds without even showing his face. This method was too terrifying. In the main hall of Blackwood Fort, the atmosphere was very solemn. Those young warriors were frightened and trembling slightly. Is this the young man they despised? He's so strong. That black-clothed young man was ranked 3rd among them, second only to Blackwood Cliff. But now, he was defeated with one sword. Blackwood Cliff might not be able to do it. Blackwood Cliff, if you want to be a coward, you can continue to send others. Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Those warriors who were watching the battle were shocked. They thought Blackwood Cliff was strong enough, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to be even fiercer. He didn't take Blackwood Cliff seriously at all. Bang, a powerful aura burst out, and a figure appeared in the void. I wanted to let you live for a few more days, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Blackwood Cliff was full of killing intent. Swish, Lin Xian's figure appeared. This place is too small, I can't use my full strength. Do you dare to fight outside the city? It's the same no matter where you go. Today is your doomsday. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Xian turned into a flowing light and left quickly. Blackwood Cliff quickly followed behind. The two of them disappeared from Quicksand City like lightning. They disappeared, go after them. Many warriors chased after them. They didn't want to miss such a big battle. The people of Blackwood Fort also followed, and there were even venerables among them, but they were stopped by the city master and the Ma family's elder. Everyone, let the younger generation solve their own problems. The venerables of Blackwood Fort had ugly expressions. There were 9 layers of venerables, and each layer had a world of difference. The highest cultivation among them was only at the 2nd layer of venerables, and they were no match for City Master Chi. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying Ma family's elder next to him. Unless they invited their ancestor, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Forget it, you guys stay. You have to trust your An old voice sounded, shaking the void. The few venerable ones from Blackwood Fort trembled when they heard this. They knew that their ancestor had spoken. Humph. Yair is shockingly talented. He will definitely be able to kill that little bastard. The group of venerables waited patiently. Whoosh, the sunset desert was a desolate place. 2 figures descended. They were none other than Lin Xian and He Muya. You really know how to choose your own grave. He Muya sneered, but I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Cut the crap. Today, only one of us can leave. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turning into a sword ray and rushing out. A shocking sword chi slashed out violently. It was extremely breathtaking and tore apart the sky. The spiritual chi in front of him was sucked dry, and all of it surged into the sword chi, making it even more powerful. Scram! He Muya punched out, and numerous black tree trunks gushed out. They were like numerous venomous snakes that rapidly coiled and formed a terrifying He Muya fist. Boom, the Blackwood fist collided with the sword chi, causing the entire void to explode. The terrifying sword chi and whistling energy wreaked havoc, and a terrifying sound spread out in all directions. Look, they're fighting. Some powerful martial artists rushed over and hid in the distance to watch. There were very few martial artists, and most of them could not keep up with Lin Xian and He Muya's speed. However, this terrifying scene provided them with guidance. You want to hurt me with just a sword chi? Ridiculous. He Muya shouted angrily, open. His entire body's spiritual chi surged, and a small black tree appeared behind him, emitting a faint black light. Suddenly, countless thick black tree branches surged out from his body and spread rapidly. They were like demons that rushed into the sky. Thousands of trees moved together, bombarding the sword chi. Bang, that sword chi could not withstand it and cracked with a bang. However, the shattered sword chi twisted and evolved into countless small swords, like a rain of swords, enveloping He Muya. Insignificant skill. If you only have this much strength, you can go die. He Muya laughed wildly, and the small tree behind him bloomed with light, emitting a terrifying and inexplicable energy that swept in all directions, destroying all the sword rain. Then, he let out a long roar and swept over with all the tree branches. Martial soul fledgling form. Lin Xian frowned. He Muya was more powerful than he had imagined. However, he would not be afraid. Today, let's have a good fight. Lin Xian did not hold back, and also used the sword soul fledgling form. Powerful sword intent filled the surroundings, forming countless sword chi that split the sky and earth. Sword of slaughter, with a slash, the blood-colored sword chi surged, condensing into a huge blood sword in the void, as if it could split mountains. On the opposite side, the huge He Muya transformed into a tree demon. It was ferocious and terrifying, with a powerful vitality on its body, and a monstrous aura enveloped an area. Chi-chi. Boom, the two collided, and terrifying energy surged. The light was even more dazzling than the sun. The whole void emitted a cracking sound, and terrifying cracks appeared. The yellow sand underground was blown away, and the cracks were thousands of meters long, spreading out in all directions. This attack was too terrifying, and it was enough to destroy a small city. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and the red lotus battle armor appeared on his body, making him look like a fiend god. On the opposite side, He Muya was also shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. The sharp sword chi caused his skin to tighten, and he felt his heart palpitate. This feeling made his face darken, and he was very angry. The black tree branches intertwined, forming a battle tent that protected him. At the same time, he grabbed the black tree behind him and formed a shield with his left hand, making him look extremely demonic. Then, he held the black tree and attacked again. Rays of black light shot out, rushing toward Lin Xian with an inexplicable aura. Lin Xian felt danger. The black light was like a fiend god's spear. It looked gentle, but it was extremely terrifying. In front of him, a hazy sword shadow appeared. On the sword hilt, there was a ferocious dragon head, and the whole sword looked like a dragon's body. Dragon sword. This was the embryonic form of Lin Xian's sword soul. Although it was blurry and incomplete, it emitted a terrifying aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if an ancient divine beast had awakened, and its powerful strength was terrifying. He looked at Xianxia, who was rushing toward him, and quickly grabbed the dragon sword's soul and slashed down. A low dragon roar sounded. Wherever the dragon sword passed, it had the power to shatter mountains. The dazzling sword chi crisscrossed, cutting the spreading black tree branches. Not only that, but the whole world seemed to be cut in half. Boom, in an instant, the demonic tree branches in front of Xianxia were all destroyed. He snorted and raised the shield in his left hand in front of him. Clang, crack, the shield lasted for a moment, and then it quickly cracked. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. The small black tree in his hand swept horizontally, striking out a black hazy light. Only then was the large dragon sword chi swept away. However, that terrifying sword intent still caused him to continuously retreat. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, but he was also in danger. That was because the black light from Xianxia's martial path had dodged the dragon sword's sword chi and was already in front of him. The 5 black lights were like the spears of the death god. They carried an extremely dangerous aura and instantly collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian roared angrily and quickly operated the Red Lotus battle suit. Streaks of blood-red glazed light bloomed. The entire Red Lotus battle suit was dripping with blood. It was very demonic. The Red Lotus in the center seemed to come alive and swayed slightly. Boom, the black martial Dao light blasted on it and quickly exploded. Terrifying black gas filled the air and enveloped the world. Ha ha ha. Xianxia stopped his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and laughed. You're still seriously injured after being hit by my death god light. Let's see how you fight me. He was very happy. The black tree was the embryonic form of his martial soul. Moreover, the attack just now was one of his ultimate moves. The death god light could deprive a martial artist of their vitality and cause them to die. Anyone who was hit by it would either die or be seriously injured. It was very ruthless. This time, he risked being hit by Lin Xian's sword to attack. As expected, he hit. Placing the black tree in front of him, Xianxia operated a mysterious technique to repair the damage. Then, he stepped into the void and walked forward step by step. The black wood on his body surged and formed a spear that he held in his hand. He wanted to torture Lin Xian to death, however, just as he walked in front of the black fog, a bright sword light suddenly split open. The speed was so fast that his eyelids twitched wildly. At the critical moment, the black tree in front of him bloomed with light. The hazy black light blocked the sword. At that time, the terrifying and sharp sword chi still sent Xianxia flying. Puff, Xianxia flew backward and retreated hundreds of feet before he could stop himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In his carelessness, he was injured again. Lin Xian. Xianxia's eyes shot out a terrifying light as he stared ahead. The black fog in front of him disappeared, and Lin Xian's voice appeared. The Red Lotus battle suit on his body flickered, but there was a black mark on his chest. That was the place where the 5 black lights swept past. The death god light was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had the Red Lotus battle suit, he was still injured. However, he endured the pain and forcibly stopped his body. He did not retreat in order to give Xianxia a sudden attack. Sure enough, Xianxia was careless and fell for it. Although both of them were injured, Xianxia's injuries were more serious. Brat, you've thoroughly infuriated me. Xianxia's voice was hoarse, like that of a devil. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes, like the flames of hell. Xianxia roared like a ferocious beast. In front of him, the light emitted by the small black tree was even more dazzling. It was like a black sun that was slowly rotating. "Holy tree, enter my body!" Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. His voice was very low and hoarse, as if it came from hell. The small black tree in front of him rotated and emitted a black light. Wisps of black mist filled the air and formed a light cocoon that enveloped the blackwood cliff. Then, the small tree slowly took root in Xianxia's chest. Gulp, with the combination of the two, a world-shaking aura emanated from Xianxia's body. This aura was very shocking. Even if he was not a true venerable one, he was probably not far from it. Die. Xianxia sneered and turned into a black light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. Around him, the black aura roared ferociously like a black torrent. "Black demon tree, live!" With a low shout, Xianxia formed a seal with his palm and pressed it against the void. The small black tree in front of his chest bloomed with light and spat out a seed. It was accompanied by a palm print. Bang, the void trembled. At the place where the palm print was, a demonic tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It immediately filled the entire sky. The branches trembled as if demons were dancing. The black leaves were as big as houses, and the trunk was like a small mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Horizontal wood sky weapon. Xianxia stretched out his hands again. On his palms, light bloomed, and a purplish-black giant tree appeared. It was as huge as a heavenly pillar and enveloped the surroundings. He clenched his hands, and the purplish-black giant tree smashed towards Lin Xian. Bang, the void instantly exploded, and cracks appeared in the space. This attack was very close to the attack of a venerable one. At the same time, the black demon tree also waved its branches and turned into a giant python that pounced towards Lin Xian. It was densely packed and covered the sky, making one's scalp tingle. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a terrifying pressure. In particular, the purplish-black giant tree above his head made his body tremble slightly. Pressure, the pressure of life and death. This time, Lin Xian felt the pressure. However, he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was a little happy. The reason he chose to fight was to break through under pressure. With a long roar, Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and activated the fledgling sword soul with all his strength, slashing out. Fierce wind blade. This sword was as fast as the wind and as fierce as fire. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was twisted. Lin Xian's wind concept had reached perfection, so his comprehension was far greater than before. There were many types of wind, and this sword was the fierce wind blade. It had the speed of the wind and was filled with a blazing aura. It was just right to restrain the opponent's wood-type martial arts. Whoosh whoosh, the sword chi slashed down, instantly burning the black demon tree trunks that filled the sky. When the black tree trunks came into contact with the fierce wind blade, they were immediately set on fire and flew back with a roar. After dealing with the threat around him, Lin Xian did not relax. He looked at the purplish-black giant tree falling from the sky with a grave expression. Two sword lights shot out from his eyes. It was extremely terrifying. Found it. Lin Xian was delighted. He had found the opponent's flaw. All martial arts had flaws, and Black Demon Cliff's move was no exception. However, this flaw was hidden very well. Ordinary people would not be able to see through it. However, Lin Xian's soul power was outstanding and he had rich battle experience. He could naturally see through it. However, when he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword, he realized that it was not easy to hit this flaw. Gritting his teeth, he turned into a sword light and rushed out. Sword of Nirvana. Black sword chi gushed out as if it could take away all life. Moreover, this sword chi contained the power of the fledgling sword soul, which could destroy everything. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the closer he got to the purplish-black giant tree, the stronger the pressure Lin Xian felt. It was as if he was going to explode. Fortunately, he had the fledgling sword soul. The black sword chi pierced through the purplish-black light and quickly penetrated deeper. Boom, the power inside was even more terrifying. In an instant, it made Lin Xian's body tremble. The red lotus armor on his body formed a strong defense, but the power still made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. He suffered internal injuries. Ah, Lin Xian roared as his black hair danced wildly. He merged with his body and rushed into the sky. Bang! In the next moment, he collided with the purplish-black giant tree. The sword of Nirvana showed its power, causing the purplish-black giant tree to lose its life. At the same time, the black sword chi was extremely sharp and quickly cut in all directions. Crack crack, Lin Xian flew out, and the giant tree that covered the sky was also torn into pieces. Kid, you have some ability. But die. Black Demon Cliff took this opportunity to appear behind Lin Xian. He formed a seal and quickly dropped it. Death Flower Burial. Xianxia laughed sinisterly as he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it down. Lin Xian's body was like a phantom as he dodged rapidly. However, he was still struck by the palm wind. Buzz, the next moment, he was sent flying as he felt something shatter in his body. Bam bam. Bam bam, Lin Xian's heart suddenly shrank. He felt the power of death recur in his body and quickly take away his vitality. That feeling was very similar to his Nirvana sword. However, it was even stranger than his Nirvana sword. In the next moment, a black petal condensed behind Lin Xian and kept pulsating. With every pulsation, the black petal would grow stronger while Lin Xian's vitality would weaken. Nirvana sword chi. Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly circulated the Nirvana sword as black sword chi filled his body and quickly resisted the black petal. At the same time, the sword of slaughter slashed out and blocked Xianxia's attack. Haha, it's useless. No one can escape from the death flower, not even supremacies. Xianxia laughed maniacally. It was as if he could already see Lin Xian's appearance after his vitality was taken away. Lin Xian did not say a word. He held the sword of slaughter in his hand and looked at Xianxia vigilantly. At the same time, he quickly used the Nirvana sword chi to resist the death flower. Xianxia's attack succeeded, but he did not attack. Instead, he looked ahead with a mocking expression. He wanted to enjoy the sight of Lin Xian dying in pain. Lin Xian was indeed in great pain. His organs were beginning to age and decline. If he had not consumed the essence of the earth and reached the supremacy realm, he would have died long ago. Even so, he probably could not hold on for long. He's quite persistent. Xianxia was greatly surprised. Even a prodigy of the same level as him could not hold on for so long. However, Lin Xian could hold on for so long, however, it was useless no matter how long it lasted. He would become a dried corpse sooner or later. Lin Xian was in pain. He frantically circulated the Nirvana sword chi to destroy the death aura in his body. However, this was too slow. He gritted his teeth and decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Under such circumstances, using the Great Dragon Sword Soul was dangerous. He had not fused with it 100%, so he might hurt himself. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to fight. A deep dragon roar resounded as the Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared and rushed towards the Death Flower. A single strike was all it took to disperse it. However, Lin Xian also suffered internal injuries, bleeding from many parts of his internal organs. Activating the art of longevity, he quickly healed himself. At the same time, he madly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi. At the same time, the Nirvana sword devoured the flower of death to strengthen itself. What? This is impossible. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. He saw that the death flower behind Lin Xian had dimmed, as if it was about to disappear. No one could escape from the flower of death. How did he do it? Xianxia was shocked in his heart. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he charged forward once more. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Xian's weakness to quickly kill him. When Lin Xian saw Xianxia, his eyes spewed flames of anger. He suppressed his injuries while quickly slashing out with the slaughter sword. Blood-colored sword chi surged, filled with madness and bloodthirst as it slashed towards Xianxia. The void trembled as if it was about to shatter. This sword was extremely violent. Moreover, it contained Lin Xian's intense killing intent, causing the slaughter sword to tremble. Puff! 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 The void was torn apart as the blood-colored sword chi instantly sliced apart the black mist around Xianxia. The sword soul's aura pierced his skin, causing him to tremble. Nirvana sword. Before the first sword landed, another sword rose. The Black Death sword chi was vast and mighty like the long river of hell, eerie and terrifying. This Nirvana sword had once absorbed the death aura in the 100 Graves taboo array. Now that it had devoured the death flower, it had become even stronger. The aura of Nirvana caused Xianxia to tremble. He roared and used all his strength to activate the embryonic form of his martial soul to resist. The small black tree in front of his chest bloomed with light. Black chi revolved around it, resisting the two-sword chi. The two-sword chi of Nirvana and Slaughter were blocked, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. However, the embryonic form of the sword soul was unaffected, and it crashed into Xianxia's body. Xianxia screamed as the defense in front of his chest was torn apart. Two sword marks appeared, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian held his sword with both hands and quickly rushed forward to engage in close combat. He was like a demon god, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. He waved his two swords, and the embryonic form of the dragon sword soul roared, unleashing its power to the extreme. Xianxia was stunned by this domineering aura, and could only passively defend. However, Lin Xian's embryonic form of the sword soul was too powerful, and every attack could injure him. Therefore, after a few moves, he was already heavily injured. In fact, this was very normal, because the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth, and it was far superior to ordinary martial souls. Therefore, even though Lin Xian's cultivation was behind Xianxia's, his actual combat power was stronger than his opponent's. However, Xianxia did not know this. He was very sullen now. He was a prodigy, and he was invincible in the sand region, but now he was being suppressed by a youth whose cultivation was far behind his. This made him feel humiliated. In the distance, those martial artists who were hiding to watch the battle were even more stunned. Lin Xian actually had the upper hand, which was beyond their expectations. Especially those martial artists from the Blackwood Fort, they were even more in disbelief. Impossible, this must be an illusion. Lin Xian held his two swords, and operated the embryonic form of the sword soul. Terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the wonderful use of the dragon sword soul, and every sword was full of spirituality and power. Ah, die! Xianxia roared, as if he had gone mad. He formed a strange seal with both hands, and urged the embryonic form of the black tree martial soul. Bang, a shocking power exploded, and Lin Xian was blasted away. Blood flowed out of Xianxia's body and poured into the small black tree. The small black tree was nourished by the blood, and began to grow crazily, becoming incomparably huge in an instant. Moreover, there was a flower on it, which looked like a flower of death. At this moment, the flower petals bloomed, and a black ball condensed in the center. The power inside flowed crazily, and every trace was frightening. Forbidden technique, Death Ray. Xianxia roared, and urged the small tree with all his strength. Suddenly, the black ball of light rotated, and shot out a black beam of light. Not good, it's a forbidden technique. It's too difficult to use it now. Far away, the elders of the Blackwood Fort were shocked. They wanted to stop it, but found that it was too late. At this moment, Lin Xian felt the threat of death, which was even more intense than the death ray. He urged the Red Lotus armor to the extreme, and at the same time, combined the two swords in his hands, forming a red and black sword. Great Dragon Slash. Lin Xian's arm fell, and he slashed out with his sword. Sword chi surged like a true dragon's roar, and the scene was terrifying. Sword chi shone, enveloping heaven and earth, and the death ray flew, carrying the power of hell. Boom, there was a shocking explosion, and the entire sky collapsed. Lin Xian and Xianxia flew out at the same time. There was a fist-sized hole in Lin Xian's abdomen, and blood flowed out. That was the power of the death ray. Not only did it shatter the Red Lotus armor, but it also heavily injured him. On the opposite side, Xianxia was also in a miserable state. The sword chi on his body almost split him apart. The shocking attack caused both Lin Xian and Lin Xian to suffer heavy injuries. Lin Xian was pierced by the death ray, while Xianxia had a terrifying sword wound on his chest, which almost split him in half. Lin Xian stopped himself from retreating and quickly used the immortality chant to suppress his wounds. Then, his eyes emitted a shocking light. It was like a sword energy that swept in all directions. Staring coldly at Muya in the distance, Lin Xian charged forward again. The battle just now made his blood boil. He felt a hidden power awakening in his body, and the great dragon sword seemed to be more spiritual than before. Seeing the effect of the battle, how could Lin Xian give up? He roared and charged forward like a god of war. At this moment, although Lin Xian was severely injured, he became more courageous as the battle went on. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and streaks of sword energy flew out, forming a curtain of light that swept down. Violent energy surged, and a large amount of yellow sand was swept up. Every sword could split a huge mountain. Sword of Slaughter, Sword of Nirvana, the two killer moves were used at the same time, sealing off a part of the sky. Lin Xian charged forward, not even leaving himself a way out. Therefore, he was prepared to die in this battle. Only in this way could he completely stimulate the great dragon sword soul's battle intent. Muya was severely injured, and he was extremely shocked. He had a trace of retreating, but now he was forced to do so by Lin Xian's aura. However, as a prodigy, his pride did not allow him to escape halfway. With a furious roar, Muya's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and he also charged forward. The small black tree in front of his chest emitted a black fog, which shrouded him like a demonic cloud. At this moment, Muya's entire body had turned into wood. It was very demonic. He threw out 81 punches in a row, and the terrifying energy was like the Milky Way, vast and mighty. It was as if millions of divine mountains had crashed into each other, causing a huge crack in the sky. However, Lin Xian's aura was too fierce, especially when he fully activated the great dragon sword soul. His combat strength was extremely powerful. The sword energy was like a dragon, tearing apart the fist technique that filled the sky and slashing towards Muya. Clang, countless black branches grew out of Blackwood Cliff's body like demonic tentacles, blocking the attack. Furthermore, the sound of metal and stone trembling could be heard. Just the aftermath of the sound caused countless cracks to appear on the ground, spreading in all directions. It was obvious how terrifying this attack was. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know what Muya's martial spirit was. It was so strange that it could block his attack. However, he didn't need to know. In terms of battle prowess, there was no martial soul that could compete with the great dragon sword soul. With a dragon's roar and sword cry, the longsword exerted strength once more, tearing apart Blackwood Cliff's defenses and slashing him flying. This time, the wound was even more terrifying. Ah! Muya roared madly as the branches and leaves on his body swayed. The shadow of the huge tree of death spread out and rushed out of the void, pressing down on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and the great dragon sword spirit erupted. A phantom of a true dragon soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, wanting to tear the sky apart. Boom! In an instant, the tree of death was destroyed and quickly dissipated. Muya's face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Impossible! He couldn't believe that the embryonic form of his martial spirit that he was so proud of was defeated so easily. This time, there was no fighting spirit in his heart. His entire aura disappeared as he fell downwards. Lin Xian's longsword emitted a large amount of light as it slashed downwards. "Junior, how dare you!" An angry roar sounded, followed by several figures rushing over from afar. They arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! One of them made a move. A glowing fist fell downwards like a mountain, intercepting Lin Xian's sword chi. Clang! Puff! The fist collided with the fist and resisted for a moment before it was cut in half. What? Several people were shocked. They were the elders of Blackwood Fort. Their cultivation was very strong, and they had all condensed the embryonic form of their martial spirits. However, they couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Xian, which made them extremely shocked. The martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were even more shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could defeat Blackwood Cliff. His attack power was too terrifying. Block it for me. Two elders made a move, releasing extremely dazzling attacks. Only then were they able to block the sword chi. At this moment, another elder made a move, taking Blackwood Cliff away. At this moment, Blackwood Cliff was seriously injured and unconscious. The three Blackwood Fort's elders were solemn, and their faces were full of anger. Their genius disciple had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. They couldn't accept it. Looking at Lin Xian, the three of them were seething with murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Xian was also seriously injured. The wound on his abdomen was bleeding again. The three of them pondered. This was the best time to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's sword strike just now made their hearts tremble. That casual sword strike actually required two of them to join hands to resist. If Lin Xian attacked with all his strength without any regard for his life, perhaps the three of them wouldn't be able to take him down. Lin Xian looked at the three of them. The aura of the sword spirit revolved around his body, making him look like a god of war. He came here to fight, so it didn't matter who he fought. With a sneer, Lin Xian made a move with his long sword. Boom, the entire void boiled and fell into a frenzy, as if an angry dragon was roaring. In an instant, the three elders felt that their lives were in great danger. Let's go. The three of them were terrified. They didn't dare to stay and quickly left with Blackwood Cliff. Facing Lin Xian, the three of them didn't even have the courage to fight. Looking at the sound of fleeing, Lin Xian laughed. He also turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. Not only did he defeat Blackwood Cliff, but he also suppressed the three elders to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Perhaps soon, Lin Xian would be able to surpass many young experts. After defeating Blackwood Cliff, Lin Xian came to the depths of the desert. He found a safe place and began to heal his injuries. Although he won this battle, he was seriously injured. Especially that death ray, which almost made him faint. Fortunately, he had a powerful cultivation method like the longevity art and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Only then was he confident that he could heal his body in an instant. Half a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb entered his mouth. Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and then quickly circulated the longevity art. At the same time, he used the great dragon sword soul to remove the death aura in his body. 2 hours later, his injuries were 70 to 80% better, and the death aura in his body was completely removed. This battle allowed his great dragon sword soul to fuse again and display an even more powerful battle strength. Lin Xian estimated that he had already fused about 60% of it. His strength had also increased a lot compared to before. Still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He wasn't satisfied. His goal was a real martial soul. After resting for another hour, Lin Xian's body had recovered 90%. He turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. This time, he ran in another direction. Before coming, he was already able to find out the location of those geniuses. This time, he was going for Xianxia. That youth who was like a supreme demon king left a deep impression on him. According to the information he obtained, Xianxia was in the Merry Forest, 100 miles west of Quicksand City. Merry Forest was the largest and most carefree place in the entire Sand region. It was the place where countless martial artists lived their lives. And Xianxia was here. Lin Xian ran at full speed, turning into a stream of light as he rushed over from the depths of the Sunset Desert. In the middle of the desert, a patch of green land appeared. The green lake was like a gemstone embedded in the ground. The surrounding trees swayed, producing rustling sounds. Beside the lake, a group of beauties dressed in light muslin were playing. Around them were good wine and delicious food. How was this a desert? It was more like heaven on earth. Lin Xian descended from the sky, attracting countless gazes. There was no other way, he was too eye-catching. His clothes were tattered, stained with blood, and surrounded by killing intent. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like he was here to enjoy himself. "Friend, what are you here for?" A purple-clothed middle-aged man appeared, looking at Lin Xian, and said in a deep voice. The power behind Merry Forest was very strong, and even the city lord had to be respectful. Therefore, they were not afraid of people causing trouble. Looking for someone, Lin Xian said. He did not want to have a conflict with Merry Forest. Looking for someone? The purple-clothed middle-aged man frowned. He could feel the powerful aura on Lin Xian's body. That was the power of the martial soul's embryonic form. Who are you looking for? He asked in a deep voice. For a genius martial artist like Lin Xian, his future was limitless. He did not want to offend him. Xianxia. The purple-clothed middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Xianxia was actually looking for the Sand region's prodigy. The surrounding beauties were also surprised. Their beautiful eyes roamed over Lin Xian's body. Okay, I'll bring you there. He turned and quickly left. Lin Xian restrained his aura and followed behind. This oasis was not big, only about a third of Quicksand City. However, as Lin Xian walked, he became more and more shocked. Merry Forest was bigger than it looked from the outside. At least Lin Xian walked for so long and saw countless palaces, but he still did not reach the end. Finally, the purple-clothed middle-aged man stopped in front of a bamboo forest. At this point, Lin Xian could be sure that he was no longer in the desert, but in a strange space. This was because the scene in front of him was not a desert at all. It was more like an imperial courtyard. This should be a special small space, like a rare treasure auction. I can go in by myself, Lin Xian said. The middle-aged man nodded and left. Up ahead, there was a young man with his back facing Lin Xian. He was sitting in the bamboo forest, holding a wine jug in his right hand and a beautiful woman in his left. He looked very carefree and happy. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and did not move. Instead, he frowned slightly. He could feel that although Xianxia was enjoying himself, he did not let down his guard, especially after he came in. Presumably, the other party could also sense his presence. I really didn't expect it to be you who came. Xianxia laughed loudly. He looked at the beauty in his arms and didn't turn around. Oh, who do you think it is? Lin Xian asked. Shaoli, that battle maniac, or Xinyao Tian, that arrogant guy. However, it's the same even if you come, because you will all end up the same. You will all be trampled under my feet. Xianxia laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic marks appeared on his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. The surrounding wind blew, and clouds of demonic clouds floated above. It was as if a peerless demon king was born. Xianxia gulped down the last cup of wine and waved his hand to chase away the beauty in his arms and the singing girls behind her. The beauty in his arms looked at Xianxia with hidden bitterness. Then, she snorted and quickly left with the group of singing girls. Suddenly, the entire bamboo forest quieted down. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo leaves could be heard. The two looked at each other. Neither of them made a move. However, the atmosphere gradually became heavy, as if it was solidifying. The demonic marks on Xianxia's body shone. Clouds of demonic chi surged out and shuttled through the bamboo forest. In an instant, the surrounding vision dimmed. It was as if dark clouds were covering everything. Moreover, it was accompanied by an oppressive aura. Lin Xian's body emitted thousands of sword chi and quickly sank into the demonic clouds. These sword chi were very nimble. Although they were swift and fierce, they did not hurt a single bamboo. A muffled sound rang out in the air. It was like muffled thunder, low and distant. The energy that exploded all turned into a whirlpool and spun in the bamboo forest. Looking from afar, a black whirlpool floated in the air. It was like a black hole in the abyss, emitting a terrifying aura. The two of them made a move. They controlled their power very precisely and did not waste a single bit. It was not that they did not dare to destroy the bamboo forest. They just wanted to enjoy themselves and use their own methods. Demonic chi overflowed and floated behind Xianxia. Then, the demonic cloud surged. Many human-shaped demonic creatures rushed out. They were all formed by demonic chi. Every one of them was very powerful. They ran and roared in the bamboo forest. Demonic soldiers, demonic cultivators, demonic generals. They held all kinds of weapons and stepped on the air. They all rushed towards Lin Xian. Countless demonic soldiers moved out, bringing with them a monstrous aura. The entire bamboo forest seemed to have turned into a demonic mountain. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Sword chi surged and evolved into ferocious spirit beasts. They roared towards the sky. Giant python, god wolf, lion vulture, cheong chi. It was as if ancient beasts had come back to life, causing the whole earth to tremble. Nearby, the martial artists were terrified. They could not see the scene, but they knew that the existence in the bamboo forest was Xianxia. Damn, someone is actually fighting with Xianxia. Who is it? He is so powerful. Could it be another genius? The martial artists here were all famous. They all knew how powerful Xianxia was. He could be said to be an invincible existence below the honorable realm. But now, someone actually dared to challenge him. They urgently wanted to know. But the entire bamboo forest was covered by demonic clouds, blocking all sight. In the bamboo forest, the sword chi spirit beasts and demonic soldiers fought fiercely. It was very tragic. Fortunately, these were all formed by spiritual energy. The strength of these spirit beasts and demonic soldiers was related to Lin Xian and Xianxia. In the end, the spirit beasts and demonic soldiers perished together and dissipated in the air. You are not bad. You are worthy of me making a move. Xianxia stopped laughing and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, a monstrous demonic chi erupted. He punched out. Boom, the originally peaceful bamboo forest suddenly became violent. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest turned into ashes. The entire space was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. Swoosh, a sword light, like the sun, pierced through the darkness and illuminated the void. This sword chi was very dazzling. It was like the scorching sun in the sky, emitting endless energy. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, splitting the demonic clouds in the sky into two. Then, he quickly stabbed out. Boom, the sword tip and demonic fist collided. The surrounding space was like a broken mirror, cracking. Destruction. Slaughter. On the long sword, two forces surged out, causing the entire space to lose its color. Half of it was as black as ink, and the other half was as demonic as blood. The aura of death and slaughter filled the air, destroying everything. Demonic world. Xianxia laughed evilly. Demonic runes flickered on his body. He punched out. Demonic chi turned into a huge fist and mercilessly punched out. Demonic world. Xianxia's body glowed with crimson inscriptions. It was as if he had the body of a demon god. He took a step forward and rushed forward. He was like a heavenly blade that mercilessly tore apart the air in front of him. Rolling demonic clouds with boundless darkness danced wildly in the surroundings. With a punch, heaven and earth lost its color. This punch was very violent and full of demonic power. Perhaps even the older generation would not dare to take it head-on. The terrifying fist wind shattered everything around it. Like a demonic dragon, it roared ferociously and rushed towards Lin Xian. Feeling this powerful demonic chi, Lin Xian was shocked. He roared and shattered the demonic clouds above his head. Sword chi crisscrossed. The power of the embryonic form of the sword soul spread out, stirring up the surroundings. On the sword tip, a beautiful red lotus appeared. Sword transformation red lotus. A bright red lotus flower quietly bloomed, spinning rapidly in the air as it descended. Every petal contained a powerful energy, capable of easily splitting apart a huge mountain. The red lotus rotated and instantly shattered the void. Perhaps no one below the martial saint realm would be able to escape. Boom, the red lotus sword shadow landed and blasted on the demonic fist. Suddenly, a stormy wave was set off. The whole ground was torn apart. Rows of chi waves spread out like a tsunami. The earth trembled and the sky shook. The terrifying energy crushed everything in the surroundings into dust. The spectators in the distance were like frightened birds and beasts. They quickly retreated. In the distance, more experts rushed over. They were the guards of the Merry Woods. At this moment, they were attracted by the violent energy. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's face was gloomy and the corners of their mouths twitched. Master has ordered all of you to retreat. There is no need to care about the matters here. At this moment, the purple-clothed middle-aged man who led Lin Xian appeared and said coldly, "Yes." The surrounding black-clothed martial artists respectfully said and then quickly disappeared. The purple-clothed middle-aged man also flew backwards. He came to a safe place and silently watched the battle. "Haha, good. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Take another punch from me." Yan Qitian laughed arrogantly. Demonic clouds rolled on his body. The red-glazed demonic runes were like blood lines that pierced his body. 2 pairs of black wings sprouted from his back. They were about 30 meters long, translucent like black jade, and emitted a demonic radiance. Demonic wings. With a low shout, Yan Qitian instantly disappeared. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He used the illusory demon steps and quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. The heavenly demonic feather opposite him was not any weaker than the earth tear movement technique. The next moment, Yan Qitian came to Lin's side. His violent fist was like a demonic hammer as it rapidly smashed towards Lin's head. Pung, there was nothing fancy about this punch. The terrifying physical strength directly shattered the air, and even the void began to tremble. Lin Xian felt the threat of death. This feeling made all the hairs on his body stand on end. He believed that if he was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. With a long whistle, the red lotus battle armor appeared, forming a lotus imprint at the center. Clang, when the terrifying fist landed on the lotus imprint, it was as if it had hit a golden bell. A sonorous and powerful sound spread out in all directions. The sound wave was like a knife, cutting the void apart. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xian quickly retreated and escaped the attack range of the demonic fist. However, the terrifying fist wind still caused his blood to boil. After retreating 10 feet, Lin Xian stopped. Then, he turned into a sword light and rushed over. On his body, the power of the great dragon sword soul was released, and his fighting spirit was high. Yan Qitian was very powerful, like a supreme demon king. His strength was even stronger than Vhumad. Fortunately, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had also been upgraded. Now that it had merged to 60%, its attack power could be said to be extremely powerful. A sword light was like a graceful swan, vast and mighty in the void, slashing towards Yan Qitian's left rib. That was one of his flaws. The demonic wings on Yan Qitian's back vibrated, and he turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot. The terrifying sword chi missed, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Yan Qitian crossed his arms and floated in the air. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Is that so? Seems like you are very confident in your speed. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the void. Humph, my demonic wings have the maximum speed. No one in the same realm can catch up with me. Yan Qitian was very confident. However, in the next moment, his body stiffened. His pupils shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Because Lin Xian was still in front of him. On his back, a pair of huge wind and thunder wings shone brightly. Yan Qitian's face was gloomy. The demonic wings flapped, and he used the maximum speed and disappeared quickly. Lin Xian chuckled. The wind and thunder wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared as well. Impossible. Yan Qitian was shocked. He realized that no matter where he appeared, Lin Xian could always catch up with him. The distance between the two was only 50 feet. 50 feet, for experts like them, this distance could be completely ignored. Yan Qitian's face was gloomy, and a look of anger appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Lin Xian could only use this kind of skill to catch up with his speed. Thinking of the words from before, Yan Qitian felt that he had been played. Demonic field. He roared. The surrounding demonic chi surged, sealing the surroundings. Suddenly, a special space of 30 feet was formed. Lin Xian's body sank down. He felt a huge force on his body, as if it was going to crush him. Boom, he landed on the ground, and 2 terrifying deep pits appeared. However, the terrifying force on his body did not disappear. Instead, it became heavier. Red lotus armor, condense. Lin Xian growled. The air around him surged and quickly formed a bright red battle suit that covered his body. Lin Xian used his strongest defense to resist the strange force around him. It's useless. Don't struggle. In my demonic field, I can increase the gravity to 30 times. You can't resist at all. Yan Qitian laughed evilly. He was like a supreme demon king, looking down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He was in great pain, and all the blood in his body was about to solidify. He had experienced 10 times the gravity before, and that was still within his tolerance. However, 30 times the gravity was too much for him to bear. Even if he had the phantom of the Red Lotus armor, it would not be enough. Unless it was the real Red Lotus armor. In an instant, Lin Xian's body cracked. Several cracks appeared on his strong body. Blood spurted out, and he was instantly covered in blood. Great Dragon Sword Soul, shatter it. He gritted his teeth and slashed out. This slash contained the essence of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and it slashed out in all directions. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was extremely mysterious. It was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. Back then, it could even destroy something as illusory as the soul, let alone the gravitational field. A sword chi as thick as a water bucket turned into a long dragon and circled around him. It immediately cut open the gravitational field. Lin Xian felt the powerful pressure disappear. He heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly used the art of longevity to repair his damaged body. The surrounding spiritual chi surged, turning into endless light that entered his body and repaired his damaged body. Soon, the cracks on Lin Xian's body healed quickly, and he was as good as new. This is impossible. You can actually cut open my heavenly demon field. Yan Qitian was shocked. Lin Xian's sword split open the heavenly devil domain, causing Yan Qitian to be dumbfounded. One had to know that his heavenly demon field was an abnormally powerful existence. Martial artists of the same level were unable to break it. However, Lin Xian had easily split it open. Yan Qitian was enraged. The demonic aura on his body kept rolling, like an angry demon king. Kid, don't be too proud. The heavenly demon field can not only increase gravity. You will see its true power soon. In the next moment, the heavenly demon field trembled rapidly. Suddenly, the demonic aura surged and increased by 10 times. The wind whistled and the demonic flames danced. The world was dark, like a demon's den. Countless demonic beasts, demonic soldiers, and demonic generals appeared in the demonic aura, roaring ferociously. A powerful aura was awakened. The terrifying energy caused the surroundings to tremble. Yan Qitian was indeed the top genius of the slaughter zone. The heavenly demon art he cultivated was an earth-grade martial art. It was very powerful. Now, he had cultivated it successfully. The heavenly demon field was one of the consummate skills. Yan Qitian had used the heavenly demon field to kill countless experts of the older generation. He had even sealed a few powerful souls into the heavenly demon field. It could be said that he was a true young demon king. Kid, you can die now. Yan Qitian merged into the demonic aura and disappeared. Then, the demonic beasts and generals roared. The demonic aura was like smoke, wanting to drown Lin Xian. Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand and stood proudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was extraordinary. His entire person was like a peerless divine sword, unstoppable. Looking at the demonic beasts and generals rolling over, Lin Xian did not have any fear. His eyes were as vast as the stars, blooming with blazing battle intent. His eyes were like the most dazzling sword light, piercing through the void. A powerful sword spirit aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the world and instantly tearing the sky above. This aura was too shocking. It was as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and the netherworld, causing countless people to tremble. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. At this moment, in Lin Xian's hands, it had begun to take shape. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding to change color. At the same time, the bright red lotus armor on his body made clanging noises. Like a translucent ruby, it flickered with light and made him look like a celestial king. The heavenly demon field mercilessly fell, like the flames of hell, pulsating. Back, the roars of the demonic beasts and demonic generals shook the heavens and the earth. Like a tsunami, wave after wave crashed towards Lin Xian. Slash! Lin Xian angrily roared. Holding the slaughter sword, he quickly slashed out. Wind Slayer. Blood-red sword chi surged and instantly turned into a blood-red hurricane, rushing forward at high speed. Violent winds blew and blood rained down. Countless cries of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded. It was like a scene from hell. This aura was extremely shocking. It was not weaker than the heavenly demon domain at all. Although the heavenly demon field was an earth-tier martial art, the cultivation method in Lin Xian's hands was even stronger. He possessed an offensive saint technique like the great dragon sword spirit, and his battle prowess was astonishing. Moreover, his longevity secret was definitely above the earth-tier martial arts, so this sword strike was extremely violent. Boom! Countless demonic soldiers were instantly killed by the hurricane blade, turning into demonic chi and disappearing. The blood-red hurricane was like a murderous aura, crazily sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the demonic chi dissipated. Roar! A pitch-black saber light was like a long river of the netherworld, quickly slashing down in the void. On the other side, the black spear was like a spear of the netherworld, piercing through the void and piercing towards the blood-red hurricane. Two powerful and violent forces bombarded the blood-red hurricane, instantly causing it to tremble violently. The terrifying astral wind was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing the surroundings. The air was cut open, and the earth was cut open, like an abyss. Finally, the blood-red hurricane exploded with a boom. Humph, in my heavenly demon field, all attacks are futile. Xianxia's cold voice rang out in the demonic clouds. He was like a supreme demonic ancestor, sitting on the clouds and looking down. Then I will break your heavenly demon field. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. His figure swayed and quickly rushed towards the demonic clouds above. Roar! A ferocious python that was 100 feet long, covered in black scales that shone with cold light. It was completely formed from demonic chi. At this moment, under the control of Xianxia, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Xian, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. In addition, the demonic generals on both sides also attacked. The black saber light and the netherworld spear quickly attacked. The three of them joined forces to kill Lin Xian here. It's just a pile of waste. Watch me break it. Lin Xian sneered. His body turned into a sword light, instantly increasing his speed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the death saber and the netherworld spear pierced through the void, shattering it. However, Lin Xian had already arrived at another place. Dragon counter step 7 steps. He let out a long roar and took a step forward. Dong, the sole of his foot stepped on the void. It was like thunder, and a terrifying sound spread out in all directions. Boom, the 100 feet long python and the demonic generals trembled, and cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies. The martial artists who were watching the battle from afar had a drastic change in expression, and they kept retreating. Because that step just now seemed to have stepped on their hearts, making them feel like their bodies were about to explode. What kind of footwork is that? It's so terrifying. It can actually affect the martial artists' hearts directly. Countless people retreated in fear, not daring to stay any longer. This kind of battle was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives here. However, before they could leave, a second terrifying sound wave came again. Their hearts trembled violently, as if they were about to split open. Those weaker martial artists directly fell from the sky to the ground. In the heavenly demon field, Lin Xian took a second step. The entire heavenly demon field trembled. The 100 feet long python and the demonic generals had countless cracks on their bodies, as if they would shatter at any moment. This is your demonic chi? Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered, his cold gaze looking above the demonic clouds. 10,000 demonic generals, attack. Xianxia's voice was cold, with a trace of anger. Roar. The demonic creatures roared in all directions, and the sound shook. The surrounding mountains exploded, and countless terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. In an instant, countless figures pounced at Lin Xian. If they were hit, even a half-step supremacy would be killed. Third step. Lin Xian was expressionless. Looking at the demonic creatures that were pouncing at him, he took another step. Boom. Boom, boom. The air trembled and split open. Rows of chi waves rolled out in all directions, roaring like the sea waves. The momentum was terrifying. A huge light claw appeared under Lin Xian's feet. It was a dragon-shaped claw. This claw was too terrifying, and it caused the entire void to boil. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions, causing the 100-feet-long demonic generals and the countless demonic creatures that were pouncing at him to split open. It was as if they were torn apart by a ruthless force. One step, 10,000 demonic annihilation. This scene was too terrifying. The martial artists in the distance were stunned. Even the purple-robed middle-aged man was shocked. This kind of combat skill was truly heaven-defying. Dragon Rebel step? Not bad indeed. However, I will not let you take another step. Xianxia's entire body was glowing with scarlet demonic patterns. He looked like a demon god as he shouted, "Fire Demon Zhu Tian, come out! Fire Demon Zhu Tian, come out!" Xianxia's voice reverberated in the surroundings. Suddenly, the demonic clouds rumbled and a figure appeared. The figure was slender and had flames dancing all over his body. He was like a furnace that wanted to burn everything. The flaming figure held a spear and looked like a fire god descending. Fire Demon Zhu Tian, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could sense that the fire demon opposite him was much stronger than the demonic generals from before. Not only was it powerful, but the fire demon before him was also very agile. It was not as stiff as the demonic generals. It was as though he had a soul. In fact, this fire demon did have a soul, but it was just a fragment of his spiritual sea. This was formed by the souls of the powerful martial artists that Xianxia had killed and the demon general. It was very powerful. It was not weaker than a prodigy at all. Roar, the fire demon roared and the flames on his body rumbled like a volcano that was awakening. Immediately, the blazing energy exploded, and the sea of fire spread out, burning fiercely. The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of flames. Even the air was filled with high temperature. The air evaporated and the ground cracked. Fire snakes slithered and crackled. The flaming spear stabbed out and the heat wave surged. The temperature could easily burn an ultimate warrior to ashes. Before the spear arrived, the flames came first. Lin Xian felt the heat waves and quickly activated the Red Lotus battle suit to form a bright red energy shield that blocked the sea of fire. At the same time, he tapped his foot and stepped out again. Dragon defying 7 steps, 4th step. The void was torn apart as the dragon claw struck out. Vast energy surged and was accompanied by the sound of thunder. Clang, this foot stepped on the spear and there was a metallic sound. Countless flames danced and surrounded the light dragon claw. A low dragon roar sounded and an even more violent energy formed under Lin Xian's feet and pushed the spear back. Tung! 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 The fire demon took 3 steps back and created 3 deep lava pits on the ground. He roared and the spear in his hand turned into a fire dragon that charged over. The fire dragon appeared and burned everything. It roared and swallowed Lin Xian instantly. TSK, TSK. TSK, the terrifying flames quickly roasted Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. Lin Xian was in the middle of the flames. He raised his head to the sky and roared. It was as if he had been reborn from the flames. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. 5th step. With a resounding voice, Lin Xian took another step forward. Incomparably valiant energy gushed out from under his feet, like a flash flood, as heavy as a mountain. He quickly stomped down. Crack, the fiery dragon cried out, quickly breaking apart, turning into flames. Lin Xian rushed out, bringing with him an extremely terrifying power as he quickly slashed out with his sword. Moonbreaker. The blood-red sword chi whistled and condensed into a blood moon that swept out quickly. Everywhere it passed, the sky was torn apart, and a sea of blood spread out. Boom, fire demon blocked with his spear and was forced back by this force. Lin Xian let out a long howl and stepped forward again. With this step, he used the thunderstorm wings and instantly appeared above the fire demon. Then, he stepped on the fire demon's skull. Ka ka ka, the fire demon's skull let out the sound of bones shattering before exploding. The entire body shattered into countless fiery crystals that scattered on the ground. The power of this step was too strong. It was even stronger than the previous 5 steps combined. It directly killed the fire demon. Mountain demon. Xianxia roared, but he still did not make a move. Boom, the earth trembled and swayed non-stop. A huge figure appeared. He was moving on the ground like a small mountain. That figure was extremely tall, like an iron tower. His entire body was covered in demonic chi, forming a black battle armor. In his hand, there was a mountain-splitting axe that was like a door. A peerlessly powerful aura that was as heavy as a mountain surged out. The entire space seemed to be unable to withstand it. Heavy, too heavy, this figure was like a demonic mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Even the martial artists who were watching from afar could feel this shocking pressure. Die. The mountain demon spat out a vague voice. It was like thunder, piercing through the sky and rolling over. Lin Xian also felt this pressure. His eyes blossomed as he quickly used the seventh step, buzz. The void trembled as a dragon-shaped phantom appeared, following Lin Xian's footsteps. Boom, the mountain demon laughed sinisterly. He raised the gigantic axe in his hand and collided with the dragon-shaped phantom. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded, causing the surroundings to tremble. The earth cracked and the sky shook as if the world was about to be destroyed. What? Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he was shocked. His seventh step did not break through the opponent's defense. This surprised him. One had to know that the seventh step was extremely powerful, far surpassing the previous 6 steps. Even so, it did not have any effect. It seemed that this mountain demon was even stronger than the fire demon from before. Hee, the mountain demon let out a sinister laugh. His arms shook, forming a powerful force that pushed Lin Xian back. Then, his entire body exploded as he slashed down with his axe. Boom, the air split open as a violent wind blew. The entire ground split into 2. This axe was extremely powerful, as if it was going to split the entire space. Lin Xian's scalp went numb as he felt the threat of death. This attack was no weaker than Vhumad. What he needed was this kind of pressure. With a long roar, Lin Xian raised the slaughter sword in his hand and crazily circulated the great dragon sword's soul. He wanted to take this attack head-on. What? Is that kid crazy? The martial artists in the distance exclaimed when they saw this scene. Even the purple-robed middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, the best way was to dodge with extreme speed. Above the demonic clouds, Xianxia was also slightly surprised. He thought that Lin Xian would use the thunderstorm wings to escape. He was even prepared to cut off Lin Xian's speed. However, the other party's choice was beyond his expectations. Humph, idiot. You actually dare to fight the mountain demon? Xianxia sneered as a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was not crazy, nor was he an idiot. He naturally had his reasons for choosing to take the attack head-on. Firstly, when he said to fight, he wanted to experience the feeling of being on the edge of life and death. He wanted to break through in the extreme battle. Moreover, he was confident that he could withstand this attack. Flying rainbow. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed upwards. This sword contained the power of the fledgling form of the sword's soul. It brought along a large curtain of light as it poured out. A heavy pressure came as the sky-splitting axe mercilessly fell. The violent energy caused Lin Xian's bones to creak. Clang. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the nearby lake to explode and setting off thousands of waves. The surrounding mountain peaks shattered and countless rocks flew everywhere. This attack was too terrifying. Lin Xian felt an extremely strong power quickly enter his arm through the long sword. In the next moment, his arm trembled and even the red lotus battle armor became dim. Crack, his bones let out a soft sound as they almost broke. Ah! Slash! Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a dragon roar as it bloomed with light. A surge of energy gushed out and instantly repaired Lin Xian's arm. At the same time, it brought him endless power. Boom, the sword chi shone, releasing an even more dazzling light. It was like a rainbow surging as it knocked the sky-splitting axe away. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and sent his opponent's heaven-splitting axe flying. That's impossible. Xianxia was shocked. The mountain demon was extremely powerful, and even those geniuses didn't dare to face him head-on. However, the neighbor actually chose such a stupid method of fighting force with force, and even won. This shocked him. It seemed like he had underestimated his opponent. the mountain demon had a soul fragment. After being sent flying by the sword, he became furious. With a roar, demonic chi surged from his body. Holding the heaven-splitting axe with both hands, the mountain demon roared and slashed down again. This attack was even more violent than before. Bang, the sword light flashed like a rainbow. The mountain demon was sent flying again, creating a deep abyss in the ground. Roar! The mountain demon roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the demonic clouds in the sky. Demonic chi surged from his entire body, forming strange patterns that were somewhat similar to Xianxia's. The demonic armor on his body shone continuously, and a shocking power surged out. In the end, the mountain demon gave up on the heaven-splitting axe and rushed towards Lin Xian. Bang! Bang, bang! The ground trembled and cracked open. Every step would create a 1,000-meter crack. The mountain demon was like a demonic mountain that moved quickly. Light flashed, and the void rumbled. It couldn't withstand it at all. Let's end this. Looking at the mountain demon, Lin Xian raised the slaughter sword. Slaughter Red Lotus. On the sword, a red lotus bloomed and danced in the air. The slaughter sword fell, and the demonic red lotus floated out and flew towards the mountain demon. The red lotus looked gentle, but it contained the power of the dragon sword's soul and also the aura of slaughter. It could be said that it was a flower of death. Poof! Wah! The red lotus sword chi enlarged in the air and landed on the mountain demon, covering him. In the next moment, countless red sword chi shot out and pierced the mountain demon's body. The mountain demon roared crazily. His entire body was hideous. The aura of slaughter made him crazy, but what made him even more terrified was the aura of the sword soul. The moment it entered his body, it destroyed his vitality. Screams rang out like the screams of ghosts, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Not long after, the mountain demon collapsed with a loud crash. His body was covered with dense sword scars, which was a ghastly sight. Xianxia stood on top of the devil cloud. His handsome face turned somewhat malevolent. His two great devil generals had actually been defeated, which made him abnormally furious. One had to know that fire demons and mountain demons were not ordinary demon generals. They all had soul fragments. Brat, you deserve to die. I'll kill you and refine you into my #1 devil general. Xianxia's entire body was filled with killing intent. Humph, cut the crap. Get down here and fight. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the demonic cloud. Blood-colored sword chi surged out from the tip of his sword and quickly formed a sphere in the air. Starburst. This was also one of the 9 swords of Green Cloud. The Azure Cloud 9 swords were imparted to him by Lord Alcohol. In the past, Lin Xian could only use the first 5 swords, but now, he had completely grasped them. The sword turned into a star, and the blood-colored star shot towards the sky, bringing with it a long red tail of light. It was exceptionally spectacular. Boom! Explode. Just as he entered the demonic cloud, he exploded. The dazzling energy exploded, annihilating a part of the sky. An extremely unstable spatial crack appeared in the void. Anyone below the honorable realm who touched it would die instantly. The demonic cloud in the sky was blasted a few thousand meters wide, and the entire sky regained its clarity. Whoosh! Behind him, an ear-piercing sound rang out. A violent wind blew, and a powerful aura instantly appeared. Xianxia executed his heavenly demon wings and dodged the starburst sword chi. Boom! With a wave of his palm, demonic chi surged. Like a demonic star chasing the moon, it rapidly blasted towards Lin Xian's back. Swish! Lin Xian also executed his thunderstorm wings, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he swiftly dodged. Rumble! This palm caused the void to distort. Xianxia didn't stop after his palm missed. Instead, he continued to attack. Palm shadows were as black as ink, and the demonic chi was shocking. All of them enveloped Lin Xian. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was ice cold. Each of his attacks could kill an older generation martial artist. Swish! Lin Xian turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword was like lightning, heavy as a divine mountain. Clang! Xianxia's palms clashed, and a metallic sound rang out. Terrifying demonic chi surged, and sword chi resonated, filling the surroundings. It was like a battle between gods and demons. Demonic palm. Yan Qitian's right palm blocked the long sword, and his left palm blasted out again. This attack carried the might of the heavenly demon field, as if a demon king had come into being. Boom, the void split open in an instant. This palm was extremely fast. Lin Xian roared, and similarly punched out. Golden arcs of lightning danced and intertwined, covering the fist. The golden fist flashed, tearing the sky apart. It was like a golden phoenix flying, shining in all directions. The fist and palm collided, and a shocking explosion occurred. It was like 10,000 beasts roaring, causing everyone to fall into a state of deafness. That sound wave was too terrifying. It materialized into an attack, and directly shattered the ground, forming thousands of cracks. Lin Xian took half a step back. His arm was numb. Yan Qitian's demonic palm was too terrifying, and his body was somewhat suppressing him. Ha! With a roar, the slaughter sword exploded, and cut open Yan Qitian's palm. Blood splattered, and the terrifying sword spirit embryonic form crazily rushed into Yan Qitian's body, destroying everything. Humph! Suppress for me. Yan Qitian was furious. The surrounding demonic aura surged, forming a 9-story demonic pagoda above his head, suppressing the power of the dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his long sword surged. In the sky, a blood-red sword appeared, and an ancient majestic aura filled the air. Earth-grade martial art. The purple-clothed middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and his face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Lin Xian also had an earth-grade martial art. Gale lightning sword, one sword mountain rivers break. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword, and quickly slashed down. In the sky, a huge blood-red sword shadow fell, and slammed into the 9-story demonic pagoda, opening it up. Rumble, countless demonic clouds swept across the sky, and the ground sank. Blood rained down. This sword was too terrifying. Yan Qitian was equally shocked. He was sent flying by the sword shadow. Fortunately, he was protected by the heavenly demon field, or else he would have been killed. Earth-grade martial art. You really have an earth-grade martial art? Yan Qitian roared. He was careless, and he was injured. Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, you are not the only one who has an earth-grade martial art. Heavenly demon field, nether spear. In the sky, demonic aura surged, crazily gathering in Yan Qitian's hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared. The entire field was about 80 feet long, and the demonic runes on it shone brightly. Demonic flames surged, and the moment it appeared, it caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Kid, die. Yan Qitian grinned and threw it out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the nether spear flew out, piercing through the void. Lin Xian only saw a shadow flying in the air, and it was extremely fast. Before the attack arrived, Lin Xian felt a sharp aura rushing towards him. It hit the Red Lotus battle armor, and it gave off a clanking sound. Lin Xian felt a strong threat of death. This spear would definitely take his life. The nether spear was a terrifying killing technique. It carried a monstrous demonic flame as it pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the threat of death. He once again used Gale Lightning Sword to resist the opponent's earth-tier martial art. In the sky, the huge blood-colored sword shadow condensed once again. The blood-colored pattern spread out and converged with a mysterious power. A terrifying aura spread out and enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian roared and reached out his palm to grab the sky. The golden palm enlarged and covered the sky as it grabbed the blood-colored sword. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Xian grabbed the Gale Lightning Sword and quickly slashed down. The Gale Lightning Sword whizzed down. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain. A casual swing could pierce through the void. The blood-red Gale Lightning Sword danced in the air like a huge blood-colored heavenly sword. It was extremely powerful. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter, and large areas would collapse. The sword carried an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers as it collided with the nether spear. The two collided and violent energy swept out in all directions. It was like a scene of destruction. The place where the bamboo forest was covered by blood-colored sword chi and rolling demonic clouds. It was chaotic. Not only that, the aftermath of the energy even affected the entire merry forest. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Its power was not inferior to a supremacy's attack. Fortunately, there were some peerless experts in the dark who helped to disperse the energy and protect the merry forest. However, the bamboo forest was completely destroyed. The ground level dropped by more than 10 times. In front, 2 figures retreated. They were in a sorry state. Lin Xian's face was pale. Using an earth-tier martial art consumed a lot of energy. Unless he became a supremacy, he could use it without limit. Just as he came to a stop, a demonic pattern flashed and shot towards him with a flash of light, as fast as lightning. In a panic, Lin Xian tried his best to twist his body. At the same time, he activated the Red Lotus armor to the extreme. However, the demonic pattern still pierced through his left shoulder. Lin Xian was sent flying by the powerful impact, bringing with him a large cloud of blood. This change was very shocking, but it happened in an instant. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now Lin Xian was injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia Tian walked out from the berserk energy, gasping for breath. His face was abnormally pale, without a trace of blood. At the center of his forehead, a vertical devil tattoo that resembled an eye was gradually disappearing. There were still terrifying energy waves left on it. Obviously, the attack just now was launched by the mageweth that resembled an eye. Looking ahead, Xianxia Tian frowned. That attack from before had consumed a great deal of his energy. Originally, that was an attack that he could only use after reaching the exalted realm. At this moment, he had used it with the intention of killing his opponent with a single strike. However, Lin Xian's reaction was too fast. Originally, he had aimed for the heart, but now, he had only injured the left shoulder. This was very different from what he had expected. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to use it again, unless he burned his spiritual energy. If that was the case, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, that was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it. Now that he had crippled one of his opponent's arms, his chances of winning were very high. Kid, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, but it's all over now. Xianxia Tian absorbed the surrounding devil qi, quickly recovering his body. Then, he walked towards Lin Xian step by step. Lin Xian fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly. That attack just now had almost taken his life. He had thought that he would dodge in advance to avoid being hit in his vitals. But even so, his left arm was still injured, and he couldn't lift it at all. It seemed that he could only use that move. Lin Xian looked at the approaching Xianxia Tian, and his right hand once again gripped the slaughter sword. The battle is not over yet. Lin Xian suddenly exploded, and a sword light tore through the sky. Outer sky meteor. The dazzling sword light flashed like a meteor, dazzling but short. Not good. Xianxia Tian's entire body tensed up. He felt an extremely powerful threat, which was a warning from his soul. Devil Qi rolled, emitting a pitch-black light, forming an ice-cold armor that covered his body. At the same time, the demonic mark on his forehead flashed again. But, he was still one step too late. Just as the demonic mark was formed, the dazzling sword light had already pierced him. One sword, throat. Blood splattered, and Lin Xian's figure appeared behind Xianxia Tian. Behind him, a black crack appeared in the void, which was quickly healing. Xianxia Tian's body kept trembling, and the devil qi on his body began to disappear. Drip. Drip, blood dripped, splashing on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the powerful young devil king Xianxia Tian would be killed with one sword. Even the middle-aged man was stunned. This result was different from what he had expected. He had analyzed the situation before, and found that Xianxia Tian had a 70% chance of winning. But now, he found that he was wrong. The young swordsman in front of him couldn't be analyzed with common sense. In the depths of Merry Forest, in front of a splendid palace, a few figures stood. Their eyes flickered, looking at the battlefield where Lin Xian was. Exciting, very exciting. They didn't expect to see such a stunning swordsman in the sand region. On the left, a middle-aged man laughed. This man was dressed like a scholar, and he was holding a yellowed book in his hand. If one sensed carefully, they would find that this middle-aged scholar had a faint aura of a supremacy. This was definitely a terrifying figure. However, such an expert didn't use jade slips or scrolls, and he was holding an old book. It was really strange. I guess he's not a Sand Region martial artist. He must have followed the young miss here. These two people, they actually attacked in advance. They really can't wait. But that Xianxia Tian is too weak. He was actually killed. On the right was a young girl wearing an exquisite yellow dress. She had 2 small braids, a pair of big black eyes, and a delicate appearance. She was very cute. At this moment, she was pouting, rolling her eyes and snorting. Ling you're wrong. Xianxia Tian didn't die. A cold voice came. Then, a white figure appeared. Young miss. The young girl called Ling turned her head, blinking her big eyes with a puzzled look. The middle-aged scholar on the left looked back with a smile. Behind him, a beautiful figure slowly walked over. That figure was in her 20s, and she was full of noble aura. Although she was wearing a long dress, it couldn't hide her impressive figure. That beautiful face was covered with a thin veil, which added a bit of mystery. This woman was like a fairy, with a colorful radiance on her body, making people look up to her. Young miss, his throat was slit by a sword, how could he not die? Ling held the arm of the beautiful figure and asked puzzledly. Watch and you'll understand. The figure said slowly. In front of him, the demonic aura on Xianxia Tian's body disappeared, revealing his true appearance. However, that was not Xianxia Tian himself, but the corpse of a demon general. At the critical moment, Xianxia Tian had used his life-saving method, using a demon general to replace his death, saving his life. Lin Xian also sighed. His opponent was indeed powerful, he actually did not discover him. Whoosh, in the distance, Xianxia Tian's figure appeared, his entire body was abnormally weak. Brat, today's battle ends here. Next time, I will personally kill you. After speaking, he did not wait for Lin Xian's response and quickly rushed into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia Tian, who was known as the Demon King, had actually escaped. This was too shocking, that was the Sand Region's genius, and he was defeated just like that. It's Lin Xian. Someone exclaimed. Many of them were Quicksand City's martial artists. Now that the demonic aura had disappeared, they naturally recognized Lin Xian. It's actually him. A few days ago, he was only competing with the geniuses, but now he can actually defeat them. This speed of improvement is too fast. Countless people were envious, their faces filled with madness. Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he directly sat on the ground and began to recover. This time, his injuries were even more serious. His left arm was almost crippled. Fortunately, he had a 1,000-year elixir, otherwise he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. After arranging a simple array, Lin Xian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. In the distance, the girl called Ling looked at Lin Xian's voice and lightly snorted, this guy is really daring. He actually dares to recover here. Is he not afraid that someone will attack him? This is where he is smart. The white-robed figure behind her said, those who are weak cannot even get close to him, and those who are strong cannot attack in this kind of public place. After all, geniuses like him will have a force behind them. This guy is so cunning. Ling lightly snorted. That guy is actually eating a 1,000-year elixir. The middle-aged scholar beside her was greatly surprised. It seems that he is not a Sand Region disciple, otherwise he would not have a 1,000-year elixir. They all knew that 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were extremely precious in the Sand Region. Lin Xian's movements were very fast. Other than the middle-aged scholar and a few others, no one else saw him. Linger, when his injuries are healed, invite him over for a chat. The white-robed figure turned and left, walking into the palace. This guy, what great fortune. He actually managed to gain the young miss favor. Linger was also greatly astonished. She had followed her young miss for many years, and naturally knew her young miss's temper. There were so many young geniuses in the Sky Martial continent, but only a few were able to gain her favor. Unknowingly, Ling Er's interest in Lin Xian grew. With the Millennium Elixir, Lin Xian's recovery speed was even faster. In addition to his longevity secret art, his injuries were almost healed in half a day. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to recover without at least half a year. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he began to cultivate the great dragon sword spirit. He had gained a lot from this battle, and now was the time to digest it. In the distance, Ling Er was very surprised to see Lin Xian recover in half a day. She wanted to go over, but she found that he had actually closed his eyes and sat cross-legged again. This made her very angry. Humph. Ling Er pouted, looking angry. Damn guy, he actually made me wait for so long. Lin Xian did not know that someone was waiting for him. He was currently in the middle of comprehending. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. During this time, the people of Merry Forest did not disturb Lin Xian. Even the surrounding martial artists were dispersed by them. Ling Er came out of the palace, and after seeing Lin Xian still meditating, she whispered a few words and ignored him. After another half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Soon after, he revealed a satisfied smile. In this battle, his great dragon sword spirit fusion had reached 80%. His combat strength had increased again, and compared to before, it was a great improvement. Now that he was fighting with Yan Qitian, he would not be in such a sorry state. He was even confident that he could defeat him without getting injured. There are still 20% left. Shaoli, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes shining. His last target was Shaoli, who was also one of the Sand Region's geniuses. He had a deep impression of Shaoli because he was a swordsman who had comprehended the embryonic form of a sword spirit. This kind of person's attack power was very fierce. Previously, when he was testing the waters in Quicksand City, he had felt that dormant sword spirit, which made his heart tremble. Therefore, he put Shaoli as the last target. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to leave. At this time, there was a sudden sound in front of him, and a black light shot towards him. Buzz, Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and caught it. Then, he was slightly stunned because he realized that the black light was actually a spirit fruit, and its grade was not low. Hey, my young mistress invites you. In front of him, a sweet-looking girl appeared and said with her chin raised. Lin Xian frowned. Someone who could squander a spirit fruit like this was definitely not an ordinary person. At least, she was not from the Sand region. However, he was a little disgusted by her attitude. Xiaobai often throws things. I often teach it that it's not good, Lin Xian said lightly. Xiaobai? Who's Xiaobai? The girl was naturally Ling Er. She asked curiously. Xiaobai is a monkey that I raised. It likes to eat spirit fruits, but it often throws them, which gives me a headache, Lin Xian said with a smile. You, bastard. Ling Er was stunned, then she stomped her feet in anger. This guy is too despicable. He actually compared me to a monkey, how infuriating. She wanted to stomp on him a few times, and she did so. Her body turned into an afterimage. Ling Er rushed toward Lin Xian. Her speed was as fast as lightning, which was very shocking. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this sweet-looking girl with a bad temper to be so fast. It was even a little beyond his expectations. However, it was still within his tolerance range. Lin Xian blocked the other party's kick with his arm in front of his chest. Then, he stepped to the side and dodged another kick. Whoosh! 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 Countless footprints filled the air. It was a dazzling sight, but Lin Xian was like a flowing cloud, easily dodging them. Ling Er was angry and attacked again. Because she was wearing a dress, she was using leg techniques. A pair of white calves swayed in front of Lin Xian's eyes. It was very attractive. Slap, Lin Xian clenched his fist and pinched the pair of small feet. You're exposed. After Lin Xian grabbed them, he realized that something was wrong. Ah! Damn it! Ling Er screamed. A powerful wave of spirit energy burst out from her body, forming a wave of air that pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian tactfully let go of his hand and retreated to a safe distance with a smile. You're still laughing. Ling Er stomped her feet. She was going crazy with anger. How dare this damned thief take advantage of her? I'm so angry. I'm going to gouge your eyeballs out. Ling Er was so angry that her face turned pale. Her small hands formed claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. Ling Er flew into a rage out of humiliation and grabbed at Lin Xian. This move went straight for Lin Xian's eyes. In an instant, that white palm turned bright red, like the sunset glow that wrapped around Ling Er's fingertips. A blazing aura surged out, piercing through the void. This temperature was not inferior to that of the fire demon from before. Lin Xian was astonished and stopped underestimating her. He did not expect a young girl to be so powerful. Wang, a low sound was heard, and a bright red lotus appeared, blooming in front of Lin Xian, forming a natural barrier. Dang dang dang, her fingertips collided with the red lotus light screen, creating countless sparks as if metal and stone had collided. Ling Er's fingers were in pain, and her beautiful face wrinkled. She wanted to attack again, but Lin Xian dodged. Whoosh, his figure flickered, and the demonic red lotus circled above Ling Er's head, while Lin Xian dodged Zhang away. Don't move, or you'll have to bear the consequences, Lin Xian said. You. Ling Er was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, looking very alluring. She snorted, You're finished. My young miss originally had a good impression of you, but now I think there's nothing left. Your young miss? Lin Xian was astonished. Such a powerful young girl, was she just a servant? That was too extravagant. Who is your young miss? Why should I see her? You don't know? This time, it was Ling Er's turn to be astonished. She snorted, You men traveled thousands of miles to the sand region, and even fought until your heads bled. Wasn't it all to gain the favor of my young miss? Lin Xian was stunned, and then a name appeared in his mind. Could it be her? How is it? Are you regretting it now? Ling Er snorted, If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, and give me 8 or 10,000 years old spirit herbs, and I won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, you can just wait to cry. Ling Er had a smug look on her face. No one could refuse her young miss. However, she was disappointed this time. Little girl, you're too greedy. Lin Xian laughed. You can slowly reflect on yourself here. I'll leave first. You. How dare you? Ling Er was anxious. Don't you want to see my miss? I'm very busy. Maybe next time. Lin Xian waved his hand and disappeared. Damn it, how could this be? Ling Er stomped her feet in anger. This guy, he's definitely not a man. Her nerves were in a mess. How could a man reject her family's young miss? Unless the other party wasn't a man. Whoosh, a white figure appeared nearby. Radiance scattered down from her body, making her look like a fairy. Miss. Ling Er felt extremely wronged. That guy is too despicable. Alright, I heard everything, the white-clothed beauty said indifferently. This person is very interesting. I'm guessing that he's definitely not a man. Either that or he did it on purpose to attract Mrs. attention. This guy is too despicable and cunning. Ling Er said angrily. Alright, let's go back. The white-cloaked beauty said with a smile. She had seen many methods of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. However, she had never seen someone as decisive as Lin Xian. With a wave of her hand, a blue ice crystal appeared. Immediately, the surrounding temperature dropped. The air condensed and the surrounding 10 zhang radius turned into a world of ice and snow. Countless ice crystals scattered down and quickly rushed towards the demonic red lotus in the air. Ka, in an instant, the red lotus was sealed in ice. Immediately, the demonic red lotus' mysterious power disappeared. Ling Er was pleased with her release. That despicable guy. The next time I see him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Ling Er said angrily. Soon after, he followed the white-clothed beauty and quickly left. Lin Xian naturally did not know about these things. He was now invited to an exquisite hall. The one who led him here was the purple-clothed middle-aged man who led him here earlier. Hearing that the master of Merry Woods wanted to see him, Lin Xian was very surprised. He knew that the battle with Yan Chi Tian must have alerted the master of this place. However, after the battle, the people of Merry Woods did not find trouble with him. Instead, they helped him clear the area. All of these actions were filled with kindness. However, Lin Xian was a bit of an exception. "Young hero Lin, my master has arrived," the purple-clothed middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Xian turned around and saw a young man slowly walking over. His speed was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. So fast. Lin Xian was surprised. This footwork had the feeling of shrinking the ground into an inch. Thinking about it, the other party's strength must be very strong. He estimated that he was definitely not weaker than the Sand Region's geniuses. The young man was dressed in a white jade robe. He was slender and handsome. The corner of his mouth had a playful smile. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked elegant. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the master of Merry Woods to be such an elegant young master. He originally thought that he was an old monster. "Young hero Lin, this is young master Wu Quebec. He is also the master of Merry Woods." "Young master Wu K, what a good name." Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Thinking about it, the master of Merry Woods should not lack anything. "Earlier, I did not agree to the battle here. Please forgive me, young master." "What are you talking about? Young hero Lin is a young genius. Being able to defeat the Sand Region's geniuses at such a young age, your future achievements will be limitless. I like to make friends with people like young hero Lin." And Wu Kei laughed and then pulled Lin Xian to a seat. Lin Xian understood that young master Wu Kei was here to make friends. Thinking about it, young master Wu Kei must be interested in his growth potential. Thinking about Lin Xian, once he entered the honorable realm, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence. Who knows, he might even have the chance to enter the king realm in the future. This kind of genius was someone that all forces wanted to rope in. Of course, and Wu Kei had to be one step ahead. Moreover, he had other plans. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian admired Wu Kei even more. Whether it was in terms of martial arts or experience, Wu Kei far surpassed his peers. He could be said to be a rare genius. Lin Xian exchanged some martial arts experiences with Wu Kei and was enlightened. In the end, he did not tarry and cupped his fists to bid farewell. "Young master, why didn't you just tell him about us?" The middle-aged man in purple was puzzled. "I think he won't refuse after knowing the truth." "No." And Wu Kei shook his head. "This kind of person is like a true dragon. He won't lower his head. We just need to have a good relationship with him. Who knows, he might surprise us at a crucial moment." And Wu Kei waved his fan and said with a carefree expression, "Don't investigate him, and don't follow him. Remember, we can't make him dislike us." "Yes." The middle-aged man in purple said respectfully. Lin Xian left Merry Woods and headed towards Quicksand City. According to what he knew, Shaoli was in Quicksand City. It was a dark and windy night. Quicksand City was still brightly lit, and it was bustling with noise. Especially the arenas, their cheers shook the heavens and dazzling lights shot towards the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a ray of light as he flashed through the sky and flew towards the outskirts of the city. It was very desolate there. There were no lights or cultivators there. Only the faint moonlight sprinkled down, and it was extremely quiet. If one looked carefully, one would notice that this was a dilapidated ancient residence. Cobwebs covered the entire place while a thick layer of dust covered the ground. Everything in the surroundings showed that no one had been here for a very long time. However, a single person was sitting within this quiet residence. However, in the silent mansion, there was a person sitting there. This person sat under the moonlight, looking somewhat lonely. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover a different kind of aura. Moreover, there were beams of cold light emitting from below. The light was very sharp, like cold ice, piercing one's soul. This person was naturally Shaoli. At this moment, he was slowly wiping the long blade in his hand. The long blade was completely black, looking simple and unadorned. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary sword, nothing special. However, Shaoli's expression was very careful, as if he was facing the most precious treasure in the world. His movements were very gentle, wiping every part of the long blade clean. To him, this jet-black saber was his life. Lin Xian flew all the way and finally arrived at the top of the ancient castle. He saw Xiaoli below, but did not make a sound, only quietly watching. This was a form of respect for Xiaoli. As a sword artist, he also knew the importance of a weapon to a martial artist. Especially for sword artists and blade artists, they viewed weapons as their life. Moreover, he often wiped the Wind Shadow Sword and Star Scar Sword. Every time he did this, his heart would be very calm. Therefore, he knew that Xiaoli could not be disturbed at this time. Lin Xian slowly descended, like a cloud, lightly landing in the mansion. Xiaoli did not turn his head, still slowly wiping the long blade. With his strength, he should have already discovered Lin Xian's existence, but he acted as if he did not know. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Xiaoli had been silently wiping his long blade, while Lin Xian was like a statue, quietly standing there. He did not speak, and did not even move. When Xiaoli finished wiping, he tightly gripped the long blade in his hand. Soon after, his entire temperament changed. He no longer had the loneliness from before, but was replaced by a cold sharpness. His whole body was like a blade, wild and sharp to the extreme. Come, I will go all out in this battle. Xiaoli knew that he was not familiar with Lin Xian. The fact that he could wait for 2 hours meant that he wanted to fight with him. All right. Lin Xian said in a deep voice as he pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword from his waist. An even fiercer and fiercer aura gushed out and filled the surroundings of the old house. Their gazes met, and it was like the light of a blade and the shadow of a sword, causing the entire void to emit cracking sounds. Let's decide this in one move. Xiaoli said. His voice was as cold as a blade. Lin Xian was shocked, but he nodded slowly. No matter what method the other party used, he would not lose. Determining victory and defeat in one move seemed like a fantasy to other martial artists. However, for swordsmen and sabresmen, one move was enough. The two of them faced each other, and their auras continued to rise. They were like divine swords and heavenly blades, standing tall in the old mansion. Around the two of them, there were countless tiny saber lights and sword shadows, forming a special area. That power was so terrifying that even a half-step supremacy would be killed immediately if they entered. Although the two of them did not make a move, the aura they exuded was enough to make people tremble. However, the aura did not stop there. It was still rising rapidly. Lin Xian was very cautious. He had to use his full strength for this move. Countless sword chi condensed behind him, and the shadow of a true dragon roared. The sound was deep and desolate, and it was filled with power, causing the air above to explode. In front of him, the shadow of a long sword appeared. Although the dragon head and sword body were a little dim, they were filled with a shocking power. On the opposite side, Xiaoli's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the pressure from the dragon head sword. With a low shout, he also released the fledgling form of his martial soul. His martial soul was naturally a long saber martial soul. The fledgling form of the saber soul and the jet-black long saber in his hand combined, causing Xiaoli's aura to grow stronger again. The jet-black long saber that looked simple and unadorned was now like a black jade, emitting a sparkling light. A shocking aura was emitted from it. The two young men were emitting a terrifying power that was comparable to that of a supremacy. If anyone was here, their jaws would drop. Because the aura of the two of them was so strong that they could even fight against a supremacy. Lin Xian was also shocked. He guessed right. Xiaoli's strength was definitely strong. He was probably one of the top geniuses. Take his aura for example, it was even stronger than Yan Qitian's. Xiaoli was probably only one step away from a true martial soul. This was a very strong opponent. Lin Xian believed that the winner of this battle would definitely be able to condense a true martial soul quickly. Therefore, he had to win this time. The two of them faced each other, looking for each other's flaws and preparing to kill with one strike. They put all their energy on each other and did not have the extra energy to check the situation around them. At this moment, above the old house, another figure flashed quickly. This figure was shrouded in a black fog. Like a ghost, he did not emit a trace of aura. His gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Xian's figure, like an experienced hunter staring at his prey. He was also waiting for the best time to attack. Below, Lin Xian's figure was tall and straight. His entire body was filled with the aura of a sword soul. At this moment, he had raised his essence, qi, and spirit to the highest level. This was the best time for him to attack. If he missed it, he would have to wait for a long time. As a swordsman, he would definitely not hesitate when he attacked. Therefore, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword and quickly stabbed out. However, the moment he moved, the black-clothed man in the darkness laughed silently. A black spear appeared in his hand and he quickly threw it out. This spear was completely black. It was different from the black of Xiao Li's long saber. This black was a kind of death. It was a cold and gloomy color, as if there was endless resentment mixed in it. Like a flash of lightning, this spear was extremely fast. The void shattered and countless cracks appeared. The spear instantly arrived behind Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian was highly focused and focused all his energy on Xiao Li. However, he did not expect that a fatal danger would suddenly come from behind him. This made his heart thump and his entire body tense up. At this crucial moment, he gave up on Xiao Li and used all his strength to resist the fatal attack behind him. In an instant, a layer of bright red armor appeared on his body, forming the strongest defense. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword danced behind him. The sword light was like a divine sword, shining in all directions. It was like 3,000 bolts of lightning rushing behind him. However, he still underestimated the fatal danger. The pitch-black spear emitted a gloomy ghostly aura. It was like a river of the underworld, rushing over quickly. On it, there were countless ferocious ghost howls, turning the surroundings into the yellow springs of hell. Clang, Lin Xian's long sword hit the spearhead, causing it to deviate, but the spear still stabbed him. In the next moment, the spear pierced through his body. The spear was terrifying and carried an astonishing aura of death. Like a roaring river, it instantly pierced through Lin Xian. The spear was so powerful that even though Lin Xian was protected by the Red Lotus armor, his defense was still broken. Moreover, the powerful force pushed Lin Xian's body back and nailed him to a huge rock. Buzz, the rockery that was dozens of feet tall could not withstand the force and exploded into powder, scattering in the air with a bloody mist. The spear pierced through more than 10 huge rockery before it blasted Lin Xian into a pile of ruins. Xiao Li was shocked. He did not expect that there would be an expert hiding nearby when the two of them were fighting. However, he did not move. Instead, he put away his saber and watched silently. He knew that an expert like Lin Xian would not die as long as he was not hit in the vitals. Therefore, he did not need to do anything in the following battle. After the successful attack, the mysterious person hiding in the darkness revealed himself. His body was covered in black mist and he walked in the air like a ghost. He was very fast and arrived at the center of the old residence in the blink of an eye. He didn't look at Lin Xian. Instead, he stared at Xiao Li as a wisp of deep fear appeared on his face. Lin Xian was crippled after being stabbed by him. There was no need to worry about him at all. However, Xiao Li was unharmed. If the mysterious person attacked, he would not be able to take him down in a short time with his terrifying strength. He might even be killed by the mysterious person. However, what surprised him was that Xiao Li had no intention of attacking. The mysterious person secretly heaved a sigh of relief and stopped paying attention to Xiao Li. Instead, he turned to look at the ruins in front of him. Then, he revealed a sinister smile. He stretched out his palm and black mist surged around his body. It was extremely terrifying and formed a huge black hand that grabbed forward. The air cracked and there was a ghostly howl. The huge black hand quickly fell. However, just as he was about to land, a black flash pierced out like a black lightning bolt and illuminated the entire old residence. It was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the black hand. The mysterious person's pupils constricted. He felt pain in his palm and immediately withdrew it. Then, he looked forward cautiously. The ruins exploded as a figure soared into the sky. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, there was a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his left rib. The Red Lotus battle armor around him was shattered, forming numerous cracks. One could only imagine how terrifying that spear strike was. However, he had already pulled out his spear and held it in his left hand, while his right hand held a dragon sword. His entire body was filled with killing intent, like a god of death. "Who sent you?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. "Humph, you'll never know. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely take your dog life," the mysterious man said hatefully. Obviously, he was very unwilling to accept his failure this time. After failing to kill Lin Xian with a single strike, the thought of retreating sprouted in his heart, and he prepared to leave. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think that's possible? Since you dare to kill me, then stay." "You? A seriously injured kid? Do you really think you're the number one of the younger generation?" The mysterious man sneered and suddenly turned around. His body was surrounded by a black aura, and his eyes were like two black spears that pierced through the void. "You'll know soon enough whether I can or not." Lin Xian's expression was cold. With a shake of his left arm, he threw the spear in his hand. Buzz, the black spear in his hand was thrown out, and it instantly turned into a black torrent that rushed rapidly toward the mysterious man. This spear was even more powerful than the one before. "What?" The mysterious man's pupils constricted. He did not expect Lin Xian to still have such strength despite being seriously injured. In great shock, he dodged with all his might. With a roar, he was like the king of hell. He quickly moved horizontally, leaving behind clouds of black mist in the void. At the critical moment, the mysterious man displayed his extreme speed and narrowly dodged the spear. However, Lin Xian was even faster. The tempest wings appeared on his back and flapped rapidly. Then, he disappeared into the air. The power of tempest surged. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared near the black spear in an instant. Lin Xian stretched out his left hand and grabbed the black spear. Then, his arms danced rapidly. The sky was filled with spear radiance. The black spear shadows intertwined to form a net of death that quickly enveloped the mysterious man. The momentum was terrifying. "Impossible." The mysterious man was horrified. His eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could catch up with the black spear. At this moment, he finally revealed a look of fear. A genius was indeed a genius. Even if he was seriously injured, he was not someone that ordinary people could contend with. However, since he dared to assassinate Lin Xian, he was naturally very confident in his own strength. The mysterious man roared and calmed down from his initial shock. Then, he quickly threw a punch forward. The terrifying fist was as black as iron and as heavy as a demonic mountain. It quickly blasted forward, trying to tear the net of death apart. Suddenly, the void trembled violently. Like thousands of horses galloping, it carried a violent force and collided with the net of death formed by the intertwined spear radiance. Boom boom, a low sound was heard. The black fist collided with the net of death, causing the net to tremble violently. However, under Lin Xian's mysterious control, the net of death bloomed with a dazzling light. Once again, it transformed into countless spear radiance and quickly pierced towards the mysterious man. This change was very shocking. The mysterious man was shocked and quickly counterattacked. However, the spear radiance was too dense. Even if he was incomparably strong, he was still bombarded. The violent force caused his body to tremble continuously. He frantically retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you deserve to die. I will take your dog life one day." The mysterious man did not dare to stay any longer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly turned to leave. "Want to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. Looking at the mysterious man who had turned into a ray of light, he quickly drew his sword. The great dragon sword in his hand was as fast as lightning. Everlasting green cloud. A flash of sword radiance, as dazzling as the Milky Way, instantly lit up the entire sky. "Ah!" A miserable cry was heard. It was very ear-piercing in the boundless night. The mysterious man had just reached the wall of the ancient castle when he was slashed by the dazzling sword radiance. He roared crazily and used all his means to resist, but the sword radiance was too powerful. It instantly cut him in half. The black-robed man suffered a heavy blow. The black fog around his body quickly retreated, revealing an old body. It was an old man. At this moment, his face was pale and filled with fear. He could not understand why Lin Xian's sword radiance was so fierce. Lin Xian's figure flashed. Like lightning, he instantly arrived beside the old man. The great dragon sword in his hand slanted and pointed at the old man's throat. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Who sent you? Kid, you'll never know. Even if you become a venerable in the future, you won't be able to fight against us. The mysterious old man roared ferociously. His voice was filled with intense unwillingness. Then, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He quickly reversed the spiritual power in his body. An extremely powerful force was being nurtured in his body, and it exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, the energy that could destroy more than half of the city enveloped Lin Xian. The mysterious old man had chosen to self-destruct in an attempt to drag Lin Xian down with him. A force capable of destroying half a city gushed out and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he quickly slashed out with the great dragon sword in his hand. Streaks of dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions like thunder from the ninth heaven. Suddenly, the terrifying sword chi slashed apart the violent energy. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed a token with lightning speed to prevent it from being destroyed by the energy. Chi, chi. At this moment, the sword chi surrounded Lin Xian, creating a small vacuum. The destructive energy quickly dissipated when it reached this place. For a moment, Lin Xian was safe and sound, but the surrounding ancient castle was in danger. If the energy dissipated, the entire ancient mansion would be turned into ashes in an instant. In the distance, Xiaoli snorted coldly. He unsheathed his jet-black saber and quickly slashed out 18 times. The blazing saber rays flashed, bringing with them a dazzling brilliance. It was as if the Milky Way was rushing through the void, roaring incessantly. In the next moment, the wanton energy mass was also split apart and shattered under the saber rays. The violent flow of energy wreaked havoc in the ancient mansion, but it was not in danger of being blown into ashes. Lin Xian and Xiaoli's actions quickly dissipated the violent energy. It did not have any effect at all. However, the mysterious old man would not know about this because he had been turned into ashes along with the terrifying energy. This guy is ruthless. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect that the old man would choose to self-destruct rather than reveal his identity. He must be afraid of his revenge. However, at the last moment, he grabbed a token. At this moment, he opened his left hand to reveal the token inside. This token was only half the size of his palm. The pattern was simple and unadorned, and the word Shen was engraved in the center. Seeing this token, Lin Xian immediately understood. This old man was from the Shen family, which meant that he had been sent by Xianyao Tian. Humph, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely return this gift to the Shen family. Lin Xian snorted coldly and crushed the token in his hand. Then, he turned to Xiaoli and said, "All right, we can continue our battle." However, Xiaoli shook his head. "You're injured. Even if I win, it would be an unfair victory." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He really didn't have much confidence in his current state. "Previously, I made you wait for 2 hours while I was cleaning my saber. Now, I'll give you 2 hours. When you've recovered, we'll fight again," Xiaoli said in a deep voice. "All right." Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his wounds. Although the wound looked terrifying, it wasn't a big deal for someone like Lin Xian who had a strong constitution. Moreover, he had the art of longevity, so he could recover very quickly. However, the real problem was not his wounds, but the strange black aura in his body. This aura came from the black spear. It carried a sinister and strange aura. It was very evil and was rapidly destroying his bodily functions. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which prevented his body from being destroyed. If it were someone else, they would have become an evil spirit by now. In 2 hours, he had eliminated the qi of the resentful spirit in his body and healed his wounds. Then, he confronted Xiaoli again. Strong fighting spirit burst out from their eyes. 2 powerful auras gushed out from their bodies and soared into the sky. This time, they did not compete with their martial techniques. Instead, they used their martial souls to fight. A black saber shadow tore through the sky. It was like a rainbow hanging from the 9 heavens, shining brightly. On the other side, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul exploded. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out and pierced the clouds. When the saber soul and sword soul appeared, the surrounding weather changed. Endless gales surged and covered the cold moon in the sky. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City felt 2 shocking forces coming from afar. The aura made them tremble. Ordinary martial artists only trembled and did not know what was happening. However, those martial artists who had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls were all shocked. They could naturally sense the 2 forces. Those were the embryonic forms of their martial souls. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. They were only 1 step away from evolving and becoming a real martial soul. So powerful. Who is this? Is he going to break through? At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City were shocked. Countless people soared into the sky and flew towards the source of the 2 forces. They wanted to know who had reached the final step and was about to break through to the honorable realm. However, just as they soared into the sky, an intense vibration came from the void. The terrifying energy turned into a strong wind that blew in all directions. It shook them until their faces turned pale. What's going on? Those 2 forces are colliding. Oh my God! Someone is fighting. At this moment, even the honorables could not remain calm. They all stretched out their soul perception to see what was going on. Inside the old mansion, Lin Xian and Xiaoli collided for the first time. The sword and saber souls collided and released an earth-shattering energy shockwave. In an instant, Lin Xian and Xiaoli felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and they each took half a step back. Then, Lin Xian roared and activated the great dragon sword soul again. He slashed forward. Xiaoli did not want to fall behind and quickly met the attack. Rumble, the void trembled and the ground cracked. Countless waves of air rolled and rushed in all directions. Piercing light shone in the sky, forming a curtain of light that swept across the sky. Lin Xian and Xiaoli collided wildly. After 9 attacks, both of them took 10 steps back and their bodies swayed. Barf, Xiaoli finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and his eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, an astonishing dragon roar and sword cry came from his body. It was as if he had broken some kind of shackle. An extremely powerful and mysterious force filled his body. He let out a long roar and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. He did not care about anything else and withdrew the great dragon sword soul. He turned into a sword light and instantly left the old mansion, disappearing into the sky. Not long after, the soul perception of the honorables covered the sky and earth. In the distance, countless figures were running wildly toward this place. Xiaoli used a mysterious technique to suppress the injuries in his body. Then, he snorted and a shocking saber light soared into the sky. Those who trespass into the old mansion will be killed without mercy. A cold voice resounded and echoed in the surroundings. Immediately, the figures in the distance stopped and did not dare to move forward. Xiaoli, it's Xiaoli. The people in the distance were terrified. They did not expect Xiaoli to have reached this step and was only a hair away from entering the true honorable realm. However, judging from the current aura, Xiaoli was still in the embryonic form of a sword soul and had not broken through. This made everyone secretly relieved. No, someone was fighting just now. Who was fighting with Xiaoli? The people were puzzled and came to a realization. This was because they sensed that the other aura was not weaker than Xiaoli's. The embryonic form of the martial soul was very powerful and was only a hair away from breaking through and becoming a true martial soul. At this moment, they did not know the result of the battle, nor did they know who the other person was. Looks like the 2 of them are fighting to find an opportunity to break through. I wonder who will win. If that person wins, he might be able to condense a true martial soul. Everyone was shocked as they discussed. The sovereigns were silent and sighed in the end. They had already sensed the remnant aura with their soul power and guessed the other party's identity. The sovereigns were silent because they had already guessed that person's identity. Especially the sovereigns of Blackwood Stronghold, their faces were terrifyingly dark. They were even unwilling to accept this fact. However, the remnant aura of the sword soul stimulated them, indicating that their guess was not wrong. The sovereign withdrew his soul and gathered the elders in the clan to discuss countermeasures. Damn it, how could it be that thief? Everyone's faces were ugly. They could not accept this at all, especially Xianxia. When he heard the news, his body trembled and his eyes turned black. He almost fainted from anger. No, this thief can't be left alive. I want him dead. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. He did not expect the other party to be so terrifying and reach such a height. Originally, he wanted to take revenge himself, but now, if the other party really condensed a martial soul, he would have no chance. Not only him, this was an outcome that no one in Blackwood Stronghold wanted to see. No, we have to get rid of him. And we have to do it tonight. The Blackwood Stronghold Patriarch said in a deep voice. This time, he planned to send out sovereigns. Blackwood Stronghold was not the only one with this idea. Xianxia was also angry. His face was ferocious and terrifying. He had sent out his bodyguard to assassinate Lin Xian, but he did not expect that he would fail. Moreover, the other party might even break through. As a genius of the House of Kings, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he immediately sent out his personal sovereigns to kill Lin Xian. For a moment, two sovereigns secretly moved out and quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Lin Xian returned from the old house and immediately entered the courtyard. He let the Crimson Dragon set up a defensive array. When the Crimson Dragon saw Lin Xian covered in wounds, its eyelids twitched. Boy, how many people did you fight? How did you end up in such a sorry state? Not many, just 3 geniuses. What? 3 Skype rides? 3 geniuses in 2 days. You're crazy, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. It was well aware of the prodigy's strength. They weren't any weaker than Lin Xian. Perhaps only a madman like Lin Shui could carry out 3 life and death battles in such a short period of time. Furthermore, what shocked it even more was that it felt an extremely powerful martial soul power within Lin Xian's body. Is he going to break through? It seems that it's much earlier than I thought. The Crimson Dragon was shocked again. According to its estimation, Lin Xian should have needed more than 10 days to break through, but it didn't expect him to reach this point in just 2 or 3 days. This kind of speed, in the history of cultivation, not to mention that no one would be able to match it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. At this moment, the power in Lin Xian's body was growing stronger and stronger. The terrifying power seemed to be about to burst him. He had to immediately go into seclusion to condense his sword soul. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to have such an opportunity in the future. Ruzalong, no matter what happens tonight, you must block it. Don't let anyone in. Lin Xian instructed. If you can survive tonight, all the primordial yang stones will be yours in the future. Don't worry, leave it to Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon shouted excitedly when it heard the 3 words, primordial yang stones. Then, Lin Xian released the snow-white monkey and let it join forces with the Crimson Dragon to guard him. He sat cross-legged under the ancient tree and quickly entered a state of cultivation with his hands forming seals. It was a moonless and windy night, the perfect time to kill someone. The venerables of the Blackwood Castle were the first to arrive above Lin Xian's courtyard. Then, he snorted coldly and quickly pressed down. The void vibrated and the airflow rapidly formed a huge palm, which quickly blasted down on the courtyard below. Bang! When the huge palm was 100 meters away from the ground, it was blocked and made a deep sound. There's a formation. The venerables of the Blackwood Castle were stunned. This time, the venerables was a middle-aged man. He had a scar on his face, which made him look unusually ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, the scarred man frowned slightly. A formation that could block his attack was probably not an ordinary one. It seemed that the other party had made sufficient preparations beforehand. It's just a formation. Do you really think you can stop a venerables? What a joke. The scarred venerables sneered disdainfully. He did not plan to waste time and decided to attack with all his might to end the battle quickly. After all, he was a venerables. If news of him assassinating a young genius with unlimited potential were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge impact. At least the palace of Ares would not let them off. Therefore, he did not attack again. Instead, his body shone brightly and he quickly fell down like a meteor. In the courtyard, the crimson dragon looked solemn. It looked outside while waving its dragon claws to control the formation. Damn it, they sent a venerables. The Blackwood family is really shameless. The crimson dragon stomped its feet in anger. If Ben Huang still had his cultivation, he would definitely kill them all with a slap. Crack, crack, crack. Just as it was getting angry, a crisp cracking sound came from the sky above. Countless cracks appeared like a mirror. Damn it, they're attacking again. The crimson dragon cursed in a low voice and quickly operated the formation to counteract the terrifying power. However, it had underestimated the determination of the Blackwood Fortress venerables. In addition, it had lost its dragon origin and could only use part of the formation's power. Currently, it could only passively defend for a while. Wooji, wooji, wooji. The little white monkey was anxious as it watched from the side. Its body swayed and it was about to rush out. Little ancestor, you can't go out. The dark red divine dragon was quick to react. It grabbed snowy white snow and consoled her. If the little white monkey went out and was caught, Lin Xian would definitely fight it to the death when he woke up. Don't worry, Ben Huang's formation won't be so weak. It can last for at least 2 hours. The crimson dragon gritted its teeth and said, if it doesn't work, I'll risk losing a bit of my dragon origin to defend the formation. In the outside world, the Blackwood Fortress venerables' attacks had failed twice, which made him extremely angry. A small formation had actually blocked his path. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. Then, he used his martial soul and made a terrifying attack. Crack, 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 the entire formation shook violently as if it would fall apart at any time. The crimson dragon's eyes were red like a rabbit's. Damn it, you dare to use your martial soul. Do you really think Ben Huang is easy to bully? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Then, he spat out a drop of dragon blood and sent it into the formation above. Suddenly, the formation trembled and emitted a bright red light. The formation that was on the verge of collapse became firm again. What? When the venerable from Blackwood Stronghold saw this scene, his expression became extremely unsightly. He decided that after breaking the formation, he would torture the person who cast it to death. Although the scar-faced man was extremely careful, it still attracted the attention of some people. At the very least, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong had been paying close attention. I've already asked for help from my family, but they haven't come yet. What about you? Nan Gongseng asked anxiously. I've also sent a message to the ancestor. I think he'll be here soon. Ma Rulong and Nan Gongseng both invited experts from their families to help. They knew that tonight was especially important for Lin Xian. If they succeeded, Lin Xian would transform into a dragon and become a true powerhouse. The hostile forces of Blackwood Stronghold definitely didn't want to see this result, so they would definitely take advantage of tonight to make a move. Sure enough, the two of them secretly observed and discovered that Blackwood Stronghold had actually sent out a venerable. Fortunately, Lin Xian's courtyard was protected by a defensive formation, or else the situation would be terrible. Above, the scar-faced venerable was furious. He raised his fist and wanted to bombard the defensive formation below again. At this moment, an old laugh sounded, followed by a ripple in the void. A terrifying energy fluctuation dispersed the attack of the scar-faced venerable. Haha, your Blackwood Stronghold really doesn't have a good memory. Have you forgotten the warning from last time? The scar-faced venerable frowned as he looked at the old figure in front of him and exclaimed. The Ma family's ancestor, he didn't expect such a terrifying and powerful figure to make a move. Immediately, his expression became extremely ugly. His strength was at the first heaven of the venerable realm, but the other party was at the second heaven of the venerable realm or even higher. Although it was only a difference of 1 heaven, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to contend at all. However, this operation was very important to them. They had to succeed and couldn't fail. With a cold snort, the scar-faced venerable waved his hand and sent out a signal from his family. Immediately, 2 more figures rushed over and instantly arrived beside the scar-faced venerable. Two more venerables. It seemed that Blackwood Stronghold had made a great decision this time. They actually sent 3 venerables to assassinate Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. It's so lively here. A loud laugh sounded, followed by the appearance of a white-robed old man who stood beside the Ma family's ancestor. Nangong family. The scarred venerable one's pupils contracted. He did not expect the Nangong family to attack. Behind him, the 2 venerable ones who had just rushed over had ghastly looks on their faces. Their opponents were 2 old monsters, and their strength was above theirs. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not succeed. Was today's mission really going to fail? Could he only watch as that little thief broke through? The scarred venerable sir and the other 2 were not willing to give up. If they were 2 days late, their great elder and the people of the Divine Bird Palace would have arrived. By then, they would not have to fear the Ma and Nangong families. However, he never expected Lin Xian to break through so quickly. Right now, they didn't have any extra combat power. If you know what's good for you, then quickly scram back. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The Ma family's old ancestor said with a smile. Let's go. With us here, you won't be able to break through. The elder of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to make a move against the 3 of them. After all, they were all Exalted Realm experts, and if any mishap were to occur, then Blackwood Stronghold would definitely go mad. At that time, it wouldn't be a war between individuals, but a war between the 2 families. The scarred venerable sir and the other 2 had ugly expressions. They struggled internally, but in the end, they snorted and decided to leave. However, just as they turned around, a cold snort came from afar. Can't break through? What big words! The cold voice was like the roar of a ferocious beast, resounding in the void. The voice was filled with killing intent, causing the scarred venerable sir and the other 2 to tremble slightly. What a terrifying aura! This person's cultivation is definitely above the 2nd heaven of the Exalted Realm. The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly turned around. With a flash of light, a figure appeared in the void. This figure was covered in light, and it was impossible to see whether it was real or not. However, judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, the other party's strength was definitely not below the Ma family's old ancestor, or even stronger. To think that such an expert would actually come to kill Lin Xian. This was simply too surprising. For a moment, the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elders' expressions became very serious. On the other hand, the scarred venerable sir and the other 2 were unusually excited. They originally thought that the mission was going to fail, but they did not expect the situation to turn around. At the last moment, a powerful helper appeared. The scarred venerable sir and the other 2 looked at the Ma family's old ancestor and sneered. Let's see how you're going to stop us this time. Their current lineup was too powerful. They could definitely tear apart the Ma family's old ancestor's line of defense. As long as one of the Exalted Venerables could enter the courtyard, they could immediately take Lin Xian's life. The mysterious Exalted Venerable sir floated in the air, emitting a cold killing intent. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Get lost, or don't blame me for killing you." Facing the Ma family's old ancestor and the Nangong family's elders, the mysterious Exalted Venerable sir was unusually arrogant. He did not even put the 2 of them in his eyes. Hearing that, the Ma family's old ancestor and elders' faces turned gloomy. They were respected and had never been humiliated like this. You want to go over? Speak with your abilities. Everyone knows how to talk, but I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The Ma family's old ancestor sneered. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The mysterious Exalted Venerable sir's voice was cold. He threw out a punch, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. The void trembled violently, and a force that could threaten the Exalted Venerable sir suddenly spread out and rushed toward the Ma family's old ancestor and elder. Destroy. The Ma family's old ancestor waved his sleeve, and instantly, a ray of light shot out like a giant mountain in front of him. The 2 collided, and there was a tremor that could tear the world apart. In an instant, the black mountain formed by the sleeve was shattered. The Ma family's old ancestor even took 3 steps back with a shocked face. Humph. The mysterious Exalted Venerable sir sneered and stood proudly. I've already shown mercy with that punch. If you don't get lost, the next punch will be your death date. The Ma family's old ancestor was shocked. Although he did not use all his strength in that attack, it was still enough to show that the mysterious exalted venerable sir was stronger than him. Which force is it that wants to kill Lin Xian? His face was gloomy as he kept thinking. The scar-scarred venerable sir and the other two were ecstatic. The mysterious exalted venerable sir alone could definitely suppress the Ma family's old ancestor. The three of them could forcefully break through from Elder Nangong's hands. By then, they could definitely successfully kill Lin Xian below. However, just as they were about to make their move, the void in the center fluctuated, and there were ripples. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged scholar. He held a yellowed book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. The middle-aged scholar did not emit any terrifying aura. He looked like a real scholar, weak and powerless. If he was not standing in the void, no one would treat him as a martial artist. Where did this poor scholar come from? Hurry up and get lost. This is not a place where you can stay. On the Blackwood stronghold side, a skinny exalted venerable sir with an aquiline nose shouted angrily and waved his palm. Their plan was about to come to fruition, but now someone dared to obstruct them? Moreover, it was an unknown scholar. He was furious, so he didn't hold back at all. His palm wind was swift and fierce, and the power of a venerable was released. This move could definitely destroy more than half of a city. The void vibrated, and countless rays of light gushed out like a roaring galaxy, rushing toward the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar held the book in his right hand, and looked ahead coldly. You think you're qualified to use a palm technique? As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing. The middle-aged scholar looked ahead, and his expression was full of disdain. He stood there proudly, and with a cold snort, he quickly waved his left palm. A tyrannical power gushed out along with that palm. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and the void cracked. Countless rays of light gushed out, and condensed into a huge palm of light. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. This palm was too powerful, and that violent and arrogant aura was definitely rare in the world. The two palms collided. The middle-aged scholar's palm shadow was like a furious dragon, roaring ferociously, and instantly shattered the opponent's palm shadow. After that, the palm of light rushed toward the venerable of the Blackwood Castle with dazzling rays of light, like a galloping primordial beast. The divine light was dazzling, and the terrifying palm shadow was like a shooting star, carrying a dazzling radiance as it smashed forward. Bang! That hook-nosed venerable was instantly sent flying, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. What? The scar-faced venerable and the old man were frightened, as if they had seen a ghost. This middle-aged scholar was too powerful, and he had seriously injured their companion with a casual palm strike. Even the Ma family's old man and the old man were astonished. This middle-aged scholar looked weak, but when he attacked, his strength was definitely beyond theirs. In the distance, the mysterious venerable was floating in the void. He stared at the middle-aged scholar, and after a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Wild Palm Scholar? Oh? You know me, so it seems you're not from the drifting sand region." The middle-aged scholar smiled indifferently. "Since you know who I am, then hurry up and get lost, so I don't have to attack again." His voice wasn't loud, but the arrogance in it made everyone fearful. They didn't expect this middle-aged scholar to be even more arrogant than the mysterious venerable. The scar-faced venerable and the others had a bitter expression. They couldn't do anything in the current situation, and could only rely on the mysterious venerable. If the other party lost, they would definitely retreat obediently. The mysterious Martial Highness harumphed coldly. His murderous aura skyrocketed like a burning divine spear. "I've heard that the Wild Palm Scholar's palm art is extremely exquisite. Today, I would like to experience it for myself." The mysterious supreme expert suddenly made his move. His body turned into a streak of lightning as he rushed over at an inconceivable speed. He punched out, and his terrifying fist tore through the sky. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that came crashing down. This fist was too heavy, causing the entire void to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if a meteorite had descended from the heavens, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. For a moment, the Ma family's patriarch and the others all retreated, giving them enough distance. The middle-aged scholar was still holding the yellowed book, but his expression was no longer lazy. His eyes had become sharp. Then, he waved his palm. The sky was collapsing. Following this palm strike, the entire region collapsed. Billowing waves of energy rose up to a height of 300 meters and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire sky was boiling. Countless rays of light flickered, burning like flames. The terrifying fist and the blazing palm shadow intertwined, forming countless energy storms that surged in the sky. The light made the stars and moon in the sky dim. After pushing out his palm, the middle-aged scholar became incomparably violent. His body was dazzling like a golden sun. Stormy wave palm. The palm shadow was like a roaring wave. Huge energy tsunamis surged forward, sealing off all directions. The sky rumbled incessantly. An indescribable aura shrouded Quicksand City as if a real sea had appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone in Quicksand City saw this strange phenomenon. Of course, that terrifying aura made them tremble. The mysterious Supreme Expert's expression finally changed. Facing this arrogant palm, he did not take it head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. However, the light palm was too powerful and firmly locked onto him. In the end, he could not avoid it and could only take it head-on. Boom, as if thunder had exploded, the mysterious Supreme Expert was blasted back hundreds of meters. He directly stepped on the void and cracked it. His arm was trembling slightly, and there were drops of blood dripping from his fingertips. This palm had injured him. Wild Palm Scholar, I'll remember this palm. I'll definitely return it in the future. The mysterious Supreme Expert snorted coldly and then soared into the sky. Such a huge commotion had long alarmed everyone. Moreover, with the Wild Palm Scholar around, he could not make a move at all. Seeing that the mysterious Supreme Expert had retreated, the hearts of the Skarsgård Venerable and the other two trembled. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly turned into rays of light and disappeared. The operation to kill Lin Xian collapsed just like that. After the middle-aged scholar repelled the powerful enemy, he did not stay and quickly disappeared into the void. The great ancestor of the Ma family and the elder of the Nangong family looked at each other and flew down. It seemed that Lin Xian was safe, and they did not have to stay there anymore. In the courtyard, the Crimson Dragon had been observing the situation outside. At this moment, when it saw that everyone had retreated, it heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, its formation would not be able to withstand so many venerables. Lin Xian did not know about this. He closed his eyes tightly and formed a strange seal with his hands. Wisps of spiritual sword chi flowed out of his body and circled around him. The area around him was completely filled with sword chi. These sword chi intertwined and formed a unique domain. The entire phenomenon lasted for a full 3 days before it gradually disappeared. Finally, a shocking dragon roar and sword cry sounded. In a trance, the shadow of a divine sword rushed into the sky. In the next moment, these sounds and phenomena quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a materialized sword light that was 30 meters long. It pierced through the void and surged in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely excited like a child. After 3 life-and-death battles, he had finally condensed a true martial soul. Although he had not entered the venerable state, his true combat strength was not weaker than a first-stage venerable state martial artist at all. Moreover, his cultivation had increased again and reached the peak of the spirit-detecting state. It could be said that the current Lin Xian's strength had a qualitative leap. The current him was definitely the #1 person among the younger generation in the Sand region. Let's go out for a stroll. Lin Xian was in a good mood and went out with the snow-white little monkey and the Crimson Dragon. After obtaining a sword soul, he did not have to be afraid of doing things because he already had the ability to contend with venerables. Lin Xian walked on the street and immediately caused a commotion. They knew about the phenomenon in the sky 3 days ago. Several venerables failed to kill Lin Xian, and this caused a huge sensation in Quicksand City. Now, the source of this sensation, the target that countless venerables wanted to kill, had appeared. Lin Xian's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Many people were shocked, but they were also very curious. They wanted to know what realm Lin Xian had reached and whether he had condensed a true martial soul. However, no one dared to try. Unless they were geniuses, they would not be able to do so. Lin Xian ignored these people and walked toward the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena with a satisfied expression. Brother Xian, you're here. Nan Gongseng was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Xian. Then, Ma Rulong also came out. The two of them pulled Lin Xian into the backyard. How is it? Did you break through? Ma Rulong's eyes were eager. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He had just broken through to the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Pfft, Nan Gongseng spat out a mouthful of spirit tea. Who asked about that? I'm talking about martial souls. Martial souls? Lin Xian smiled and rubbed his nose. Take a guess. Big brother, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Looking at Brother Lin's appearance, he must have succeeded. Ma Rulong's face was filled with envy. He did succeed. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to help you condense martial souls. The Crimson Dragon had told him about what happened that night. Lin Xian was grateful to the two of them for inviting their family's venerables. He knew that he had not made these two friends for nothing, so he would definitely do his best to help them break through. Really? Their eyes lit up when they heard that. Venerables were powerhouses. Just their lifespan alone was at least 800 years. It was definitely something that would make countless warriors go crazy. Brother Xian, I'll follow you from now on. Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. He was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under normal circumstances, he would never be able to reach the Venerable's realm in his lifetime. But now, Lin Xian had given him hope. How could he not be excited? Ma Rulong was also excited. He was also a genius and his goal in life was to reach the Venerable's realm. According to his natural talent and resources, he might be able to enter the Exalt realm in 100 to 200 years. However, things were different now. With Lin Xian around, he knew that this time would be greatly reduced. After all, Lin Xian had merely utilized an extremely short period of time to advance into the Exalt realm. Wait a moment. Lin Xian began collecting the items left behind by Lord Alcohol. Back then, Lord Alcohol had left behind a lot of information on martial arts manuals, array formations, and pills. Lin Xian had been busy breaking through his martial soul and hadn't studied them carefully. He remembered that among the materials, there were some martial arts that should be very suitable for the two of them. Now was the time to take them out. Found it. Lin Xian smiled, then took out a jade slip to defend his forehead and copied the martial arts into it. Soon, he handed the 2 jade slips to the two of them. Brother Ma, this is a sacred flame spear art. It is a half-earth tier martial art. It is not suitable for you to take a look. Hearing this, Ma Rulong's eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. Although a half-earth tier martial art was inferior to an earth tier martial art, it was still an extremely rare existence. Now that Lin Xian had given it to him so generously, he was truly surprised. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. He would follow Lin Xian for the rest of his life. Me. Nan Gongseng anxiously shouted. Don't worry, I won't forget about you. Lin Xian smiled and took out the other jade slip. This is the water element gentle fist. It is also a half-earth tier martial art. Really? That's great. Nan Gongseng excitedly said. The two of them excitedly watched. Then, they followed Lin Xian to the Alliance Arena to sign up. There were only a few days left until the Alliance Arena began. He had to sign up in order to obtain the Divine Dream Bone. With Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong, the three of them set off together. The Alliance Arena was jointly organized by several top forces of Quicksand City. Among them were the Blackwood family, Nangong family, Ma family, and others. After Lin Xian appeared, the people from the other forces were still fine. But, the people from Blackwood Stronghold all had gloomy complexions. These people's eyes burned with anger. They wished that they could skin Lin Xian alive. Among them, Blackwood Cliff was also present. After he saw Lin Xian, his entire body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he wished to rush forwards and slap him to death. But, he didn't do anything. This was because he didn't know whether or not Lin Xian had broken through to that step. If Lin Xian made a breakthrough, then he would only be looking for trouble. Thus, before he could ascertain Lin Xian's true strength, he wouldn't do anything. However, he didn't conceal the cold killing intent that surged from his body at all. "Brother Blackwood, what's the matter?" several youths beside him asked, puzzled. These youths wore 5-colored battle robes and had arrogant expressions. It was clear that they weren't from Quicksand City, but rather disciples of some great outer region influence. "It's nothing. I just saw an old enemy." Blackwood Cliff shook his head. "This guy's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid that in the younger generation of the Sand region, no one can match him." The reason why Blackwood Cliff said this was, of course, to draw hatred towards Lin Xian. The youths beside him weren't ordinary youths, but genius martial artists from the Divine Bird Palace. These people often had their eyes on top of their heads and were very arrogant. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. They were even more unconvinced of those famous martial artists in the Sand region. It was best for them to investigate Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, if Lin Xian was too strong and injured the other party, that would be even better. At that time, Lin Xian and the Divine Bird Palace would become enemies. With the strength of the Divine Bird Palace, killing Lin Xian would be a matter of minutes. Therefore, in front of these Divine Bird Palace disciples, Blackwood Cliff praised Lin Xian to the sky. Sure enough, after the youths of the Divine Bird Palace heard this, they all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flashed coldly. One of the single-eyed youths laughed disdainfully. "Number one of the younger generation? Him? Brother Blackwood, are you mistaken? This kid's aura is very weak. I'm afraid he hasn't even reached the limit of the spirit channeling realm. How can he be the number one of the younger generation? Don't underestimate him. I once lost to him." In order to make this youth fight, Blackwood Cliff didn't hesitate to reveal the scandal of his defeat. "What? You lost to him?" The youths were surprised. Their eyes were full of doubt. Blackwood Cliff didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that this seemingly weak youth really had a terrifying battle strength? "Be careful. That kid also likes Murong Goddess. I'm afraid he's a strong opponent," Blackwood Cliff said insidiously. We'll know if he's strong or not." One of the single-eyed youths revealed an evil smile and strode forward. As a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, he naturally didn't put others in his eyes, especially the Sand region genius. In his eyes, the Sand region was just a remote place. How could there be a genius in such a place? It was just a fight between frogs at the bottom of a well. Moreover, the opponent's aura was pitifully weak, so he didn't put him in his eyes. A sneer appeared in Blackwood Cliff's eyes. He quickly followed. His goal had been achieved. The next step was to see how strong both sides were. Lin Xian and Nan Gongsang were watching in the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a strong killing intent coming towards him. Frowning, he turned his head and squinted his eyes. Because he saw a young man in a colorful robe walking towards him with He Muya and the others behind him. Although he didn't know the young man, Lin Xian was familiar with his clothes. It was the clothes of the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect the people of the Divine Bird Palace to come. He just didn't know if these people were here for the competition or to catch him. Lin Xian was puzzled and secretly vigilant. However, he wasn't afraid. After he condensed a real sword soul, he didn't fear the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. Now that he had a real sword soul, Lin Xian even dared to challenge venerables, let alone these young warriors. So, seeing the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming, he sneered. If they didn't open their eyes and dared to trouble him, he didn't mind using them as a test. It just so happened that he also wanted to try his strength after condensing a real sword soul. Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong also saw the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace coming towards them. If it was before, the two of them would be on guard. But now, they weren't nervous at all. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. They knew that Lin Xian had condensed a real martial soul and was definitely the number one person in the younger generation. Even the older generation experts might not be his match, let alone these people. So, in their opinion, those who dared to trouble Lin Xian were definitely courting death. "You're the number one person in the younger generation of the Sand region?" The young man with eyelids walked up and looked at Lin Xian condescendingly. He didn't know Lin Xian's name, and he didn't participate in the mission to kill Lin Xian, so he didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, he didn't think in that direction. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he carefully looked at the young man in front of him. These people were between the ages of 25 to 30, and they were almost 10 years older than Lin Xian. It could be said that these people were the true young elites of the Divine Bird Palace. The people that Lin Xian had met in the Lost Lands could only be regarded as the reserve team of the Divine Bird Palace. The strength of those people was much weaker than the ones in front of him. The first? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If that's what you think, I don't have any objections. Brat, you're very arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to? The young man with single eyelids had a cold look in his eyes. He believed that if the other party knew his identity, he would be scared shitless. What status? Aren't you just a stupid bird? You don't even know that you've been used as a tool. How pathetic. Shui Lin sneered in disdain. How could he not know about Blackwood Cliff's little tricks? He just couldn't be bothered. However, since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Brat, you're courting death. The young man with single eyelids' face darkened and his eyes burned with anger. In an instant, a divine light materialized and pierced towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he raised his left palm and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. As a genius warrior of the Divine Bird Palace, he had a trace of the divine bird's blood flowing in his body. Now a brat dared to call him a stupid bird. This was the greatest blasphemy to him. Only by killing him could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Facing the attack of the young man with single eyelids, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and released 2 rays of sword light to meet the other party's gaze. At the same time, he snorted and pointed his finger like a sword. Clang, the 2 materialized gazes collided, causing the void to tremble and bursting out a series of sparks. Then, Lin Xian's sword finger pointed at the other party's palm and repelled the young man with single eyelids. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The young man with single eyelids took 5 steps back. His handsome face became extremely ferocious. His left hand hung down powerlessly and there was a horrible bloody hole in his palm with blood flowing out. What? Heimui's face changed greatly. He was the closest and naturally saw the whole process. Lin Xian injured the genius of the Divine Bird Palace with just 1 finger. This kind of strength was terrifying. Could it be that he has really reached that step? Heimui's face was very ugly, but he was very puzzled because he did not feel the power of the martial soul at all. The others were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to fight with someone as soon as he came out. Moreover, he entered the foreign genius with just 1 move. The other disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked and had a dull look on their faces. The young man with single eyelids was considered a superior existence among them, but he could not withstand 1 finger from the other party. They could not accept this fact at all. The young man with single eyelids had a ferocious look on his face. He was like an injured beast that had lost his mind. As a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, he had always been the center of attention. This time, he came to the quicksand region and did not put the indigenous warriors in his eyes. In his opinion, how could there be any masters in such a barbaric place? However, he was injured the first time he fought, and it was by 1 finger. This was absolutely a great humiliation to him. Boy, I'm going to kill you. The young man with single eyelids went crazy. He could not accept being injured in front of so many people. With a roar, his right fist suddenly blasted out. It was as if a galaxy was roaring in the void. The divine light was dazzling, and the void shook violently. This fist was like a shocking rainbow, dazzling to the extreme. The terrifying power hovered in the air, forming a spiral attack that quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. If this punch hit, Lin Xian's head would definitely explode. Lin Xian sneered. His finger moved in the void and slashed forward. His movements were very soft and light, as if he was swatting a fly. A sword light quickly swept through the void. The sword shadow was translucent and as fast as lightning. It only made the air vibrate slightly, and then it arrived in front of the young man with single eyelids. Everyone only saw the young man's body tremble violently, and then he flew out at a speed faster than before. Boom, the young man landed 100 meters away, and a terrible crack appeared on the ground. The armor on his chest was all cracked, and a terrible sword mark appeared on his abdomen. If it was deeper, his whole body would have been split in half. Hiss, everyone gasped. What kind of skill was this? It was terrifying. He seriously injured the genius of Divine Bird Palace with one blow. The rest of the disciples of Divine Bird Palace quickly came to the young man with single eyelids, looking nervous. Then they looked at Lin Xian with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. Next to them, Xianxia recovered from the initial shock, and then he was ecstatic. He made his move. Lin Xian injured a disciple of Divine Bird Palace. He was definitely going to die. With pride in his heart, Xianxia sneered, "Boy, do you know who you injured?" "Humph, it's just a little bird. How dare they call themselves Divine Bird Palace? They don't deserve the word divine." Next to him, the Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws and said with disdain. Now that it had obtained a large number of primordial young stones, its strength had been restored to the half-step venerable realm after a few days of cultivation. Although it could not be compared to before, it was able to use several secret techniques. Moreover, with its current speed, it was confident that it could escape from a venerable. After so many days, it was finally able to speak in front of everyone. A talking snake. It's a snake demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They had never seen such a spiritual monster. Damn it, you're the snake demon, your whole family are snake demons. The Crimson Dragon looked unhappy and indignant. Blackwood Cliff was extremely shocked. He could no longer care about the talking snake, because from the other party's words, Lin Xian seemed to know the identity of the young man with single eyelids. However, even so, he still dared to attack, which showed that Lin Xian did not take these people seriously at all. Blackwood Cliff's face was very ugly because he found that Lin Xian was not afraid of the Divine Bird Palace at all. He found that all his plans had failed. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart because Lin Xian had injured the people of the Divine Bird Palace. With the Divine Bird Palace's methods, they would never let Lin Xian go. Sure enough, the other disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were angry and murderous. "Boy, you dare to injure the people of the Divine Bird Palace, wait for your death." "Humph, a bunch of stupid birds." The Crimson Dragon sneered, "You don't know that you've been fooled. That black boy knows that we're strong, but he kept provoking you. He obviously has bad intentions. You're still foolishly shouting, do you really think we don't dare to kill you?" The blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon flowed in its body, so it did not have a good impression of these self-proclaimed divine birds. If it had not lost its dragon essence, it would have slapped them all to death. "Guys, don't listen to its nonsense. He's obviously trying to sow discord between us." Blackwood Cliff's face changed and hurriedly explained. "Humph, whatever you say is useless. You hurt the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, you'll pay with your life." The young men looked ferocious. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, Lin Xian was able to heavily injure the young man with single eyelids in one move. His strength was definitely not something they could contend against. However, this time, not only did the younger generation come, but the venerable ones from the clan also came along. As long as the clan's elders made a move, they would definitely be able to kill the detestable little thief in front of them. "Get lost. Otherwise, Ben Huang will skewer you and roast the birds," the Crimson Dragon threatened. The little white monkey sat on the back of the Crimson Dragon, its eyes filled with disdain. "Just you wait, you're dead." Several disciples of Divine Bird Palace quickly lifted the injured young man with single eyelids and left quickly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the famous disciple of Divine Bird Palace would run away without a fight. However, they soon felt relieved because Lin Xian's performance was too terrifying. He was able to injure that kind of genius expert with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was definitely unfathomable, and it was very likely that he had already reached that level. As for the threat of Divine Bird Palace, Lin Xian didn't take it to heart. The grudge between him and Divine Bird Palace wasn't that small. Both sides were already in a state of irreconcilable enmity, so when encountering a disciple of Divine Bird Palace, he would definitely not be lenient. If it weren't for the fact that killing was prohibited in the city, he would have killed him long ago. Then, he looked at Blackwood Cliff. "You instigated the disciples of the big forces to attack, and you secretly benefited. You're very skilled at using these despicable methods. Lin Xian sneered, a person like you doesn't deserve to be the Sand Region's heaven's pride. I won't kill you because it will dirty my hands. Get lost. This voice was cold, sonorous, and powerful, spreading in all directions. You dashed Blackwood Cliff trembled with anger. Lin Xian dared to scold him in public, which made him very mad. The elders of Blackwood Fort were also furious. They all stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. What, you want to fight? You can try. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The people of Blackwood Fort trembled with anger, especially Blackwood Cliff. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself. In the end, he waved his sleeve and left while gnashing his teeth. The others were dumbfounded. Was this still the arrogant heaven's pride? In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even dare to fart. Brother Lin, this time the disciples of Divine Bird Palace aren't the only ones who came. There are also a few venerables. You have to be careful. Ma Rulong said in a deep voice. I have a deep grudge with Divine Bird Palace. It's impossible to turn enemies into friends. You two be careful. Don't get too close to me for the time being. You two develop your strength in secret first. When the time is right, we'll talk again. Lin Xian said. At present, Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were too weak to be of much use. There was no benefit in tying them to him. It was better for them to develop their strength in secret. This was the best choice. Lin Xian discovered that as his cultivation increased, he needed a powerful influence more and more. This wasn't just to protect his life, but also to accumulate resources. After seeing the disciples of those large influences, Lin Xian realized that compared to them, the resources he had weren't anything at all. For example, in the Palace of Gods of War, any supremacy would be able to create an entire Yuanyang stone mine. Compared to other places, it was definitely a huge resource. Moreover, he didn't have the time or energy to gather the resources he needed. But, if he had a great influence behind him that could help him with these matters, it would save him a great deal of effort. Thus, Lin Xian had plans to develop his own influence. Of course, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly develop it. Only by giving these matters to the people he trusted the most could he feel at ease. After Lin Xian finished registering, he left. All he needed to do was wait for the competition to begin. Moreover, he had already made plans. After obtaining the Divine Dream Bone, he planned to leave the Sand Region and make a trip to War God Palace. This was because that was where he could find his father's whereabouts. As for Nan Gongseng, Ma Long, and the others, Lin Xian planned to have them develop in the Sand Region first. Of course, he would leave behind enough resources for them to cultivate. Of course, these matters would only begin after he obtained the Divine Dream Bone. For the next several days, Lin Xian lived a very leisurely life. During the day, he brought the Crimson Dragon and the little snow-white monkey to stroll through the city, tasting all sorts of delicacies. At night, he returned to the quiet courtyard and quietly cultivated. At this time, it was like she was living the life of an ordinary person, filled with serenity and serenity. This allowed his battle-hardened heart to settle down. Experiencing life or death battles was a type of experience, but living a peaceful and tranquil life was also another type of experience. Looking at the flowers blooming and withering in front of the courtyard, Lin Xian felt another form of life. This was something he hadn't experienced before. Now that he had condensed a true martial soul, he had new understandings of these things. Perhaps these things weren't of much use right now, but Lin Xian had a premonition that his future road of martial arts wouldn't be purely about increasing his combat strength. Increasing his soul and state of mind would be equally important. Thus, comprehending these things ahead of time would only bring him benefits. On this day, Lin Xian brought the snow-white monkey and the crimson dragon out once again. At this moment, Quicksand City was abnormally lively. There was an endless stream of people on the streets, and the people in the various arenas were in a hubbub. The light was boundless, and the momentum was extremely vast. At this moment, the Alliance Combat Tournament had already begun. The various arenas had become the competition venue for the elimination matches. A prodigy like Lin Xian naturally did not need to participate in the preliminary elimination matches. He only needed to wait for the finals. However, since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian decided to enter and take a look. Then, he bought a ticket and entered the Namgong family's arena. It was a hubbub of voices, and the crowd was like a black tide. Lin Xian took a seat in the last row and looked down at the arena below. The cultivators in the Namgong combat tournament had very high cultivation, so they only needed to win 10 matches in a row to automatically win and enter the next round of the tournament. Looking around, Lin Xian sighed in admiration. As one of the top families in Quicksand City, the Namgong family's strength was very strong. The scale of this arena alone was more than 10 times larger than his Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. The entire arena was divided into 4 levels. The lower 2 levels were ordinary seats, and the upper 2 levels were exquisite private rooms for some cultivators with status to watch the matches. The surroundings were richly ornamented, and the huge stone pillars were carved with all kinds of rare beasts. Young ladies in light muslin carried exquisite spirit wine as they shuttled through the crowd. Even if they were taken advantage of occasionally, they would just turn around and smile. They were not angry. The entire arena was very spacious. Lin Xian estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. One had to know that his ticket to enter just now cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Not counting other things, just the ticket alone could earn the arena 5 million mid-grade spirit stones in a day. If he went out to defend and protect, he could earn 2 to 3 million mid-grade spirit stones in a day. This speed was too fast. It was as if he was sitting still and countless spirit stones were rolling in. Of course, such a grand occasion could only be seen in the Alliance martial arts competition. However, it was enough to show that the battle arena was definitely an extremely profitable business. Although Lin Xian sat in the back row and blended into the tens of thousands of people, he was quickly recognized. The deacon of the Namgong family invited Lin Xian to a private room on the 3rd floor. The entire private room was very big, like a small palace. The interior was beautifully decorated, richly ornamented, and magnificent. 4 young girls with impressive figures and beautiful faces slowly walked in. 2 of them were carrying exquisite spirit wine and various delicacies. The other girl stood behind Lin Xian and massaged him with her jade-like hands. The last beautiful girl pulled open the curtains in front of her, revealing a one-way transparent crystal glass. As Lin Xian enjoyed the fine wine and food, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of a private room, the level of treatment was definitely not something that those ordinary martial artists could enjoy. He leaned back comfortably on the recliner. From here, he could see the competition through the crystal glass in front of him. Ha ha ha. Are all the martial artists of the Sand region trash? You can't even take one of my moves. An extremely arrogant voice came from below. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that there was a trace of immaturity in the voice. It was obviously the voice of a youth. Lin Xian frowned and looked down. He saw a youth in a colorful robe standing on the super arena below with his hands behind his back. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Hearing this, the martial artists of the 1st and 2nd floors of the Sand region trembled with anger. They stared at the youth on the stage like hungry wolves, but none of them dared to make a move. This youth was too terrifying. He could send a peak spirit realm expert flying with one slap. This kind of person was definitely a top genius. Lin Xian was slightly surprised because he found that the arrogant youth was actually a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. However, looking at his age, he was much younger than the young man with single eyelids. He was probably 17 or 18 years old. Judging from his cultivation, this youth seemed to be stronger than the young man with single eyelids. Interesting. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Below, after the youth in the colorful roar, a strong young man suddenly roared and rushed into the arena. Bang, his feet landed on the ground, shaking the entire arena. It was as if a huge demonic mountain had fallen to the ground. The violent power made people tremble. Boy, you are very arrogant. Take my punch. The young man roared and punched out with both fists. They were like 2 angry dragons roaring in the air. Crack! 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 Wherever the fist wind passed, the hard diamond ground cracked. One could imagine how powerful this punch was. The void trembled and the wind blew like a ghost's howl. This punch caused exclamations from all around. However, the youth in the colorful robe sneered disdainfully. Looking at the fist rushing towards him, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waited until the fist was close to him before he made his move. The youth raised his palm and then slapped it out. Bang, the surrounding air trembled violently. Countless spiritual energy surged and roared like a tsunami. The terrifying sound of the collision was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone's ears to tremble. The young man flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. Countless cracks appeared on his arms and scarlet blood splattered all over the ground. Shocked, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the martial arts arena exclaimed. Such a powerful young man was seriously injured by a single slap. This youth was too terrifying. The youth in the colorful robe slapped the young man flying and said disdainfully, "Too weak. You are not even comparable to a fly." "Who else? Who can take my slap?" This voice was extremely arrogant and echoed in the arena. It shouldn't be. With his strength, it's impossible for him to participate in this kind of elimination competition. Could there be something wrong with this? Everyone discussed. They had seen this youth's strength and it was indeed terrifying. This kind of person could directly participate in the finals, but they didn't expect him to come to such a place. Zhu stood in the arena with an arrogant face. He enjoyed the horrified gazes of the surrounding people. With his strength, he could naturally enter the finals directly. However, killing weak warriors in the beginner's arena was more satisfying for his perverted mentality. Why would a warrior of this level appear here? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Naturally, he didn't know about the other party's perverted mentality. That youth insisted. He could have entered the finals directly, but he refused. A woman beside him said softly. "Oh?" Lin Xian was surprised and turned to look at the youth on his right. The woman was in her 20s. She was beautiful and had a proud figure. At this moment, she was looking at Lin Xian with a smile. "You know?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "I know about such a small matter. If you want to know anything else, please ask." The beautiful girl said with a smile. "Do you know anything about that young man?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The beautiful girl said softly, "Zhu Ning, from the Divine Bird Palace. He's 17 years old and arrogant. His cultivation has reached the half-step honorable realm. Because of the divine bird's blood flowing through his veins, his martial soul is a divine bird." The girl said softly. Her information was very detailed. Lin Xian was shocked and became alert. "You don't look like an ordinary maid. Lin Gongzi, don't worry. Even an honorable realm expert can't hurt you, let alone a few weak girls like us." Hearing this, the other young women also laughed softly. "Oh? You know me." Lin Xian rubbed his nose. When he entered, the Nangong family elder did not mention his name. "Don't misunderstand, young master. We are from the Merry Woods. This time, the Nangong family invited us to assist in the martial competition. A few days ago, at the Merry Woods, we naturally saw young master's style. So that's how it is." Lin Xian suddenly understood. He did not expect the Nangong family to invite people from the Merry Woods to serve them. That was really generous. The Merry Woods was a real money-squandering establishment. Without a certain amount of wealth, one could not even enter the door. And now, the Nangong family had arranged for 4 girls from the Merry Woods to serve each private room for this martial competition. "What's your name?" Lin Xian asked the beautiful girl on the right. "My name is Ruyu." "Ruyu, beautiful as jade. What a good name. Young master, you flatter me." Ruyu giggled and walked up, her hips swaying as she poured Lin Xian a glass of spirit wine. Lin Xian drank it in one gulp and then looked down at the arena. On the arena, Zhu Ning's next opponent had already appeared. It was a young man in purple. This young man was extraordinary. His whole body was surrounded by purple energy, emitting a strong surge of power. He was not a warrior from the Sand region, but a genius warrior from the Purple Chi Pavilion. Purple Chi from the east. The purple-clothed young man used his ultimate skill as soon as he arrived. Purple chi surged all over his body, forming a purple cloud as he quickly rushed forward. Multicolored light filled the sky, forming a blazing wave of energy that wreaked havoc in the air. Zhu sneered as his right palm struck down. The wind from his palm was like a blade, violent and sharp to the extreme. It was like a silver river hanging upside down in the void. The blazing radiance intertwined with the brilliant purple clouds, forming waves of energy. Wang, Zhu sneered. His palm turned into a claw, and he clawed at the void. Suddenly, a huge phantom of a beast claw appeared in the void, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. The beast claws were terrifying. Each one of them was as thick as a mountain. They filled the void like 5 huge mountains. The purple clouds were torn apart, and then the beast claw phantom grabbed at the purple-robed young man with an even more violent aura. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The purple-clothed young man formed a seal with his palms, and his body shot out like a bolt of purple lightning. At the same time, countless purple figures appeared in the void. Every one of them looked like a real person, making it impossible to tell which one was real. These purple figures flew quickly in the void like bolts of purple lightning, and they quickly surrounded Zhu to kill him. Child's play. Break it. Zhu sneered disdainfully. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long, and red divine flames danced on them, evaporating the void. His wings flapped, and flames filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. In an instant, countless purple figures were burned to ashes in the raging flames. The purple-clothed young man's real body appeared, and he looked extremely flustered. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Bolts of purple lightning intertwined in his palms, forming a terrifying energy ball. Once the purple energy ball appeared, the surrounding air trembled, as if it could not withstand its power. Then, the purple-clothed young man waved his palms, and they shrouded the area in front of him. The purple lightning ball in his palms turned into a bolt of lightning that shot forward. Humph, you think you're worthy of using lightning? Zhu sneered disdainfully. He roared and spat out a bolt of blue lightning. The lightning was bright and dazzling. Countless bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky, and its aura was terrifying. In an instant, the blue lightning pierced through the purple lightning ball. The next moment, it hit the purple-clothed young man. Boom, a low rumble of thunder sounded in the surroundings. The purple-clothed young man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was charred black, and he fell onto the arena, twitching uncontrollably. Around him, the hard diamond ground was smashed into a terrifying crater, and black smoke rose from the ground around him. It was extremely terrifying. He was too powerful. He was definitely a young prodigy, everyone's hearts palpitated. The strength that Zhu displayed had already surpassed everyone else, and he was at the level of a prodigy. This guy is extremely similar to Lin Xian. He's also an invincible existence. Many people discussed and compared him to Lin Xian. When Zhu heard these discussions, his face darkened, and he shouted coldly, "What, Lin Xian? How dare he compare himself to me? Get him out here, and I'll kill him with one slap." He wanted to dominate the world, not be on the same level as anyone. Humph, stop bragging. I remember that a few days ago, Lin Xian severely injured your senior brother with one move. Don't you think it's a bit late for you to be so arrogant here? In the crowd, a sneer sounded. The voice was erratic, and no one could tell where it came from. However, it was obvious that the person who spoke did not like the actions of the Divine Bird Palace. Humph, so what? I wasn't there at the time. If I was, I would have killed him with one hand. Also, don't worry. He dared to injure a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. I won't let him go. Don't you think Lin Xian is powerful? Go and tell him now that I'm waiting here. Tell him to get his ass over here and accept his death. These words were extremely arrogant, and he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful, and it was very likely that he had already taken that crucial step. However, now someone dared to challenge him. It was simply audacious. Many people were even more furious because they had already regarded Lin Xian as their idol. Now that someone had insulted their idol, they could not wait to fight back. Now, they hoped that Lin Xian would appear and beat the arrogant kid in front of them. In a private room on the third floor, Lin Xian was half lying on a rattan chair, enjoying the service of 4 stunning beauties. His gaze was slightly gloomy as he looked down with a trace of coldness. However, he had no intention of making a move. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only a half-step venerable. He was no challenge to him. Therefore, Lin Xian was too lazy to make a move. However, the other 4 girls in the private room looked at Lin Xian curiously with a puzzled expression. "You're not angry?" Ruyu asked. "An ignorant brat is just being arrogant. What's there to be angry about? Do you think I'll lower myself to his level?" Lin Xian shook his head and took a sip of the wine in his hand. "I don't understand. If it were me, I would definitely return the favor." Ruyu's small face was slightly raised. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Go down and send him away." Lin Xian sat up straight and said with a smile. He naturally knew that Ruyu was provoking him to make a move. "Me?" Ruyu was stunned. She quickly shook her head. "I'm no match for him. Don't worry. I've already figured out his flaws. As long as you do as I say, you'll definitely succeed. He has a martial soul prototype. Even if I know his flaws, it's futile in front of such absolute strength." Ruyu did not dare to agree. She did not want to risk her life. "Don't worry. I don't want you to win against him." Lin Xian smiled. "Then what do you want?" "It's simple. Since he's speaking so arrogantly, of course I want to slap him in the face." Ruyu was slightly taken aback. Then, she laughed. It seemed that the young man in front of her was not as calm as he appeared. Then, Lin Xian told Ruyu about Zhu Ning's flaws and secretly transferred some energy into her body. With this energy, she could definitely hit Zhu Ning. Below, Zhu Ning sensed the crowd's angry and fearful gazes and felt very pleased. "Humph, what elite. That Lin Xian is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out." Seeing that Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen, Zhu Ning became even more arrogant. "Humph, what's there to be arrogant about? If Lin Xian can send your senior brother flying with 1 strike, he can definitely severely injure you with 1 strike." A young girl screamed angrily. Lin Xian was her idol. She would not allow anyone to humiliate him. "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to him striking me." Zhu Ning sneered. "But where is your idol? He doesn't even dare to come out." Zhu Ning's voice became louder and louder. It shook the void like the roar of 10,000 beasts. The crowd was furious, especially the disciples of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. This feeling was too sullen. However, at that moment, a graceful figure floated out from the private room on the 3rd floor. She landed lightly on the arena like a graceful swan. The crowd was stunned. They did not expect the person to be a lady. Judging from her attire, she seemed to be a servant. Zhu Ning laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Is there no one else in the sand region? They actually sent a servant. Little girl, get out of here. I don't kill women." "Humph, don't be so arrogant. I'm here on Lin Gongzi's orders to slap your face." A gentle voice sounded like a cool breeze. This woman was naturally Ruyu. At this moment, she had already received the information imparted to her by Lin Xian and came to the arena. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. Could this woman have been sent by Lin Xian? But this woman's aura is only at the limit realm. She's not Zhu Ning's match at all. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. Zhu Ning's face was even more gloomy. A little maid, an ant-like character, dared to humiliate him in public. Killing intent rose in his heart. "Originally, I don't kill women, but since you're looking for death, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that bullsh** T Lin Xian. He didn't dare to stand up for himself and actually sent a woman up. Such a person is worse than trash. Cut the crap, take this." Ruyu cried out. Her figure was like duckweed as she quickly swept out. "You're courting death." Zhu Ning sneered. The flame wings on his back were hundreds of feet long. A sea of fire floated and burned fiercely. The crowd below exclaimed. This move was too powerful. Even the purple-robed youth could not withstand it, let alone a little maid. Countless young female warriors screamed and covered their eyes. They did not dare to watch what was going to happen next. The male warriors sighed. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman was about to be burned to ashes by the raging flames. However, unexpectedly, Ryu's speed suddenly exploded. She kept changing positions in the void, and each time she appeared in an area where the flames were the weakest. Her movement technique was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, she was beside Juning. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect a little maid to have such a powerful movement technique. She could actually break through the sea of fire attack. Juning was also stunned. Then, his face became terrifyingly gloomy. He snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab the figure in front of him. Although the other party's movement technique was strange and she was beside him, in his opinion, it was useless because the gap between them was like a chasm. Did Lin Xian really think that an ant could shake a giant dragon? What a joke, therefore, Zhu Ning's eyes were full of disdain when facing Ryu. Ryu also waved her hand, and her slender hand quickly slapped out. Everyone sighed. How could a little maid block Zhu Ning's palm? However, what happened next stunned them. Ryu's palm suddenly exploded with a powerful force. It bloomed with countless rays of light like a small sun. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. In the next moment, Zhu Ning flew out. A clear palm print appeared on his cheek. It was bright red, everyone was stunned. It was like a dream. A maid really slapped Zhu Ning's face. How was this possible? Ryu was delighted. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. The power in her hand just now was naturally injected into her body by Lin Xian. It exploded at the same time and easily broke through Zhu Ning's defense. You. Die. Zhu Ning covered his handsome face. Hatred danced in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that tore the void apart. A fierce murderous aura was emitted from his body. It was accompanied by a sea of fire that enveloped half of the void. At this moment, the entire arena exploded with a heart-palpitating fluctuation. A fierce and terrifying murderous aura was emitted from Zhu Ning's body and rushed towards Ryu. Not good. Ryu was shocked. She wanted to escape, but her body seemed to be bound. She couldn't move at all. That terrifying aura was like a cage that tightly suppressed her. This was the power of a martial soul prototype. It had an absolute advantage over ordinary warriors. Am I going to die? Ryu was shocked. Her mind was blank. However, in the next moment, a golden palm that carried a sky full of thunder and lightning suddenly grabbed down from the void. It was like the palm of a thunder god. It instantly tore the terrifying aura apart. Then, the golden palm wrapped around Ryu and quickly retreated to the private room on the 3rd floor. Want to leave? Not so easy. Stay here. Zhu Ning roared angrily. He was like an ancient fierce beast. How could he let her escape safely? The flames on his body surged and condensed into a flaming palm that chased upwards. However, he was a step too late. The golden palm instantly took Ryu away as if it had never appeared. Seeing the flaming palm fall, Zhu Ning roared in anger. His voice was like a sword that pierced through the sky and shattered the clouds. Madness appeared in his eyes. He quickly urged the flaming palm in the void to attack the private room on the 3rd floor. Everyone was shocked. If this palm landed, the entire arena would probably split into 2 halves in an instant. Even the expressions of the Nangong family elders changed. Those in the private rooms on the 3rd floor were all people with high status. If they were to suffer a heavy blow in their arena, it would be an unimaginable disaster. They looked at each other and decided to quickly take action. However, before they could act, a cold snort sounded out from the private room. Like an invisible sword, it instantly cut the flaming palm in half. Hoo, the giant flaming palm was split in half, turning into countless sparks that fell from the sky. Following that, a calm voice sounded out. I'll give you a warning this time. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread out in all directions. Moreover, it contained a sharp aura that caused one's heart to tremble. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Everyone was excited, their faces flushed red. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had sent out a maid, but she had easily slapped Zhu Ning's face. This was absolute contempt. Countless people were excited, wishing they could raise their arms and cheer. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't dare to fight, but that he simply didn't place Zhu Ning in his eyes. This was a type of contempt, the contempt of the strong towards the weak. Zhu Ning's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was so angry that his entire body trembled, and his chest felt like it would explode. Thinking of his previous actions, he ground his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. He was like a clown that had been slapped unconscious. Disgrace, this was definitely the greatest disgrace in his life. Lin Xian, I want you dead. I'll definitely kill you. Zhu Ning was crazed as he roared with unwillingness. He had been humiliated, but he couldn't fight back. He was so angry that he could only leave with hatred. However, he had made up his mind. At the finals of the Alliance Ball, he would kill Lin Xian with his own hands. Only then would he be able to express the killing intent in his heart. After Zhu Ning left, the Nangong arena calmed down once more. The following matches also became a bit boring. Although Zhu Ning had been humiliated, one couldn't help but admit that he was currently the strongest contestant in the Nangong arena. He was also one of the most popular martial artists that had a chance of becoming the champion. The rewards for the champion of this martial assembly were extremely rich. Not only would they receive 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, but they would also obtain the extremely rare skeleton of a monster beast, the Divine Dream Bone. Other than that, what was even more exciting was that the champion of the martial competition would give him a chance to meet the Morone goddess alone. This was the real reason why countless warriors had gone crazy. If they could use this opportunity to gain the favor of Goddess Morone, then they would be able to reach the peak of their lives very quickly. Lin Xian's goal was different from theirs. What he wanted was the incomparably precious Divine Dream Bone. The following matches were a little boring, so Lin Xian left. He went to another arena, the Ma family's arena. There were many martial artists participating in the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, the martial arts arenas of the various major powers all had competition points. Only those who could defeat all the heroes in the various arenas would be able to enter the finals. The Ma family's martial arts arena was bustling with noise and excitement. The scene did not lose out to the Nangong family at all. Moreover, there was also a peerless expert here who could suppress everyone. It was a young man full of wildness. He was tall and sturdy, and his long golden hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as ferocious as a wild beast's, causing one's heart to tremble. Moreover, what was even more mysterious was that there was a golden rune between his eyebrows. It was like a closed eye that emitted a heart-palpitating power. This young man was too powerful. He defeated his opponents in almost every match with a single move. There were even a few popular contestants who had been favored by others who had been defeated by him. There was no doubt that this was another mysterious expert from outside the realm. His strength was definitely not weaker than the Sand region's geniuses. In fact, he might even be stronger. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at the majestic figure on the stage. He could naturally sense that this young man's cultivation was at the half-step honorable realm. However, the golden rune on his forehead made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xian knew that this was an instinctive resistance from his body. In other words, the golden rune was a threat to him. Then, he was deeply shocked. He had condensed a true martial soul and his strength was comparable to an honorable realm expert. However, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows was still a threat to him. This was simply too inconceivable. However, he soon felt relieved. The Tianwu continent was extremely vast, and martial arts were flourishing. Perhaps this young man came from a mysterious force and had the strength to threaten an honorable realm expert. He secretly remembered this young man and turned to leave. The golden-haired young man was the strongest in the Ma family's martial arts arena, so he did not need to observe the others. Lin Xian left and headed to the next martial arts arena. This time, he headed to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. The Blackwood family's martial arts arena was also very lively. Lin Xian did not conceal himself and directly appeared in the martial arts arena. Immediately, the entire Blackwood family was abnormally nervous. They looked at Lin Xian in a daze. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to come to the Blackwood family's martial arts arena. One had to know that the two families were sworn enemies. Was he not afraid of being besieged by the Blackwood family? However, they soon felt relieved because they found that Lin Xian did not panic at all. Instead, a playful smile hung on his face. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had a mysterious relationship with the War God Palace. He also had connections with the Ma family, Nangong family, and the city lord. Therefore, the Blackwood family did not dare to openly make a move in the city. The Blackwood family naturally knew this. They looked at Lin Xian and trembled with anger. However, they soon sneered. Because the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with the same murderous intent. Their hatred seemed to be stronger than theirs. Offending the Divine Bird Palace. Even if you have the protection of the War God Palace, you will be killed sooner or later. The Blackwood Stronghold people sneered. The Divine Bird Palace was on the same level as the War God Palace. They did not fear the other party. Moreover, Lin Xian did not have a deep relationship with the War God Palace. Killing such a person was as easy as flipping a hand for the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian did not care about the Blackwood family's reaction. His eyes were fixed on the stage because there was also a supermaster here. The young man was tall and his skin was dark like charcoal. At first, the crowd mocked him because of his skin color. However, they were soon shocked speechless. Because a quasi-heaven's pride martial artist punched the dark-skinned young man's chest and broke his own arm, blood spurted out. The quasi-heaven's pride martial artist screamed in pain, his face full of horror. His punch was very powerful. Even a spirit-grade treasure might not be able to withstand it. However, when it hit the opponent's chest, it did not cause any damage. Instead, it even injured the opponent's arm. This was too terrifying. The quasi-heaven's pride martial artist quickly surrendered. He had a premonition that if the fight continued, it would not be as simple as a broken arm. The crowd was shocked. This was definitely another heaven's pride level character. The dark-skinned young man looked around. Suddenly, he stared at Lin Xian. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and grinned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This youth was also not simple. That abnormal defense was not any weaker than his red lotus armor. It seemed that Morong Goddess was indeed outstanding. She was actually able to attract so many young prodigies to come. In the Blackwood Coliseum, no one was a match for the dark-skinned youth. Lin Xian memorized this dark-skinned youth, then left. However, just as he turned around, people from the Divine Bird Palace walked out from the depths of the Coliseum. There were many youths among them, and there were also 2 old men accompanying them. Those 2 old men had terrifying auras. They had already reached the venerable realm. Lin Xian frowned. He did not want to fight with them after this, so his body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, instantly disappearing from where he stood. However, those 2 venerables were incomparably terrifying. They quickly discovered the abnormality. Their eyes were like lightning as they saw Lin Xian's afterimage. What? It's him. The 2 venerables' complexion changed greatly. A powerful aura gushed out from their bodies, like demonic clouds, enveloping the surroundings. The 2 venerables suddenly emitted a powerful pressure, immediately shocking everyone. Countless people trembled like helpless ants. Even the elders of the Blackwood stronghold were dumbfounded, their faces were full of doubt. Fellow Taoists, why are you so angry? Could it be that we did not treat you well? The elder of the Blackwood stronghold asked worriedly. No, it's just that we saw a hateful little thief. That person is on our Divine Bird Palace's wanted list, but we did not expect him to appear here. Wanted person on the wanted list? Everyone was shocked. To be able to make the Divine Bird Palace so angry, it must be a terrifying demon king. Could it be that some powerful venerables recently arrived at Quicksand City? The people of the Blackwood stronghold were puzzled. However, when they saw the portrait condensed by the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace, they were immediately dumbfounded. Because that portrait was none other than Lin Xian. They did not expect that Lin Xian was on the Divine Bird Palace's wanted list. Originally, they wanted to provoke the Divine Bird Palace to help them get rid of Lin Xian. However, they did not expect that they did not even need to do anything. The people of the Divine Bird Palace already hated Lin Xian to the bone. This kind of happiness came too suddenly, causing them to be dazed for a moment. Blackwood Cliff's heart was even more ecstatic. He wished he could raise his arms and shout, "Damn little thief, he's definitely dead. Divine Bird Palace is wanted, there's no way out." The young disciples of the Divine Bird Palace beside him were also shocked. They did not expect that the person who had repeatedly provoked them was a character on the must-kill order. So he's the Lin Xian we wanted to kill. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him back then. Zhu Ning's face was cold. He Xian was. The venerable from Divine Bird Palace had an ugly look on his face. He had tried to lock on to the other party, but the other party was so fast that he had lost track of him. "Don't worry, the two of you. This little thief is participating in the Alliance Martial competition. He will definitely appear in the finals." "This isn't too convenient," said the Blackwood Stronghold elder. Although he hoped that the Divine Bird Palace would make a move now, they would not be able to escape responsibility. They would be hated by the Palace of War Gods. To be honest, this little thief is also an enemy of our Blackwood Stronghold. We sent out 3 venerables, but they were unable to take him down. What? Did this brat become so powerful? Even 3 venerables could not take him down. The Divine Bird Palace elder was shocked. Don't misunderstand. This little thief is only a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, he has many venerables protecting him. It will be difficult to kill him in Quicksand City. Moreover, this brat is related to the Palace of War Gods, so it's best not to kill him in public. Palace of War Gods? Venerables protecting him? Hearing this, the 2 venerables frowned. From these words, they knew that the people of the Blackwood Stronghold must have suffered a great loss in Lin Xian. It seemed that they could not make a move in Quicksand City. "Elders, don't worry. As long as that little thief dares to come to the finals, I will kill him personally." At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw a young man walking out from the depths of the arena. This young man was also wearing a 5-colored battle robe. His expression was cold, and his body emitted a powerful aura. "Brother!" Zhu Ning exclaimed. He did not expect his brother to make a move. His brother was a true genius. He was only a hair away from condensing a true martial soul. He was definitely an extremely powerful martial artist among the younger generation. With his brother making a move, he would definitely be able to kill that little thief surnamed Lin. "Don't worry. I will let him live for a few more days. When the finals come, I will kill him in front of everyone." "That's great." The 2 venerables laughed. They knew that the young man in front of them definitely had such strength. This was because he was a genius of their clan. The competitions in the various arenas were proceeding in an orderly manner. 5 days later, the 7 martial artists who would enter the finals were finally selected. In addition to Lin Xian and the other geniuses who could enter the finals directly, there were a total of 12 peerless experts fighting for the final championship. These 12 experts were all geniuses. Each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress their peers. The competition between these people was definitely a rare and incomparable battle. Perhaps only Goddess Murong had such charm to be able to gather geniuses from all over the world. This time, the competition was held in an ancient super arena in the city. The arena was very large and could accommodate 100,000 people. It was a real super arena. The competition followed the order of drawing lots. The first round of the competition was quickly decided. The first round of the competition was actually Lin Xian. His opponent was the genius of the Divine Bird Palace, Zhu Ning, who had a grudge with him. When this news came out, the entire Quicksand City was in an uproar. This was a battle between 2 geniuses. It was definitely going to be exciting. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Xian had slapped Zhu Ning's face in front of everyone in the Nangong arena. Although the 2 of them did not fight in the end, they were already in a state of mortal combat. This battle was definitely going to be exciting. One had to know that although Zhu Ning had been slapped in front of everyone, his strength was unquestionable. He definitely had the combat strength of a genius. Moreover, he was also a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. He definitely had earth-step martial arts in his hands and might even possess the power of a bloodline. There was no need to mention Lin Xian. Ever since he arrived at Quicksand City, everything he did could be called a legend. Moreover, not long ago, he had fought several geniuses in an attempt to break through. Even a venerable couldn't do anything to him. Such a legendary youth's combat strength was absolutely heaven-defying. The battle between these two geniuses would absolutely shock the world. Regarding this, Lin Xian didn't have any emotional reaction. He had already condensed a true martial soul. It could be said that in the entire younger generation of Quicksand City, no one was his match. Thus, he only hoped that the competition would quickly proceed so that he could obtain the Divine Dream Bone. As for Zhu Ning, he didn't care about him at all. In comparison, he was more worried about the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace. However, Zhu Ning was different. He shouted excitedly. Not long ago, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian, making him lose all face. He needed an opportunity to kill Lin Xian fair and square. However, the heavens seemed to be on his side. He was matched against Lin Xian in the first round of the finals. This was definitely the best time to humiliate him. Zhu Ning grinned as the blood in his body boiled. In his opinion, he had been careless last time. If he took it seriously, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was a genius disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Not only did he have an earth-rank martial art, but he also had the power of the Divine Bird bloodline. Ordinary geniuses were no match for him. Lin Xian, I'm going to cut you into pieces. I'll let you taste the consequences of provoking me. Zhu Ning was like a demon as he laughed wildly. Compared to the two of them, the most excited were the people of Quicksand City. On this day, the tickets to enter the arena were sold at a sky-high price. The price was 10 times or even dozens of times the original price. However, there were still countless cultivators who madly bought tickets. They didn't hesitate to go bankrupt just to watch this competition. They wouldn't miss this kind of battle between geniuses no matter what. In the ancient Super Colosseum, the 100,000 seats were quickly sold out. However, there were more than 1 million cultivators in Quicksand City. 100,000 seats couldn't satisfy their needs. Moreover, this competition was extraordinary. Almost all the participants were geniuses. This kind of grand occasion was rarely seen in 100 years. Therefore, at the request of the majority of cultivators, the Nangong family and the other top forces had no choice but to erect a huge crystal light screen array in Quicksand City to broadcast the competition in the Super Colosseum. All the major forces worked together, and their efficiency was very high. Soon, several huge crystal light screens were set up. Around them were many complex formations used to transmit information and images. Only then did the cultivators of Quicksand City feel satisfied. The Super Colosseum was bustling with noise and excitement. The 100,000 seats were all filled. The crowd was like a flood. In the center of the Colosseum, there was a huge arena that was 1,000 meters long and wide. It was big enough for the geniuses to fight. Moreover, an Exalt Realm expert had poured formidable spirit energy into the ground of the combat arena, so it was utterly impossible for anyone below the Exalt Realm to destroy it. Around the super battle ring, a 5-colored light screen was set up. Hundreds of array masters worked together to maintain the light screen to ensure the safety of everyone. It could be said that everything was ready. All that was left was for the competition to begin. The people from the 3 great clans knew that everyone was looking forward to it, so they didn't delay and immediately announced the start of the competition. A young man in a 5-colored battle suit flew onto the arena like a divine bird. His expression was arrogant, and his eyes released the radiance of hatred. Divine flames surged around his body, accompanied by killing intent. His aura was astonishing. The youth was naturally Zhu Ning. His eyes were cold, and his lips curled into a sneer. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. In this battle, he had to kill Lin Xian with his own hands to redeem his reputation. In the distance, Lin Xian strode through the air like an exiled immortal, and he was confident and composed as he descended onto the arena. "Thief, today is the day you die." Zhu Ning glared at Lin Xian, his eyes burning with rage. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. You still don't know how to repent. I won't let you off this time. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Humph, you sneak attacked me last time. This time, I'll let you know my true strength. Zhu Ning roared, and his aura surged. He couldn't wait to prove himself. Who do you think you are to provoke me? I'm a genius of the Divine Bird Palace, and the blood of the Divine Bird flows in my body. Today, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Pull out my tendons and skin me alive? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian snorted coldly, but before that, I think it's necessary to remind you of the rules of the combat arena. In the combat arena, life and death are up to fate. Lin Xian's voice echoed clearly in every corner of the combat arena. Cut the crap. I know the rules, so don't waste your time. It won't change anything. Zhu Ning smiled cruelly, and the divine flames on his body danced like a fire demon. You know, that's great. Lin Xian smiled. So, this battle will only determine life and death, victory and defeat. As he finished speaking, the aura on his body gradually condensed, like a peerless divine sword slowly being unsheathed. The crowd was shocked, and then they shouted wildly. It seemed that the two were going to fight to the death. The surrounding martial artists raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were like the cries of 10,000 beasts, shattering the clouds in the sky. They didn't care who lived and who died. They just wanted the fiercest battle. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace sneered, You dare to fight to the death with Zhu Ning? You're courting death. They knew that Zhu Ning had the blood of the Divine Bird flowing in his body. If he burned it, his power would be comparable to a venerable. This kind of genius youth was definitely not someone Lin Xian could compete with, so they sneered, looking forward to the moment when Lin Xian was killed. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and let you know what pain is. Zhu Ning was like a demon, roaring ferociously. A pair of 100-meter-long flaming wings appeared on his back. He flapped them twice and quickly rushed out. The monstrous sea of fire spread, and a terrifying heat wave wreaked havoc in the air. The divine flames danced, covering half the sky. Zhu Ning roared and waved his palm. The terrifying flaming palm was like a burning meteor, quickly sweeping across. The entire space was blasted open, and countless waves of air rolled and crashed into the light screen, forming a thunderous sound. This fist was extremely terrifying, containing the power of a martial soul's embryonic form. Even a genius wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all as he looked at the terrifying wave surging towards him. He had already given Zhu Ning a chance, but Zhu Ning didn't repent and still wanted to kill him. So this time, he wouldn't hold back. Light bloomed in his eyes, and a sharp and terrifying aura emanated from Lin Xian's body. It was like a peerless divine sword, piercing through the 9 heavens. This aura was so sharp that it made the hearts of the 100,000 warriors tremble, as if countless sharp swords were slashing across their bodies. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword from his waist and quickly slashed forward. The sword light was dazzling, and the cold light was dazzling. It was like a rainbow, quickly cutting through the void. Puff, like cutting through tofu, the sharp sword light cut through the fiery fists that were rolling over. Then, the sword light slashed towards Zhu Ning with an even sharper and faster momentum. What? This is impossible. Zhu Ning's expression changed. He didn't expect his attack to be so easily broken by his opponent. With a roar, he prepared to counterattack again. At this moment, the dazzling light had already arrived in front of him and slashed down. The flames in front of him stirred and condensed into an ancient flaming shield, blocking in front of Zhu Ning. However, it didn't have any effect. The sword light flashed, and the flaming shield was split in half. Zhu Ning's body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. The previous arrogance and hatred in his eyes were gone, replaced by deep fear and despair. No, he roared indignantly, but his body was split into 2 halves from the middle and he fell onto the arena. Everyone was in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. The Divine Bird Palace's prodigy, who was extremely powerful just a moment ago, was now split into 2 halves. That was too terrifying, silence, absolute silence. The 100,000 warriors were in a daze. They were all stunned at that moment and did not make a sound. The ancient super martial arts arena was shrouded in an aura of death, and it was abnormally oppressive. Impossible. The Divine Bird Palace disciples were the first to react, and they roared indignantly. Then, they ran toward the arena as if they had gone mad. The two venerable realm elders were so angry that they were trembling all over. Their faces were distorted, and they emitted a terrifying aura that belonged to venerables, which swept out in all directions. Their heaven's chosen had died, and he had been killed right under their noses by a single sword strike. Perhaps no one would believe it if this was told to others, but it really happened at this moment. "Brat, I want you dead." The two venerables were furious. They struck out with their terrifying palms and quickly slapped toward Lin Xian. The venerable from the Divine Bird Palace was furious. The terrifying palm that covered the sky instantly slapped toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the venerables from the Nangong family and the Ma family also attacked and blocked the terrifying attack. "Everyone, the rules of the martial arts arena are that life and death are up to fate. We've already made it clear. It's not good for you to break the rules like this. What's wrong with it? Whoever dares to stop me will be an enemy of the Divine Bird Palace." The two venerables were about to go crazy. They were like crazy wild beasts, without any rationality. Although the Divine Bird Palace is powerful, breaking the rules like this is looking down on the Sand Country. At that moment, City Lord Qi's voice drifted out. Not only did ordinary warriors come to the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament this time, even those old monsters in the Venerable Realm were all here. At that moment, City Lord Qi was sitting in an exquisite private room with a gloomy face. "Cut the crap. No matter what, we must kill this little thief today." The two venerables emitted powerful auras like two ferocious beasts, making people tremble in fear. Is that so? The people from the Divine Bird Palace are really impressive. How dare you bully the weak like this? What a joke. Although I don't know this young man, for the sake of justice, my Morong family will not sit idly by. A clear and cold voice sounded out, and it was like the sound of nature as it reverberated in the arena. "Morong family, it's the Morong goddess." When the 100,000 spectators below heard the heavenly voice, they were instantly ecstatic. The faces of the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace turned black. They didn't expect the Morong family to intervene in this matter, and their attitude was very tough. If a fight really broke out at this time, they might not be able to stop the venerables of Quicksand City and the Morong family. At that time, they would be the ones to suffer. Thinking of this, the two venerables from Divine Bird Palace snorted, "Since Goddess Morong has spoken, then we will give her face. We will not attack during the competition, but after the competition, we hope that you will not stop us. If anyone dares to make a move at that time, then don't blame us for being merciless." The two venerables from Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly, and then their bodies disappeared in the air. Then, the terrifying venerables in the void also disappeared, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he sneered in his heart. Although he couldn't defeat the two venerables, they definitely couldn't stop him. If they really attacked, he was confident that he could kill those Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. At that time, he would let those two old things go crazy. Lin Xian walked down the stage and returned to the lounge. The other geniuses who were participating in the competition looked dignified because Lin Xian was too strong. He killed a genius warrior with one sword, and his combat strength was probably not much different from a venerable's. Has he really reached that step and condensed a real martial soul? He Mui's heart trembled. The sword just now had stunned him. He carefully deduced and found that if it was him, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Now, he didn't even have the courage to fight with Lin Xian. The faces of the Divine Bird Palace disciples were gloomy. They were furious, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with endless fear. Zhu Ning was a very talented warrior among them. He had reached the half-step venerable realm at the age of 17, and could be said to be a shocking genius. If such a genius was properly nurtured, he even had the hope of breaking through to the king realm in the future. However, at this moment, he had been killed here, so how could they not be shocked? Moreover, what made them even angrier was that Zhu Ning's death was too unjust because he didn't even have time to use his Earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power before he was killed. In the end, they still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. If he could activate his bloodline power and use his Earth-rank martial arts at the beginning, perhaps the situation would be different. "Brother, don't worry, I'll definitely kill him and avenge you." A young man with a cold expression looked at the corpse that was being carried back, and his voice was cold. His name was Zhu Yu, and he was Zhu Ning's brother. He was also the strongest among this group of young people. At this moment, Zhu Yu's hair was covered in a fierce aura, and his entire person was like a god of death, incomparably terrifying. He sat down coldly and rested his strength, waiting for the moment to fight Lin Xian. On the super arena, the scarlet blood was washed clean, and the entire arena once again emitted a faint light. Soon, it welcomed the second round of the competition. In the second round, the opponent was actually the cold and arrogant blonde young man. His opponent was a blue-clothed swordsman, who was also a genius. These two people were extremely powerful. Although they didn't directly obtain the qualifications to enter the finals, their strength was obvious to all. Because they had killed their way up step by step from thousands of people. In these past few days, the cultivators in Quicksand City had witnessed the rise of these two people. Now that these two experts had challenged each other, it caused a frenzied wave of cheers. The blonde young man's aura was fierce, and his handsome face was expressionless. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind and emitted a dazzling golden light, like a sun. Standing there, he didn't move at all, but he gave off an endless sense of oppression, as if a giant golden mountain was standing in front of everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. In particular, the golden rune on his forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a mysterious power. The aura emitted by the golden rune made the hearts of the supremacies tremble. Some people even secretly estimated that the power of the golden rune was enough to threaten supremacies. Regardless of whether this guess was correct or not, it was enough to show how terrifying the blonde young man was. As for the blue-clothed swordsman, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because in the previous battle, he had already used his strength to prove himself. Many of the older generation speculated that the blue-clothed swordsman's strength was stronger than the Sand region's four great geniuses, therefore, this round was also an exciting battle. Dong, the low sound of a drum reverberated in the surroundings like muffled thunder. The second round of the finals had officially begun. The golden-haired young man was imposing without being angry. His body emitted endless golden light like a sun, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. At this moment, the dazzling golden light made everything around him pale in comparison, making the young man the only one in the entire world. He was like a golden god of war. Although he did not make a move, the aura from his single hand made people tremble. The blue-robed swordsman snorted coldly. He pulled out the long sword on his back and stabbed out quickly. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword radiance. It was like a long river flowing endlessly, instantly slashing apart the oppressive aura. The blazing sword radiance was dazzling and dazzling. It was like a divine light that quickly rushed towards the golden-haired young man. The golden-haired young man attacked fiercely and threw out a punch. Golden light shone. His entire fist looked like it was cast in gold, emitting a terrifying aura. The void shook. It could not withstand the force at all. The air in front of it was instantly sucked dry. The two terrifying forces intertwined and turned into countless energy waves that slapped in all directions. The sound of metal clashing came from the void. It was like a golden spear and an armored horse that tore the sky apart. Fortunately, the entire arena was protected by a powerful defensive formation. Otherwise, the super arena would have been split open by this attack. Luo River 3000. The blue-robed swordsman's surroundings shone brightly. The water element aura quickly condensed and surrounded him like roaring waves. Finally, these terrifying waves were accompanied by the long sword in his hand. They quickly slashed forward. The blue-robed swordsman used a sword technique. The terrifying sword radiance turned into a vast surging ocean that rolled forward. The sound of the waves soaring into the sky was deafening. It was like the raging waves hitting the shore. The vast power covered half of the sky. The huge waves kept roaring and even spread to the edge of the arena. They hit the five-colored light screen and made an earth-shattering sound. The 100,000 spectators below exclaimed. This sword was too terrifying. If it was not for the light screen, half of the arena would have been destroyed. The vast ocean of sword chi roared and swallowed the golden-haired young man in an instant. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. He waved his sword and tapped lightly in the void. Suddenly, the waves of sword chi in the distance churned continuously, forming a ferocious and terrifying sea beast, as if it was going to tear the golden-haired young man apart. The impact was so strong that the entire arena was shaking. Fortunately, the arena contained the vast power of a venerable. Otherwise, it would have been crushed into powder. The terrifying oceanic sword chi lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The golden-haired young man's figure appeared again, but in the next moment, the 100,000 spectators let out an earth-shattering cry. That was because the golden-haired youth was still standing there coldly. There was not a single wound on his body. What? This is impossible. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman's pupils constricted, his face full of shock. Even if that sword had hit a genius, it would have been enough to seriously injure him. However, the golden-haired young man before him was not hurt at all. This was too strange. The golden-haired man's body glowed with light as if he was a golden god of war. He took a step forward and his body instantly disappeared as he charged towards the blue-robed swordsman like lightning. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out quickly. Vast power condensed together, like a roaring golden flood dragon, quickly swimming in the void. In an instant, the golden flood dragon fist shadow was in front of the blue-robed swordsman. It roared into the sky, causing the entire arena to shake rapidly. The blue-robed swordsman used his sword steps and dodged continuously. His body was like a blue ray of light, dragging a long tail of light, leaving behind afterimages in the void. However, the golden fist was too strong. It caused the entire space to become extremely chaotic. The terrifying wind swept the blue-robed swordsman's body, causing him to retreat. Fortunately, a water-blue sword chi rushed out of his body. It was as thick as a mountain and protected his body, preventing him from being smashed into pieces. The blue-robed swordsman suppressed his internal injuries and snorted coldly. He unleashed the embryonic form of his martial soul. Crystal-clear blue water droplets, like the purest sapphires, shone around him like the stars in the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. Those crystal-clear water droplets lined up in front of his chest, forming a small blue sword that kept floating. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed towards him. The blue light illuminated half of the arena. It was like a vast ocean, incomparably deep. In the next moment, the small blue sword flew out. It was as fast as lightning and instantly hit the golden-haired youth's body, sending him flying. Boom, the golden-haired youth was sent flying. His body crashed into the light screen, causing violent fluctuations. The golden light in front of his chest dimmed, but it still did not break. However, the powerful force made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. His opponent unleashed the power of the embryonic form of his martial soul, causing his blood to boil and causing him to suffer internal injuries. Kill! The golden-haired youth shouted coldly. It was the first time he spoke. He was like an angry lion, his body emitting a dazzling light. Then, he roared angrily. His golden hair fluttered, like an ancient ferocious beast. The sound wave was ear-piercing. As the vast golden light spread in all directions, the small blue sword in front of his chest suddenly exploded, turning into countless water droplets that splashed in all directions. In front of him, the terrifying sound wave and golden light condensed, forming the shadow of a wild lion that ran in the air. That force caused the entire arena to tremble. Bang, the blue-robed swordsman was sent flying. The protective sword chi on his body cracked, and a bloody claw mark appeared on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell on the arena, his face full of fear. The 100,000 spectators below were also trembling. They did not expect the powerful blue-robed swordsman to lose so quickly. This golden-haired youth is very strong. The other contestants also frowned, especially Xianxia. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. His strength was similar to the blue-robed swordsman's, but at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman had been utterly defeated and could not resist at all. This made him feel bitter, and a very bad premonition arose in his heart. At least now, there were already 2 people that he could not defeat. Moreover, there must be peerless experts among the other contestants. He estimated that his strength was at most average. At this level, there was no chance for him to win the championship. He was the Sand region's genius, respected by tens of thousands of people, but now he was suppressed and could only look up to others. This feeling made him despair. The other geniuses were silent and had different expressions. Zhu sat in an exquisite private room and closed his eyes to rest. His only opponent was Lin Xian, and he ignored the others. The dark-skinned youth looked at the arena and revealed his snow-white teeth. His smile was very frightening. Xianxia snorted coldly. Starry halos shone around his body, making him look like a starry sky war god. The golden-haired youth was very strong, but he was most concerned about Lin Xian. This was because he wanted to know if Lin Xian had broken through to that stage and condensed a real martial soul. After all, he had sent 2 experts to assassinate Lin Xian, but in the end they returned without success. If Lin Xian had really condensed a martial soul, he would definitely be a great threat to him. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. Every battle was very exciting, causing the audience to scream non-stop. The dark-skinned youth had a strong defense, and no one could break through his defense, so he won the battle easily. Zhu face was full of killing intent. He attacked with a terrifying lightning and fire, instantly injuring his opponent. Xianxia was like the god of war, and 108-star halos shone around him. He also defeated his opponent with ease. Half a day later, the 6 matches ended. Among them, the top 6 were announced. The 6 were Lin Xian, the golden-haired youth, the dark-skinned youth, Zhu, Xianxia, and the last was Xianxia. He used all his strength to defeat his opponent and successfully entered the top 6. The 6 experts each fought one side, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. That aura was so strong that the 100,000 martial artists could only look up to it. These 6 people were too powerful. They were definitely the top of the younger generation. Among them, Lin Xian was the most eye-catching because he was the only one who killed a prodigy in one move. There were even rumors that he had successfully condensed a martial soul and was above everyone else. The other 5 prodigies who won also looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes shone with battle intent. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's strength was the most mysterious. No one knew what level he had reached. Mystery was the most terrifying. Soon, the second round of the competition began. The first round was the match between Xianxia and Xianxia. In the previous round, Xianxia used all his strength to win. However, Xianxia did not. He defeated his opponent easily. Therefore, this battle seemed to be without any suspense. Moreover, the result was indeed so. In the arena, Xianxia looked nervous. The spirit chi in his body surged, and huge trees grew around him, occupying more than half of the arena. Behind him, the shadow of a huge black tree kept swaying, making rustling sounds. It was like a peerless demon, ferocious and terrifying. However, Xianxia snorted in disdain. 108 astral halos shone around his body. With a wave of his hand, the spirit chi in the sky condensed into huge stars and fell down. Every single star seemed to be real. They were incomparably huge and burned with raging flames as they quickly descended. In an instant, all kinds of demonic trees on the arena were smashed. At the same time, the huge black tree shadow was also affected by the impact and became extremely dim. As if struck by lightning, Xianxia's face became incomparably pale. Then, he screamed in horror and didn't dare to fight anymore. With just one strike, his martial soul's embryonic form had been damaged. If the battle continued, it was very likely that his martial soul would shatter. Once the embryonic form of his martial soul was shattered, then he would lose the opportunity to enter the Exalt realm. He did not dare to take the risk and could only admit defeat. Whoosh, the 100,000 spectators below were in an uproar. They hadn't expected the Sand region genius to admit defeat so quickly. Xianxia's complexion was deathly pale. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, he really didn't dare to continue fighting. He could only leave the stage in dejection amidst the cursing. Lin Xian also sneered and shook his head. Not counting strength, just Xianxia's cowardice alone would not allow him to become a true powerhouse. This kind of person was not worthy of being his opponent. The first match ended quickly just like that. Soon, the second match began. This match was between a golden-haired youth and a dark-skinned youth. Although the two of them were new faces in Quicksand City, their valiant strength had already conquered the crowd. The golden-haired youth was incomparably mysterious. His roar could injure a genius. His combat strength was heaven-defying. The dark-skinned youth was even more impressive. His powerful defense was like a top-notch treasure. No one could break through it. Some of the older generation experts even analyzed that the defense was probably extremely powerful. It would be very difficult for anyone below the Exalt realm to break through it. Between the two of them, one had heaven-defying combat strength, while the other had a powerful defense. Who would win if the two of them fought? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. The golden-haired youth still didn't say a word. He stood there coldly like a golden god of war. However, his aura was even more powerful. The golden light was very dazzling, as if it was going to pierce through the void. The dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth and gave a very strange smile. As if sensing the strength of his opponent, the golden-haired youth's body shone even more brightly. The golden light intertwined in the air, forming an extraordinary majestic lion. The dark-skinned youth revealed his snow-white teeth. The spirit energy on his body surged, forming mysterious runes that adhered to his dark skin. Ancient inscriptions, the older generation experts exclaimed. These runes were passed down from ancient times and possessed unfathomable energy. Now, they had almost been lost. No one expected them to appear on a youth. Ancient inscriptions. This person is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian sat in the lounge and stared at the arena with a slight frown. He naturally knew the power of the ancient inscriptions because he had seen them in Lord Alcohol's hands. However, because his cultivation was insufficient back then, he couldn't understand them at all. Therefore, Lord Alcohol didn't impart them to him. However, something that could be used by Lord Alcohol was definitely not an ordinary item. One could imagine how powerful the ancient inscriptions were. In the air, the majestic lion formed completely from energy transformed into a golden beam of light and charged forward. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. They could only see a flash of light surging rapidly. The void trembled as wind and thunder rumbled as if it was being mercilessly torn apart by a pair of large hands. In an instant, the ferocious lion appeared in front of the dark-skinned youth. It roared ferociously and quickly slapped down. An earth-shattering sound resounded in all directions. Then, golden light flashed and turned into the purest energy that enveloped the entire arena. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. Like a giant, he raised his hands and tore the golden light apart. Ancient inscriptions flashed on his body, forming a mysterious power that blocked all the golden light outside his body. Such a terrifying attack didn't cause any harm to him. Everyone gasped. Absolute defense. How were they supposed to fight? They couldn't break through his defense at all, let alone injure him. Lin Xian was also surprised. The dark-skinned youth's defense was too powerful. It was definitely the strongest defense below the supremacy realm. In the arena, the dark-skinned youth laughed loudly. He stomped his foot and charged forward like a black demonic mountain. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If it wasn't for the fact that the arena had been injected with the power of a supremacy, it would have been reduced to dust. Even so, the entire arena was shaking non-stop. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden-haired youth and punched out with his right fist like an earth-demonic bear. An earth-shattering force surged out, instantly sucking the air in front of him. That punch was too terrifying. It was purely the power of the physical body. Even so, the elites didn't dare to take it head-on. The golden-haired youth was sent flying high into the air, his body trembling non-stop. He roared and released a sonic attack. An ear-piercing sound was heard. The materialized sound waves were like sharp blades that cut in all directions. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the void. It was the sound of the terrifying sound waves hitting the dark-skinned young man's body. The sound caused the surrounding air to explode, but it still could not break through the dark-skinned young man's defense. Everyone's hearts trembled. The dark-skinned young man was too powerful. No one in the younger generation could compare to his defense. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't break through my defense. The dark-skinned young man looked into the void and sneered disdainfully. The golden-haired young man snorted coldly, and a trace of anger appeared on his handsome face. Then, his expression turned cold, and his eyes emitted a sharp aura. The golden light on his body flickered even more, like a golden sun. He was angry. He was really angry. The golden-haired young man did not plan to drag this out any longer. He decided to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. The golden-haired young man was like an angry lion. He planned to use his trump card to quickly end the battle. At the center of his brows, a golden rune shone. Balls of golden light rippled out like ripples. A sharp and terrifying aura surged out and instantly rushed to the entire arena. The golden light was like auspicious clouds that covered the sky. It was also like balls of burning flames that were dancing. At this moment, the golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows shone as if a third eye had opened. It was extremely strange. The surrounding people's hearts trembled, and they could not breathe. This power was too powerful, and it made them feel despair. Even the venerable ones were shocked. Their eyelids twitched because this power was enough to threaten them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. His prediction was right. The golden rune between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows definitely had the power of a venerable one. This was the only young man he had seen who was not a venerable one and had not condensed a true martial soul yet had the power of a venerable one. Therefore, he paid extra attention to this young man. In the arena, the dark-skinned young man stopped smiling. He naturally felt the terrifying aura emitted by his opponent. That aura made all the muscles in his body tremble slightly. This was something that had never happened before. It would only happen when he faced a venerable one. Impossible. Does he have the power of a venerable one? The dark-skinned young man was shocked, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he activated the ancient inscriptions on his body with all his might. Although his opponent's aura was terrifying, he had absolute confidence in his defense. Therefore, he did not plan to dodge and chose to take the attack head-on. Golden runes flickered, and a golden light soared into the sky, rushing towards the black-skinned youth. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. In the next moment, the black-skinned young man let out a painful roar. His entire body was like a huge mountain as he fell backwards. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest, shattering the black inscriptions on his body and piercing through his body. The dark-skinned young man fell to the ground, his hands clutching his chest, his face filled with fear. Penetrated. His strongest defense had actually been penetrated by someone. Moreover, this attack was too terrifying. If it had been a little more to the side, it would have hit his heart. At that time, he would definitely not have been able to survive. The black-skinned young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden shadow in the sky. He was terrified. His defense was strong, and at the same time, he had ancient inscriptions. No one below the venerable one level could break it. Therefore, in this competition, he was aiming to be the champion of the Alliance combat meet. Because in his opinion, as long as the venerable one did not make a move, no one of the same level could break his defense. Therefore, he was in an invincible position. However, he did not expect the golden-haired youth in front of him to have such terrifying strength. He could actually penetrate his strongest defense. Seeing the golden runes between his opponent's eyebrows flicker again, the black-skinned young man's body trembled. He quickly admitted defeat and did not dare to fight again. The 100,000 spectators were silent. Then, they burst into earth-shattering cheers. Exciting, it was really too exciting. They did not expect the golden-haired youth to be so powerful. He was definitely a hot favorite to win the championship. In addition to the excitement of the battles, there were also shocking bets in the arena. The bets of this Alliance combat meet were to bet on who would be the final champion. In an instant, countless people placed their bets on the golden-haired youth. It could not be helped. The golden-haired youth could even penetrate his strongest defense. No one could compare to his combat strength. This guy is indeed a difficult opponent. Xianxia looked at the golden-haired youth in the air with a solemn expression. Zhu Yu also opened his eyes. His eyes exploded with a shocking light. However, he did not look at the golden-haired youth. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. because the next battle was his. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in the arena with his own hands to avenge his brother. In the next moment, his body swayed and lightning wings formed behind him. He quickly landed on the arena. Lin Xian, come out and die. This voice was like a tsunami, shaking the surroundings. Lin Xian sneered. Like a sword beam from the 9 heavens, he instantly appeared in the arena. Brat, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my brother. Zhi Yu gritted his teeth, his body surging with killing intent. Your brother sought his own death. You can't blame others. As for you, if you don't get lost, you will end up like your brother. Don't be arrogant. If my brother wasn't careless and didn't use his earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power, you wouldn't have succeeded. Today, I will show you the power of the Divine Bird Palace's earth-rank martial arts and bloodline power. Zhi Yu roared. Streaks of blood-red lines appeared on his body, like ferocious little dragons that swam quickly. A powerful aura erupted and swept across the entire area. Above his head, endless spiritual chi gathered and condensed into 3 divine birds, circling and roaring. The 3 heads of the crimson blood birds flickered. The 3 heads were the size of mountains. Their cold eyes looked down and exuded an aura comparable to that of a venerable. At this moment, the 3 heads were all staring at Lin Xian. Cold killing intent reverberated in the surroundings, like an invisible divine spear that wanted to pierce through people. It had to be said that Zhi Yu was very powerful. After he used his bloodline power, his aura was no weaker than that of the golden-haired youth. At this moment, all the elites looked at the divine bird's shadow with solemn expressions. This was because no one was confident that they could withstand this attack. The dark-skinned youth was even more shocked. His body trembled slightly, which meant that the aura could also break through his defense. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? The dark-skinned youth was furious. He thought that his absolute defense was invincible, but he didn't expect that there would be elites who could break through his defense one after another. Little thief, tremble under my bloodline power. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my brother. Zhi Yu's expression was cold, like a killing god. Not bad. You're very strong. You've surpassed most of the geniuses and even reached the venerable realm, Lin Xian said softly as if he was commenting. However, it's not enough. You don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me. Because I only need 1 sword to deal with you. Lin Xian's voice was calm as if he was talking about something trivial. Then, he slowly pulled out the wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked and started discussing. The venerables frowned, and the 2 venerables from the Divine Bird Palace looked gloomy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words because Zhi Yu was definitely the top warrior among the geniuses. No one in the same realm could defeat him, however, Lin Xian was too calm. That wasn't the attitude a warrior of the same realm should have. It was more like he was looking down on his opponent. It was as if a dragon was looking at an ant, overlooking the other party. However, they didn't believe that Lin Xian had that kind of power. In the previous battle, they didn't sense a real martial soul from Lin Xian. Therefore, they didn't stop the competition but chose to believe Zhi Yu. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone and made Zhi Yu furious. After using the power of his bloodline, he could even fight with a venerable realm expert. How dare his opponent look down on him? He was courting death. Go to hell. Zhi Yu shouted angrily. He waved his hands and slammed them down. The power of his bloodline surged and the shadow of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird hovered above his head. With a long cry, it soared into the sky and fell toward Lin Xian. Although the 3-headed vermilion blood bird was formed by spiritual power, it looked real. Its colorful feathers shone brightly and were crystal clear like gems. On its surface, flames danced and lightning intertwined, emitting a terrifying aura. It flapped its wings, bringing with it monstrous flames and lightning. The surrounding wind blew violently as if the void was about to collapse. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Its 3 terrifying heads spewed out lightning, flames, and wind. The 3 intertwined to form an energy storm that raged in the air. This power was too strong. It was infinitely close to the venerable realm. Everyone cried out in alarm, their hearts trembling. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and quickly slashed out with his wind shadow sword. Wind and thunder roared as the sword struck out. The void boiled, and endless sword light soared into the sky, roaring ferociously. The sword light was resplendent and turned into a huge dragon that roared at the sky. He charged forward like a true dragon descending into the world, majestic and extraordinary. Then, he struck out with his dragon claws. Waves of spiritual energy surged in the air, and the space was torn apart. The phantom of the divine bird was severely injured in an instant, torn apart by the terrifying dragon claw. Then, with a swing of the dragon's tail, the 3 crimson blood birds were shattered. This is impossible. Zhiyu was shocked, as though he had seen a ghost. His handsome face was distorted beyond recognition. He did not believe that his bloodline power would be shattered by a single sword strike. The 100,000 spectators also cried out in surprise. This sword was too stunning, completely exceeding their expectations. The faces of the 2 venerables from the Divine Bird Palace changed greatly. A look of horror appeared in their eyes, and they had a very bad premonition. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky. Zhiyu was the most outstanding prodigy in this team, and he was also an extremely talented disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. They would not allow anything to happen to Zhiyu. The 2 venerables moved quickly, but the sword light in the void was even faster. The true dragon roared and turned from a huge dragon into a sword light. It was like a divine rainbow, shining and dazzling. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhiyu and slashed him. No. 3 roars sounded, one of them was from Zhiyu, and the other 2 were from the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace. They had already lost a prodigy, and they would not allow anything to happen to Zhiyu. Zhiyu also roared to the sky, burning his bloodline power, and at the same time, using an earth-rank martial art to protect himself. He had already seen the 2 elders rushing over. As long as he could withstand this sword strike, he would be safe. However, he still underestimated the power of this sword strike. Lin Xian had already condensed a true martial soul, and his strength was comparable to a venerable's. His sword strike was equivalent to a venerable's attack, and ordinary prodigies could not resist it. In just an instant, Zhiyu's protective divine skill was torn apart, and the next moment, he was cut in half. Damn it. Ah. I'm going to kill you. The 2 venerables of the Divine Bird Palace seemed to have gone crazy, like injured beasts. They roared crazily, causing the entire arena to tremble. The 2 of them had indeed gone crazy. This scene was exactly the same as when Juning died. And they could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. That was a peerless prodigy, a genius who could become a king in the future. However, he had died just like that. The 2 venerables kept beating their chests and wailing. Kid, I want you dead. One of the venerables roared crazily and punched out. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain, quickly descending on the arena. This punch was too fast and too sudden. The other venerables tried their best to block it, but they were still a step too late. The terrifying fist carried an incomparably powerful force, directly shattering the void, breaking the light curtain, and crashing towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the venerable realm. It was so powerful that it directly caused the world to collapse. The 100,000 spectators exclaimed. They were all worried for Lin Xian. Such a violent punch was likely to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. No one doubted this result, not even the prodigies. They all watched the battle with solemn expressions. Looking at the terrifying fist rushing towards him, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly slashed out with the wind shadow sword in his hand. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. The power of the sword soul was released like a peerless divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. This aura was too sharp, as if 100,000 divine swords were roaring, causing the entire world to tremble violently. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. The weapons of 100,000 martial artists trembled and pointed towards the center as if they were worshipping a king. The terrifying sword aura caused everyone's expression to change. Boom, the sword light was dazzling, and the cold light was dazzling. When the sword slashed onto the fist, a shocking wave of energy erupted and swept in all directions. At this moment, the venerables of the 3 top forces took action one after another, forming a light curtain to protect the 100,000 spectators and the arena. Otherwise, the violent energy storm would definitely be able to destroy everything within a 500-mile radius. An earth-shattering explosion sounded like thunder from the ninth heaven. The violent energy aura slammed in all directions, colliding with the light curtain formed by the venerables and shaking it back. In the end, the energy formed pillars of energy that rushed into the sky and shattered the clouds above. Seeing that the terrifying energy had disappeared, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they eagerly looked towards the arena. They saw that the entire super arena had been torn apart. Countless terrifying cracks appeared on it, and there were even terrifying huge pits everywhere. A figure floated above the arena. He was wearing bright red battle armor and holding a long sword in his hand. He looked like the rebirth of the sword god. Lin Xian, he's not dead. What? He resisted the attack of a venerable? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Not to mention the prodigies, even the venerables were stunned. A martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm was actually able to resist a first-level honorable. This was definitely a fantasy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The honorable realm and the spirit-detecting realm are not on the same level. No one can break this rule. Many people shook their heads in disbelief. Martial soul, it's the power of a martial soul. Lin Xian has condensed a real martial soul. However, those honorables exclaimed because they felt the real power of a martial soul in that sword strike. Once the news was out, everyone was shocked. He had actually condensed a martial soul. He had the power of an honorable. This was too powerful. One had to know that those geniuses only had the embryonic form of a martial soul and belonged to the half-step honorable realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he had condensed a real martial soul and his combat strength was comparable to an honorable. In other words, Lin Xian had completely surpassed the geniuses of his generation. He was above everyone and was on par with a real honorable, condensing a martial soul at the age of 18. This was definitely a magnificent feat that no one had ever achieved before. Those geniuses looked at Lin Xian with shock. Among them, Heimui's face was pale and his body was trembling. The two honorables of the Divine Bird Palace had dark faces and murderous auras. They had completely underestimated Lin Xian's strength and talent. This youth could definitely become a king. This kid can't be left alive, or he'll definitely be a huge problem for the Divine Bird Palace. The killing intent in their hearts was overwhelming. They could not wait to kill Lin Xian, but the venerable ones from the other forces in the arena stopped them, so they could not make a move at all. The two honorables of the Divine Bird Palace had cold expressions and retreated without a word. They had already made up their minds to set up a blockade around the arena. They definitely wouldn't let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's display of the power of an honorable shocked everyone. He glanced around and said coldly, "All of you, come at me together." This voice was too arrogant. He wanted to fight against all the geniuses alone. If it was before, it would be impossible and everyone would only treat it as a joke. But now, no one dared to laugh. Because Lin Xian had condensed a sword soul and possessed the strength of an Exalt Realm expert, so he was absolutely qualified to speak such words. Those Skyprides had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The golden-haired youth's eyes were cold. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered, and his body was full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Xianxia was gnashing his teeth. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Damn it, he really condensed a martial soul. How could this be? This is impossible. First place should be mine. Xianxia roared in his heart. Especially when he heard Lin Xian's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the arena, those older generation elders also looked at each other with complicated expressions. Originally, it would take a few more matches to determine the champion, but now it seemed that there was no need for that at all. The strength displayed by Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could definitely suppress all of the youths present. Therefore, they had originally planned to announce the results directly and let Lin Xian become the champion. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more direct. He actually asked all the Skyprides to attack together. "I'll fight you." The golden-haired youth's voice was cold. He soared into the sky, his body shining with golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a golden god of war. In an instant, he arrived in the void. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered and shot out a ray of golden light. He did not dare to be careless when facing Lin Xian, so he used his strongest trump card right away. The golden rune between his eyebrows flickered like a third eye and quickly opened. The golden light was dazzling, and as fast as lightning, it instantly streaked across the void. The golden light was extremely powerful. Back then, it had shattered the black-skinned youth's strongest defense. It could be said that this power was not much different from that of an Exalt Realm expert. In an instant, the golden light surged like a golden wave. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The huge sword chi was like a rainbow, gliding through the air like a meteorite. The two collided, but there was no shocking explosion. It was as if ice and snow had met a raging fire. They were in a stalemate in the air, making sizzling sounds. Although the golden light was powerful, it could not withstand the sword chi with the dragon sword soul and was instantly cut apart. The sword chi surged like a dragon swinging its tail and sent the golden-haired youth flying. "I'll give you a chance. If you can make me take half a step back, I'll give up this championship." Lin Xian looked around and said loudly, "You have 5 breaths of time to consider. If you don't make a move after 5 breaths, the championship is mine." Hearing that, the 100,000 spectators below were shocked. Lin Xian was too domineering. He did not take the Skype ride seriously at all. In a private room that looked like a small palace on the 4th floor, a middle-aged scholar with a yellowed book in his hand said with a smile, "This kid is a little interesting." "Humph, what's the point? He just wants to see the young mistress. All men are the same." Ling Er pursed her lips with a look of disdain. In the middle, a woman in white was like a fairy descending. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Lin Xian was indeed beyond her expectations. At least, she did not expect him to condense a sword soul. Not bad. Maybe he'll be able to compete with those people after a few years of growth. Young mistress, don't flatter him. How can he compare with those people? Not to mention his influence, his own strength is not enough. Ling Er said with a pout. She had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Xian and still held a grudge. Now that she saw Lin Xian's arrogant face, she was naturally unhappy. Let's not talk about his influence. His strength is indeed inferior, but his talent is definitely not inferior to those people. If we can pull him to our side, our chances of winning will be much higher. This kid is really good. He condensed a martial soul at such a young age. His future is limitless, the middle-aged scholar said. However, it seems that the people of the Divine Bird Palace want to kill him. I wonder if he can escape this disaster. Ling Er, invite him here after the competition, the white fairy said softly. Got it. Ling Er did not dare to disobey the order, but the displeasure on her face was very obvious. Below, the 4 geniuses had complicated expressions as they made the final decision. Soon, the 4 of them had the same idea and quickly soared into the sky. The 4 geniuses wanted to join forces to attack Lin Xian. He Muya was among them as well. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious look on his face. Even though he couldn't defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, the 4 geniuses combined were enough to fight against a true honorable. Therefore, he was confident that he could join forces with the other 3 geniuses to suppress Lin Xian. You're very strong, but too conceited. The 4 of us together can suppress you. The blonde young man's expression was cold. I've never tried to suppress a venerable before. I'm looking forward to it. The dark-skinned young man revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. His injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. I'll suppress you later. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Xin Yaotian's body shone with 108 starry halos. He stared at Lin Xian fiercely, wanting to tear him apart. The 4 of them attacked from all directions, using their strongest moves. A golden light flashed and tore through the sky. It was like a golden spear that pierced through the air. On the other side, ancient inscriptions jumped and formed a ferocious demonic bear. It roared at the sky, and its voice tore through the sky. 108 starry halos shone and condensed into a mysterious starry sky map that pressed down on Lin Xian. The starry sky map was incomparably vast. It was like a real starry sky that carried terrifying power. In the end, Xianxia also gritted his teeth and roared, using his strongest attack. The small black tree rotated and formed a black ball of light. It quickly surged out like the water of the underworld river. The four great geniuses attacked and exploded the space. The vast and unparalleled energy caused the void to boil and quickly drowned Lin Xian. Fortunately, the four supremacies had joined forces to form a light screen that protected the tea house well. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago, the 100,000 spectators exclaimed. The attack was too powerful. The four great geniuses could definitely contend against a supremacy. Lin Xian had only condensed his martial soul and was not a real supremacy. Could he block this attack? Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. The four great geniuses joined forces and released a terrifying attack that drowned Lin Xian. The four of them were too terrifying. They could suppress a supremacy. Lin Xian unleashed the power of his sword soul. He waved his long sword and condensed a demonic red lotus in the air that quietly bloomed. The red lotus floated in the air, tender and beautiful. Every petal was crystal clear and contained the power of the sword soul. Then, it soared into the sky and spun rapidly, forming streaks of sword chi that slashed in all directions. Each streak of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. They were like angry dragons that roared at the sky. The void surged and countless waves of air rolled like the waves of the sea, slapping in all directions. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was like a peerless divine sword that slashed down quickly. Boom! Puff! 108,000 streaks of sword chi shot out in all directions like a rain of light, slicing through the combined attacks of the four supreme prodigies. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the combined attacks of the four geniuses were shattered, turning into spirit chi that floated in the air. After that, the four of them coughed out blood and were sent flying. With one sword, the four geniuses had been defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were no words to describe their feelings. Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. His sword shook the heavens and repelled all the prodigies. At this moment, his figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many martial artists. Even 100 years later, there were still people who mentioned this battle. Lin Xian defeated the four prodigies with a single sword strike and became the champion of this year's martial competition. At the same time, he also obtained the champion's reward, 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, a divine dream bone, and a chance to see heavenly daughter Murong. Each of these three rewards was enough to make people excited. Lin Xian was also excited. This was because he could finally obtain the divine dream bone. It was a key material to make the red lotus armor. As long as he continued to collect it, he believed that there would be a day when he could make the true red lotus armor. After placing the divine dream bone and 10 million medium-grade spirit stones into his storage belt, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. And at this time, in a private room on the 4th floor, a small and cute girl appeared. She lightly humped and pouted at Lin Xian, saying, "Hey, my family's miss invites you in." "You again?" Lin Xian smiled as he saw the young girl. "I say, can your attitude be a bit better this time?" "Humph, you bastard. You want me to treat you with respect? Dream on." As Ling thought of the last time she suffered at Lin Xian's hands, she was driven mad with anger. She clenched her teeth and whispered, "That damned bastard, if you have the ability then refuse again." But this time, she was disappointed. This was because Lin Xian didn't refuse. Instead, he readily agreed. Ling gnashed her teeth in anger at Lin Xian's response. She wished she could pounce on him and bite him. The reason Lin Xian did the same this time was because he was really curious. Just how beautiful was the legendary Murong fairy that she could make countless geniuses go crazy for her. Moreover, he needed to use the Murong fairy's name to intimidate the divine bird palace so that they wouldn't dare to make a move. This way, he would have time to react. Under countless envious and jealous gazes, Lin Xian followed Ling into a private room that looked like a palace. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian saw a fairy-like woman. Although her beautiful face was covered by a white veil, Lin Xian could tell from her hazy silhouette that she was absolutely a peerless beauty. No wonder so many geniuses went crazy for her. Just her figure alone was enough to make them infatuated and unable to extricate themselves. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul wandered around in his body, allowing him to maintain a clear mind. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I've long heard that the Morong fairy is as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I've seen it, it's really extraordinary. Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian's eyes were too clear, without a trace of impurity. One had to know that when those warriors saw her in the past, they were all dumbfounded. Even those geniuses weren't spared. But Lin Xian was different. Although he was also admiring her, he maintained an absolute clarity of mind. This made the middle-aged scholar beside him exclaim in admiration. Lin Gongzi is a young genius. How admirable. May I know where your master came from? Morong Qingqing asked. Her voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. My master lives in the mountains and is not famous. Even if I tell you, you won't know. Lin Xian laughed. If he lives in the mountains, then he must be a reclusive expert. Morong Qingqing thought to herself. At the same time, she realized that perhaps Lin Xian didn't have a powerful background. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is willing to follow me and step onto the peak of martial arts. Follow you? Lin Xian was stunned. You mean to marry into the Morong family? Although you're very beautiful, isn't it a little too soon to talk about marriage the first time we meet? Morong Qingqing, the middle-aged scholar, Ling the three of them were stunned, as if they were petrified. Morong Qingqing's face turned red. Although there was a veil between them, Lin Xian could still feel her shyness. It was as if her every frown and smile could mesmerize people. Ling screamed, "Talk your head! Despicable bastard, why are your thoughts so dirty? I'm so angry." She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, constantly rubbing her canine teeth. Beside her, the middle-aged scholar also laughed loudly, as if he had heard the most interesting thing. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. What, did I say something wrong? Lin Gongzi, I think you've misunderstood. I meant to say that you'll join my faction. Morong Qingqing's expression returned to normal, but her voice was still a little unnatural. I see. Lin Xian pursed his lips. Then what you said just now was so tempting, about stepping onto the peak of martial arts together. I thought it was about dual cultivation. So that's how it is. I thought it would be dual cultivation. Ling rolled her eyes. She wished she could strangle Lin Xian to death. Morong Qingqing's expression was also unnatural. Her body was slightly stiff because no one had ever dared to joke with her like this. Lin Gongzi, what do you think? Very quickly, Morong Qingqing regained her composure. There were no longer any fluctuations in her expression. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Currently, I have no plans to join any power. Furthermore, I still have things to do. Lin Xian shook his head. That was because he had to go to the Palace of Gods of War to find his father. Furthermore, Morong Qingqing's identity was too special. Being with her would probably attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Xian had condensed his martial soul, he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he rejected her. Lin Xian's reply shocked the three people in the room once again. You dare to reject my young miss request? Ling immediately roared angrily. You bastard, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you know how many people in the Tianwu continent are racking their brains to join us? I think you're just a country bumpkin from the mountains. The middle-aged scholar also reminded him, Kid, this is a rare opportunity. You have to think carefully. Morong Qingqing did not speak. Her eyes shone with a strange light. No one had ever been able to reject her. However, this youth in front of her had easily rejected her. Not only that, every decision of Lin Xian surprised her. It was as if this youth in front of her did not act according to the rules. You don't have to rush to answer. You can slowly think about it. Once you've thought it through, it won't be too late to give me an answer. Morong Qingqing was not angered by Lin Xian's rejection. Instead, she became more and more curious about this youth in front of her. I wonder what young master plans to do next. Will you continue to stay in Quicksand City, or? There's no reason for me to stay in Quicksand City. Next, I might make a trip to the Palace of Gods of War. Palace of Gods of War? Morong Qingqing nodded slightly. According to the information she received, Lin Xian was indeed in contact with a venerable one from the Palace of Ares. As for how deep the relationship between Lin Xian and the Palace of Ares was, she had no idea. It just so happens that we're also leaving Quicksand City, and it's on the way. Why don't we go together? Morong Qingqing smiled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time, making the world lose its color. It was as if the white-robed fairy had become the only thing in the world. Linger and the middle-aged scholar were surprised. They did not expect Morong Qingqing to make such a decision. Even Lin Xian was surprised, but he quickly smiled and agreed. Because this way, he could get rid of the two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace. He believed that with Morong Qingqing by his side, the people of Divine Bird Palace would not dare to make a move. All of Lin Xian's belongings were placed inside his storage ring. The snow-white monkey and the crimson dragon were also placed inside his demonic beast pouch. Moreover, Nan Gongseng and the others had already made arrangements, so he could leave Quicksand City at any time. The group walked out of the room and prepared to leave. A 7-colored rainbow appeared under Morong Qingqing's feet, carrying her through the void like a bridge. At this moment, she was like a fairy descending, beautiful beyond compare. Goddess Morong, it's Goddess Morong. At this moment, the audience below had yet to leave. When they saw the fairy in the sky, they immediately exclaimed. Countless people looked up, mesmerized. The geniuses clenched their fists, looking excited. Morong Qingqing, one of the most beautiful women in the Tianwu continent, was also a disciple of the House of Kings. Her status was definitely extraordinary. This was the dream of countless warriors, and now she was right in front of them. However, these geniuses could not get excited, because there was another person standing beside Morong Qingqing. A young figure, stepping on the shadow of a divine sword, stood with his hands behind his back. He looked calm, as if the sword god had been reborn. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he and Morong Qingqing stood together, they really looked like a golden couple. The people below recognized Lin Xian, and they were all envious. In their opinion, if they could gain the favor of Morong Qingqing, they would not have to worry about their lives. The people of the Divine Bird Palace looked worried, especially the two venerables, whose faces were extremely gloomy. They originally wanted to attack, but Morong Qingqing's appearance forced them to stop their plan. Damned little thief, he actually got together with the people of the Morong family. What should we do? Do we still have to attack? Humph, of course we have to. You have to pay the price for killing the people of the Divine Bird Palace. Do you think you are safe with Morong Qingqing? What a joke. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace whispered, their eyes flashing coldly. Then, the two disappeared quickly, as if they were carrying out some plan. Lin Xian left a message to Nan Gongseng, telling them to develop well here, while he quickly left Quicksand City with Morong Qingqing and the others. Among these people, except for Ling who was still in the spirit detecting stage, Lin Xian and the other two were all in the venerable stage. In particular, Morong Qingqing's aura was very faint, but Lin Xian could clearly sense that the woman in front of him was in the venerable stage. Unlike him, she had not only condensed a martial soul, but also her cultivation was in the venerable stage. This made him deeply shocked. She is indeed a genius. She is really strong and her strength is so terrifying. He estimated that if he fought with Morong Qingqing, he would probably not be able to defeat her. This gave him a new understanding of the House of Kings. There was probably such a person in the Divine Bird Palace, but she might not have come this time. However, Lin Xian was not discouraged. Although Morong Qingqing was young, she was obviously in her 20s, and he was only 18. He was probably the only one who had condensed a martial soul at this age. The group was very fast. It did not take long for them to leave Quicksand City and arrive at the Sunset Desert. After passing through the desert, they would leave the Sand region. According to the performance of the geniuses from other regions, the Sand region seemed to be a relatively backward region in the Tianwu continent. Even so, the development of martial arts in this place had long surpassed the Tiannan region. Lin Xian really did not know how prosperous the other regions of the Tianwu continent were. He was looking forward to it. He stepped on the sword shadow and flew quickly. Suddenly, the air under his feet fluctuated and rippled. A strange force appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped him. The next moment, the space twisted and took him away. Not good. Morong Qingqing and the other two's expressions changed. They had not noticed anything strange before. Beside them, the middle-aged scholar snorted and suddenly attacked. The wind from his palm was fierce, and the wind was strong. It turned into a terrifying palm and grabbed forward. The void shattered and trembled incessantly. However, Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, it should be the two old guys from the Divine Bird Palace. The middle-aged scholar's expression was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. Lin Xian's sudden disappearance shocked Morong Qingqing and the other two. Damn it, it's those two old guys from the Divine Bird Palace, the middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. Uncle Guangzhong, can you find them? Morong Qingqing asked. The middle-aged scholar carefully sensed and then shook his head slightly. I can't sense them. Judging from the situation just now, they must have used some kind of strange formation. But they shouldn't be too far away. The three frowned and began to search. The moment Lin Xian was enveloped by the strange power, he activated the Red Lotus armor. A layer of bright red light covered the whole area. Red lotuses jumped and protected him. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly resisted and slashed out sword light, but found that it was useless. Kid, don't mess around. This is a spatial teleportation formation, the Crimson Dragon said. Be careful, they're obviously targeting you. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The people targeting him must be from the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't expect that they would have a chance to attack him while he was with Morong Qingqing. It seemed that he had underestimated the Divine Bird Palace. The next moment, a light flashed and Lin Xian was pulled to a deserted area by the force. As soon as he appeared, a majestic force was used. It was as if thousands of mountains were moving, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Lin Xian was caught off guard and was sent flying. Fortunately, he activated the Red Lotus armor in advance. Otherwise, this blow would have torn his body apart. Even so, his aura was tumbling and his bones were cracking. He's not dead? A surprised voice was heard. Obviously, they were surprised that Lin Xian could withstand the blow. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly turned around. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void. It's really you two old dogs. Lin Xian saw the two venerables from the Divine Bird Palace and his face was gloomy. Humph, kid, today is the day you die. Let's see where you can run to this time. The two venerables had ferocious looks on their faces, as if they were demon kings. Behind them were 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. They were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Lin Xian frowned. He looked around and found that this was a special array formation that sealed off this area. He simply couldn't get out, and he wouldn't be able to break the array formation in a short time. You sent out 2 venerables? You Divine Bird Palace are really shameless. Humph, you're so shameless even when dealing with a junior. It seems like this lousy bird palace isn't much after all. The Crimson Dragon flew out with a look of disdain. Wooji wooji. The snow-white little monkey also nodded, its expression disdainful. Humph, it's useless to say anything. Today, you won't be able to escape death. The venerable from the Divine Bird Palace sneered. What a pity. Are all the young generation of the Divine Bird Palace dead? Lin Xian laughed. Don't be so arrogant. There are countless geniuses in the Divine Bird Palace. It's just that none of them came this time. That's right, isn't it just a venerable? My Divine Bird Palace also has one. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed. You have one as well? I'm 18 years old this year. What was the strength of your geniuses when they were 18 years old? Put away your pride. In front of me, you're nothing. What's the use of your talent? Dead geniuses are nothing. The 2 venerables attacked mercilessly. Boom, the terrifying palm fell, and the sky boiled as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying palm of light grabbed at Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sword light was resplendent like the mighty Milky Way. It was 1,000 meters long and slashed down in the air. The sword chi cut through the light palm, and an earth-shaking rumble sounded. At the same time, he used his footwork to dodge quickly. This was because a fist as large as a mountain was flying over, shattering the void. Whoosh, Lin Xian brushed past the fist. The terrifying fist force hit his body, making clanging sounds as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The two venerables working together was too terrifying. Lin Xian couldn't resist at all. Little dog, I'll kill you, and then I'll kill these two beasts. I'll also kill your whole family. Everyone related to you will die. The two venerables sneered, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Beasts? You two are the beasts. The Crimson Dragon shouted angrily. Damn it, Ben Huang is angry. Isn't it just a stupid formation? Let's see how Ben Huang destroys it. Lin Xian's expression was cold. No one could threaten his friends and family. Sword light flickered in his eyes, and a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. They were 100 meters long. Kill my family and friends? You can't be forgiven. Whoosh, he flapped his wings and disappeared. Boom, boom. Boom, the two venerables attacked. They kept waving their palms, creating black holes in the void. Violent airflows raged in the air. However, Lin Xian was too fast. He passed by them all. He had an earth-grade movement technique, and he had perfected the wind and thunder concept. Now that he had the wind and thunder wings, his speed had reached the limit. Even a first heaven venerable might not be able to catch up to him. If he used all his strength, Lin Xian was confident that he could catch up to a second heaven venerable. Like a gust of wind and lightning, he kept appearing in the void and quickly approached the people of the Divine Bird Palace. You're courting death. A venerable was furious. A flame formed in his palm and spread into the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The power was 10 times stronger than what Jiyu had used before. Lin Xian let out a long roar and attacked with his sword soul. The half-moon sword chi flew out like a blood moon. At the same time, the sword of slaughter condensed in his hand. A monstrous and terrifying murderous aura was vast and mighty. It was like the roar of a killing god, causing people to tremble. Puff, the sword chi surged and cut open the sea of fire. At the same time, Lin Xian flashed quickly. Oh no, stop him! The venerable shouted. Because he saw Lin Xian heading towards the 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace behind him. Little dog, how dare you! Another venerable roared. His voice was like a tide that rolled over. At the same time, a blue long whip appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed on it and it carried a terrifying aura. It was a lightning whip. The long whip trembled and countless lightning flashed, making crackling sounds as it pierced through the void. The energy fluctuation was like a lightning dragon roaring out. It circled in the air and rushed towards Lin Xian. The whip tore the void apart as it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. If hit, even a venerable would be seriously injured. Lin Xian roared and raised his speed to the limit. At the same time, the armor on his body shone. A bright red lotus bloomed and spun in the air, blocking the lightning whip. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. The sword of slaughter in his hand emitted endless blood-red light, dyeing the entire sky red. Little dog, if you dare to attack, I'll make you wish you were dead. The two venerables roared. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also roared crazily. We're the geniuses of the Divine Bird Palace. If you kill us, the Divine Bird Palace won't let you go. When the time comes, we'll kill your entire family and your clansmen. We'll pull out your tendons and refine your soul. Puff, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved the sword of slaughter, forming a blood-red sword light. Suddenly, a head flew into the sky, and blood spurted into the void like a pillar. Chi-chi, the surrounding disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were splashed with blood, and their faces were covered in blood. They looked at the fallen headless corpse and screamed crazily. At this moment, they were finally afraid. Lin Xian was not afraid of their threats at all. He attacked mercilessly like a killing god. Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two venerables. Using his ultimate movement technique, he arrived in front of the Divine Bird Palace disciples in an instant. Puff puff puff, with a swing of his sword, 3 heads flew into the air. Blood spurted into the sky like pillars. Ah, horrified screams were heard. The rest of the Divine Bird Palace disciples screamed frantically and trembled. The two venerables also roared to the sky. Their bodies exuded a powerful and terrifying aura that shook the entire sky. Damn it, damn it. A brat actually killed their disciple right under their noses. It was a slap to their faces. Moreover, those disciples were all geniuses and elites. The death of any one of them would be a loss to the Divine Bird Palace. Their hearts were bleeding. They roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Little dog, I'll cut off your limbs and make you kneel in front of the graves of these heroes forever. I'll torture you every day. I'll make you wish you were dead. Vicious voices were heard. Like spears of the underworld, they pierced through the void and surged in all directions. Humph, who do you think you are? Do you think you can cut off my limbs? Lin Xian sneered. His hands did not stop moving. He waved his long sword, forming a terrifying blood-red sword aura. In an instant, the remaining Divine Bird Palace disciples were cut in half. You two old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years. Didn't you want to kill my parents? I'll let you have a taste of this first. So that you won't harm others in the future. Lin Xian sneered. Old dogs who have lived for hundreds of years have no right to compare with me. If we were both 18 years old, I could kill both of you in one move. Ah. Damn it. The two venerables of the Divine Bird Palace went crazy. No one had ever dared to insult them. But now, Lin Xian's words were like demonic swords that pierced their hearts. Moreover, the dead disciples in front of them deeply provoked them. Those disciples were all killed. None of them survived. This made it impossible for them to go back and explain themselves. Brat, I want you dead. A large flaming hand reached out. It was burning with divine flames and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars of fire, sealing off all directions and sealing off the world. The other venerable one waved his lightning whip like a blue lightning dragon, roaring ferociously. Lin Xian spread out the wind and thunder wings on his back and dodged quickly. He didn't want to take the attack head-on. Ruzalong, has the formation been broken? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. What a joke. Ben Huang is the Supreme Dragon Emperor. Is there any array formation that I can't solve? The Crimson Dragon said proudly. If it wasn't for the loss of the dragon essence, Ben Huang would have been able to break this formation with one claw. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break it. Hee, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws. You know that I haven't reached the Venerable Realm yet, so it's very troublesome to break this formation. However, I've thought of another way. Although I can't break it in a short period of time, I have complete control over this array formation. I can modify this array formation and make it work for us. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. These two old farts dared to call Ben Huang a beast. Ben Huang must kill them. What should we do? Tell me. The power of wind and thunder surged on Lin Xian's body. Like streams of light, he shuttled back and forth between the terrifying attacks. This is a double-layered formation. It can both seal and teleport. I can use this formation to teleport one of the venerables out. As for the remaining venerable one, I'll use the formation to cooperate with your attacks. Hearing this, Lin Xian was delighted. He had wanted to kill these two venerables for a long time, but they were too strong for him to succeed. Now, the Crimson Dragon had a way to separate them. This was definitely a great opportunity to kill them. Both of them were First Heaven venerables. The venerable one who used lightning was stronger and had already reached the peak of the First Heaven venerables. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to teleport the venerable thunder away and kill the other one. He passed his idea to the Crimson Dragon. Then, he placed the little white monkey on his shoulder and prepared to launch a sure-kill attack. Boy, it's no use running away. There's no way for you to survive. The two venerables held crazily. At this moment, the void fluctuated. An invisible power of space suddenly appeared and covered the venerable thunder. This is the power of the teleportation array. The two venerables were shocked. They couldn't understand why their array formation would suddenly be activated. Moreover, it was used on them. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Then, it waved its dragon claws and quickly changed the array formation. Buzz, the air trembled. The power of space became stronger. In an instant, the Venerable Thunder was pulled into a black hole and disappeared. Only the Venerable One who used fire was left in the field. Damn it. What's going on? The Venerable Fire frowned. The current situation was completely out of his control. However, before he could figure it out, a sword radiance rushed toward him. You're courting death. Do you think you have a chance of winning by separating the two of us? What a joke. I've been in the Venerable Realm for almost 100 years. My martial soul is extremely powerful. What do you have to fight with me? The Venerable Fire snorted in disdain. Then, the flames on his body jumped and a scorching power spread out. He wanted to gather a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, a white figure suddenly flew over. It was as fast as lightning. What's that? The Venerable Fire was shocked. The speed shocked him. Soon, he saw the white figure clearly. It was a palm-sized little white monkey. At this moment, it was looking at him with a disdainful sneer. The Venerable Fire was furious. A monkey dared to mock him? He snorted and raised his hand. He was about to crush the little thing in front of him. However, the little white monkey swayed and dodged the attack. Then, it stretched out its furry paw and slapped the Venerable Fire's face. Boom! When the paw landed, the Venerable Fire felt dizzy and fell into a coma. However, as a Venerable Fire, his soul was extremely powerful. Although he could not move due to the dizziness, he still realized that he had been hit. Seeing the dizzy Venerable Fire, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he held the slaughter sword with both hands and the power of his sword soul surged. Heavenly Meteor. A blazing sword radiance flashed. It was like a bright star that streaked across the void. The sword was so stunning that the entire world was overshadowed. Poof, a bloody hole appeared in the Venerable Fire's chest. His muscles and organs were all minced by the sword chi. In the next moment, he recovered from the dizziness and roared. The pain made him go crazy. When experts fought, they fought for the initiative. Usually, a mistake could determine life and death. However, as a Venerable Fire who had been in this realm for 100 years, he was very powerful. Although he was dizzy just now, he relied on his body's instinct and mobilized the power of his bloodline. At the last moment, he moved his body slightly to the side and avoided his heart. Otherwise, the sword that pierced his heart would have taken his life. The Flame Reverend swallowed a spiritual medicine to suppress the wound on his chest. Then, he stared at Lin Xian with boundless hatred and fear in his eyes. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Xian could injure him in an instant. Especially that strange little monkey, it was actually able to knock him out. It was really too inconceivable. He set up a flaming shield around his body, which spun quickly. At the same time, divine flames danced on his body, forming a flaming armor. It wrapped around his body tightly to prevent another sneak attack. On the other hand, Lin Xian sighed softly. That sword strike of his had been aimed at his opponent's heart. However, his opponent still managed to dodge it at the last moment. However, the effect of this attack was excellent. At least he had severely injured his opponent. Moreover, he had left a sword soul power in his opponent's body. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could not be removed easily. Even if his opponent was a reverend who had been stuck for 100 years, he could only temporarily suppress the sword soul power. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly attacked. The sword chi was shocking. It was like a blood-red river. It roared and slashed at the Flame Reverend. Since he had already severely injured the other party, Lin Xian had no intention of giving him a chance to recover. The sword chi circled and roared in the air. It formed a blood-red dragon and rushed forward. The snow-white little marquis returned to Lin Xian's shoulder. It blinked its big eyes and waited for an opportunity. Terrifying energy surged. Lin Xian's every attack contained the power of the sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The great dragon sword soul was originally an offensive saint art. Now that it had been merged with Lin Xian, it was even more powerful. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain, capable of destroying a city. The sword chi filled the sky and slashed at the Flame Reverend. The Flame Reverend roared angrily. He waved his fists and threw out 9 punches in a row. Each punch contained the terrifying power of a reverend. It was accompanied by a sea of fire. The flaming fists surged. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. In the end, the entire void was trembling and distorting. However, the more the flame reverend fought, the more shocked he became. Lin Xian's sword aura was simply too sharp. It contained an unparalleled offensive aura, and every single sword strike was capable of slicing apart his attacks. This made him extremely shocked. After all, he'd entered the Exalt realm over 100 years ago, and his strength was extremely formidable. On the other hand, Xianxia had merely condensed his martial soul and hadn't even stepped into the Exalt realm. Although this kind of martial artist was powerful, he would not be able to defeat a real venerable one. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess was too strong. He could even suppress a first heaven venerable realm martial artist. The current situation was just like that. The other party was suppressing him. That terrifying sword chi caused the flame reverend's heart to tremble. Moreover, there was also a terrifying sword chi in his body that was rampaging madly, trying to destroy his life force. It could be said that both internal and external troubles caused the flame venerable to complain continuously. His current plan was to stall for time and wait for the Thunder Venerable to return. Then, the two of them would join forces to kill Lin Xian once again. But Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The slaughter sword slashed through the air, and a blood-red sword appeared in the sky. It gave off a blood-red aura of slaughter, and it was like the blade of a killing god had descended. Gale lightning sword, mountain river cleaving one sword. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and used an earth-grade martial art. The blood-red sword moved. It was covered with mysterious runes, and a monstrous aura of slaughter spread out, dyeing the sky and earth red. At the same time, the Nirvana sword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand, and he also waved it quickly. Behind the blood-red sword, a pitch-black sword condensed again. It gave off an aura of extermination that filled the entire sky. Gale lightning sword, double sword star destruction. The two swords hummed together, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Then, it quickly descended. In an instant, the aura of slaughter and nirvana covered the flame reverend. The sky collapsed, and the ground shattered. Countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. In the sky, the wind howled, and lightning descended. The sky collapsed, and the ear-piercing sound was like a demonic sound that made one's heart tremble. It was a terrifying scene, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The flame reverend roared. He couldn't care about anything else. He activated the power of his bloodline and merged it with his martial soul. Behind him, a sea of fire spread out, and the shadow of a divine bird flew out from the sea of fire. It was born from the fire. The divine bird was hundreds of feet long, and it was bathed in flames. As it flapped its wings, countless flames surged into the sky and swept the 9 heavens. With a cry, the flaming divine bird rushed into the sky and collided with the 2 heavenly swords. Rumble, suddenly, an extremely powerful force exploded, shattering the void. Terrifying cracks appeared, and a pitch-black black hole formed in the sky, and it continued to expand. The wind howled, and the space trembled. The power was enough to kill a martial artist in the venerable realm. The flaming divine bird cried and spat out pillars of fire. They were like fire god spears that pierced through the sky and attacked the 2 heavenly swords. At the same time, its huge body brought about endless flames that burned the sky. Even the 2 heavenly swords became dim. In the sky, the huge heavenly swords became blurry, as if they couldn't withstand the flames. However, the power of the sword's soul didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. An earth-shattering aura surged out quickly and slashed at the flaming divine bird, causing it to cry out in pain. A blood-red murderous aura spread out like the blade of a killing god. It quickly slashed at the flaming divine bird and cut off half of its wing. The Nirvana sword was even crazier. The pitch-black sword was like the move of the death god. It quickly absorbed the life force of the flaming divine bird, causing it to wail incessantly. The flame supremacy's face was pale. He looked at the scene in the sky, and his eyes were uncertain. Then, he gritted his teeth and waved his palm, causing the flaming divine bird in the sky to explode. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a terrifying power surged out. It was as if thousands of fireballs had split open in the sky. It was very shocking. The sky was pierced through, and a terrifying black vortex appeared. It was incomparably dark. The two heavenly swords were hit by the terrifying energy and instantly became dim. The flame supremacy's body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't hesitate to injure himself and successfully blocked Lin Xian's earth-grade martial art. However, his current condition was very bad. He was already severely injured, and now that he was suffering from the backlash of his martial art, he was even weaker. The flame supremacy's eyes were filled with endless murderous aura and unwillingness. Then, he gritted his teeth and decisively decided to retreat temporarily. His condition wasn't good, and it wasn't easy for him to continue fighting. It was better to wait until he recovered from his injuries and met up with the Thunder Supremacy to kill Lin Xian. Then, he quickly turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian sneered. It wasn't easy for him to injure the Flame Supremacy, so how could he let him leave? He put his palms together and merged the Nirvana sword and the Sword of Slaughter, forming a red and black demonic sword. Then, the demonic sword danced, forming mysterious sword waves. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. The Fire Venerable was severely injured and did not dare to fight anymore. He was ready to escape. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon secretly controlled the array to prevent the Fire Venerable from escaping. Lin Xian quickly merged the Sword of Massacre and Sword of Nirvana to perform the third move of the Tempest Lightning Sword. The third move of the Tempest Lightning Sword was terrifying. In the sky, the clouds tumbled and formed a giant red and black sword once again. A shocking murderous aura and chi of Nirvana were emitted. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. The giant sword was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused the void to collapse. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror. Countless black cracks spread out. It was a shocking sight. The power was extremely terrifying. Even a venerable would die upon contact. Impossible! The Fire Venerable exclaimed when he felt the aura. Then, his face became incomparably ugly because if he was hit, there was no chance of survival. He roared and performed the power of his bloodline. Powerful aura rose around him and condensed into the shape of a divine bird. It brought him away quickly. With a flash of light, the Fire Venerable disappeared. However, in the next moment, the space trembled and a teleportation force quickly shrouded him. Swoosh, the Fire Venerable, who had flown far away, returned to his original spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Realizing this, the Fire Venerable's face turned green and he could not help but curse. He was going crazy and had the urge to curse. Then, he quickly condensed a pair of flaming wings that were 1,000 meters long. They looked like the wings of a demon god. As soon as the flaming wings appeared, he turned into a stream of flames and disappeared again. However, in the next moment, the teleportation force sent him back to his original spot. Impossible, this is impossible. The Fire Venerable roared at the sky with shock and despair in his eyes. He was about to cry. How could they play with him like this? This set of formations was originally meant for Feng Lin Xian. Who would have thought that it would become his nightmare? This was simply shooting himself in the foot. The Crimson Dragon snickered at the side. Of course, this was his masterpiece. Old fart, how dare you call Benhuang a beast? I'll let you know how powerful Benhuang is. The Crimson Dragon snorted. At this moment, the Gale Lightning Sword above his head once again descended mercilessly. Blood rained down as the aura of death permeated the air. It was as if the god of slaughter and the god of death had descended, causing this space to become abnormally oppressive. The Flame Reverend couldn't escape, so he could only take it head-on. He condensed all of his spirit energy and bloodline power into a flaming armor to defend himself. At the next moment, the Gale Lightning Sword slashed down, shattering the entire ground. Cracks as thick as mountains extended out in all directions. The entire ground looked as if it had been bitten by an abyssal beast. The terrifying sword chi was like a heavenly pillar that shot out in all directions. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding mountains were blasted apart. The ground sank, and the sky boiled. Countless amounts of energy were like ocean waves, crashing in all directions. Even the array formation that sealed off the area began to tremble rapidly, as if it would break apart at any moment. It couldn't be helped. This sword strike was too stunning. It was as if it could split open the 9 heavens and 10 earths and annihilate gods and devils. The Flame Reverend screamed crazily. The defense he formed was mercilessly cut open. The huge sword pierced into his body and instantly split him into 2. Until the moment of his death, he did not believe that a young man with only a martial spirit would be able to kill him. With endless unwillingness and despair, the Flame Reverend slowly fell down. With a flash, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and instantly appeared beside the Flame Reverend. He took the storage ring from his hand. Then, a ball of sword radiance burst out and cut the corpse into pieces. 1 down. There's still 1 left. Young man, are you confident? The Crimson Dragon asked from the side. Fight. Lin Xian didn't bother to explain. The other party came to kill him. Now that there was a chance, he would naturally kill the other party. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had long been enemies. He was naturally happy to be able to weaken the other party's strength. After swallowing a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to recover his strength. A huge spirit chi vortex formed above his head, and streams of spirit chi flowed into his body. Soon, the depleted spirit chi was replenished. There's an aura. The other party is coming. The Crimson Dragon suddenly said. Get ready. Let him in and then attack, Lin Xian ordered. Then he touched the snow-white little monkey on his shoulder. This time, it's up to you. Wu ji, the snow-white little monkey patted its chest, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Attention, he's coming in. The Crimson Dragon whispered, and then began to operate the array silently. The void vibrated, and a figure covered with thunder and lightning rushed in quickly. The aura was very shocking, as if the god of thunder had descended. Damn thief, get the hell out here. Before the person arrived, a terrifying sound wave swept in all directions like a wave, shaking the void and shattering it. Whoosh, the snow-white little monkey jumped up, turned into a white lightning, and instantly arrived in front of the figure. With a slap of its paw, it knocked the figure unconscious. The Thunder Reverend was very sad. He had just entered the array and didn't have time to see the situation around him before he was knocked unconscious. A very mysterious force made him dizzy, and he fell into a temporary coma. However, the next moment, an earth-shattering pain stimulated his soul and woke him up. Then, she was extremely furious and roared at the sky. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. That was because he realized that his entire right arm had been cut off. He was terrified, and he immediately grabbed the right arm that had been cut off. Although the supremacy stage was extremely powerful, they had not reached the stage where they could regrow a severed arm. However, with the Thunder Reverend's means, the severed arm could be reattached. Therefore, his first reaction was to look for the severed arm. However, the next moment, the void vibrated, and the severed right arm disappeared in front of him. This is the power of space. The Thunder Reverend roared. He had been transported away by this power, and now his severed arm had been snatched away. With a furious roar, the Thunder Reverend emitted a supreme aura that made heaven and earth go crazy. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face as he stood with a sword in his hand. Beside him was a 2-meter-long dark red snake, which was grabbing his right arm with a mocking expression. In addition, there was also a snow-white little monkey with a lightning whip in its hand that kept jumping. The Thunder Reverend was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He could not tolerate it. Not only did Lin Xian take away his weapon, but he had also cut off his right arm. He could not wait to run over and tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he did not see the Flame Reverend. He could only feel the remnant aura in the air, but the Flame Reverend had disappeared. Could it be? The Thunder Reverend suddenly had a bad premonition. Impossible. Soon, he shook his head in denial. Like him, the Flame Reverend had been in the supremacy stage for hundreds of years. How could a brat who had just condensed a martial soul kill an expert like him? There's no need to look for him. We've already killed that flaming old dog. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You'll join him soon. Don't worry. You will reunite with him soon. The Crimson Dragon stared at the Thunder Venerable with a sneer. What? That's impossible? The Thunder Venerable exclaimed. He didn't believe that the Flame Venerable would be killed by Lin Xian. However, the situation before his eyes proved that everything was true, especially when he saw the remains of the Flame Venerable. He felt as though he was struck by lightning. At that moment, Lin Xian made his move again. He took advantage of the Thunder Venerable's momentary distraction and turned into a sword light again, charging forward quickly. This sword was still the meteor from outer space. The sword light shone like a galaxy roaring in the void. The space was torn apart with an ear-piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying sword aura had already arrived in front of the Thunder Venerable. The Thunder Venerable's body shook and his eyes regained clarity. Lightning surged all over his body as he moved horizontally. Poof, the lightning armor in front of his chest shattered and a horrifying crack extended, almost splitting him apart. The Thunder Venerable was severely injured and his body flew backward. Lin Xian succeeded in his attack and quickly followed up. The Thunder Venerable was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's swordsmanship to be so sharp that he was severely injured in an instant. The fear in his eyes, the injuries on his body, and the news of the Flame Venerable being killed made his heart tremble. Unknowingly, he developed a fear of Lin Xian. Such emotions were terrifying, especially when he was fighting against an expert. It might affect his combat power and kill him. The Thunder Venerable was naturally aware of this, but he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian had given him too much shock. With a roar, the Thunder Venerable didn't dare to fight anymore and chose to escape. To the Thunder Venerable, this was a wise choice. First of all, his right arm was broken and he was severely injured, causing his combat power to decrease greatly. Moreover, the fear in his heart made him almost afraid to face Lin Xian. Therefore, choosing to escape was the best decision for him. However, Lin Xian smiled in disdain. As a martial artist, the most important thing wasn't martial techniques, but a strong heart. If you don't even have a heart to win, it doesn't matter how much you have. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and let out an impassioned roar. Although the venerables of the Divine Bird Palace were powerful, they were usually pampered and used to being arrogant and despotic. Once they engaged in a real life and death battle, their shortcomings would be revealed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different from them. He came from the tiny and remote Tiannan region, and had fought his way through battles. Everything was achieved by fighting with his own two hands. Therefore, he had a strong and confident heart and an unyielding fighting spirit. This was the most important thing to a martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi flew out, condensing into a blood-red star that quickly streaked across the sky. Starburst. The void cracked open, emitting an uneasy sound. In an instant, the blood star arrived behind the Thunder Venerable. Boom, a terrifying explosion occurred, and a terrifying energy enveloped him. No. The Thunder Venerable let out a desperate cry, and then was drowned in the torrent of energy. After a long time, the terrifying energy dissipated, and a blackened corpse fell to the ground. Lin Xian turned around and called the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey to quickly break the array and leave this place. Lin Xian didn't look for Murong Qingqing anymore. Instead, he chose a direction, turned into a sword light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Half a day later, 3 figures landed. Looking at the destroyed battlefield, they sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 people were Murong Qingqing's team. They looked at the terrifying sword souls on the ground and the broken corpses on the ground, their eyes full of shock. This is the Venerable of the Divine Bird Palace. He can't be any more dead. It seems that Lin Xian has safely left. The middle-aged scholar looked around and said in a deep voice. What? That bastard killed the Venerable of the Divine Bird Palace. Ling Er covered her mouth with a shocked expression. I'm afraid it's not just the Thunder Venerable. The Flame Venerable also couldn't escape death. The middle-aged scholar pointed at the broken pieces in the distance and said again. How is this possible? Is that bastard still human? Ling Er was shocked. Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. She was indeed shocked. In her opinion, Lin Xian was taken away by two venerables and was definitely doomed. She didn't expect that the outcome would be so shocking. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down, but she was even more determined. Such a peerless genius, she must take him under her wing. It was too shocking. Lin Xian just condensed his sword soul and killed two venerables. This combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Xian was only 18 years old. According to the rules of Tianwu continent, he had just come of age. This kind of martial artist had amazing potential. If there were no accidents in the future, he would definitely be the strongest combat power. Let's go to the Palace of Gods of War. Morong Qingqing turned and left with the two of them. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a safe place to recuperate. Although the battle just now was fast, it was very dangerous. He used some of his trump cards and consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, after he left the battlefield, he found a safe place to quickly recover his energy. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and his body returned to its peak state. Then, he took out the two storage rings and smiled. These two storage rings naturally belonged to the two venerables of Divine Bird Palace. During the battle, he specially protected them and did not break them. It was the first time he got the venerable storage rings, so he was a little excited. He extended his soul power and rushed towards the two storage rings. However, he soon felt a force blocking him. Lin Xian knew that this was the soul seal on the storage rings, used to prevent others from probing. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul accompanied the great dragon sword soul and quickly pierced downwards. Ka, with a shattering sound, the soul seal on the two storage rings was instantly broken. Then, Lin Xian's soul power probed into the rings. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The space in the storage rings was very large. It was half the size of a city, 10 times larger than his storage belt. Lin Xian estimated that this storage ring should be a high-grade spirit rank artifact. His storage belt was only an ordinary spiritual lower-grade treasure. The two were not at the same level at all. Other than the vast storage space, the items inside also made Lin Xian gasp in surprise. Mid-grade spirit stones were piled up like mountains. All kinds of materials, spiritual herbs, martial arts, and treasures could be seen everywhere. Lin Xian had also obtained a lot of storage rings, but those added together were not even 1/10,000th of what was here. In fact, this was normal. The two venerables had lived for hundreds of years. All of their most precious treasures were in the storage rings. Moreover, the two were elders of Divine Bird Palace. Their status was respected, so the resources in their hands were absolutely shocking. Haha, I'm rich. Lin Xian was ecstatic. This was definitely an amazing wealth. The most precious things he had were the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and some strange stones. The rest were not worth mentioning. Moreover, after he condensed his martial soul, ordinary resources became very useless to him. Now it was different. These were two venerable realm storage rings. Most of the things inside were for venerable realm cultivators. Lin Xian could use them all. Lin Xian was ecstatic to obtain two venerable realm storage rings. He had just condensed his martial soul and needed some resources. There were tens of millions of middle-grade spiritual stones piled up like a mountain, and there was also a box of upper-grade spiritual stones. The value of an upper-grade spiritual stone was dozens of times that of a middle-grade spiritual stone. Although there were some exchange rates in the outside world, most people would not exchange at all. Lin Xian had only heard of it before, but now it was the first time he saw it. The box of upper-grade spiritual stones was crystal clear and full of spiritual energy, far surpassing the middle-grade spiritual stones next to it. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the spiritual herbs and other materials. Among them, there were 7,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the Flame Venerable's storage ring, and only 9 in the Thunder Venerables. This surprised Lin Xian. Although he also had 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were obtained from the lost place. In the outside world, he could not obtain 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs at all. Take the Sand region as an example. A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was enough to make a venerable go crazy. One could imagine the value of a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Now, the venerable of the Divine Bird Palace had dozens of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, completely defeating the venerable of the sand region. As expected of a top force, rich as expected. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in admiration. Then, he looked at the bottles and jars. Naturally, they were filled with elixirs. He opened the small bottles one by one and found that the worst ones were 5th-grade elixirs, and there were some 6th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian remembered that in the Tianshan kingdom, a 5th-grade elixir had caused a lot of commotion. Now, there were countless 5th-grade elixirs in the storage rings, and even the more precious 6th-grade elixirs. The higher the grade of an elixir, the more precious it was. For example, a 6th-grade elixir was definitely worth more than dozens of 5th-grade elixirs. Lin Xian discovered that in the 2 storage rings, there were only a total of 3 bottles of grade 6 medicinal pills. Lin Xian carefully put away the grade 6 medicinal pills and scanned the surroundings once more. Next, he saw the materials. There were all kinds of beast bones, scales, and tentacles. They were obviously precious materials. Lin Xian examined it carefully. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of shock. This was because he found a few extremely special materials among the materials. They were all materials for the Red Lotus battle armor. There were 3 types in total. Lin Xian found them and stored them separately. In addition, he also had the Divine Dream Bone in his hands. He obtained a total of 4 materials. Although it wasn't much, Lin Xian was still overjoyed. This was because he had carefully studied the blueprint of the Red Lotus armor. This set of armor was very strange. Moreover, it could be made separately. In other words, if there were not enough materials, he could make a small part of it first. He only needed 2 more materials to make the gauntlet. The Red Lotus battle armor's function was not only defense. Every part of the armor was engraved with ancient inscriptions that could activate a combination of consummate skills. For example, a pair of gauntlets could activate the Red Lotus 100 Blaze Fist. The effect was comparable to an earth-rank martial art. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian continued to explore the other materials. The rest were some martial arts. Lin Xian now mastered 2 earth-rank martial arts. One was the Gale Lightning Sword technique and the other was the Illusory Demon Steps. Both were earth-rank low-grade martial arts. In addition, Lin Xian also comprehended 2 sword skills. Between the Sword of Slaughter and Nirvana, their power was comparable to an earth-rank martial art. Then there was the Red Lotus battle armor. Currently, its defense was comparable to an earth-rank martial art and could block a supremacy's attack. As for the Azure Cloud 9 swords, Lin Xian had obtained them a long time ago. Now, they were somewhat basic. The later moves were still okay. As for the first few moves, they were useless to Lin Xian now. Although Jiu Yi also left some martial arts for Lin Xian, the best of them were only half earth-rank martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian still had to think of a way to obtain the martial arts needed by a supremacy in the future. Quickly searching through the martial arts, Lin Xian found that most of the martial arts collected by the 2 supremacies were half earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they required the cooperation of the Divine Bird Palace's bloodline. This was useless to him. As for the earth-rank martial arts, Lin Xian did not see them at all. Presumably, the Divine Bird Palace's control of earth-rank martial arts was very strict. After all, these martial arts were extremely rare and precious in the Sky Martial continent. However, Lin Xian still found some other things. Presumably, they were the 2 old men's personal belongings. Half a bottle of blood with an extremely strong baleful aura. He did not know what it was, but Lin Xian felt that it should be some kind of demonic beast's bloodline. Next to the blood bottle, there was half a map. On it were mountains and rivers and a city. Next to it were 3 words, Heavenly Nether Bird. As for the other storage ring, Lin Xian found a stone inscription. There was a mark on it that emitted a faint mysterious aura. These 2 things were placed very deep. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul force was strong. Otherwise, he might not have found them. Lin Xian guessed that these 2 things were very mysterious. The 2 supremacies should not have understood them. Of course, he did not know what these 2 things were used for. However, he knew the Crimson Dragon, this old fox. Lin Xian passed the information of the 2 mysterious items to the Crimson Dragon. Soon, the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Heavenly Nether Bird. Its eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Brat, where did you see it? Quickly show it to me. Lin Xian saw the Crimson Dragon's abnormal reaction and was surprised. He took out the half-map, but did not mention the bottle of blood. This Rizalong did not act according to common sense. Lin Xian was afraid that it would drink it. The Crimson Dragon excitedly took the map and studied it carefully. Hey, you still haven't told me what the heavenly nether bird is. Lin Xian asked. It's a type of demon beast. It's very strong. The Crimson Dragon replied. How strong? Rank 10? Stupid. The Crimson Dragon stopped studying and said with disdain, after the rank 9 demon beast is the demon general. It corresponds to the 9 layers of the supremacies. The demon general is divided into 9 stars. However, there are too many rare beasts in this world. Someone divided them into 2 lists, the heaven and earth lists. The heavenly nether bird is a beast on the heaven lists. A beast on the heaven lists? Then it's stronger than you? Lin Xian asked. Bullshit. Benhuang is also a beast on the heaven lists. The Crimson Dragon said with disdain, we mystical dragons are the overlords of this world. Wu Ji the Snow White Monkey was dissatisfied after hearing this. What's your mystical dragon clan's ranking? Lin Xian asked. Top 10? Top 10? Not number 1? Lin Xian was surprised. What do you know? The top 10 beasts on the heaven lists are all powerful beasts left behind from the ancient times. It's hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker, so they're called the 10 ancient emperors. Heaven lists, earth lists, 10 ancient emperors. Lin Xian exclaimed. He found a whole new world in front of him. Then what's the heavenly nether bird's ranking? 198. The Crimson Dragon replied. So low? Ignorant. Any monster on the heaven leaderboard is a heaven-defying existence. Killing a king is child's play. If this heavenly nether bird was still alive, this continent would have been destroyed long ago. The strength of a heaven leaderboard monster exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. It seemed that there were still many things in this world that he did not know. Then why are you so excited? Lin Xian was puzzled. This heavenly nether bird has been turned into a map, which means that it died a long time ago. If we can find its corpse, the Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up, that thing is a great supplement for me. Then, he added, don't worry, this heavenly nether bird will also be helpful to you. Just its bones and feathers alone are amazing refining materials. Isn't your Crimson Lotus battle armor lacking materials? You can find the heavenly nether bird's body to replace it. Moreover, if you can obtain its blood, you can even refine the heavenly nether flame. Heavenly nether flame? Lin Xian was shocked. From the name, it should be a type of flame, but he did not know if it was as powerful as the black dragon's flames. Is this the blood you're talking about? Lin Xian took out the strange blood bottle. F***CK. Brat, where did you get it? The Crimson Dragon jumped up and waved its claws, wanting to snatch it. Fortunately, Lin Xian's hands were quick, and he immediately took back the bottle. F***CK, brat, you actually hid such a good thing. Hurry up and hand it over. F***CK, I knew you would steal it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws angrily, Xiao Xuanzi, don't worry, I don't want the blood. That kind of thing is useless to me. Cut it out, do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Xian coldly snorted, his face full of disbelief. F***CK, Benhuang is so pissed off. The Crimson Dragon stomped his feet in anger. Benhuang is a member of the Divine Dragon clan. The blood of the great Divine Dragon flows in his veins. Why would I want the blood of the heavenly nether bird? Really? Lin Xian was skeptical. Although the Crimson Dragon was unreliable, what he said made sense. Then why were you so impatient just now? Nonsense, this blood might be related to the heavenly nether bird. Of course I'm nervous. The Crimson Dragon explained, brat, let's make a deal. When we find the heavenly nether bird, the demon crystal origin is mine. None of you can take it. Demon crystal origin? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was what this guy was thinking. Needless to say, the source of the demon crystal should be something similar to the dragon essence. The Crimson Dragon had lost its dragon essence, which was why it was so anxious. Alright, I have no problem with that, Lin Xian said. The snow-white monkey also shook its head in disdain. Although it was also a demonic beast, it was not interested in demonic cores or demon crystals. Instead, it loved spirit fruits the most. Brat, let's go, the Crimson Dragon said impatiently. Wait, there's something else. Can you help me take a look? Lin Xian took out the stone carving pattern. As soon as the stone was taken out, it brought with it an ancient aura, as if it was something very ancient. This thing was indeed very ancient. The pattern was very blurry, and the whole stone tablet was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. This is... The Crimson Dragon was slightly surprised, and then carefully observed it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the vermilion bird seal. I didn't expect those two old farts to have so many good things. Vermilion bird seal? Is it powerful? Lin Xian asked. Powerful, of course it's powerful. It's definitely not lower than an earth-ranked martial art, the Crimson Dragon said, but this is only an incomplete seal, and there's only one move. Seeing Lin Xian's disappointed expression, the Crimson Dragon snorted, Brat, be content. This is an ancient martial art. Even if it's only one move, it's still far superior to the current martial arts. Then how do I learn it? This pattern is too blurry, I can't see it clearly. The vermilion bird is also a heaven-ranked demonic beast. I think I can use its blood to activate this pattern. Heaven-ranked demonic beast blood? Lin Xian smiled. He just happened to have one in his hand. Finished speaking, he took out the Heaven Serene bird's blood and was about to open it. Brat, what are you doing? The Crimson Dragon screamed. Learning martial arts, of course, Lin Xian said. Damn, this blood is very important. Who knows, we might need it in the Heaven Serene bird's nest. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin, then what should I do? Then, his eyes lit up as he stared at the Crimson Dragon. Damn, what's with that look? The Crimson Dragon felt goosebumps from being stared at and took 2 steps back. I forgot, you're also on the heaven ranked. I think your blood should be more useful. Don't even think about it. No way. Brat, I already knew that you're not a good person. You actually dare to have ideas about Benhuang. The Crimson Dragon shouted angrily. Then forget it, I'll use the Heaven Serene bird. I'm not in a hurry to get the demonic beast origin anyway, Lin Xian said slowly and opened the blood bottle. Damn, you win. Isn't it just 1 drop of blood? Benhuang will take it. The Crimson Dragon's face was filled with pain. 2 drops. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in the air. Damn brat, don't let Benhuang catch you. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth and spat out 2 drops of dragon blood unwillingly. The 2 drops of dragon blood were the size of walnuts. They were light gold and floated in the air, looking very magical. Lin Xian took out a small white jade bottle and poured the 2 drops of dragon blood into it. Then, he dripped 1 drop on the stone pattern and put away the other. Buzz, the golden blood dripped onto the stone pattern and immediately emitted a golden light. Then, the blurry pattern became clearer and gradually formed the shape of a vermilion bird. In the end, the pattern emitted a blazing light and the vermilion bird on the pattern seemed to come alive. It flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, divine flames danced and a huge figure hovered in the air. It was as if a real vermilion bird was reborn. With a soft cry, it swooped down like a ball of flames and launched a terrifying attack. The void shattered and the ground sank. This attack seemed to have shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the surrounding 1,000 miles to sink. Then, the vermilion bird's shadow disappeared. The stone tablet also shattered and turned into a pile of rubble. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was still recalling the attack just now. Just like that, he stood there like a statue. Only when night fell did he wake up. A touch of joy appeared. Lin Xian formed a seal with his right hand and channeled his spiritual power towards the sky. A dazzling light bloomed in his palm like a sun. It was very dazzling. The shadow of a vermilion bird soared into the sky, bringing with it a violent force as it flew rapidly into the sky. Boom, the void trembled and the entire sky was illuminated by flames. Fierce winds blew and waves of heat surged. The night turned into day. Vermilion bird seal, success. Lin Xian was delighted. This attack was definitely not inferior to an earth-rank martial art. He had just mastered it, but it already had such power. It meant that this move had great potential. As long as he focused on comprehending it, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. Putting away the vermilion bird seal, Lin Xian took out the other drop of dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood, emitting a faint golden light, like golden glass. On it, there was a trace of dragon aura that made one's heart palpitate. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the drop of dragon blood. He then raised his head and swallowed it. F***ck. At the side, the Crimson Dragon saw this scene and couldn't help but curse. This damn brat actually swallowed its dragon blood. No wonder you want 2 drops. I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian naturally didn't care about Rizalong. He was concentrating on refining the drop of dragon blood. Although this drop of dragon blood was small, it contained the purest energy. One must know that this was the dragon blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe, a rare treasure. He quickly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. With a dragon roar, the sword soul transformed into a real dragon and swam around Lin Xian's body. Finally, it merged with the drop of dragon blood. Boom, the combination of the two caused a tremor. The great dragon sword soul roared as if it was nourished by energy and emitted light. Feeling the changes in the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian smiled. He was right. The dragon blood could nourish the great dragon sword soul and make it stronger. After a long time, the great dragon sword soul finally calmed down. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. F***ck, brat, what's with that look? The Crimson Dragon was scared. I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of me. You want dragon blood? Dream on. Sigh, forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. He knew that dragon blood was important to the Crimson Dragon. Taking its dragon blood was equivalent to taking his life. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Let's go to the Blood Realm. Lin Xian stood up and left with the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey. The Blood Realm was the place marked on the half-map. It was also the place Lin Xian had to pass through to reach the Palace of Ares. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly set off. A month later, Lin Xian finally left the sand region. Looking at the lush trees in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The past few days had been too torturous. All along the way, there was a boundless desert. Everywhere was the same, it was like a maze. If it wasn't for the map and Lin Xian's powerful soul force, he might have really gotten lost. Lin Xian glanced at the map and continued on his way. Along the way, he went to many cities and saw the scenery of mountains and rivers. At the same time, he gained some understanding of the Blood Realm. The Blood Realm was a very special place. It couldn't be helped because it was too chaotic. There were no restrictions here, no mercy. All they believed in was strength. In this place, the strong were gods. Can decide everything. It could be said that the Blood Realm was the embodiment of the law of the jungle and the law of the jungle. According to the information that Lin Xian had obtained, there had once been a country in the Blood Realm, and they had even tried to use their power to suppress everything. However, he still failed in the end. The powerful country had been destroyed, and the Blood Realm had once again fallen into chaos. Furthermore, countless martial artists and bloodthirsty powerhouses had fled here, turning the Blood Realm into a land of darkness. At this point, the Blood Realm had been divided up by a few large forces. However, among these forces, there was one that was very special, and that was Senma College. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely famous in the Tianwu continent, because those who graduated from the Immortal Martial Academy all became famous experts. It could be said that it was the cradle of powerhouses. However, such a powerful college had been established in the Blood Realm. This had indeed puzzled many people. However, for thousands of years, Senma College had never left, even when the Blood Realm was at its most chaotic. Now, Senma College had become a holy land of light in the Blood Realm because it was the only place that followed the rules. In the past, some powerhouses of the Blood Realm had refused to accept this and had wanted to attack Senma College. However, all of them had died without exception. Even 2 8th-level Heavenly Venerables had been mercilessly killed. Since then, no one had dared to have any ideas about Senma College. Furthermore, there had been rumors that Senma College might have a monarch. Of course, this rumor had never been confirmed because there were too few monarchs. There were only a few in the Tianwu continent. However, this had cast a veil of mystery over Senma College, causing countless young geniuses to flock to it. After hearing this news, Lin Xian rubbed his temples. No matter how he looked at it, the Blood Realm was an extremely dangerous place. He had no choice but to be careful. Furthermore, he had received even worse news. The Palace of Ares had been sealed off. The Palace of Ares was a 6-star force and one of the overlords of the Tianwu continent. It was located in the Xianxia domain. However, it wasn't on the Xianxia domain's land. Instead, it was located in an independent space. This small space was called the Mystic World. Originally, the Mystic World was open to the public. However, for some reason, the Mystic World of the Palace of Ares had been sealed off recently. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be opened anytime soon. Originally, Lin Xian had wanted to go to the Palace of Ares first after learning of the dangers of the Blood Realm. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to go to the Blood Realm. Kid, don't worry. Although the Blood Realm is chaotic, it's the most well-informed place. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain information about the Palace of Ares there. The Crimson Dragon said. Furthermore, the Blood Realm is rich in resources. It's the most suitable place for cultivation. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. As he got closer and closer to the Blood Realm, the surroundings gradually became chaotic. More and more people were killed. Enemies fought. All sorts of bloody scenes played out. There were even a few ignorant people who had designs on Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed with a single slash. Immediately, the surrounding people looked at Lin Xian with reverence. No one dared to provoke him. After another half a month, Lin Xian finally entered the Blood Realm and arrived at the Blood Realm's plains. Although the Blood Realm was chaotic, it was rich in resources. Spiritual grasses, spiritual medicines, spiritual ores, spiritual stones, and all sorts of natural treasures were abundant. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques, martial skills, artifacts, and secret manuals here were even more popular. Many of them came from large factions. Normally, such things would be hunted down by large factions. However, it was very popular in the Blood Realm. There were even Earth-tier martial skills auctioned here. Furthermore, it was said that broken Earth-tier artifacts had appeared before. Therefore, although the Blood Realm was in chaos, it still attracted countless experts to flock over. As the map where the heavenly Netherbird was buried was incomplete, Lin Xian and the others could not determine it immediately. They could only search slowly. The Blood Realm was too big. It was even bigger than the Tiannan region. It would not be easy to search here with only half a map. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. He could not enter the Palace of Ares now, and the Blood Realm was too dangerous. Therefore, he planned to enter Senma College. This way, not only could he inquire about the Palace of Ares in the Blood Realm, he could also find the heavenly Netherbird's whereabouts. He could also study and cultivate at Senma College. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Crimson Dragon also agreed. It did not want to be targeted. It would be unlucky if it was captured and refined into medicine. Therefore, Lin Xian temporarily changed his target and set off for Senma College. The wide plains were all dark red in color, giving off an oppressive feeling. If one were to sense it carefully, they would even be able to detect traces of blood aura from the dark red soil. However, no one knew if the dark red soil was originally like this, or if it was dyed in blood. In the boundless blood plains, a figure flitted past as fast as lightning. This figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing hundreds of meters away every time. Moreover, what was even stranger was that the figure was too terrifying. It did not even make a sound. One could only see a slight breeze, and the figure instantly disappeared. However, from the back view that was left behind when it stopped, one could vaguely make out that the figure was very young. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. When he first came to the Blood Plains, he wanted to fly in the air. However, he soon saw a rookie like him, who was shot down from the sky not long after flying in the air. The attack's aura was extremely terrifying, and it even carried a trace of martial soul power. Seeing this, Lin Xian gave up on flying and chose to walk on the ground. He had no choice. Flying in the air was too eye-catching, especially with the glow on his body. He was like a moving target, and it was difficult not to be discovered. Out of safety precaution, Lin Xian chose to walk on the ground. With an Earth-class movement technique, Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, after 2 hours, he saw the outline of a city in front of him. Looking at the city, Lin Xian let out a smile and increased his speed. Finally, he arrived in front of the city and stopped. The city was not big. It was just an ordinary town, and the city walls were mottled and very old. Lin Xian took a few quick glances before he strode forward. There were 5 or 6 veterans at the city gate. At this moment, they were playing a game similar to dice. When they saw Lin Xian's figure, they stopped what they were doing and picked up the spears on the ground. They crossed their spears and blocked the city gate. Moreover, their originally lazy faces had become fierce and ferocious. Waves of terrifying killing intent were emitted from their bodies. "Kid, you're not following the rules. Do you want to die?" One of the men shouted coldly. There was a scar on the left side of the man's face. It was about the length of a finger and looked like a centipede crawling on his face. At this moment, it looked extremely ferocious. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked ahead. The 6 burly men in front of him were all wearing green light armor, and there was a ferocious wolf head on their chests. "Rules? What rules?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "You don't even know the rules? Don't tell me he's a newbie?" The burly men were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They couldn't sense Lin Xian's cultivation, so they thought that Lin Xian was just a weak rookie. "Brat, you dare to come to the Blood Realm at such a young age? Are you not afraid of death? Look at your small body. If I let you in, you'll probably die on the streets the next day." The burly man laughed wildly, making fun of Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I came with my master's sect, but we arrived a little early." "Alright, we don't care who you came with. This city is under the jurisdiction of the Green Wolf Gang. If you want to enter, you have to pay 10,000 spiritual stones." 10,000? Lin Xian frowned. One had to know that 10,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. In Quicksand City, it only cost 1,000 spiritual stones to watch a top-notch martial arts competition. But now, it cost 10,000 spiritual stones just to enter the city. As expected of the Blood Realm, it was truly unscrupulous. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't want to look for trouble. With a swipe of his finger, he took out 10,000 spiritual stones from his storage ring. The burly men were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian, who looked weak and ordinary, to take out 10,000 spiritual stones so easily. Moreover, it looked like these spiritual stones were just a small number to him. Especially when they saw the storage ring in Lin Xian's hand, their eyes lit up with greed. It was a very exquisite storage ring with ancient patterns carved on it. From time to time, it would flash with light. They had only seen storage rings of this grade in the hands of their gang leader. And now, an unknown brat actually had such a precious storage ring. They looked at each other and sneered. Fat sheep, this was definitely a fat sheep. The scarred man quickly put away the 10,000 spiritual stones and said coldly, "Kid, I think you didn't understand. When I said 10,000 spiritual stones, I meant 10,000 each. So, you have to pay 60,000 spiritual stones. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, if you piss off the Green Wolf Gang, we'll kill you in minutes." The 6 burly men looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Lin Xian frowned. 60,000 spiritual stones was nothing to him, but they were obviously trying to extort him. He wasn't a fool who would be taken advantage of. "Damn it, didn't you understand what I said?" Another burly man said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage ring and I'll let you in. Otherwise, be careful of your dog life." After saying that, he pulled out the long saber at his waist. The saber flashed with a cold light. Lin Xian laughed. The blood realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even the 6 guards dared to be so arrogant. They even wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. If it was any other place, it would be impossible. But in the blood realm, it seemed reasonable. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the 6 burly men were enraged. Little thing, I think you have a death wish. Men, cut off his limbs and feed them to the dogs. The scarred man said coldly. Then, one of the burly men walked out with a sinister smile and slashed at Lin Xian with his long saber. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Xian caught the long saber with both hands. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 6 men, he turned his fingers. Suddenly, the long saber turned into white powder and scattered on the ground. With a gentle breeze, it disappeared. What? The 6 burly men's eyes almost popped out, especially the one who was still holding the saber hilt. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had spent a lot of money to buy that long saber. It was a low-grade spiritual-grade treasure. In the past, it was very fierce when cutting people. But now, it had been turned into powder with 2 fingers. An expert, an absolute expert, the 6 of them were not fools. They trembled and immediately said respectfully, "Senior, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and let us go." The 6 burly men trembled and kept slapping their faces. They almost knelt down. "Senior, here are your 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones," the scarred man said with a trembling voice. "Humph. Only this time. There won't be a next time." Lin Xian put away the spirit stones, snorted, and walked into the city. "Yes, yes, yes." The 6 guards nodded like chickens pecking at rice. After confirming that Lin Xian had really left, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, that was so scary. We were almost finished. It was too dangerous. It was even more terrifying than the battlefield. Look at him. Is he a genius disciple of a big faction? The few of them whispered with lingering fear. Damn it, keep your eyes open in the future. We were lucky this time. If we make a mistake again, I'm afraid we're dead. The scarred man shouted in a deep voice. Broken Mountain City, inside the city. Lin Xian walked in the city, enjoying the unique blood-filled city. In such a short period of time, he had already seen 3 fights, and one of them had even resulted in a life. However, the body was quickly carried away by the Green Wolf gang in light armor, leaving behind a pool of blood. The winner would take the storage ring and other resources, while the loser would lose their lives and be fed to the dogs. Lin Xian planned to get a map first and find the way to Senma College as soon as possible. However, in the process of buying the map, he was quickly exposed as a rookie. Hey, there's another newcomer. He looks so weak. He dares to come out alone with such a cultivation level? If this guy dares to stay, I guarantee he won't live past tonight. I haven't eaten fresh meat in a long time. That kid looks pretty good. All sorts of discussions rang out. The voices were very loud and had no intention of hiding it. Lin Xian put away the map with a speechless expression. He was wondering if he should show off a little bit of his strength to prevent these flies from stopping. Just as he stood up, a disgusting voice came from behind him. This pretty boy is not bad. Carry him back. I want to eat meat today. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people discussed even more. Hee, he's actually been targeted by the poison lady. This kid is really unlucky. Looks like there's no need for tomorrow. I don't think he'll live past tonight. Many people were gloating and watching the show from the side. The poison lady was lustful by nature. She relied on the power behind her to capture young and handsome martial artists as her gigolos. However, when she got tired of them, she would kill them mercilessly. Who knew how many young martial artists she had harmed over the years? At this moment, 2 burly men laughed sinisterly and grabbed at Lin Xian. The air trembled, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Both of them were late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists. This grab was very frightening. However, this bit of strength was not enough to deal with Lin Xian. Everyone only saw a blur before two miserable screams rang out. The two burly men flew back while protecting their wrists and fell to the ground, screaming. What? Good skills. I almost misjudged him. He's actually an expert. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now. To be able to injure two late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators in one move, he had to be at the peak. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't weak either. The surrounding martial artists were even more excited because they knew that Madame Du wouldn't let the matter rest. Sure enough, a fat woman at the back who weighed more than 150 kilograms was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The fat on her body was rolling like waves. The plump lips that were painted red opened at this moment, and then a sharp voice sounded. Ah! How dare you resist me? Tonight, I'll suck you dry. You guys, go. Immediately, four strong men in green rushed over to her side. The four of them moved like the wind, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian's figure flickered like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in the middle of the four and slapped out. Pa pa pa, four crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the four people's faces swelled up like pig heads as they were sent flying. His teeth were bleeding all over the ground. This was because Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the four of them would have been turned into meat paste. Madame Du screamed again when she saw the scene. However, before she could make a sound, Lin Xian appeared beside her and slapped out. Boom, the 150-kilogram fat figure turned into a meatball and flew out, crashing into a house behind them. The house was instantly destroyed. Dust filled the air and the ground trembled. Everyone was stunned. This youth was too fierce. Did he not know the identity of Madame Du? Hua. Crack, behind them, countless rocks flew out from the ruins of the house. A fat figure sat up. It was Madame Du. She stared at Lin Xian and screamed, "Brat, do you know who I am? My big brother is the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. You're dead for offending me. Scram or die." Lin Xian was cold and his voice was like thunder. Madame Du wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled and she felt her face heat up. She wiped her hand and found that it was covered in blood. Ah! She screamed in horror. She could no longer care about anything else and quickly jumped up and ran into the distance. It was hard to believe that a 150-kilogram woman could run at that speed. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and did not dare to speak. This young man was not even afraid of the Green Wolf Gang. He was too fierce. Of course, there were also people who shook their heads and sneered. They thought that Lin Xian was just a rash brat who had just arrived. One had to know that the Green Wolf Gang was the overlord of Broken Mountain City. Their leader, Zhao Kuan, had even reached the half-step venerable realm. His strength was terrifying and almost no one in Broken Mountain City could compare to him. Although this young man was powerful, he was definitely not a match for Zhao Kuan, in a mansion in the city. This was the mansion of the manager of the Green Wolf Gang. It was very luxurious. The manager of the Green Wolf Gang was a middle-aged man. He had a long face, a thin figure, and a sinister look in his eyes. At this moment, he was admiring the flowers in his garden. At this moment, a fat figure quickly barged in. "Big brother, you have to avenge me." Madame Du was like a mountain of meat. She moved horizontally on the ground and roared crazily. "What's going on?" Manager Du's face darkened when he saw the handprint on the fat girl's face. Soon, Madame Du told him what had happened. "A young man who came here willingly?" Manager Du's expression was cold. "Did you tell him your identity?" "I did." Madame Du added fuel to the fire. Who knew that the kid would not care and even insulted Big Brother? He's too despicable. He doesn't put Big Brother and the Green Wolf Gang in his eyes at all. "Alright, I've got it," Manager Du said in a deep voice. "A small cultivator actually dares to behave atrociously in my territory. He must be tired of living." "Eagle!" Manager Du shouted in a low voice. Whoosh! A figure quickly flew in from outside the courtyard. Like a goshawk, he instantly arrived behind Manager Du. It was a man in black. He was not tall, but his eyes were sharp. His palms, especially, were twice the size of an ordinary person's. Moreover, he wore a metal glove on his palm. It was dark and glowing, making one's heart tremble. "There's something I need you to do." Eagle was Manager Do's hired thug. His cultivation was very high, reaching the peak of the spirit detecting realm. His pair of black demon eagle claws were extremely sharp. In Broken Mountain City, he was considered a top expert. Usually, he would stay in Manager Do's residence to protect his safety. He would only be called out if there was an emergency. This time, his target was a young man of 18 or 19 years old. Eagle was disdainful. In his opinion, this young man relied on his abundant resources at most to increase his cultivation. If he met a combat expert like him, he would definitely be scared witless. The Green Wolf Gang controlled the entire Broken Mountain City, so he easily found the young man's whereabouts. With a sneer, Eagle soared into the sky like a real goshawk. Xianxia was eating at Cloud Pub. On his table was a map of the Blood Realm that he had just bought. There were many martial artists eating around him, all of them wild and wild. They were all discussing the exciting events that had occurred in the Blood Realm. In terms of exciting events, there were only two kinds: killing people and women. Their discussions were inseparable from these two things. At this time, a figure walked into Cloud Pub, causing all the noise to die down. The entire pub fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Those arrogant martial artists looked at the figure at the door, their faces filled with shock, their bodies trembling. "Old Eagle, why is he here?" Everyone was shocked. They knew that Old Eagle was an expert of the Azure Wolf Gang. Normally, he would only be sent to handle extremely difficult matters. But in this pub, was there anyone worthy of Old Eagle taking action? They didn't know. Pung, a throwing knife flew out, nailing itself to Xianxia's table. It trembled, causing the air to buzz. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his." As he spoke, Old Eagle stared at Xianxia, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, everyone in the pub left with all their might, their speed truly reaching the limit. They knew that this was Old Eagle's habit. He would clear the area before killing someone. And what shocked them even more was that the person Old Eagle wanted to kill was a youth. Who was this youth? He actually angered the Azure Wolf Gang? You don't know? Someone immediately spoke of how Xianxia had injured Madame Du. Everyone suddenly understood. He dared to attack Madame Du, he's seeking death. Doesn't he know that Madame Du is Chief Steward Du's little sister? Young and impetuous, such a person must be a disciple of a noble family. Does he think that the Blood Realm is the same as the outside world? What a joke. As everyone was discussing, the pub's door slammed shut. I heard that Old Eagle kills very slowly. He once tortured a martial artist for 3 days before killing him. I wonder how many days it was this time. I think it's about the same this time. That boy will definitely die in pain and despair. Creak, but in the next moment, the pub's door opened. What, it ended so quickly? That's not right. This doesn't fit Old Eagle's personality. Everyone was puzzled. They raised their heads and looked over. Then, their bodies began to tremble as they stood there, dumbstruck. This was because the one who had walked out of the tavern was not Old Eagle, but that handsome and silent youth. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Then, the corner of his lips curled up and he quickly left. What's going on? Did Old Eagle not kill him? Perhaps this young man's background is so shocking that Old Eagle does not dare to kill him? It's possible, everyone was guessing, feeling that the young man was more and more mysterious. Should we go in and take a look? There were also some martial artists who found it rather strange that Old Eagle had yet to come out. Soon, a few bold martial artists decided to go in and take a look. 3 silhouettes rushed in quickly, followed by a scream of surprise. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists were bewildered, and they all moved out. When they arrived at the tavern, they were stunned once again. Because Old Eagle was dead. Old Eagle lay on the ground, his entire body intact. His eyes were filled with shock, and there was a bloody hole between his brows. It was this bloody hole that took his life. How is that possible? Old Eagle was actually killed? There are no signs of fighting in this room, and we did not hear any sounds of fighting. Could it be that he was killed in one blow? Someone analyzed, and then everyone gasped. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. One had to know that Old Eagle was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a famous expert in the city. For such a person to be killed in one blow, one could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Could it be that it was not a young man, but some old monster? Everyone's hearts trembled, because they had heard that some old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years liked to appear in the form of young men. They now suspected that the one who killed Old Eagle was also such an old monster. The Green Wolf Gang was very powerful in Broken Mountain City, so they knew of Old Eagle's death immediately. A group of people rushed over in a grandiose manner and surrounded the Cloud Pub. Then, a middle-aged man with a long face walked out of the crowd. This person was Chief Steward Du. Chief Steward Du's expression was very ugly. He had sent out experts, but they were all killed in one blow. This made him very angry, but at the same time, he also felt a trace of fear. Listening to the analysis of the experts in the gang, coupled with Chief Steward Du's own judgment, his expression became more and more unsightly. Moreover, until now, they still had not found out what caused the bloody hole between Old Eagle's eyebrows. Chief Steward Du, what do we do? The Green Wolf Gang members asked. Investigate. We must catch that brat. Chief Steward Du said sternly. No one can challenge our Green Wolf Gang in Broken Mountain City. Yes, the group of Green Wolf Gang members shouted, then quickly went to collect information. Lin Xian naturally did not care about Chief Steward Du and the others' actions. He also did not know that his casual killing of Old Eagle had caused such a great shock to Chief Steward Du and the others. To be honest, he did not put a martial artist like Old Eagle in his eyes. At that time, Old Eagle had used his spirit energy to seal the tavern and was incomparably arrogant. Lin Xian had only dipped his fingertip in a drop of water and then flicked it out. However, that drop of water contained a terrifying sword intent. Old Eagle was only at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, so he could not block it and could only fall with despair. Lin Xian knew that after he killed Old Eagle, the Green Wolf Gang would be completely enraged, so he now had a way to completely solve this problem. Lin Xian spread out his spirit energy and covered the entire Broken Mountain City. He quickly searched. Soon after, he discovered that there were 2 places with defensive formations, one of which was especially powerful. He knew that was where the Green Wolf Gang's leader was. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he disappeared like a gust of wind. The leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Zhao Kuan, was currently enjoying himself in his own palace. He was hugging 2 beauties and drinking wine. As the leader, he only needed to make decisions on important matters. He would leave the trivial matters to Chief Steward Du, and he would enjoy himself and cultivate. Zhao Kun admired the snake-like waists of the dancers below and laughed loudly. But suddenly, his voice stopped. Because he saw a person. A youth was standing in the middle of the palace. The 2 flirtatious women beside him also noticed it. They exclaimed and rubbed their eyes hard. They realized that they weren't dreaming. Zhao Kuan's face immediately sank. Men, come quickly. What are you doing? Are you all trash? Zhao Kuan was furious. A stranger had actually snuck into his palace, and even the guards did not know. This made him furious. Moreover, he was even more shocked. One had to know that his palace had a defensive formation. Even if an outsider tried to break in, they would be the first to know. But now, the formation's alarm had not gone off, but a mysterious person had appeared in his palace. This made him uneasy. Zhao Kun was shocked as he stared at the young figure in front of him. Although he couldn't sense the other party's cultivation, the fact that he could silently pass through the defensive formation of his residence was enough to show how terrifying the intruder was. Who are you? What are you doing here? Who told you to come here? Zhao Kun suddenly roared as a powerful aura emanated from his body. This aura was very powerful, and it carried a terrifying sound wave that spread throughout the entire space. Immediately, the dancers screamed and fled, and countless warriors rushed over from afar. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and looked at the warriors around him with a disdainful smile. Then, it spat out clouds that enveloped the entire hall. Seeing the Crimson Dragon's means, Zhao Kun frowned again and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Although the guards outside could enter, Zhao Kuan was still confident in himself as a half-step venerable. You don't have to care who I am. You just need to remember one thing. While I'm in Broken Mountain City, don't let your men harass me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying the Green Wolf Gang. Lin Xian said lightly, but his voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Zhao Kuan's heart. Destroy the Green Wolf Gang? Zhao Kuan sneered, Kid, I think you're out of your mind. How dare you boast so shamelessly? My Green Wolf Gang has 100,000 members. We can drown you with our spit. You dare to say that you'll destroy the Green Dragon Gang? What a joke. The two flirtatious women beside him also laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Zhao Kuan was shocked. He circulated his spirit energy with all his might to form a defense around him. At the same time, he unleashed the power of his martial soul prototype, ready to attack at any time. Spirit energy surged and shone in all directions. A 30-meter-tall green wolf phantom appeared and roared at the sky, enveloping Zhao Kuan. The sound rumbled and shook the surroundings. The green wolf phantom was mighty and extraordinary like a demonic beast. After unleashing the green wolf phantom, Zhao Kuan laughed wildly as if he had won. This green wolf phantom was the embryonic form of his martial soul, and no one in the entire Broken Mountain City could match it. But in the next moment, the sword light flashed and the azure wolf phantom wailed and fell to the ground. Zhao Kuan's body stiffened as fear appeared in his eyes. This was because a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. At this moment, blood was spurting out from the sharp blade. Moreover, the entire hall was filled with an extremely powerful and fierce aura. Zhao Kuan's entire body froze. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, that sharp blade would cut off his neck. Spare my life. Please spare my life. Zhao Kuan fell to his knees with a thud. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. How dare the Green Wolf Gang offend you? The flirtatious women on both sides were even more frightened and dumbstruck. They never would have thought that the Green Wolf Gang's leader, who was famous throughout Mountain Break City, would be kneeling in front of this mysterious youth like a dog. There is no misunderstanding. Lin Xian said coldly, remember, if the Green Wolf Gang dares to harass me again, you don't need to exist anymore. Yes, yes, yes. I promise that no one will dare to harass you in the future. Zhao Kuan nodded continuously. In the next moment, he felt the sharp blade on his neck disappear, and so did the extremely terrifying aura. However, he still did not dare to move. After a long time, he slowly turned around and realized that the mysterious youth was no longer in the hall. Phew, Zhao Kuan heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Facing that youth made him feel like he was facing the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. That's right. Although the Green Wolf Gang dominated the entire Mountain Break City, it was only a branch. A branch that belonged to the Green Red Gang. Zhao Kuan wiped off his cold sweat and then shouted, everyone, gather. His voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the entire residence. In an instant, countless figures rushed over to this side. Looking at the increasing number of figures, Zhao Kuan said sternly, call all the brothers outside back. No one is allowed to go out for 10 days. Leader, why is that? Some of them did not understand. What are you all talking about? If I tell you to do it, then hurry up and do it. Do you all want to rebel? His voice was terrifying and filled the entire hall with a fierce murderous aura. Yes. The gang members hurriedly replied. They did not understand why their leader, who was fine before, was so angry now. There were many disciples in the Green Wolf Gang, and Mountain Break City was not very big. Soon, all of them received the order. Although they were shocked by the order to not go out for 10 days, no one dared to ask. However, there was one exception, and that was Steward Du at this moment. There were not many people in Steward Du's residence. The experts in Steward Du had all disappeared. This news quickly reached Zhao Kuan's ears. Where is Steward Du? Zhao Kuan asked in a low voice. He did not want anything to happen to his right-hand man at this moment. Leader, Steward Du brought the experts in the gang to take revenge. Revenge? What revenge? Zhao Kuan frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Immediately, someone told him about Madame Du. When Zhao Kun heard that Old Eagle was killed in one move, his entire face turned green. That's right, it's him, it must be him. Zhao Kun roared in his heart. He remembered the mysterious young man from before. One had to know that even he could not kill Old Eagle in one move. Only that mysterious young man could do this. Recalling the previous warning, Zhao Kun broke out in cold sweat again. Where is Steward Du? Zhao Kun asked sternly. 100 Mile Inn. Go to 100 Mile Inn. Zhao Kun panicked and his face turned ugly. He was praying that Steward Du would not do anything. 100 Mile Inn. Lin Xian had just settled down when he was surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a long face. His eyes were sinister like a poisonous snake. Around him were burly men who were dozens of meters tall. Their auras were thick and their bodies were murderous. Although they were dressed differently, each of them had a wolf's head on their heads. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Green Wolf Gang. When the other martial artists in the inn saw this scene, they were so scared that they ran away. Suddenly, there was no one in a 10-mile radius. Everyone hid in the distance and quietly watched. They did not expect Steward Du to bring so many experts. It seemed that the kid was dead for sure. Kid, you are ruthless and arrogant. You actually killed my Green Wolf Gang's disciple. Steward Du sneered. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and cripple your hands, let your cultivation be crippled, and then beg me like a dog. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you go. The surrounding martial artists laughed wildly. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that his previous warning did not have any effect. If that was the case, then he could not be blamed. He raised his finger and a sharp sword aura gradually formed. Lin Xian was furious. His warning did not work, so it seemed that he could only destroy the Green Wolf Gang. Seeing Lin Xian condensing the sword chi, Steward Du and the others were enraged. How dare a young brat seek death in front of so many of them? Go, destroy him. Steward Du shouted coldly. Beside him, Madame Du also grinned. Brat, how dare you defy me? This is your fate. Behind her, dozens of people drew their swords and sabers. A terrifying aura swept across the area. The wind howled and the murderous aura surged. It was as if ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. At that moment, a furious roar came from afar. Everyone, stop. The voice was even more violent. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping, rolling in the void. Boom, the cultivators who were about to attack all trembled and were pushed back by the sound. Steward Du was even more shocked. Leader? Why is he here? The others were equally shocked. They were all like stone statues and did not dare to move. Leader, it's just killing a brat. You don't have to do such a small thing. Steward Du quickly walked forward and said with a smile. Smack, Zhao Kun was so angry that his body trembled. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian and slapped Steward Du. Small thing? You're telling me this is a small thing? That slap was full of strength. Even if Steward Du was an ultimate powerhouse, he could not withstand it. With that slap, Steward Du's face turned into a pig's head. Beside him, Madame Du was also stunned. She shrieked, Leader, are you confused? Why did you hit the wrong person? Hit the wrong person? Zhao Kun stared at Madame Du fiercely. It was this evil fat woman. Without her, he would not have provoked that terrifying young man. Thinking of the scene of him kneeling, Zhao Kun's face turned ferocious again. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Madame Du. Then, he kicked out. Boom, that kick was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. It was unusually fierce. Madame Du could not withstand it. She wailed and turned into a meatball, flying backward. Only after it had pierced through dozens of houses did it fall into the ruins. Everyone was stunned. They could not understand why the leader would do that. However, in the next moment, they were shocked again. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Zhao Kun turned around, the ferocious killing intent on his face was gone, replaced by a smile. That smile seemed to be trying to curry favor. He walked to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, Hero, are you okay? You're not scared, are you? Whoosh, the surrounding Green Wolf gang disciples felt their heads explode. The usually ferocious helper was actually speaking humbly to a young boy, dreaming. They must be dreaming. Many people were slapping themselves in the face, trying to wake up from the nightmare. However, to their despair, they discovered that all of this was real. Head Steward Du was even more frightened. He now knew why the helpers were angry. It turned out that it was all because of this young man in front of him. He didn't know who this delicate and pretty young man in front of him was for the gang leader to try to curry favor with him. However, he couldn't care less about these things. Right now, saving his life was the most important thing. Great hero. It's a misunderstanding. Manager Du's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could not speak clearly. Misunderstanding? Lin Xian sneered. Did I hear wrong? He was furious. If he was an ordinary person, he might have already been killed. Lin Xian would not show mercy to such evil people. You, tell me, what did he do just now? Lin Xian pointed to a person next to him and said. Suddenly, that person was terrified, and his face was very ugly. Speak. Zhao Kun turned his head, and his face was ferocious and terrifying again. Yes. That martial artist trembled in fear. Head Steward Du said, he wants the great hero to kneel, break his own arms, destroy his own cultivation, and beg him like a dog. If he's in a good mood, he might let you go. Zhao Kun's face suddenly darkened. This was a blatant act of seeking death. He looked at Head Steward Du, his eyes full of murderous intent. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Great hero, what do you think we should do? Zhao Kun asked carefully. You'll bear the consequences of your own words. Lin Xian said lightly. Zhao Kun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he kicked Head Steward Du and said, you know what to do. Head Steward Du trembled. He naturally understood what the leader meant, but he was unwilling because until now, he still did not know the identity of this young man in front of him. Seeing Head Steward Du's unwilling eyes, Zhao Kun was furious. He snorted, waved his hands, and instantly slapped Head Steward Du's arms. Ka, spiritual energy surged, it was incomparably vast. This blow directly broke Head Steward Du's arms. Head Steward Du suffered a heavy blow and roared crazily, his eyes revealing a look of horror. I'm not convinced. You still dare to talk back? Zhao Kun was angry, and kicked out again. This kick, it happened to hit Head Steward Du's abdomen, shattering his spiritual sea cyclone. My cultivation! Head Steward Du screamed, lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was constantly gasping for breath, his eyes red, staring at Lin Xian. He was not convinced, and at the same time, he was incomparably desperate. Without his cultivation, he was worse than a dog, and all of this was caused by this young man in front of him. He was filled with hatred. Lin Xian looked at Head Steward Du on the ground without a trace of pity. If he did not kill, he would be killed. Especially in a place like the Blood Realm, where only strength mattered, there was no need for pity. I don't want anyone to hate me, so you should know what to do. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhao Kun's eyes flashed with a touch of fierceness. A dark green mass of air floated in his palm, carrying a shocking power. With a wave of his palm, the green aura surged and condensed into a wolf claw about 10 feet long in the air. It was lifelike. Boom, Head Steward Du was hit by this power, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and fell to the ground dead. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect the leader to kill Head Steward Du personally. In the distance, Madame Du climbed up with difficulty and saw the scene. She immediately screamed in horror. Zhao Kun's expression was cold as he punched out. The void was torn apart, and the shadow of a green wolf formed by spiritual energy flew in the air and quickly swallowed Madame Du. Hero, are you satisfied? Zhao Kun asked softly. Lin Xian nodded slightly and did not pay attention to this matter. He said, do you have a detailed map of the Blood Realm? Although he had bought one in the city, he was not satisfied with it. Yes. Seeing that Lin Xian did not pursue the matter, Zhao Kun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a blood-red map from his storage ring and handed it over respectfully. This map can't be said to be the most detailed in the Blood Realm, but it's definitely 10 times better than the ones sold in the shops. Lin Xian took it and found that the map was densely labeled. It was indeed very detailed. After accepting the map, Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Kuan. Don't let this happen again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes. Hero, don't worry. Zhao Kuan said respectfully. Lin Xian snorted, then his figure flashed and disappeared. Gang leader, what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Finally, an old man stepped forward and asked tentatively. Zhao Kuan's face was gloomy. He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and said coldly, go and send the corpses to Flying Tiger City. Tell them that they were killed. Hearing this, all the disciples trembled. The old man was pleasantly surprised. Don't worry, gang leader. I know what to do. Go. If you do this well, you'll be the manager from now on, Zhao Kuan said lightly. Yes. I'll do it right away. The old man was ecstatic. He quickly ordered the disciples to carefully place the corpses and then quickly send them to Flying Tiger City. He knew that the gang leader must be afraid of the mysterious young man. Someone who could make the gang leader afraid was either an expert or had a special identity. In short, the mysterious young man was not to be trifled with. The Green Wolf gang could not take this lying down, so they decided to let Flying Tiger City do it. This was because Steward Du was the junior brother of the Flying Tiger City's governor. The death of Steward Du would definitely infuriate the governor. He was a martial artist stronger than Zhao Kuan, a true venerable. Lin Xian did not know about the Green Wolf gang's little trick. At this moment, he had already left Broken Mountain City and set off according to the bloody map. He had to admit that Zhao Kuan's map was very detailed, at least much more detailed than the one he bought. He found the fastest path and used his movement technique to speed up his journey. The place Lin Xian was at was still at the edge of the Blood Realm, so there weren't many cities. Looking from afar, he could only see a vast expanse of dark red. Half a day later, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Because he had perfected the concept of wind, Lin Xian was very sensitive to the flow of wind around him. At this moment, he felt an extremely unusual wind fluctuation in front of him. This aura was very strong and very violent. It was definitely not an ordinary wind. Soon, Lin Xian saw a red mist on the horizon in front of him. It was like a sea of blood, surging endlessly. Accompanying it was an ear-piercing ghost howl. This is a storm. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had never seen such a powerful storm. The red storm was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived nearby. Violent wind swept through, uprooting the trees. Countless clouds of dust flew into the sky. They were like giant dragons roaring ferociously in the air. The sky held as if it was being torn apart. Red cracks appeared as the terrifying power of wind swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to escape. When an ordinary martial artist encountered a red storm, they could only pray. But Lin Xian was different. He possessed a perfect concept of wind, and his strength was incomparably powerful. In the next moment, strands of azure airflow appeared around him and lifted his body up. It was like a dream and an illusion, drifting indeterminately. With this concept of wind, the impact of the red storm was indeed reduced. Lin Xian drifted along with the red storm. Looking at the raging storm, he suddenly had an epiphany. His concept of wind had already been at the perfection stage for a long time, but he still hadn't reached the wind soul stage. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Unlike the sword soul, the concept of wind was completely comprehended by him alone. There were no shortcuts, so its speed was not as fast as the sword intent. But now, facing the red storm that filled the sky, he suddenly had a trace of epiphany. This process was very short, only a moment, but it was enough. Because he had a direction, he knew the future path of the concept of wind. As long as he comprehended more, it wouldn't take long for him to condense the wind soul. The wind gradually weakened. The red storm was like a giant beast. It came quickly, but it also left quickly. Soon, it completely disappeared from this area, rushing towards other places. And Lin Xian summoned the Crimson Dragon, letting it protect him. Damn, kid, are you a monster? The Crimson Dragon was dissatisfied. You can have an epiphany while rushing, are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Although the Crimson Dragon was dissatisfied, it still laid down a defensive array. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In his mind, he constantly deduced and recalled the appearance of the red storm, carefully comprehending it. He felt that his understanding of the concept of wind had deepened a lot. At the same time, he created his own wild wind style based on the scene just now. With a wave of his palm, a wild wind rolled up. Monstrous air waves rolled, and a terrifying sound surged. It was as if the red storm had appeared again. The earth cracked, trees flew upside down, and turned into powder in the air. The distant mountain peak exploded, unable to bear this power. This palm was very similar to the red storm, full of a violent and destructive aura. Ah! Help, the red storm is here again. In the distance, a scream sounded. It was very miserable and desperate. After Lin Xian heard it, he looked surprised. He waved his hand, and withdrew this move. At the same time, his body swayed, and he rushed towards the source of the sound. The red storm was very terrifying. Everywhere it passed, it was severely damaged. The earth cracked, the cracks spread, and the mountains collapsed. It was a miserable scene. And in these ruins, there was a thin youth, who was holding his head and screaming. God, the red storm only appears once. Why did it appear again after it disappeared this time? God, I don't want to die. The youth screamed. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that there would be someone who could survive the red storm. Lin Xian smirked. Like a gust of wind, he silently came to the bamboo youth's side and then kicked him with the tip of his foot. Suddenly, the bamboo youth trembled and screamed crazily, "Ah, it's here, it's really here." Lin Xian was speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he could only say, "Hey, there's no storm. You don't have to be afraid." Hearing this, the youth on the ground stopped trembling. He quickly turned his head and looked around. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He sat up and patted the dirt off his body. He stared at Lin Xian and snorted with dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you say there was no storm? Do you want to scare me to death?" This fellow had a grumbling expression. Lin Xian found it funny. At the same time, he was curious. The guy on the ground did not have a very high cultivation. How did he escape the red storm? "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" The youth on the ground was dissatisfied and stood up. "Although I'm not strong, in terms of survival ability on the Scarlet Plain, even an ultimate warrior might not be as good as me." The youth was very confident. "What's your name?" Lin Xian asked. "Yu Fei," the youth said. Then, he was stunned. "Why should I tell you?" He stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression, "You're so clean. Didn't you encounter the red storm?" "Kid, who are you?" "Newbie." Lin Xian shrugged. "You said your survival ability is strong? Other than the storm, what other dangers are there in the Scarlet Plain?" Yu Fei's eyes widened. He stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds, then said disdainfully, "You're really a newbie. Kid, listen carefully. There are many dangers in the Scarlet Plains." Yu Fei snorted. "Just the Scarlet Storm alone can take most people's lives, not to mention the other dangers." "What dangers?" Lin Xian asked. "Blood wolves, terrifying blood bandits, and the mysterious Scarlet Nether Realm. Every one of them is extremely terrifying. If you encounter them, very few people can leave alive." Yu Fei glanced at Lin Xian and snorted. "Kid, you're lucky that you didn't encounter the Scarlet Storm. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and speak." He didn't feel any terrifying aura from Lin Xian, so he thought that he was just an ordinary warrior. Lin Xian smiled and didn't expose him. He then took out the map, compared it, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Yu Fei sneered. "You're really a newbie. How ignorant of you to use such a map in the Scarlet Plains. Kid, I can guarantee that you won't live more than 3 days with this map." "Why?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't find anything wrong with the map. "Your map looks detailed, but it only marks the geographical environment of the Scarlet Plains. As for the divisions of the forces and forbidden areas, there are no markings at all." This kind of thing is only used to trick newbies like you. No veteran would use it. Oh? Lin Xian frowned. Then what kind of map do you use? Kid, look carefully. This is my treasure. Usually, people can't see it even if they want to. Yu Fei said proudly. He then took out a scroll and slowly opened it. The map was huge. At first glance, it didn't seem as detailed as the one in Lin Xian's hand. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were many markings on it. For example, Lin Xian found that the entire Scarlet Plains was divided into many regions of different sizes. Each region was marked with a different pattern. Other than that, there were also some places with exclamation marks. These are? Lin Xian asked curiously. This is the distribution of the major forces in the blood field. The areas you see are the current division of the blood field. Yu Fei said, do you see that? We're standing in the territory of the Green-Red Society. Azure Red Society? Yes, Broken Mountain City, Flying Tiger City, and 6 other cities all belong to the Green-Red Society. Is the Qinghong Society very powerful? You can say that he's the overlord of this region, but he's nothing compared to the entire Blood Realm. Indeed, Lin Xian realized that the Green-Red Society's sphere of influence was only the size of a fingernail on the entire map. Compared to those palm-sized and larger forces, it was nothing at all. Doesn't Broken Mountain City belong to the Green Wolf Gang? How did it become the Azure Red Society's territory? The Green Wolf Gang is just a branch of the Green-Red Society, and it's the weakest of the 6 branches. You've just arrived, so it's normal that you don't know about this. You'll probably understand after a while, Yu Fei said. Of course, the premise is that you can survive in the Blood Realm. The Green Wolf Gang, the Green-Red Society. Lin Xian looked at the map in his hand with a touch of coldness in his eyes. He didn't know if the other party had deliberately given him such a useless map, but he would let it go this time. If he found out that the Green Wolf Gang had other actions in the dark, he would never forgive them. Although the boss of the Green-Red Society dominates here, he's nothing in the entire Blood Realm. He's not even qualified to enter the Blood Supreme list. Yu Fei snorted softly. Blood Supreme list, what's that? The Blood Supreme list is a ranking of the experts in the Blood Realm. Anyone who can be on the list is at least a venerable. Moreover, the venerables on the list have been through hundreds of battles and rose in the cruelest environment. Their strength is much stronger than the venerables of the same level in other regions. The competition on the Blood Supreme list is very fierce. There will be new changes on the list every few years. It can be said that the speed of change is very fast. Lin Xian was moved after hearing this. It was very difficult to advance to the Venerable Realm, but the Blood Supreme list was updated once every 2 or 3 years. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Who are the people at the top of the list? Can you tell me in detail? Lin Xian asked. He was very curious about the Blood Supreme list. Well. Yu Fei deliberately dragged his words and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Plop, Lin Xian threw out a small box of medium spiritual stones. Yu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He quickly put away the box of medium spiritual stones, then cleared his throat and said, Brother, you're straightforward. The top 2 experts are too mysterious. Very few people know them. They only know that they come from the 2 biggest forces. But the third one is very famous. Yu Fei was a little excited when he mentioned the third one. His name is Duan Tao. His strength has reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. It can be said that he's very terrifying. Moreover, his identity is very special. He is the 7th son of the Deputy Palace Master of the Palace of Ares. Peak Venerable Realm, from the Palace of Ares. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the third person on the Blood Supreme list to be so powerful. He had reached the peak of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Duan Tao was from the Palace of Ares and had an extraordinary status. Duan Tao is very powerful. He is not even 100 years old, but his strength is incredible. In the Blood Realm, except for the top 2 experts, almost no one is his match. So, many people call him Martial Honored. Martial Honored. Lin Xian was shocked. Martial Honored. Martial Honored. This title has extraordinary meaning. However, the top two experts did not object. In addition to the influence of the Palace of Ares, Duan Tao's strength was also extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win the title of Martial Honored. Duan Tao is very low-key. It seems that he only develops in the blood realm. However, his son is even more famous. Even outside the blood realm, there is no one who does not know him, Yu Fei said. Duan Lingfeng, Prince Lingfeng. You should know him, right? Prince Lingfeng? Lin Xian was stunned. Is he very famous? Pfft, Yu Fei almost vomited blood. Then, he said in exasperation, Brother, are you really from the Tianwu continent? You haven't even heard of Prince Lingfeng's name? Well, I grew up in the mountains, so I don't know much about the outside world. Lin Xian shrugged. So you're a barbarian. Yu Fei curled his lips. Kid, listen carefully. The Tianwu continent has the 4 great princes. They are very talented and powerful. They can suppress people of the same level. Moreover, the 4 of them are from the House of Kings. They have powerful backgrounds and gathered a group of strong supporters. They form a very powerful force. The people of the continent call them the 4 great princes of the Tianwu continent. Among them, Prince Lingfeng is the most ruthless. Okay, let's not talk about it. These things are too far away for you. Just treat it as a legend. You will probably never see the 4 great princes in your life. Yu Fei curled his lips. Then, he pulled out a demon beast's corpse from the ruins. He said in annoyance, Damn it, we actually encountered a blood storm. How do I explain this when I go back? Damn it, this bloody dragon horse is very expensive. The old man will definitely be furious this time. It's over. Yu Fei looked at the demon beast's corpse on the ground. His face was bitter. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Brother, do you lack spiritual stones? Brother, are you short of spirit stones? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yu Fei's face was filled with displeasure as he muttered in his heart, Aren't you talking nonsense? Suddenly, he froze as he remembered that Lin Xian had casually tossed a box of mid-level spirit stones to him. Could this guy be a rich second-generation heir? Yu Fei stared at Lin Xian as countless thoughts ran through his mind. Then, he laughed dryly and said, Brother, can you lend me some spirit stones? Don't worry, Yu Fei, will definitely return them. Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. I won't lend you spirit stones, but you can earn them yourself. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Yu Fei's face was filled with displeasure. He thought to himself, why did you ask if I didn't lend you spirit stones? However, his next words surprised him. How do I earn them? Yu Fei asked curiously. You seem to be very familiar with the situation in the blood realm. Are you interested in being my guide? Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you well. The situation in the blood realm was more complicated than he had imagined, so he hoped to find a smart guide. Yu Fei was such a weak martial artist, yet he was able to survive the Red Storm. This was enough to prove his terrifying experience and survival skills. Pay? Yu Fei's eyes darted around. How much can you pay? The price of 2 crimson dragon horses. Lin Xian held out 2 fingers. Really? Yu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that 1 blood dragon horse was worth 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 of them would be 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He couldn't believe it because he had spent a lot of effort to gather enough money to buy this horse. Now, he could earn 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones just by leading the way. This was definitely a good thing that had fallen into his lap. Wait a minute. Yu Fei suddenly became alert. Where are you going? Let's make it clear first. If you want to go to some forbidden place, I won't lead the way. Don't worry, it's not a forbidden place. I'm going to Senma College. Senma College. Yu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He sized up Lin Xian again and shook his head slightly. Senma College only recruited geniuses and elite fighters. Not just anyone could get in. He didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian, so he didn't think that Lin Xian could get into Senma College. However, none of this had anything to do with him. All he had to do was bring her to Senma College. Alright, I promise you. Yufei said, but you have to accompany me to Feihu City first. I have to hand over the goods before I can take you to Senma College. No problem. Lin Xian agreed quickly. He knew from the map that Feihu City was the only way to Senma College. Wait a minute, I have to bring the bloody dragon horse with me. Yufei pulled the horse's leg on the ground. No problem. Lin Xian patted the demon beast pouch and let Xiaojin out. Croak, Xiaojin had been cultivating in the demon beast pouch for the past few days. Now that it was let out, it cried out excitedly. Damn, what a huge frog. Yufei saw a huge shadow next to him and couldn't help but look back. No wonder he's from a rich family. He has such a powerful demon beast. It's much better than the bloody dragon horse. Yufei was extremely envious. Soon, he jumped up. Lin Xian patted Xiaojin's head, and the latter turned into a ray of golden light and jumped out quickly. Feihu City, one of the 6 branches of the Cyan Red Society. Its strength was ranked in the top 3. At this moment, in the huge and magnificent mansion of the city governor, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the area. 2 corpses were laid side by side on the white jade floor. They were covered in blood and beyond recognition, but one could still tell that they were a man and a woman. Above the main hall, a burly man strode over. Every step he took made the ground tremble. This man was the governor of Feihu City, Tian Hu. He looked at Steward Du on the ground with a gloomy face. Who killed junior brother Du? Tian Hu's voice was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Governor Tian, it's this guy. Below him, an old man in green clothes said in a deep voice. Then, he flipped his palm and used his spiritual power to form a scroll in the air. On the scroll was a handsome young man, who looked exactly like Lin Xian. This little thief killed Steward Du in the Broken Mountain City and then escaped. Our leader has given the order to kill him, but there are still no clues so far. Looking at the scroll in the air, Tian Hu's eyes shone with a cold light. Who is this guy? What's his background? This guy had some friction with Steward Du's sister, so, I don't want to listen to these useless reasons, Tian Hu suddenly shouted. Just tell me who he is and what's his background. As for the reason, I don't need to know. No matter what the reason is, as long as he killed my junior brother, I'll make him pay with his blood. The old man in the green wolf gang's eyes flashed. This young man seems to be a newcomer to the blood realm. We don't know his identity. A newcomer to the blood realm? Tian Hu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Pass down my order. From today onwards, strengthen the patrols in the city. Once you find this little thief, report it immediately. At the same time, go to the other nearby cities and offer a high reward to hunt down this little thief. I don't believe that he can escape from my tight encirclement. Junior brother Du, don't worry. I'll avenge you. Tian Hu's voice was cold. Alright, you can go back first. Tell Zhao Kun to report to me as soon as there's any news. Don't worry, City Lord Tian. The Green Wolf Gang will do our best to find him. The old man said. Then, he bowed respectfully and quickly turned to leave. This Tian Hu is just like the rumors. He's vengeful. But this is good. With him around, that little thief won't be able to escape. Humph, no one who dares to provoke the Green Wolf Gang can live. The old man sneered. Then, he turned into a green light and quickly disappeared. The Flying Tiger City was twice the size of Broken Mountain City, and the buildings were more majestic. The tall walls were all made of black stones. The 2 pitch-black doors were 10 feet tall and were very thick. At this moment, they were completely open. On both sides of the door stood 2 rows of guards in black armor. Their bodies were tattooed with white tiger stripes. From afar, they looked like they were wearing tiger skin. These were the military guards in the city. Unlike Broken Mountain City, the Flying Tiger City was strictly managed by the military. Moreover, the people in the city were not so extreme. It looked much safer. Lin Xian stood in front of the city gate. He had already put away Xiaojin. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and watching. Next to him, Yufei also put away the bloody dragon horse in the storage room. Brother Xian, the entrance fee to the Flying Tiger City is 3,000 middle spiritual stones. As long as you pay, you don't have to pay anymore. Yufei explained. 3,000 middle spiritual stones? Lin Xian nodded. It was indeed much cheaper than Broken Mountain City. Then, Yufei walked forward and took out the city pass to show it to the guards. Then, he safely entered the city. Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves and slowly walked forward. When the leader of the Flying Tiger Troop saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. In the end, he suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Lin Xian carefully. After a while, his eyes flashed and he was even more certain of his thoughts. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Halt. Do you have an entry pass?" "No." Lin Xian shook his head and took out 3,000 middle spiritual stones. "Take it. This is an entry pass. In the future, you can enter the Flying Tiger City with this pass," the leader said. Lin Xian nodded and took the pass. Then, he walked into the Flying Tiger City. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the captain's eyes turned cold. "Go, report to the city lord that the person on the wanted list has appeared. Everyone else, close the city gates and activate the forbidden space array. We can't let that kid escape." Then, the corners of his mouth turned cold. "There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, so don't blame us since you are courting death." Lin Xian walked into the Flying Tiger City. Looking at the lively scene on the street, his brows slightly wrinkled. His soul force was outstanding, so he could naturally perceive the abnormalities of the Flying Tiger Army. Especially the captain, although he concealed it well, it didn't escape Lin Xian's eyes. From the expressions of those people, Lin Xian saw shock and hidden killing intent. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was still vigilant. Yufei, who was in front of him, had a face full of excitement. From time to time, he would introduce the city to Lin Xian. At this time, a noise came from behind. Then, the whole ground trembled slightly. Countless black figures rushed out like a flood, instantly breaking through the crowd. The martial artists on the street were shocked and retreated one after another. That flood was like a fierce beast, very fast. In a flash, Lin Xian was surrounded. *CK, no way, the Flying Tiger Army. Yufei saw these people, his face turned pale with fright. He naturally knew how powerful these people were. These martial artists in black armor were the Flying Tiger Army, and Wu was the city's law enforcement officer. They belonged to the city lord's mansion, so no one dared to oppose them in the city. Usually, the Flying Tiger Army was rarely mobilized. They would only be mobilized for special matters. But today, they had surrounded Lin Xian. "Brothers, are you looking for the wrong person?" Yufei said in a trembling voice, "We are two rookies, we can't cause any trouble, let alone alert you brothers. Get lost." One of the martial artists in black armor kicked Yufei away. "This has nothing to do with you, we are looking for him." Immediately, countless gazes were like cold spears as they stared at Lin Xian. Powerful auras gushed out from them. These auras formed a special field. This was the combined might and killing intent of the entire Flying Tiger Troop. It was extremely shocking, and the surrounding cultivators retreated in fear. Yufei fell to the ground with a face full of pain. He did not know what Lin Xian had done to provoke the Flying Tiger Army. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. He had a slight smile on his face, as if the invisible and terrifying pressure around him had no effect on him at all. What an ostentatious display. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked calmly. "Cut the crap and come with us." The tone of these people was very harsh. Their bodies flickered with black light, and the long sabers in their hands were even brighter. This was not a conversation at all, but an order. What if I don't agree?" Hearing the other party's forceful tone, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He was not someone who could be ordered around by just anyone. "Kid, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, we will cut off your limbs and drag you to the city lord's mansion like a dog. You don't have a choice. Be obedient and surrender. Perhaps you will suffer less." These people's voices were cold, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. These people from the Flying Tiger Troop dared to be disrespectful to him. If it was under normal circumstances, he would have killed them instantly. However, this was the Flying Tiger City, and these people were the city lord's subordinates. Moreover, he did not know what had happened, so he did not want to have a conflict with the forces here unless it was absolutely necessary. Seeing that Lin Xian did not move, these people were furious. Damn, kid, you dare to disobey the city lord's order. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his face turned cold. He took a step forward and said sternly, I'm standing right here, try to move. With a step forward, Lin Xian's aura changed drastically. A sharp and powerful aura gushed out, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed. He had already condensed his martial soul, and he even dared to kill a reverend, let alone a few people from the Flying Tiger troop. This aura was not something these people could contend with. Moreover, he did not make a move because he did not want to cause trouble. Now that the other party was so arrogant, did they really think he was a pushover? This aura was extremely terrifying, like a demonic mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Especially those from the Flying Tiger troop. When Lin Xian's gaze swept past them, it was as if countless divine swords had pierced through their bodies. It was a kind of trembling that came from the soul. The originally arrogant Flying Tiger troop was now trembling like little white rabbits. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and they did not dare to look directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully, retracted his aura, and stood with his hands behind his back. After a long time, those from the Flying Tiger troop came back to their senses. When they thought of their previous performance, they were so angry that their bodies trembled, and their eyes seemed to spit fire. The vice domain chief, in particular, was so angry that his face turned black. He had brought the troops here to show off his power and make the other party obediently give up. However, he did not expect that with so many people, they would be intimidated by the other party's gaze. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. How were they going to survive in the future? Thinking of this, the vice domain chief's face darkened, and his gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake's. He instantly pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed it at Lin Xian. Reckless dog, how dare you threaten us? Today, I'll show you how powerful I am. The blade was sharp, and it was like a silver waterfall dancing in the air. The void split open, and the air was mercilessly torn apart, as if silver divine lightning was shining. The vice domain chief was an ultimate powerhouse. His attack was filled with anger, and he did not hold back at all. This attack was so powerful that the surrounding warriors gasped in shock, especially Yu Fei, who covered his eyes and did not dare to watch. At the same time, his heart was filled with endless sympathy and pity. This was because in his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Crack, looking at the terrifying blade, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully, then he struck out with his palm. In an instant, the saber radiance in the air shattered with a loud bang. It could not block the attack at all. Then, the shadow of the palm landed quickly, and a large handprint appeared on the vice domain chief's face. His body was sent flying, and he spun 3 times in the air before landing on the ground. Then, the crisp sound of a slap could be heard in all directions. Hearing that sound, many warriors gasped and touched their cheeks unconsciously. This was because just by looking at the situation, they knew that the slap was extremely painful. You dare to hit me? The vice domain chief crawled up from the ground with difficulty and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with viciousness and fear. Half of his face was swollen, and more than half of his teeth were broken. Fresh blood dripped onto his armor, making him look extremely demonic. Even the words he spoke were somewhat unclear. Why wouldn't I dare? Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Boy, you're dead. I want you dead. I'm going to chop off your limbs and feed you. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound of a slap was heard. In the next moment, the vice domain chief spun like a top, and the blood from his teeth scattered in the air. This slap directly turned the vice domain chief's head into a pig's head, and all his teeth fell to the ground. Looking at the vice domain chief who was beaten up, Lin Xian said indifferently, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm teaching you not to be too arrogant. Not everyone can be offended in this world. Fortunately, I'm good-tempered and didn't stoop to your level. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The vice domain chief was on the verge of tears. He even wanted to die. Who was the arrogant one? The surrounding people were even more stunned and horrified. The young man in front of them was definitely a ferocious person. He had subdued the arrogant vice domain chief with a raise of his hand. Other than the governor and the vice domain chief, no one else had this ability. Lin Xian glanced around and looked at the rest of the flying tiger troop. Immediately, they retreated in fear. What a joke. Even the vice domain chief was beaten up. Who would dare to go up? However, Lin Xian said, "Let's go. Take me to the governor's mansion." What? Everyone was stunned and could not believe their ears. You heard me right. I said I'm going to the governor's mansion. Then, Lin Xian turned to Yu Fei and said, "Take a rest first. I'll come and find you when I'm done." Yu Fei nodded mechanically. His eyes were blank. Until now, he still could not accept what was happening in front of his eyes. Hero, please. The rest of the flying tiger troop carefully opened the way for fear of offending Lin Xian. How was this capturing a criminal? This was simply a guard opening a path for someone. However, these people were not dissatisfied at all. They only hoped to reach the governor's mansion as soon as possible so that they could complete their mission. Lin Xian naturally had his reasons for going to the Chengdu mansion. He did not know the people from the flying tiger troop at all. There must be a reason why they wanted to kill him. Moreover, not long ago, he found out that the Green Wolf Gang and the Flying Tiger Troop were the two branches of the Green-Red Society. There must be a connection between the two. It seemed that the Flying Tiger Troop was standing up for the Green Wolf Gang this time. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that the governor of the Flying Tiger Troop was a First Heaven Venerable. Although he was powerful, he was confident that he could deal with him. That was why he went to the city lord's mansion without fear. Lin Xian walked at a leisurely pace, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. From time to time, he would look at the surrounding roadside scenery. The Flying Tiger Army stood on both sides of Lin Xian as if they were his most loyal guards. The martial artists in the city were all shocked. They were all trying to guess which great figure actually needed the Flying Tiger Army to open a path for him. If they knew that those people were here to capture Lin Xian, their jaws would definitely drop. Finally, Lin Xian came to a stop in front of a huge mansion. The entire mansion was very majestic, like a small city. The tall walls were incomparably black. The gate was even more magnificent. In front of it were two stone carvings of flying tigers baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The group of people escorted Lin Xian into the city lord's mansion. The guards who were guarding the door were puzzled. Didn't they say that they were going out to capture someone? Why were they escorting such a big shot back and accompanying him so carefully? Moreover, why was there a pig head in the team? No, that outfit, what? It was a vice domain chief. Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Lin Xian did not go to the main hall. Instead, he was brought to a landscape garden. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions in picturesque disorder. There were rockeries and flying rocks. At this moment, the city lord and many of his subordinates were enjoying the dance and drinking when a guard suddenly reported. When he learned that the person on the wanted poster had been captured, his eyes instantly shot out a terrifying light. Bring that brat here. Soon, Lin Xian strode over. Behind him was a group of Flying Tiger Army soldiers. Lin Xian swaggered around with a calm demeanor, as if he was the master of this place. When he walked to the front, Lin Xian saw the fine wine and delicacies nearby. He laughed loudly and sat down to drink to his heart's content. Many martial artists in the courtyard had uncertain expressions. Especially City Lord Tian Hu, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. This guy in front of them was too arrogant. He actually ignored all of them and ate and drank to his heart's content. Did he not know that he was a prisoner? How dare you? How arrogant. Why aren't you kneeling when you see the city lord? A young man shouted coldly. He was also wearing light armor, and his expression was cold. This young man was the son of the Flying Tiger Army's domain chief. When he saw Lin Xian's arrogant attitude, he was instantly enraged. Lin Xian held the wine cup in his left hand and laughed loudly. You're the bold one. How dare you speak like that? Why aren't you slapping yourself? His voice was filled with arrogance. You're courting death. The young man was furious. He immediately pulled out a sharp longsword and stabbed out quickly. No one stopped him. Everyone looked at this scene with gloomy expressions. This young man looked young, but his cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His sword's momentum was shocking. The sword radiance was like a dazzling divine light that swept through the void. Red flames were attached to the sword aura. They danced, accompanied by a blazing aura. It was as if a ferocious fire dragon was spewing out. In an instant, the terrifying sword radiance enveloped Lin Xian. Die, brat. The young man's face was ferocious like a demon. However, in the next moment, a vigorous hand reached out and grabbed the head of the fire dragon. His 5 fingers bent and pierced through the head. With a mournful cry, the fire dragon disappeared, turning into a rain of fire that fell to the ground. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword that pierced forward. The young man's face turned pale. He took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know how to use a sword, and you don't deserve to use a sword. Lin Xian said mercilessly. The young man clutched his chest. His eyes were spitting fire. He wanted to burn Lin Xian to death. He was considered an elite of the younger generation in the Flying Tiger City. His status was respected, and no one dared to speak to him like that. But now, an unknown brat dared to taunt him in public. This put him on the spot. His heart was burning with anger. He wanted to pounce forward and cut Lin Xian down. However, the terrifying scene from before made him fearful. He didn't dare to move recklessly. The others were even more shocked. This young man defeated the enemy in one move. No wonder he was able to kill Steward Duhumph. Brat, you're very arrogant. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Aren't you afraid of death? Tian, whose voice was cold and murderous. I'm just SOSO. I'm ranked 3rd in the blood realm. Lin Xian smiled. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you just want to enjoy my performance? Humph. Tian, who sneered. Brat, did you kill my junior brother? Your junior brother? Which one is your junior brother? Lin Xian snorted. I've killed too many people. I can't remember. Cut the crap. Did you kill Steward Du of the Green Wolf Gang? A burly man asked coldly. He was the lieutenant of the Flying Tiger Corps. He looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Steward Du? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Green Wolf Gang was behind this. Murderous intent rose in his heart. He had warned them not to provoke him, but they didn't listen and moved out of Flying Tiger City. Did they think he was so easy to bully? Since they didn't keep their promise, there was no need for them to exist. Lin Xian decided that after this matter in Flying Tiger City was over, he would destroy the Green Wolf Gang. I think you're mistaken. I didn't kill Steward Du, it was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. You're full of nonsense. You're still trying to quibble? Steward Du is the right-hand man of the Green Wolf Gang. Why would the leader of the Green Dragon Gang hurt him? The lieutenant sneered. What a joke. I haven't even finished speaking and you're already jumping out. Are you trying to show off your superior intelligence? Lin Xian sneered. In my opinion, you're just an idiot. Then he said coldly, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang is obviously afraid of me. That's why he killed Steward Du, that's how it is. I don't expect you to believe me. Alright, didn't you ask me to come here to kill me? Hurry up and do it. I'm in a hurry. His tone was impatient, as if he didn't care about them at all. Lin Xian's words were out of everyone's expectations. He was too arrogant and did not put them in his eyes at all. Tian, whose face was even more gloomy. As the city lord, no one had ever dared to be impudent in front of him. Little thief, do you know who you're talking to? Lieutenant Wang Yu shouted coldly. Brat, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Those who have been arrogant in front of me are all dead. Tian, whose voice was cold, you have guts, but you have no brains. Alright, stop putting on airs as the city lord. Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. If I don't say or do anything, will you let me go? We're going to fight anyway, why should I give you face? Also, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice echoed, completely shocking everyone. Heavens, this guy was too crazy. He actually dared to mock the city lord without any scruples. Did he not know that the entire Flying Tiger city was under their control? He even said that this guy knew that he was going to die, so he wanted to go crazy before he died. Of course, everyone felt that the last possibility was very likely. You're courting death. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the city lord's mansion. Lieutenant Wang Yu shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber at his waist, held it with both hands, and slashed down. He had wanted to make a move for a long time. This brat in front of him was too arrogant. First, he injured the vice-lieutenant of the Flying Tiger army, then he injured his son. Now, he did not put him and the city lord in his eyes at all. Everything made Wang Yu go crazy, so he did not hesitate and slashed down with his saber. Only by cutting this hateful little thief in half could he vent the hatred in his heart. The saber flashed like a silver river dancing in the air. The void trembled, and a fierce and terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. As the saber slashed down, the surrounding rockery shattered, and the waterfall flew backward. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian raised his head and punched out. The golden fist enlarged in the air like a small mountain. Golden arcs of lightning flashed around it, and thunder rumbled in the air. Terrifying lightning energy permeated the air, turning everything in the surroundings into ashes. The surrounding warriors retreated in fear, distancing themselves from the two of them and retreating to a safe place. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. This young man was really crazy, acting without any scruples. He actually dared to make a move in the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the terrifying power of lightning was truly terrifying. Wherever the golden fist passed, the void was almost unable to withstand it. Boom, the resplendent saber light collided with the golden fist, creating an earth-shattering sound. Then, the blade light trembled and shattered like glass, dissipating in the air. At the same time, Wang Yu's face turned pale as he retreated. Lin Xian's expression was calm. His fist turned into a palm and suddenly slammed down. The mountain-like golden fist in the void transformed into a golden palm that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, thunder and lightning would descend. Terrifying energy surged and created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The entire Hill Spring residences was completely destroyed. Everyone's expression changed. This palm was too terrifying. It was hard for them to imagine that this was an attack from a young man. This power definitely surpassed that of an ultimate warrior. Could this young man be a half-step honorable? Everyone's hearts raced, and their expressions changed drastically. A half-step honorable at such a young age was definitely a prodigy. Such geniuses were usually supported by powerful forces. Some of them were not forces that Flying Tiger City could contend against. Wang Yu's expression was even more horrified. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could shatter his attack with a single punch. Looking at the rapidly descending golden palm, he let out a low growl and quickly unleashed the power of his martial soul prototype. An extremely powerful force surged out and filled the surroundings. At this moment, Wang Yu's body was shining brightly. Terrifying energy filled his body, and he could even tear the void apart with a single move. He waved his palms and struck out an energy palm shadow. It swept the sky and resisted the golden palm above. However, the golden palm in the sky was too terrifying. It directly shattered the palm shadow that filled the sky and quickly enveloped Wang Yu. Boom, Wang Yu was sent flying. He kept retreating, and every step he took left a terrifying crack in the ground. The ground of the entire Feng Shui residences was torn apart as if an earthquake had occurred. Wang Yu's hair was disheveled, and his chest was heaving up and down. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood. This palm had seriously injured him. On the opposite side, Lin Xian looked calm. He did not even move his feet. You have the nerve to use your saber with such little strength? You said you would kill me. Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Wang Yu was about to go crazy. He was like a wild beast. He roared again and again. His terrifying aura was like a burning flame. The spiritual chi in the sky gathered and formed an energy giant that was dozens of feet tall. Its hands were on the ground as it roared to the sky. The sound was like a wave that slapped in all directions, shattering the clouds in the sky. The giant glared at Lin Xian and then spat out an energy beam. Air waves rolled and the void shattered. The terrifying energy beam was like a demon spear that quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered with disdain in his eyes. Then, he took a step forward and the spiritual qi in his body condensed into a terrifying sword qi that quickly slashed forward. The sword qi was dazzling and directly bombarded the energy beam, shattering it. Then, the terrifying sword qi slashed the energy giant's body and cut it in half. In the end, the dazzling sword qi enveloped Wang Yu. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone only saw Lin Xian take a step forward, and then a huge dazzling sword qi appeared in the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. Nothing could stop it for even a moment. When the sword qi disappeared, everyone was shocked and gasped. That was because Wang Yu's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. His blood and organs were splattered all over the ground. It was a hideous sight. It was too terrifying. The domain chief of Flying Tiger City, a half-step venerable one, was killed with a single slash. Moreover, he could not fight back at all, his strength was heaven-defying, and the other party was such a young man. Countless people trembled and did not dare to look at Lin Xian directly. Tian, whose face was terrifyingly gloomy when he saw this. He did not make a move in the previous battle because he thought that Wang Yu, as a half-step venerable one, had an absolute advantage to kill the thief in front of him. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. Wang Yu was not strong enough, and the last slash was too fast. He did not even have the chance to save him. Looking at the terrified expressions of the Flying Tiger City soldiers, Tian, whose face became ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that he had to kill Lin Xian to settle today's matter. "Brat, you dared to kill my people. No one can save you today." Tian, who released a terrifying aura. "I'm going to cut off your head and hang it on Flying Tiger City. I'm going to let everyone know the consequences of offending Flying Tiger City." As Tian, who walked over step by step, his aura became more and more powerful. The pressure of a venerable one was completely released, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. He was not careless at all. Judging from the battle just now, Lin Xian could kill a half-step venerable one with a single slash, so his strength must have reached the venerable one realm. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when facing Lin Xian. Facing Lin Xian, Tian, who did not dare to be careless. When the surrounding martial artists saw Tian, who make a move, they immediately became excited because they knew that Tian, who was a true venerable. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be the #1 expert in Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian's eyes lit up and his expression was also extremely solemn. No matter what, the other party was a true venerable, far from what Wang Yu and the others could compare to. Therefore, Lin Xian did not underestimate this battle. A golden fist condensed, and Lin Xian attacked first, punching out. Golden light flickered like a sun, rampaging through the void. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack in the face of a powerful venerable. Tian, who laughed sinisterly and roared, immediately releasing his martial soul. His martial soul was a fierce tiger, and it was condensing behind him at this moment, accompanied by a monstrous and terrifying power. The tiger martial soul was very intelligent. It roared towards the sky and the sound shook the sky. A strange sound wave blasted out with Tian, whose fist, forming a spiral attack in the air. The air was ruthlessly torn apart. The fist wind was vast and mighty, and a gale swept out. It was like a fierce tiger attacking, swift and fierce to the extreme. The two fists collided with an earth-shaking sound, and the surrounding ground cracked and spread into the distance. Under one blow, they were evenly matched. The two fists were in a stalemate in the air, devouring each other. Whoosh, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to contend with the city lord. This scene made them feel fear in their hearts. Tian, who was also shocked. His attack was actually blocked, which was completely beyond his expectations. One had to know that he had used the power of his martial soul in this punch. Thinking of this, his face darkened. He had to use his full strength, he could not hold back anymore. Tian, who gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. Then, he took a step forward and merged with the tiger martial soul behind him. His originally tall and strong body grew another 3 feet, like a small giant, mighty and extraordinary. His body was covered with black and white tiger stripes, flickering with light. His limbs became thick and his palms were sharp like tiger claws, flickering with cold light and incomparably sharp. His entire person seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger murderer, emitting an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian focused his gaze. He could naturally feel the terror of the other party. Taking a deep breath, he formed a seal with his right hand, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. Lin Xian had no intention of delaying either. He wanted to go all out. Die, you little thief! Tianhu roared as he punched out with both fists. The wind from his fists was vast and mighty, forming a ferocious tiger that pounced forward. The ferocious black tiger filled up the entire space. With a swipe of its claws, it tore the void apart. Humph, vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his right hand and madly pressed it forward. Ming, a loud and clear voice rang out, and a fiery red figure flew out from the palm print, instantly filling the entire sky. That was a divine bird. Its entire body was covered in fiery red feathers. It was as if divine flames were jumping about, and a terrifying heat wave engulfed the entire room. What kind of bird is this? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be the divine vermilion bird? Someone said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. The vermilion bird soared into the sky like a sun, illuminating the 4 rooms. It let out a cry, flapped its wings, and rushed down. With raging flames, he charged towards the black tiger. Boom, the 2 beasts collided, and energy spread out like a tide. The black tiger roared, its roar shaking the sky. However, the vermilion bird was too powerful. Its body was surrounded by flames, burning everything. The vermilion bird seal had an extraordinary origin. Now that Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, it was incomparably powerful. In just a moment, the vermilion bird tore apart the black tiger phantom. Its body trembled, and it pounced towards Tianhu. Whoosh, Tianhu's expression changed, and he moved sideways. He did not dare to face the terrifying vermilion bird head-on. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again because Lin Xian appeared in front of him like a ghost. Shocked, Tianhu kept changing his position, but he still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had an Earth-class movement technique, and his speed was incomparably terrifying. Now, he was following Tianhu closely, and the vermilion bird seal in his hand fell crazily. Boom, another vermilion bird flew out and pounced on Tianhu. Black tiger protection. Tianhu could not dodge, so he could only take it head-on. Black and white tiger stripes flickered on his body, and a black tiger phantom surrounded him, forming a solid defense. The vermilion bird phantom collided, emitting a sky-shaking sound, and the terrifying power directly pushed Tianhu back. Whoosh, Lin Xian followed like a shadow, arriving behind Tianhu in an instant, and the vermilion bird seal struck out again. Originally, Tianhu was forced back, and his heart was extremely sullen. However, before he could react, he suffered another blow. This time, his black tiger protection was directly shattered. The terrifying power slammed into his body, causing him to vomit blood. Tianhu was furious. He roared towards the sky, and the terrifying sound resounded throughout the 4 houses. However, he still could not escape the fate of being beaten. Another blow directly slammed him to the ground, smashing a bottomless black hole in the ground. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. Their city lord was actually being chased and beaten. This scene made them feel like they were dreaming. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul as the foundation and struck out the vermilion bird seal. Every strike could split mountains and split rivers. Even respected could not withstand it. 5 strikes, a total of 5 vermilion bird seals, all landed on Tianhu's body. When the 6th strike landed, Tianhu's arms were broken, and his bones exploded. His body went limp and fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified because they found that all the bones in Tianhu's body were broken, and his eyes were dim. From the looks of it, he was not going to survive. Lin Xian retracted his palm and stood in the air. He knew that the battle was over because no one could withstand 6 strikes of the vermilion bird seal. Then, he looked down and pointed a finger. Tian Hu fell to the ground, his body trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. He never thought that he would be completely defeated in the hands of a youth. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. He was unwilling, he roared, and he struggled. However, in the next moment, a sword light pierced through him. Plop, Tian Hu's body completely stopped moving, the surrounding martial artists were stunned, and then they screamed in horror. Their city lord was actually killed. To them, this was even more terrifying than the sky collapsing. Countless people were terrified and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted, immediately suppressing everyone. Seeing Lin Xian descend from the air, everyone trembled. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to those martial artists. He only chopped off Tian Hu's head, then put it away and disappeared into the air. After a long time, the people of the city lord's mansion heaved a sigh of relief and then sat on the ground. This terrifying scene shocked their hearts, and they would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. It's over, the sky has changed. Countless people trembled. They knew that Flying Tiger City must have fallen into a riot. After a long time, a few half-step venerable realm martial artists recovered from the horror. They whispered to each other and decided to ask the Azure Red Society for help. The city lord was dead. This kind of thing was too big, and they could not control it at all. They could only report it. Moreover, Tian Hu was not only the city lord of Flying Tiger City, but also the branch leader of the Azure Red Society. Tian Hu's death caused a huge commotion. The powerhouses of Soaring Tiger City discussed and quickly asked for help from the Azure Red Society. However, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He was currently rushing to Broken Mountain City. Lin Xian had let the Azure Wolf Gang off because they were obedient. However, he didn't expect them to do something in secret. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them off this time. His body transformed into a ray of sword light and flew quickly on the Great Blood Plains. Broken Mountain City. The old man returned after sending the corpses of Steward Du and Steward Du to Soaring Tiger City. He naturally went back to report to Zhao Kuan. In the hall, Zhao Kuan laughed with satisfaction when he heard the news. Haha, well done. With Tian Hu's help, that thief will definitely not be able to escape. Gang leader, then. The old man rubbed his hands and seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Oh, I almost forgot. Zhao Kuan immediately smiled when he saw the old man's expression. From today onward, you'll be the steward of the Azure Wolf Gang. Stewardly, you must work hard in the future. Yes, gang leader. The old man was excited. I'll definitely work for the Azure Wolf Gang wholeheartedly. Good. 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 Both of them laughed loudly and were very satisfied in their hearts. However, at this moment, the roof above the hall suddenly broke open, and countless tiles turned into ashes. Swoosh, a black shadow shot in quickly like a black bolt of lightning. What's that? Zhao Kuan and Steward Du were shocked and looked up. Especially Zhao Kuan, he was extremely furious. Someone actually dared to behave atrociously in his territory. They must be tired of living. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Because the black shadow fell to the ground and rolled a few times before it stabilized itself. Zhao Kuan also saw the black thing clearly. It was actually a head, it was covered in blood, and its eyes were filled with terror and despair. It was Tian Hu's head. Seeing this, Zhao Kuan and Manager Li both jumped up in shock. Both of them were terrified and in disbelief. Tian Hu was the city governor of Soaring Tiger City and a venerable realm powerhouse. In Flying Tiger City, no one could compete with him. Even the experts who passed by would not dare to offend Tian Hu because they were afraid of the Cyan Red Society. However, such a valiant character had actually been beheaded and even brought here. Why was Tian Hu's head here? Zhao Kuan was terrified, but he was also deeply puzzled. Could it be? When he saw Manager Li, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He had just sent someone to contact Tian Hu, and the latter had died. Moreover, his head had been brought here. He would never believe that this had nothing to do with him. Gang leader, this has nothing to do with me. Manager Li said with a trembling voice. Could it be that brat? Manager Lee exclaimed, could it be that he's here for revenge? The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Trembling, they raised their heads to look. Above them, a figure was walking in the air. Around him were streaks of sword chi, as if a sword god had descended. It's him, it's really him. Zhao Kun looked at the descending figure and trembled uncontrollably. Hero. Hero, this has nothing to do with me. Manager Lee screamed. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he slowly descended into the main hall. He looked at the two people below, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I said that if you were obedient, I would let you go. However, your actions have disappointed me. Lin Xian shook his head. Hero. Hero, we were wrong. Please give me another chance. Zhao Kun was on the verge of tears. There was no other way. Even the powerful Tian who had been killed, let alone him. Now, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he think he was smart enough to send Manager Du's body away? If he had held back at that time, this would not have happened. Forgive you? Lin Xian sneered, stop dreaming. I'm here today to deal with you. The Green Wolf Gang has no need to exist. What? Zhao Kun's body trembled. Lin Xian's words were tantamount to announcing his death sentence. He breathed heavily, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Then, he grabbed the old man next to him. Manager Lee, it's time for you to contribute to the gang. After saying that, he waved his arm and threw the old man toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he used his speed and ran outside. Men, come quickly. Zhao Kun roared like a madman. He knew that no one in Broken Mountain City was a match for Lin Xian. He only did that to buy some time for his subordinates. Humph. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He smashed the old man flying toward him with a punch, then pointed his finger. Whoosh, the light from his finger shone like a small sword. It streaked across the void and stabbed Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun had just run into the main hall when his body froze. He slowly lowered his head and realized that his heart was transparent. Boom, his body fell to the ground and he was deader than dead. Ah! Gang leader. The gang members who came from all directions screamed when they saw this scene. At this moment, Lin Xian slowly walked out in a black robe. He exuded a terrifying aura. Devil! Devil! The surrounding martial artists saw this and fled frantically. Lin Xian flew into the sky and stood in the void. Then, he slammed his palm down. Boom, a golden palm condensed and fell rapidly like a mountain. Following it were countless bolts of lightning. In an instant, the main hall of the Green Wolf Gang was reduced to dust. A terrifying handprint appeared on the ground. Countless bolts of golden lightning struck in all directions. It was a terrifying sight. The headquarters of the Green Wolf Gang was reduced to ashes. After doing all this, Lin Xian turned and left. Not long after, a martial artist in a green robe appeared in the void. There was a red flower petal drawn on his chest. He looked at the destroyed main hall below with a cold glint in his eyes. I'm a step too late. The mysterious man said softly. Then, he snorted coldly, and a powerful murderous aura flashed across his body. How dare you offend the Green-Red Gang? Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'll kill you. The middle-aged martial artist in a green robe transformed into a fighter and grabbed at the void. Then, his eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity. Kid, you can't run away. Whoosh, he turned into a ray of green light and disappeared. In the Flying Tiger City, there was also a martial artist in a green robe. This martial artist was slightly older, but he had the same arrogance as the previous one. It seemed that he was also a member of the Green-Red Gang. The old man in a green robe sat in the middle of the main hall. His face was a little gloomy, causing the entire main hall to be filled with an oppressive feeling. Send out everyone. We must find that kid. Reporting to the Red Flower Emissary. That kid has an accomplice who has been captured by us. As long as we spread the news, we will definitely be able to lure him here. Very good. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said eerily, it seems that we have been too kind recently. Some people have already forgotten about the Green-Red Gang. How dare he kill a member of the Green-Red gang? I will let him know how foolish his actions are. The old man's voice was low. A red flower petal appeared behind him, shining with a demonic red light. In the end, the entire main hall was filled with red petals. After Lin Xian destroyed the Green Wolf gang, he flew back to Flying Tiger City. This time, he was going to bring Yu Fei to Senma College. However, as soon as he returned to Flying Tiger City, he learned that Yu Fei had been captured. This caused his little face to turn cold and gloomy. He had just killed the mayor of Flying Tiger City and thought that it would be enough to intimidate everyone. He did not expect that someone would dare to capture Yu Fei. This was a blatant provocation. Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He wondered if he had been too merciful. He had only killed the mayor and not the others. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Xian flew toward the mayor's mansion. Soon, he arrived above the mayor's mansion. However, his brows furrowed because he sensed a powerful aura below. A venerable? Who is it? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect another venerable to appear not long after Tianhu's death. This aura seemed to be even more powerful than Tianhu's, no wonder he dared to capture Yu Fei. It turned out that he had a new backer. Below, the old man in the green robe sat in the main hall with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was like lightning, piercing through the void. Countless blood-colored petals danced in the hall. You walked right into my trap? How arrogant. The old man in the green robe sneered. Then, he waved his hand. The petals in the sky stopped and quickly flew upward. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Countless red lights flashed. Each petal was like the sharpest hidden weapon, turning into a line of blood in the air. In an instant, all the petals rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to go down, but in the next moment, countless red lights flew out and pierced through the hall, stabbing toward him. The void trembled as if there were thousands of swords piercing into it. A terrifying aura sealed the entire sky. Danger! Lin Xian was shocked. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying this power was. His body flashed and he dodged swiftly like a flickering shadow. Countless afterimages appeared. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he unleashed the vermilion bird seal, forming a burning vermilion bird that charged forward. The boundless sea of flames spread out, and the blazing energy interweaved to form a large net of flames, enveloping everything in front of it. Boom! Puff! When the two collided, a shockwave of energy erupted. The vast energy was like a real ocean wave, rampaging through the void, emitting a rumbling sound as it spread out in all directions. Sword radiance flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as the red lotus armor materialized on his body. He then drew his wind shadow sword and slashed out a sword radiance. It was as if a bolt of lightning had descended from the sky. The sword radiance was dazzling and dazzling. It split apart the red petals that filled the sky and tore open a vacuum. At the same time, his figure flashed as he dashed downwards. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived at the main hall. He circulated his soul power and searched for Yu Fei's location. Soon, he had a clue. He released the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey to secretly rescue Yu Fei. Meanwhile, he stared at the green-robed elder below. You too, hurry up. Lin Xian sent a telepathic message with a solemn expression. That was because he sensed a dangerous aura from the elder below. Second heaven of the honorable realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect a second heaven of the honorable realm to descend. Now that he had condensed his martial soul, his strength was equivalent to a first heaven of the honorable realm. In addition, his great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique, which gave him the strength to kill a first heaven of the honorable realm. However, it was still a little difficult for him to encounter a second heaven of the honorable realm. That was because every advancement in the honorable realm was extremely difficult, and every time he advanced, his strength would change tremendously. There were 9 heavens of the honorable realm, and each heavens was vastly different. A second heaven of the honorable realm could easily kill a first heaven of the honorable realm. However, Lin Xian had a saint artifact like the great dragon sword soul after all. If he went all out, he might be able to fight a little. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to go all out. Below, the green-robed elder was slightly dazed when he saw Lin Xian. Although he knew that the person who killed Tian Hu was a young man, he did not expect him to be so young. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that he sensed that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This made him extremely suspicious, and he even thought that Lin Xian was hiding his cultivation. However, he checked again and found that Lin Xian was indeed at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but he could sense the power of his martial soul. He's just a fake honorable realm who has condensed his martial soul. I really don't know what Tian Hu was doing to die at the hands of such a person. Kid, I don't know what despicable means you used to kill Tian Hu, but since you've killed him, you must be punished. The green-robed elder's voice was cold. How dare you kill the people of the Azure Red Society? I'll let you know what regret is. At the end of his sentence, countless red petals appeared around the elder and spun rapidly around him. It was dazzling and dazzling. The Azure Red Society. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The people of the Azure Red Society had arrived. He had heard about the Azure Red Society before. It was a huge force that was even more powerful than the Flying Tiger City. One had to know that the Flying Tiger City and the Green Wolf Gang were only branches of the Azure Red Society. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Lin Xian was not a fool. He would not fight head-on. The priority now was to save Yufei and go to Senma College. Once he entered the honorable realm, the Azure Red Society would be nothing to him. For now, he only needed to delay for a while. At the thought of this, he waved the wind shadow sword and slashed out countless sword chi. The sword chi was dazzling like a terrifying sea of lightning. It was boundless, and the sky was filled with flashes of lightning. It made a dull sound, and the entire hall was shaking non-stop. How dare you? The green-robed elder sneered. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack with such a huge difference in strength. However, it was all in vain. He was a level 2 honorable and had absolute strength to suppress him. He believed that as long as he attacked, he would be able to take down Lin Xian quickly. The petals around him danced quickly. Each petal was crystal clear and extremely red, and they emitted a terrifying aura. Go! With a low shout, countless petals flew and formed a huge hand that slapped toward Lin Xian. The terrifying hand pushed horizontally, causing the air to explode and the void to tremble unsteadily. The top of the hall was covered by a red light like a wave of blood. It was monstrous and terrifying. Slash! Lin Xian controlled the sword chi and slashed at the huge hand formed by the blood-colored petals. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The petals danced in the air, and the sword chi surged. Instantly, the top of the hall was split open. Boom, in the end, the terrifying energy blew the entire roof away, revealing the blue sky. He can actually block it? The green-robed elder below was surprised. Even a level 1 honorable could not block his palm, but this fake honorable in front of him blocked it? Interesting. The green-robed elder sneered. I hope you won't disappoint me. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the situation above changed again. Those petals rotated and emitted light. They danced quickly, and soon, the huge blood-colored hand disappeared and was replaced by a ferocious blood dragon. Roar! The sound was like thunder, and it stirred up waves of blood that drowned the sky. The blood dragon was even more powerful than the huge hand just now. It was a crimson blood dragon, and its huge body filled the entire sky. Even the void seemed to be collapsing. A sharp and terrifying aura assaulted Lin Xian's senses, causing him to tense up. Is this the power of a second heaven supremacy? It's really powerful. Lin Xian gasped. This power had completely surpassed that of a first heaven supremacy. Fortunately, he had the red lotus armor and dragon sword soul, so he could withstand it. Otherwise, another first heaven supremacy would not be able to withstand it. Roar! The flood dragon roared and charged at Lin Xian with its huge body. Wild wind slash. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and used the wild wind slash that he had just comprehended. He slashed out with his sword, and a strong wind blew. Waves of air surged and whistled through the sky. Everyone watched in horror as a huge sword chi storm gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it became huge. The violent wind blew everything away, and more than half of the buildings in the city Lord Manor were destroyed. The scene was too terrifying. The flying tiger troop in the city Lord Manor trembled as if they were facing a Blood Realm storm. Lin Xian's sword move was comprehended from the Blood Realm storm, and it was extremely violent. The sword chi storm blew past like thousands of beasts roaring. It shook the space and charged toward the blood dragon. Rumble, the huge storm and the ferocious blood dragon collided in the sky, creating a terrifying storm. Lin Xian did not stop after slashing down with his sword. He formed a seal with his left hand and used the vermilion bird seal. The divine vermilion bird was born from fire. It was like a scorching sun in the sky as it charged toward the blood dragon. Lin Xian used 2 killer moves to fight against a second heaven supremacy. In an instant, the situation was in a stalemate. What? He actually withstood it? The martial artists below were shocked and could not believe it. The red flower emissary's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted and prepared to attack with all his might. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the sky. Haha, kid, you are indeed here. How dare you kill someone from the Azure Red Gang? Let's see where you can run to this time. The voice was like a terrifying thunder god. It was deafening. It's the green flower emissary. At that moment, all the martial artists in the city Lord Manor looked at the sky. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He could feel a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Another second-level venerable. He furrowed his brows. The situation was terrible, and he couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, the dark red godly dragon and the dark red godly dragon rescued Yu Fei. Go. Without hesitation, Lin Xian grabbed Yu Fei and soared into the sky. Kid, where do you think you're going? Red Flower Emissary was furious. How could she allow Lin Xian to escape? Red flowers danced in the air, forming a large net that covered the sky. At the same time, the figure in the sky also reached out a terrifying palm that seemed to cover the entire sky. Lin Xian let out a long whistle as the wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. They were about 100 meters long. With a flap of the wings, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! Boom, the red net and the sky-covering hand missed their target. Immediately, 2 furious roars were heard. Brat, no matter where you run to, I will kill you. Humph, Azure Red Association, I will remember this. I will pay you back 100 times for what you did today. Lin Xian's voice reverberated in the air. All the martial artists in Flying Tiger City were shocked, and the 2 second-level venerables quickly chased after him. However, after half a day, they still lost him. The 2 of them roared crazily and destroyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used his Earth-class movement technique and wind and thunder wings to successfully shake off the 2 of them. He stopped in a dense forest. Blurg, as soon as he landed, Yu Fei bent over and vomited. No, I'm going to die. This is too exciting. Yu Fei sat on the ground, his legs trembling. He was only a small martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He had never experienced this kind of speed. He almost fainted just now. I'm sorry that you've been dragged into this because of me, Lin Xian apologized. It's okay. Yu Fei shook his head and then stared at Lin Xian. You look excited. Big brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You are actually a venerable. I, Yu Fei, will follow you from now on. You don't have to do this. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. No, you are a man. You saved my life, so you are my benefactor. Yu Fei patted his chest and said, from today onwards, my life is yours. But I am going to Senma College. You shouldn't be able to get in. Besides, don't you still have a job? Lin Xian asked. What job? Every day, I deliver goods in the Scarlet Plains. It's not interesting at all. Yu Fei curled his lips. Every few days, there will be storms. If this goes on, it will be a waste of life. Then how is it not a waste of life? Of course it is to cultivate martial arts, build a force, and dominate the blood domain. Yu Fei's face was full of hope. Brother Xian, you are so strong. Have you never thought of developing in the blood domain? It's rare to see such a young venerable. I think that in a few decades, you will be able to reach the top of the blood venerable list. At that time, you might be able to replace those martial venerables. Lin Xian pondered. Ever since he came to the Tianwu continent, he had plans to build his own force. In the Sand region, he had tried it. When he left, he even asked Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong to develop in the Quicksand City. He was no longer an ignorant child. After seeing so many things, he knew the importance of a force to a warrior. Moreover, after entering the venerable realm, the resources needed were even more precious. It was difficult to obtain enough with one's own strength. If there was a force to handle it, it would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, this was for the sake of his family in the future. He had left the Great Xia for 3 years. In these 3 years, he had always had one goal, which was to save his family. In the past, he thought that condensing a martial soul was enough. However, when he met the Black Dragon sect's sect leader, he changed his mind. The sect leader's strength was too terrifying. He was very close to the King realm. If he rashly returned, not only would he not be able to save his family, he might be captured by the sect leader and seize the Great Dragon Sword soul. Therefore, he had to have enough strength to return to the Tiannan region and save his family. At this point, Lin Xian had determined 2 goals. First, wait for the Palace of Gods of War to open and ask about his father's whereabouts. Second, increase his strength and go back to save his family. All of this required strength. Therefore, he planned to enter Senma College to improve himself. At the same time, he would secretly build a force in the blood region and slowly develop it. What are your specialties? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Yu Fei was delighted. He knew that this was a test. Brother Xian, although I'm not strong, I'm very familiar with the blood region. Moreover, I'm good at gathering information. I can definitely help you. Alright, let's go to Senma College first. When the time comes, you can stay in a nearby city. We'll discuss it later. Lin Xian said. Damn, kid, you want to build a force? The Crimson Dragon poked its head out, its face full of excitement. I raise my dragon claw in agreement. When the time comes, I'll dominate the entire blood region and all the resources will be mine. The Crimson Dragon laughed. That way, I'll be able to recover very quickly. Alright, stop dreaming. Lin Xian knocked it. You want to dominate the blood region? Be careful not to be captured and used for alchemy. Yu Fei was indeed a survival expert. Relying on his experience, Lin Xian avoided several dangers. The 2 of them rushed all the way and finally arrived at Windy City. Windy City was a huge city and also an important transportation hub. It was also the only way to get to Senma College. Therefore, it was incomparably prosperous. Moreover, according to Yu Fei's introduction, this city was different from Flying Tiger City and other cities. It was not dominated by a single power. Instead, there were many powers coexisting in the city. Thinking about it, it was impossible for such an important city to be controlled by a single power. After paying the entrance fee, the 2 of them walked into the city. Originally, Lin Xian planned to rest and replenish his supplies before leaving. However, when he was eating, he heard news about the auction. This made him somewhat moved. He had many things on him that needed to be dealt with, and this auction was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Brother Xian, you want to participate in the auction? Yu Fei asked. Yes, I have some things to sell. I want to see if there are any good things. Why don't you wait for a while? In any case, this place is not far from Senma College. You can come again when the time comes. Oh, why? In 3 months, there will be a super auction here. It will be very large. Yu Fei said, in previous super auctions, there will always be good things coming out. In the past, there have been 2 Earth rank martial arts here. Earth rank martial arts? Lin Xian was surprised. As his cultivation increased, he realized more and more how powerful and precious Earth rank martial arts were. This kind of martial arts was only mastered by the superpowers. It was impossible for ordinary people to master it. However, the super auction here provided an opportunity. Earth rank martial arts were very rare. If it really appeared, those Blood Realm experts would definitely go crazy. In 3 months, okay. Lin Xian nodded. He decided to come again in 3 months. After eating, the two of them rested for the night and set off again. This time, they did not enter the city. Instead, they set off directly for Senma College. Finally, they arrived at Skypool City. Skypool City was even larger than Windy City and was also ancient. No one seemed to remember when it was built. It was as if the Skypool City was created when the Blood Domain was created. There was another reason why Skypool City was so famous, and that was because the city had one of the most famous colleges in the Sky Martial continent, Senma College. Senma College was huge, occupying almost half of Tianzi City. It was like a colossus, standing tall on the ground, with no end in sight. Senma College was the only force in Skypool City. The other forces in the Blood Realm could not enter, nor did they dare to. There had once been an 8th-level venerable who had caused trouble here, and he had been killed in the end. From then on, Heavenly Pool City had become a forbidden area of the Blood Realm. However, it had become a paradise for the geniuses of the Sky Martial continent. It was precisely because of the strength and safety of Skypool City and Senma College that countless geniuses from all over the continent gathered here. Lin Xian came at the right time, because in a few days, it would be the day of the Academy's selection. As long as they passed the test, they would be able to enter the Academy to cultivate. Thus, Skypool City was currently very lively, with young martial artists everywhere. Lin Xian and Yufei walked on the streets, looking at the passers-by, and praised him in their hearts. Brother Xian, this is my first time coming to Skypool City. The martial artists here are so strong. Yufei had a face full of envy. Lin Xian was also surprised. They were indeed very strong. In just a short while, he had already seen a few martial artists who were not weaker than him. The aura on their bodies was abnormally strong, and even had a faint martial spirit aura. As expected of Senma College, to actually attract so many young experts. Lin Xian was excited. Competing with geniuses was the greatest joy. Sorry, it's full. It's full. After asking a few ins, they were all told that they were full, and there were no extra rooms. Not only Lin Xian, but the martial artists who came later also did not have a place to stay. I've heard of a place where there should be a place to stay. Yufei thought for a long time and said slowly. However, it doesn't seem easy to stay in a room there. Not easy? Lin Xian was puzzled. Brother Xian, you'll know when you get there. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the place that Yufei mentioned. Wind Sweeping Building was not just a building, but a huge and luxurious inn. It had everything from ordinary rooms to exquisite independent courtyards. At this moment, Wind Sweeping Building was surrounded by countless martial artists. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. With so many people, even if there were empty rooms in the past, they were probably gone now. Looking at the crowded and noisy scene, Lin Xian found it funny. He found it hard to imagine that so many young geniuses would quarrel over a room. Bang, a low voice interrupted Lin Xian's fantasy. He looked up and saw the crowd in front of Wind Sweeping Building disperse. Several figures flew out and fell to the ground. Are you deaf? I said there's no room, so there's no room. How dare you rush me? The young and beautiful lady boss walked out with her hands on her hips. She was as arrogant as a princess. You dare to hit us? The young men got up from the ground with indignant looks on their faces. It was too shameful. They were geniuses and outstanding talents, yet they couldn't even rent a room, and were even thrown out. Moreover, there were so many people watching. How could they survive in the future? The young men were so angry that their faces turned pale. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. Among them, one of the young men looked at the young and beautiful lady boss with a murderous aura. Oh, you dare to hit us? The young and beautiful lady boss sneered. Why don't you try? Then, she took out a sign. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is Senma College's examination room. If you want to cause trouble here, you can forget about entering Senma College for the rest of your life. Hearing this, the young man trembled. He retracted his aura and turned to leave with a gloomy face. Humph, a piece of trash dares to behave atrociously here. The young and beautiful lady boss clapped her hands and turned to walk inside. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lady boss, room. The young and beautiful lady boss looked impatient. She turned around and was about to shout coldly. However, she suddenly saw the jade pendant on the young man's waist and smiled charmingly. Skyroom 15. You're so lucky. This is the only room left. What? There's still room? What's going on? Isn't there no more? Yeah, why can he stay here but we can't? F*CK, even if it's Senma College is in, you can't be so arrogant. This is not fair. The group of people was dissatisfied. Humph, a bunch of idiots. What do you know? The young lady boss snorted. She pointed at the young man's jade pendant and said, see, the immortal martial jade pendant. He's a quasi-immortal martial disciple who passed the internal test. Can you compare? What? He passed the internal test. Everyone was shocked and looked at the young man in disbelief. Senma College's examination was very strict. Although these people were all geniuses, only 10% of them could pass the examination. The internal test was even stricter. The passing rate was only 1%. The young man in front of them had actually passed the internal test, which shocked everyone. The young and beautiful lady boss sneered with her hands on her hips. So? Are you convinced? If you're a candidate for the internal test, you'll also have a room. The crowd was not satisfied. Are only candidates allowed to live here? That's unfair. That's right. We might also enter Senma College. You can't treat us like this. Fair? The young and beautiful lady boss turned around. Okay, I'll give you fairness. There's only one room left, and it's a high-end suite, Storm Courtyard. Come and stay here if you can. Storm Courtyard. The crowd was surprised. Many of them wanted to retreat because Storm Courtyard was not an ordinary courtyard. It was the best courtyard in Wind Sweeping Tower. Not only did one have to pay an expensive rent to live here, but one also needed to be strong and powerful. In other words, ordinary people could not live here at all. However, the martial artists who came here were all geniuses with powerful families behind them. After some consideration, they decided to live in Storm Courtyard. Lin Xian stood where he was. After learning about Storm Courtyard, he was slightly surprised. Then he shook his head slightly and did not intend to compete. Lady boss, I'll take Storm Courtyard. You'll take it? How arrogant. Who are you? Lady boss, keep Storm Courtyard for me. Stop fighting. It's mine. The crowd chattered and quarreled again. The young and beautiful lady boss crossed her arms and stood in the shop, looking coldly at them. Suddenly, a young voice sounded. Stop fighting. It's full. Storm Courtyard is gone. Gone? The crowd vomited blood and shouted in dissatisfaction, didn't you say there was more? Why is it gone? Lady boss, what's wrong? However, before the lady boss could speak, a young man of 14 or 15 years old appeared in front of the crowd. The young man was wearing exquisite clothes and said with a childish face, because Storm Courtyard has just been booked by my young master. Who does your young master think he is? How dare he beat us to it? Ask him to give up the room. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Kid, it's too dangerous here. It's not something you can get involved in. Get out of here. The crowd looked unhappy and shouted coldly. Hearing these people insulting the young master, the young man's face tightened and anger appeared in his eyes. He said angrily, hurry up and apologize, or don't blame me for being rude. You're welcome? Everyone laughed. How can you not be polite? Don't tell me you want to fight? They didn't put the youth in their eyes at all. It was no wonder. These people were all geniuses and were extremely proud. Not to mention a young man, even if they were geniuses of the same generation, they would not be convinced at all. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. It was because the young man in front of them suddenly formed a seal with his small hands, releasing a dazzling light that pushed forward. Bang! Those arrogant martial artists were caught off guard and were hit by the light, immediately retreating. Whoosh! For a moment, a vacuum appeared in front of Wind Sweeping Tower. Everyone was shocked, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. A 14 or 15-year-old child was actually able to repel them, especially those who were hit. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, this expression was quickly replaced by anger. "Brat, you dare to attack? Do you want to die?" Being defeated by a young man in front of everyone made them feel ashamed. If news of this spread, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. In the distance, Lin Xian was also surprised. The attack just now wasn't very powerful, but it was very exquisite. It could be said that the young man had completely relied on a profound and exquisite martial arts technique to repel everyone. Interesting. I didn't expect Skypool City to have so many experts. Lin Xian was excited. A young man was already so amazing. How powerful would the young man be? In front of him, someone couldn't help but attack. The wind from the palm was so strong that it seemed to tear the void apart. However, the young man was disdainful. He stepped forward and kept dodging, calmly avoiding the palm every time. What? Everyone was shocked. This was once again beyond their expectations. However, what surprised them was what happened next. They saw the young man continuously forming seals in the void, forming a blue treasure bottle and raising it above his head. Boom, the mouth of the bottle was facing down, and a ray of light shot out. The light was vast and mighty like the Milky Way, surging in the void and crashing into the other party in the blink of an eye. Poof, with one move, the other party was sent flying. Then, the young man shot out another ray of Milky Way water in front of Windsweep Inn. "My young master has booked Windsweep Inn. Does anyone have a problem with that?" The young voice sounded again. Everyone was silent. The battle just now had shocked them. That exquisite footwork, that mysterious hand seal, every one of them left them astonished. The young man's cultivation wasn't very high, but his strength was terrifying. The young master behind him must be even more powerful. No one dared to take the risk because they weren't confident. Therefore, there was a short period of silence. The young man was satisfied. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and was about to pay the room fee. However, at that moment, a clear voice came from afar again. "Windsweep Inn is ours." Everyone was shocked and turned around. Who was it that dared to attack them? Lin Xian also looked over curiously. He saw 7 figures appear at the end of the street and were walking toward them. They walked very slowly. Every time they took a small step, they covered hundreds of meters. It was as if they had shrunk the ground into an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of everyone. Only then did everyone see them clearly. 7 young and beautiful girls appeared in front of everyone. They were beautiful and had impressive figures. They wore long white dresses with a red leaf embroidered on their sleeves. They didn't stop and walked directly toward Windsweep Inn. "Brother Xian, let's go and take a look." Yufei was excited when he saw the 7 beauties. Lin Xian nodded and the two of them walked forward. The martial artists around them also surrounded them. "Lady boss, I want a room." The last girl walked out and said in a sweet voice. The young and beautiful lady boss glanced at the red leaf embroidered on their sleeves and laughed. "What a coincidence. The last Windsweep Inn has been booked by my young master." The young man interrupted the lady boss before she could finish her sentence. "Your young master?" The young girls laughed as if they had heard something funny. In Tianwu continent, there are only 4 people who can be called young masters. As far as we know, those 4 people won't come here. Who does your young master think he is? How dare he call himself a young master? The 7 of them laughed and didn't put the young man in their eyes. "You." The young man was so angry that his face turned pale. "Damn it, how dare you humiliate my young master? Get lost." The young girl who had asked earlier said coldly, "You don't have the right to speak here. Ask your young master to come here." Everyone was stunned. The 7 young girls in front of them were very powerful. They actually ignored the young man. One had to know that many people had been beaten back by that young man earlier. Her cold voice caused the surroundings to become silent. The young man's face turned pale. He clenched his fists and clenched his index finger. The spiritual energy in his body surged. "You want to fight?" The young girl smiled. I advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. The young man didn't believe her. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. However, halfway through, his body stiffened. A line of blood appeared on his cheek, and traces of blood flowed out. The young man was terrified. Although the wound wasn't deep, he didn't see the trajectory of the opponent's attack. If the attack was aimed at his throat, he might have already died. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. Most of them didn't see it clearly. Only a few experts understood. Brother Xian, what's going on? Yufei was puzzled. Maple leaves, Lin Xian said. The wound was caused by the maple leaves. He saw the scene clearly. The mysterious young girl had used a maple leaf to cut the young man's cheek. Her speed and strength were controlled accurately. It could be said that if she wanted to kill the young man, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The young man was terrified. He raised his hands in the air and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a pair of strong hands supported him. Young master. The young man was surprised. Everyone was shocked and looked over. Lin Xian also looked up curiously. A young man in a blue and white robe appeared. There was a jade flute on his waist. His expression was cold. It was you who injured my servant? The young man in the blue and white robe asked. It was me. The young girl sneered. Remember, my name is Xiaofeng. The young man's voice was calm. If you hear this name in the future, take a detour. You are courting death. Suyu shouted. She raised her hand and threw out 2 maple leaves. It was so fast that most people didn't see it clearly. Buzz, buzz. However, Xiaofeng caught it with his hands. The 2 maple leaves trembled between his fingers. They wanted to escape, but they were powerless. How dare you be so arrogant with such little strength? Go back and train for another 2 years. Hearing this, Suyu was enraged. She shouted and thrust her palms out like butterflies. A terrifying and vast power gushed out. She waved her palms, which were extremely dazzling. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the 2 of them to really fight. The people of Wind Sweeping Building were dissatisfied. They wanted to scold them. At this moment, another young girl walked out and threw down maple leaves. This is Red Leaf Valley's business. Unrelated people, scram. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Red Valley. It's them. Many people took a breath and quickly retreated. This was a great power that was incomparably powerful. Moreover, their way of doing things was extreme. Just like just now, if someone tried to stop them after they scattered the red leaves, they would become the target of their slaughter. In the past, there were supremacies who broke their rules and were all killed. Suyu and Xiaofeng were fighting. Both of them controlled their power and didn't affect Wind Sweeping Tower, as if they were worried about something. Suyu was knocked back. She clutched her chest in pain. You dare to hurt me? Go. Suyu snorted coldly. Suddenly, the 7 people attacked together. Stubborn. Xiaofeng coldly snorted. However, Xiaofeng dealt with it calmly. However, the people around him weren't so lucky. Especially the young page boy. He was sent flying by the energy. The young page boy screamed. His body was sent flying like a meteor. Xiaofeng was furious. His body swayed, but he was blocked by the 7 people's formation. Seeing the young page boy flying, everyone dispersed. No one dared to catch him. Red Leaf Valley's warning was still echoing in their ears. Red Leaf Valley was vicious. They even dared to kill venerables. Therefore, no one dared to catch him. Everyone dispersed, and a vacuum appeared. However, there were 2 people who were exceptions. They were Lin Xian and Yufei. Yufei was afraid. He wanted to retreat, but seeing that Lin Xian didn't move, he could only stand still. Lin Xian looked at the young page boy flying over and sighed. He waved his sleeve and caught him. Thank you. The young page boy's face was pale. What? Everyone was shocked. They looked at this scene in disbelief. There was actually someone who dared to interfere in Red Leaf Valley's matters. Did you want to die? The young and beautiful lady boss was also surprised. She stared at Lin Xian and suddenly frowned as if she had discovered something. The most furious ones were the 7 girls from Red Leaf Valley. One of them even shot out several maple leaf concealed weapons at Lin Xian and the young page boy. The young page boy trembled. He couldn't see the trajectory at all. Everyone sneered as they watched the show. They thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. Yufei also stood behind Lin Xian nervously. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he formed a whirlpool of energy and collected the maple leaf concealed weapon. What? Nothing. Everyone was stunned. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. The people from Red Leaf Valley were also stunned. At this moment, Xiaofeng shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted from his body and forced the 7 people back. The 2 sides stopped and faced each other. Xiaofeng's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. "Brother, thank you for your help," Xiaofeng said. "How should I address you?" Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, I will remember this favor." On the other hand, the people from Red Leaf Valley were enraged. They glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. "Brat, you dare to interfere in Red Leaf Valley's matters. You're dead meat." "Good, I'll kill both of you today." Suyu snorted. "All right, everyone stop." At this moment, the young and beautiful lady boss said, "No need to fight. I've already decided who to give the room to." Humph. Hearing this, Suyu and the rest stopped and said proudly, "Storm Courtyard will definitely be ours. Sisters, let's go." "No." The young and beautiful lady boss shook her finger. "I'll give the room to him." Then, she pointed to the front. Xiaofeng, everyone was shocked. The people from Red Leaf Valley were furious. "What did you say? Why are you giving it to that Xiao guy?" "It's not Xiao guy. It's that Lin Xian, young hero Lin." The young and beautiful lady boss smiled and persuaded. "What?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Even Xiaofeng was surprised. This result was out of everyone's expectations. For a moment, many people stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. If it was Red Leaf Valley or Xiaofeng, they could tolerate it. But to give it to an unknown martial artist, they couldn't tolerate it. Especially the 7 girls from Red Leaf Valley. They were full of killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. They couldn't wait to tear him apart. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Giving the room to him was something he never thought of. But it sounded good. He was still worried about not having a room to live in. As for Red Leaf Valley, he had already offended them, so it didn't matter if he offended them again. Why? Someone was unconvinced. "Humph, I like people who act bravely for a just cause." "Can't I?" The young and beautiful lady boss snorted. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Brother Lin, see you at the academy." Xiaofeng cupped his fists and left with his errand boy. The others stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. Lin Xian's unexpected acquisition of the Tempest Courtyard made him the target of envy. The people from the Red Leaf Valley especially wanted to attack him. However, they were stopped by the young and beautiful lady boss. The lady boss was very forceful and chased away the people from the Red Leaf Valley. The 7 beautiful girls looked unfriendly, but they seemed to be very wary of the Tempest Courtyard, so they did not attack. However, before they left, Suyu warned in a cold voice, "Brat, you dare to steal from my master. You're dead meat." "Master?" Everyone was shocked. These 7 outstanding women were actually servants. Just how powerful was their master? Could he be a prodigy from the Red Leaf Valley? Someone guessed. However, no matter what, they all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian pursed his lips. Since he had already offended them, there was no need to be polite. "Sure, we'll talk about this after you enter the academy." Then, he ignored the 7 mad women and walked into the Tempest Courtyard with Yufei. Only a group of envious rabbits was left behind. The Tempest Courtyard was very large. It was equivalent to a small mansion. There were landscape gardens, pavilions, and towers. There was even a green lake in the center. It was very beautiful. Lin Xian and Yu Fei were each given a guest room and prepared to rest. However, the young and beautiful lady boss came not long after. She carried a few dishes and a pot of spirit wine into Lin Xian's room. The lady boss was very young. Lin Xian estimated that she was only 20 years old. Her snow-like skin was smoother than silk. Her long hair was black, and her big eyes were watery. When she smiled, it was as if she could speak. The two sweet dimples on her cheeks made her even more adorable. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this. He did not expect the lady boss to personally deliver food. Moreover, combined with the previous incident, he felt that the lady boss seemed to want to get close to him. This made him wary. "How is it? Is your stay comfortable?" the young and beautiful lady boss asked. "Come, try the dishes I cooked." "What, do you want me to feed you?" Lin Xian, finally, he sighed. "Tell me, what's your purpose?" "Purpose?" The young and beautiful lady boss blinked. "Why do you think so? You're willing to offend Red Leaf Valley to give me the storm courtyard. I'm afraid it's not just because of interest, right? Sigh, you really don't have a conscience. I let you stay in a luxurious house and you still suspect others." The young and beautiful lady boss lightly snorted. "But to be honest, it really isn't because of Red Leaf Valley." "Then why?" "Because I've seen you before." "Where?" "In a painting. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't think that you really existed." Lin Xian, he didn't quite understand and wanted to ask for clarification. However, the young and beautiful lady boss didn't seem to give him a chance. "All right, enjoy your meal. I have to go. Wind Sweeping Restaurant is very busy. There are many things that need to be taken care of." With that, she stood up and walked away, swaying her hips. She pushed the door open and saw Yu Fei walking towards her. The young and beautiful lady boss giggled and then left. Yu Fei was stunned. Then, as if he understood something, he revealed a strange smile. He ran into the room and closed the door. He said mysteriously, "Big brother Xian, I admire you. You got it done so quickly." "Done? What did you get done?" Lin Xian didn't understand. "Done with the lady boss. Don't tell me that you two aren't having an affair. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Yu Fei had an I-know look. Lin Xian, in the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the storm courtyard to cultivate, while Yu Fei went out to gather information. Although Yu Fei's strength was average, he was very good at gathering information. Soon, he returned to Lin Xian's room. "Big brother Xian, I got it." "Oh." Lin Xian opened his eyes. "Let's hear it." Senma College's assessment is divided into 3 categories: aptitude, strength, and willpower. Those who pass these 3 categories can enter Senma College. If you're not a disciple in the internal test, the normal assessment rate is usually 1 in 10. Moreover, this is under the condition that all of you are geniuses. After listening to Yu Fei's explanation, Lin Xian understood. To put it bluntly, Senma College wanted geniuses among geniuses. "How many days do we start?" 3 days. Also, according to my sources, there are many more geniuses this time than before. It seems that there's something in the school that's attracting them. But I don't know what it is exactly. More people? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. "You've already asked enough. We'll talk about the rest after I enter the school." After that, Lin Xian gave Yu Fei a sum of spirit stones to let him stay in Xianxia City. Of course, he didn't stay in the storm courtyard. It was too expensive. Even Lin Xian felt pained by the price of the house. During these 3 days, Lin Xian wasn't the only one collecting information. Everyone else was doing the same. Moreover, some of the experts were not only collecting information about the assessment, but also about their opponents. Wind Sweeping Tower, Luofeng Courtyard. A beautiful figure in white sat by the lake like a fairy. Beside her was a cute girl and a middle-aged scholar. In front of her was a half-kneeling man in black. The woman in white was Marong Qingqing. She was also in Xianxia City. "How's the investigation going?" "Miss, it's done. The few powerful people this time are all staying in Wind Sweeping Tower." Shaoli from the Floating Life Courtyard. He's a genius from the Sand region. He's good with sabers. He's estimated to be a first-layer venerable. Lan Bai from the Lingyun courtyard. He's good with poison. He once poisoned a venerable to death. He seems to be related to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Xinyao Tian from the Sunset courtyard. He's a first-layer venerable. He's a disciple of the Shen family. As for the Storm courtyard, this person is very special. It's said that he was randomly chosen by the lady boss when he was fighting with others in the Red Leaf Valley. Randomly chosen? Morong Qingqing muttered. Those who can enter this place are no ordinary people. What did you find out? I haven't found anything yet. I only know that he's called Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Morong Qingqing was stunned. Then, she asked, is he a young man? Yes. I didn't expect him to come here. Morong Qingqing muttered. Then, she said, very well. You may leave. Yes. The man in black left respectfully. He probably came to Senma College because he heard that the Palace of Ares was closed, the Wild Palm scholar said. Humph, that despicable guy. I curse him that he can't pass the assessment. Ling Er huffed. Morong Qingqing was very happy. This is great. After entering the college, there will be plenty of opportunities. I don't believe that he can reject this time. Miss, although Lin Xian is exceptionally talented, we still have to prioritize that matter, the Wild Palm scholar reminded her. Don't worry, I know. Morong Qingqing nodded. If the news is true, it'll be too shocking. No matter what, I have to fight for that qualification. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Senma College's assessment had begun. The first round tested one's aptitude. It mainly examined one's physique, bloodline, talent, and other congenital conditions. In this aspect, Lin Xian's talent was outstanding. His comprehension was extremely high. In addition, his physique had been nourished by the earth spirit liquid and was relatively strong. However, in the aspect of bloodline, he was ordinary. In fact, compared to those martial artists with bloodline power, he was a little ordinary. However, overall, he passed the aptitude test. In a square in Tianzi City, there were many strange devices and arrays. Next to them were the official disciples of Senma College. In the middle were a few elders. They were the chief examiners for the assessment. They looked at the dense crowd in the square with a satisfied expression. There are more people than expected this time. Yeah, I hope there are some good seedlings. It's best if they have the power of bloodline. The elders whispered to each other. They were looking forward to the assessment. Those who were in charge of the array formation were the disciples. Their chins were light as they looked around arrogantly. The young male disciples frowned in dissatisfaction. However, they could only endure it because of their status. The female disciples, on the other hand, were staring at the official disciples with infatuation. Some of them even kept throwing flirtatious glances at them. Brother Yang, I heard that Goddess Morong is here too. Is that true? Among the official disciples, many of them swept their gazes over the crowd. They were still young, and it was the time for them to fall in love. In addition, Morong Qingqing was too famous. Hence, they were very curious. Yeah. The young man who was called Brother Yang nodded slightly. He scanned the crowd and stopped at a spot. Yan Qingyang's lips curled into a smile that he thought was dashing. That was Morong Qingqing. The surrounding disciples were excited when they heard that. They looked over and saw a beautiful white figure in the crowd. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She's so beautiful. The rumors are true. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. Whoever gets her attention will be blessed by 3 lifetimes. With Brother Yang around, we'll definitely get her. The surrounding disciples complimented. Kid, I like your sweet mouth. Yan Qingyang said with a smile. He looked at Morong Qingqing with a face full of adoration. He had taken a liking to such a beautiful woman at first sight. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would get her. Lin Xian also saw Morong Qingqing. However, he did not walk over. Instead, he nodded and greeted her from afar. Lin Xian would definitely become a public enemy if he walked over. He did not want to get into trouble. At the same time, he saw Xiaoli and Xianxia. Lin Xian also greeted the former. As for the latter, he completely ignored him. Xianxia gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Lin Xian, his killing intent surfacing. Now that he'd successfully advanced into the Exalt realm, he was absolutely confident in his ability to kill Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Once we enter the academy, see how I'll kill you. Boom, the bell rang and everyone fell silent. At this moment, the elder of Senmu College stepped forward and announced loudly, "The assessment begins. The first aptitude test begins." Then, everyone started the test according to the order. The test was divided into 10 groups, and each group had 3 light pillars, respectively testing talent, constitution, and bloodline. Every test had a score of 1 to 9. Since most people didn't have bloodline power, they passed with a score of 12 or more. However, the higher one's score, the more attention they would receive from the academy. Talent, 5 points, physique, 6 points, bloodline, 0 points, failed. Next? The examiner said coldly. Hearing that, the examiner left dejectedly. Talent, 7 points, physique, 6 points, bloodline, 0 points, passed. Talent, 9 points, physique, 9 points. Lin Xian placed his palm on the first 2 light pillars, which immediately caused the examiner to exclaim. They had never seen someone with a score of 9 points, and this sound attracted everyone's attention. Many examiners looked toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the elders also looked over curiously. Talent and physique, a score of 9 points. This kind of martial artist is really rare. Looks like another prodigy has appeared. I wonder how his bloodline is like. Another elder asked with concern. Everyone also wanted to know and paid attention. Among them, Morong Qingqing's white clothes fluttered, and there was a trace of anticipation in his expression. Xin Yaotian's eyes were gloomy, and he kept cursing in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Xian placed his hand on the 3rd light pillar. However, in the next moment, the examiner was stunned. This was because Lin Xian's bloodline was 0 points. Bloodline, 0 points. What? 0 points, so he doesn't have the power of bloodline. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. A few elders showed a trace of disappointment. It seemed that they valued the power of bloodline very much. Xin Yaotian sneered, indeed, he doesn't have the power of bloodline. Humph, what a piece of trash. Let's see how you compete with me. Yan Qingyang also shook his head, and his expression returned to normal. To be honest, when Lin Xian displayed a score of 9 points, he was very nervous. However, now that he saw that Lin Xian's bloodline was 0 points, he was relieved. He was a genius, but he would never become a top genius. This was his evaluation of Lin Xian. The power of bloodline was very important and had a nature-defying effect. Especially as one's cultivation increased, the power of bloodline became more prominent. If a martial artist with ordinary talent awakened the power of bloodline, he would become a peerless genius. This was because the power of bloodline was a disguised inheritance. Only when a martial artist of a king level or higher appeared in a family could the bloodline be passed down. Once that power was awakened, it would be very powerful. Lin Xian's talent and perception were very strong. There were not many who could compare with him. However, the first round also involved bloodline. Therefore, in summary, Lin Xian was not outstanding. On the other hand, the other guys who had the power of bloodline were very eye-catching. The people of Senmu College seemed to value bloodline very much. Therefore, in terms of proportion, they favored bloodline. Moreover, they paid special attention to the few people who possessed the power of bloodline. Among them, Morong Qingqing, Xin Yaotian, and the others had displayed the power of bloodline and attracted the attention of the elders of the college. Lin Xian even found that Xiaoli had the power of bloodline. Boy, how are you feeling now? The Crimson Dragon asked from the demon beast pouch. Nothing. In my opinion, the power of bloodline is a gift from the ancestors. It's better to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. Lin Xian's expression was calm, and his eyes flickered. So what if I don't have the power of bloodline? When I reach the king level, I can still produce my own power of bloodline. He was very confident and didn't suffer any blow. It's okay. You didn't suffer much. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Xianxia, remember, you have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It has already surpassed countless bloodline powers. As long as you don't die, you will definitely be a super expert in the future. Lin Xian agreed with this point because he had seen the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Its combat strength was truly heaven-defying, so what if he had the power of bloodline? He had killed more than one martial artist of the Divine Bird Palace who had the bloodline of the Divine Bird, therefore, Lin Xian really didn't take this test seriously. Half a day later, the first round of the test was over. More than half of the martial artists were eliminated. They were all geniuses from their hometowns, but when they came here, they could only accept the cruel reality. Okay, now for the second round of the test, Will. At the end of the first round, everyone's points were revealed. Those who had more than 12 points were considered to have passed. Moreover, the higher the points, the higher the ranking. The higher the ranking, the more attention one would receive after entering the academy. Morong Qingqing ranked first, followed by Shaoli and Xianxia. Lin Xian's score was 9 points, but he didn't have any bloodline power, so he was ranked fourth. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and snorted. His eyes were full of disdain. Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he saw the provocation in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia was already no match for him when they were in the Sand region. Even if Xianxia had entered the Honorable Realm, he would still be no match for him. As for the bloodline power, Lin Xian believed that his Dragon Sword Soul could completely suppress it. Therefore, in Lin Xian's opinion, Xianxia's impatient provocation was purely courting death. Okay, let's move on to the second round, the test of willpower. As soon as the elder finished speaking, half of the martial artists left the square. They had all been defeated in the first round and could only be reduced to spectators. Lin Xian was not worried about the test of willpower at all. Willpower referred to the heart of martial arts. It was also whether one could resist temptation, fear, and other emotions. As a swordsman, Lin Xian had sword essence. His willpower was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, he also had the Dragon Sword Soul, which could destroy everything. It could be said that very few things could affect him. As more than half of the martial artists left, the square suddenly became comfortable and was no longer so crowded. There were originally more than 1,000 candidates, but now there were only about 500 left. This time, the test was no longer using light pillars. Instead, it was using sparkling white jade platforms. Everyone was given a platform and then sat down. Lin Xian noticed that the mysterious jade platforms were engraved with complicated inscriptions, which emitted an inexplicable power. More than 500 mysterious jade platforms combined with the array underground to form the second round of the test. The second round of the test begins. As soon as the voice sounded, Lin Xian felt the space around him distort and the scenery around him began to change rapidly. In the next moment, he found himself in a forest. Whoosh, in front of him, a masked man in black holding a long sword rushed over quickly. Wang, the mighty sword chi quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, but did not flicker. Puff, sword chi slashed down, passing through like smoke. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he could die at any moment. What a realistic illusion! He exclaimed inwardly. That scene just now was too realistic, and he couldn't tell the difference at all. Moreover, the pain was even more realistic. Lin Xian realized that if someone didn't have a strong will, they might die here. Soon, the scene changed, and Lin Xian began the next round of the test. While Lin Xian was taking the test, a change occurred in the square. A few profound jade platforms glowed with white light, teleporting the martial artists on the platforms outside. All the martial artists who were teleported had pale faces and terrified expressions. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't know what kind of assessment these people had gone through, but looking at their state, it was probably very horrifying. Looking at the martial artists who failed, the official disciples looked disdainful, but the elders behind them shook their heads slightly. If they can't even withstand the beginning of the test, it's useless no matter how good their aptitude is. Yes, those children are not bad. They passed almost instantly, a red-robed elder said with a smile. He was naturally paying attention to the few people who had bloodline power. That person with double 90 points is not bad either. He also passed instantly, the white-robed old lady said. A few elders watched and nodded continuously. The illusion deepened bit by bit, and the difficulty rose sharply. Many of them looked like they were in pain. However, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the profound jade platform without any reaction. This greatly surprised the elders. Is this child's will that firm? They had never seen such a calm candidate. One had to know that even Morong Qingqing and the others were frowning. In the illusion test, Lin Xian stood calmly with his hands behind his back. A dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around his body, destroying the illusions. Some of the weaker illusions were already on the verge of collapsing before they even reached Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like the nemesis of those illusions. Not only was he not affected, but he also restrained them. That double 90 points is not simple. A few elders exclaimed. Those official disciples were aghast. They were all people who had experienced the illusion test. They were very familiar with the illusion. It was a martial artist's nightmare. In the end, they could not even tell if it was an illusion or reality. However, Lin Xian was not affected at all. Yan Qingyang looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy look. He did not believe that Lin Xian could remain so calm. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound shocked him. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. Even the elders widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. A few of them looked at each other and were too shocked to speak. That was because the mysterious jade platform that Lin Xian was sitting on suddenly cracked open as if it had been cut open by someone. It was too shocking. After entering the illusion, martial artists could not control their bodies, let alone cut open the mysterious jade platform. Now, the mysterious jade platform was broken. Did the illusion not affect him? A few elders were depressed. They had never seen such a thing. The illusion was terrifying. Not to mention these young people, even those old monsters of the 4th or 5th honorable realm would be affected. Strange, it's really strange. A few of them could not understand. The moment the mysterious jade platform broke, Lin Xian came out of the illusion. After knowing what had happened, his face turned pale. Damn it, if I had known, I would not have used the great dragon sword soul to attack, Lin Xian muttered to himself. He was a little worried. What would happen if he broke the mysterious jade platform? I'm not considered eliminated, right? Lin Xian was a little guilty. The elders suppressed the shock in their hearts as they stared at Lin Xian incessantly. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Little guy, your performance is beyond our expectations. Young man, what's your name? I happen to be lacking a disciple. Are you interested in being my disciple? A few elders asked. Junior Lin Xian greets all seniors, Lin Xian said respectfully as he stood up and left the square. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. The official disciples widened their eyes. It was the first time they had seen the elders so enthusiastic. Many of them even suspected that they had been affected by the illusion. Yan Qingyang snorted. As a supreme talent, he had not received such treatment. How could a young man who had not even entered the sect receive such treatment? Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian with a hint of hostility. As time passed, more and more people were sent out. These people were pale and looked weak. They were not in good condition. Gradually, the number of people in the square decreased. In the end, only a few figures were left. They were the ones who had performed well in the first round. There were only a few people left in the square. They were Morong Qingqing, Shaoli, and the others. Lan Bai and a few other experts were also persevering. However, the power of the illusory realm increased as they progressed. Even those supreme talents could not withstand it. Therefore, more and more people were sent out, and the number of people in the square decreased. In the end, there were only 4 people left, Morong Qingqing, Shaoli, Lan Bai, and Xinyao Tian. I'm sure that Morong Qingqing will still be the first in the second round. That goes without saying. Even an idiot can see that. She is indeed a God's favored girl. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is also unparalleled. Whoever marries such a woman will be blessed for 10 lifetimes. Everyone was talking about her with envy in their eyes. Soon, Lan Bai opened her eyes, sighed, and was sent out. Before long, Xianxia was also sent out. There were only 2 people left in the square. Xianxia found that Lin Xian had already been sent out. Then, he smiled disdainfully. Trash. Not only do you have no blood force, but your willpower is also trash. So what if you are in the lead? The road of martial arts is a test of comprehensive strength. I will let you know who the real supreme talent is. Xianxia was full of ambition. He could not wait to fight with Lin Xian and trample him under his feet. In his opinion, Lin Xian must not have passed the illusory realm and was sent out in advance. Lin Xian ignored Xianxia and stared at the 2 figures in the square. Xiaoli was a swordsman. He possessed saber intent and had even condensed a saber soul. His will was incomparably firm. He was much stronger than ordinary warriors. Lin Xian knew this. Therefore, he speculated that Xiaoli would be able to last until the end. However, Morong Qingqing's performance was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had never been able to see through this girl who had been famous for a long time. He didn't know what her martial soul was, and he didn't even know what her cultivation level was. However, he was sure that Xianxia had definitely entered the Exalt realm a long time ago. Moreover, it would seem like Xianxia's natural talent and will were top-rate existences. As expected of the blessed daughter of the heavens, she is indeed valiant. On the square, several elders looked at the beautiful figure and nodded in satisfaction. Time passed slowly as the crowd waited anxiously. They did not expect that there would be someone who could compete with Morong Qingqing. Suddenly, Xiaoli furrowed his brows. His body glowed with white light as he was teleported out. It's out. Looks like the outcome has been decided. Morong Qingqing won. Morong Qingqing's supporters cheered. Not long after, Morong Qingqing was also teleported out. Her forehead was covered with a layer of sparkling and translucent sweat. It seemed that persevering until now was also very difficult for her. Alright, the second round is over. Those who persevered for more than 30 minutes have passed the test. Many people sighed and hung their heads dejectedly because nearly half of the people had been eliminated in the second round. Those who had passed were nervously calculating their rankings. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up. He was satisfied because he found that he was ranked 3rd. If he could reach the top 3 in the combat assessment, then his overall ranking would be in the top 3. When he entered the academy, he would receive a reward for being in the top 3. The rewards from Senma College were very generous. Now, let's announce the rankings, the red-robed elder said loudly. The first in the second round is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? Everyone was stunned, especially those who were teleported out after Lin Xian. They all looked surprised as if they had misheard. In their opinion, Morong Qingqing would definitely be the first because she had persevered until the end. Even Morong Qingqing herself was flabbergasted. She looked at Lin Xian with curiosity and amazement in her eyes. Xiaoli, Lan Bai, and the other geniuses were also puzzled. That's impossible. Wasn't that guy teleported out a long time ago? Elder, did you make a mistake? Xianxia shouted. He did not want Lin Xian to take advantage of a loophole and gain a huge advantage. Many other martial artists were also doubtful. However, some other martial artists were silent because they knew why Lin Xian was judged to be the first. Even the official disciples had strange expressions on their faces as they remained silent. The martial artists who were clamoring about the unfairness seemed to have noticed the situation and quickly asked about it. After learning the situation, they were all shocked. Gradually, the quarreling in the square quieted down. Xianxia was still shouting, I don't understand. Elder, please enlighten me. He would not let Lin Xian be the first. Stop quarreling. The red-robed elder pressed his hands down and emitted a powerful aura. Suddenly, the whole square quieted down. Take a look at Lin Xian's mysterious jade platform and you will understand. Hearing that, everyone looked over and gasped in shock. Xianxia's body stiffened and he stood there in a daze. The mysterious jade platform is broken? How is that possible? He naturally knew the function of the mysterious jade platform. It was impossible to break it. At least with their current strength and cultivation, it was impossible to break it. However, the mysterious jade platform that Lin Xian was sitting on was broken in half. That was too shocking. For a moment, Xianxia's mind went blank and he was stunned. Morong Qingqing, Shaoli, and the others gasped. They had just experienced the illusionary realm and knew how dangerous it was. However, Lin Xian could break the mysterious jade platform. Did that mean that the illusionary realm did not affect him at all? If that was the case, it was too terrifying. After our analysis, we have decided that the first place is Lin Xian, the red-robed elder said. Anyone who is interested can raise the issue. Everyone was silent and no one spoke. What a joke. Lin Xian had even broken the mysterious jade platform. Who would dare to object? At this time, Xianxia also recovered from the shock, but his expression was very ugly. Not long ago, he was still proud of himself. He thought that Lin Xian's willpower was weak and that he would be eliminated early. He did not expect that Lin Xian would not be affected at all. Not only did he obtain a piece of land, but he even broke the mysterious jade platform. Thinking back to his previous performance, he realized that he was like a clown. It was extremely laughable. Xianxia's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, "After entering the academy, I will teach you a lesson." Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xian with joy in her eyes. It was not a big deal to her that she did not obtain the first place. However, this incident made her realize that Lin Xian was abnormal. This made her even more determined to subdue Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed to feel Morong Qingqing's fiery gaze. He rubbed his nose helplessly. In the distance, Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy and he clenched his fists. He had already seen Morong Qingqing as his woman for a long time. But now, her performance had made him furious. Lin Xian, right? After entering the academy, I will teach you a lesson. Yan Qingyang snorted in his heart. The old man in the red robe announced the rankings quickly. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shaoli, and Xianxia. Lan Bai occupied the top 5 spots. More than 500 people participated in the second round, but only about 200 people passed the second round. The elimination rate was terrifying. I'll give you an hour to rest and recuperate. After an hour, the third round will begin. The disciples who passed the test sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. Although there was no battle in the second round, the experience in the illusion had greatly depleted their soul and mind. That process was 10 times more tiring than a battle, therefore, everyone seized the time to recuperate and prepare for the third round. These people were all geniuses and had elixirs with them. An hour was enough for them to recuperate. Soon, these people opened their eyes, and their eyes shined with light as they excitedly looked forward to the third stage. As long as they passed the third round, they would be able to enter Senma College. Once they entered Senma College, their future would be limitless. An hour has passed. The third round will begin now. The old man in the red robe waved his sleeve and a palm-sized exquisite pagoda flew out. It spun in the air and gradually enlarged. Finally, it landed on the square with a boom. The pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It was covered in golden thorns and shone brightly. This is the trial pagoda. It is divided into 7 levels. Those who pass the first 3 levels will pass. Now, the third round will begin. As the old man in the red robe finished speaking, the trial pagoda shone brightly. 4 doors opened in 4 directions on the first level. The cultivators who had successfully passed the second stage immediately dashed forward. Then, more than 200 people entered the trial pagoda. The third round was an actual battle. Of course, it was not a real battle between the candidates and real martial artists. Instead, it was a virtual battle using illusory array mystic treasures. Do not underestimate this kind of battle because it was more dangerous than a real battle. The opponents' levels were formed according to the martial artist's characteristics. There were 7 levels in the trial pagoda. Passing the first 3 levels was considered a success. More than 200 disciples entered the trial pagoda. Then, the door on the first level closed and the light dimmed. The trial pagoda stood in the square like a small golden mountain. Soon, everyone realized that the trial tower was different because the first floor showed 234 dots of light. They represented the 234 people who had just entered. Lin Xian followed everyone into the Tower of Trials and appeared in an independent space. In the boundless scarlet plains, the sky was somewhat gloomy, and the wind was howling all around. If Lin Xian did not have a strong will, he would have thought that he had arrived at the scarlet plains. However, he knew that this was all an illusion. Then, he was surprised again because he found that the wind shadow sword at his waist was gone, and the high-grade spirit rank inner armor on his body was also gone. What replaced it was an ordinary black armor and a black iron longsword. It seemed like he couldn't use his own treasures and could only use the weapons and armors provided by the space. Lin Xian seemed to understand the rules here. He gave it a try and found that he could use his spiritual energy to form a red lotus armor. In other words, his strength was not affected. However, he quickly removed the red lotus armor. According to his speculation, if he died here, it would only mean that he had failed the test. He would not really die. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss such a wonderful opportunity to fight. He gave up on the red lotus armor and decided to use the most ordinary weapon to fight. A figure condensed on the scarlet plains in front of him. That person was also wearing black armor and holding a black iron sword. He wore a black mask on his face and looked like a messenger of the netherworld. Lin Xian could tell from the other party's aura that he was a half-step venerable one. Looks like the first floor is easy. Lin Xian smirked. A half-step venerable one was nothing to him. He held an ordinary black iron sword and drew a black bolt of lightning in the air, instantly stabbing the other party's throat. Poof, the black figure fell and turned into spiritual energy, disappearing from this space. However, two more figures soon condensed. A black sword and a black mask. They were both half-step venerable ones. Lin Xian's expression did not change, and he continued to stab with his sword. The black iron sword moved in the air, instantly forming two sword shadows that stabbed towards the two black-cloaked martial artists. Buzz, bang, the two martial artists counterattacked, and one of them retreated like a black ghost. The other formed a seal with both hands, condensing an ancient shield in front of him that covered his entire body. Both of them were very fast and completed in an instant. However, Lin Xian's sword was even faster. Poof, poof. The two figures fell and disappeared. Although the two of them counterattacked, the difference in strength between them was too great. They were not Lin Xian's match at all. However, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. That was because he realized that the two half-step venerable ones had begun to make the best adjustments to counter his attack. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp and fast. Therefore, one of them reacted quickly while the other strengthened his defense. They were changing according to the characteristics of Lin Xian's sword technique. Interesting. I wonder what's going to happen next. Lin Xian was looking forward to it and continued to move forward. Soon, his figure swayed and disappeared from the first level. In the outside world, countless people were staring at the trial tower in the center. They saw that all 234 light spots had arrived at the second level. However, some of those light spots were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. Did they pass the first level? Those people saw the changes in the light spots and discussed in low voices. They realized that after arriving at the second level, the changes in the light spots were even more obvious. A small portion of the light spots only paused for a moment on the second level and immediately rose to the third level. However, most of the light spots remained on the second level. Lin Xian was one of those people at the moment. He had already arrived at the third level. On the second level, there were 3 half-step venerable ones and 4 half-step venerable ones respectively. For Lin Xian, who had condensed his martial soul, the battle was quickly resolved. On the third level, there were also black-cloaked martial artists, but their cultivation had become first-level venerable ones. A venerable was already a powerhouse of a region. That was also the reason why Senma College set the rule that as long as one passed the third level, one would be considered to have completed the trial. Defeated venerable ones were qualified to enter Senma College. However, it was not easy to kill a venerable one. Most people would find it very difficult. Of course, Lin Xian was an exception. He had killed more than one venerable one. Therefore, he passed the third level easily. In the outside world, everyone exclaimed because they realized that a few light spots had quickly arrived at the fourth level. At that moment, most people were still struggling on the second level. they passed the third level so quickly? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Rumor has it that the opponents on the third level are first-level venerable ones. I didn't expect those people to finish them so quickly. There were a total of 5 people who entered the fourth level first. They were the top 5 in the second round. These 5 people had condensed real martial souls and reached the venerable realm. In addition, they were geniuses and had mastered many secret martial arts, so it was easy for them to pass the third round. However, the fourth round was not so easy because there were 2 level 1 venerables. When 2 venerables joined forces, their attack power was absolutely terrifying. Although Lin Xian had killed venerables before, he had never killed 2 venerables at the same time. Even at the Divine Bird Palace, one person was sent out first. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the beginning of the real battle. In the other illusory realms, the geniuses also looked solemn as they stared at their opponents. At this time, many light spots had entered the third level, but soon they disappeared. Then, figures were sent out of the trial and landed on the square. These people were pale and their breathing was chaotic. They were all warriors who had failed on the third level. Not everyone had reached the venerable realm. If one did not have the corresponding strength to face a real venerable, they would only be defeated. The third level was like a natural chasm, blocking the majority of martial artists outside the door. More and more warriors were sent out of the square. The spectators gasped. At the same time, they were even more shocked by the red spots on the fourth level. How powerful were they to be able to pass the third level in such a short time? In the fourth level, Lin Xian's figure was like a ghost. The black iron sword in his hand kept stabbing out like thunder, tearing the air apart. The 2 venerables on the other side were not weak. They quickly counterattacked. Terrifying light shrouded the surroundings. Every time they collided, the powerful energy produced a shocking explosion. The black iron sword was like a swimming dragon. Lin Xian used the great strength sword soul to fight against the 2 venerables. The wind whistled, the thunder was crazy, the sky was dark, and the earth was sinking. Fortunately, they were in an illusory realm. Otherwise, the entire square would be destroyed in one blow. Peacock spreading tail. One of the venerables shook his spear. The sky was full of dazzling spear flowers. Silver light flickered like a peacock spreading its feathers in the air. A vast and terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian struck out with his left hand and a crimson vermilion bird flew out. Its entire body was bathed in fiery light as it soared into the sky. The 2 forces intertwined and continuously destroyed each other. At this moment, the other supreme expert's attack arrived. Dense blood palm. Bloody light surged and spread 3,000 meters, covering the entire sky. A bright red palm condensed and appeared above Lin Xian's head. Then, it crashed down. Starburst. He raised his right hand and stabbed his sword into the sky. The black sword gleam shone brightly as sword chi gathered. Pulling in the spiritual energy in the surroundings, it quickly condensed into a meteor. With a dazzling tail of light, it flew upwards. Boom, the black meteor collided with the blood-red palm. The palm closed its 5 fingers and grabbed it, then quickly smashed it down. Meteor sword chi exploded in midair. Terrifying sword waves swept out in all directions, turning into waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily. He used the illusory demonic steps and rushed towards the 2 supreme experts. In his hand, the black iron sword was no longer ordinary. Streaks of blazing sword gleam soared into the sky, splitting the void and cutting the ground. They continuously bombarded the 2 supreme experts in black. Boom, boom. Boom, every strike was fierce and violent to the extreme. Lin Xian was like a madman. The more he fought, the braver he became. In the end, he directly engaged in close combat. The iron sword was like a black angry dragon. It roared ferociously as the dragon sword soul was activated to the extreme. Poof, finally, he found an opportunity to stab the spear supreme expert with the sword. The illusion was very realistic. Blood splattered everywhere as the sword slashed down. Woo woo, after succeeding with one strike, Lin Xian stepped up his attack. The black iron sword turned into a poisonous dragon and chased after the supreme expert. 13 Styles of Gale. Sword chi surged like a storm and quickly pierced towards the spear's supreme expert. The void was pierced, and the terrifying sword gleam was unstoppable. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to kill one of them first before dealing with the other. Roar, the spear's supreme expert was furious. A demonic peacock condensed on the tip of his spear. It was becoming more and more realistic. Poof, as the spear pierced out, the giant peacock attacked as well, making the power of the spear extremely terrifying. The five-colored spear gleam created a demonic shadow in the air. It was like a surging divine light that rushed towards Lin Xian. Clang, clang. Clang, Lin Xian swung his iron sword, forming a half-moon sword veil around his body. It was as if the moonlight scattered in front of him to protect him. The five-colored spear gleam was blocked, but the other supreme expert behind him suddenly attacked. His palms were suffused with golden light. Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but he was still swept in the shoulder. His body immediately smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom, the ground trembled, and a terrifying deep pit appeared. Whoosh, in the next moment, Lin Xian soared into the sky. His body was covered by a sword veil as he charged again. Although he was injured, he could not rest in this situation. He had to solve it as soon as possible. The dragon sword's soul roared, and the entire sky trembled. At this moment, Lin Xian's combat power was raised to the extreme. His entire body was like a divine sword. He stood in the void, and his body was emitting a dazzling light that lit up the dark sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sanguine Palm Venerable in an instant. He swung his iron sword quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant, it cut the Sanguine Palm Venerable's shoulder, revealing his terrifying white bones. Vermilion Bird Seal. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left palm and hit the Sanguine Palm Venerable's hand, sending him flying. The iron sword fell again like a black lightning bolt, cutting the Sanguine Palm Venerable apart. The first supreme expert was destroyed. Roar. The long spear Venerable roared and charged again with his spear. Squall Style. Lin Xian raised his iron sword in the air and made a killing move. A gale blew, and a red storm blew on the Sanguine Plain as if it was going to tear the world apart. The mountain peak was shattered, and the trees were blown away. Everything was destroyed wherever the red storm passed. In an instant, the long spear Venerable was covered and let out a miserable cry. The red storm was everywhere within a 100-meter radius, and the entire ground caved in. However, before the power disappeared, Lin Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the other illusory spaces, Morong Qingqing's jade-like palms shone as if they were the hands of God. She crushed a Venerable with one palm. Following that, she changed her palm into a finger and pointed it out. A thick finger light was like a flood dragon, and it was extremely terrifying. Soon, her figure also disappeared from the fourth level. The other people were still fighting bitterly. In the outside world, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, they seemed to have noticed something and stood up excitedly. The fifth level, someone appeared on the fifth level. There are two of them. Everyone was in an uproar. The difficulty of each level of the trial tower increased exponentially, and the fourth level was 10 times more difficult than the third level. This was something that everyone knew. However, in such a short period of time, 2 people had successfully broken through. It was too unbelievable. The changes in the trial tower caused a sensation among the crowd. 2 people entered the 5th level. One of them must be Morong Qingqing. Who is the other one? He's also so powerful. Everyone recognized Morong Qingqing's strength, but the other person was beyond their expectations. I guess it's Xinyao Tian. He's also a genius and comes from the House of Kings. His strength and trump cards are definitely extraordinary. Only he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Morong Qingqing. House of Kings. Everyone was shocked. Then, they echoed. It was very likely. I wonder if they can pass the 5th level. Someone said worriedly. It's said that the opponents on the 5th level are second heaven venerables. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to pass the 5th level. Morong Qingqing will definitely pass, but the other one might not. Everyone discussed and expressed their own opinions. The official disciples in the square were even more shocked. The strength of the disciples participating in the assessment this time was beyond their expectations, especially the two on the 5th level. They could be said to be terrifying. The group of elders from the academy were very satisfied. They stared at the trial tower with smiles. On the 5th level, Lin Xian was in great danger. This was the first time he faced a second Heaven Venerables head-on. Every attack from the other party made his blood boil and his body tremble. Was this the power of a second Heaven Venerables? Lin Xian was shocked. He only managed to fight against a second Heaven Venerables because he had an offensive saint technique like the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the opponent was not a real human, but a simulation of spiritual power. Therefore, Lin Xian was still confident that he could hold on for a while. Gale style. The iron sword slashed out, and a red storm swept through the world, enveloping the opponent. The black-clothed Venerable's spiritual power jumped and formed an armor to resist the red storm. At the same time, he punched out with his fist, which smashed toward Lin Xian like a mountain. Once a second Heaven Venerables entered, their speed, strength, and defense would all surpass a first Heaven Venerables. Hence, under normal circumstances, a first-level Venerable would not be able to contend against a second-level Venerable. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many secret techniques, as well as a powerful martial skill Sword Soul, so he was able to deal with them for a while. Lin Xian's figure turned into a sword light as he tried his best to dodge and engage in a fierce battle with the black-clothed Venerable. In another illusory realm, Morong Qingqing was also battling a second-level Venerable. The energy in the sky surged violently as countless afterimages flew around. A terrifying aura spread out between heaven and earth. Morong Qingqing was like a fairy descending from the heavens. She stepped on a jade lotus platform, and lotus flowers danced around her body. The sparkling and translucent petals spun rapidly, sometimes defending, sometimes attacking. Every time they collided, there would be a thunderous sound. Terrifying energy tore through the void and roared incessantly. Although Morong Qingqing was at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of losing. While Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were fighting against the second Heaven Honorable Realm, the other geniuses had also passed the test of the 4th level and reached the 5th level. However, when they reached the 6th level, things did not go so smoothly for them. The might of a second Heaven Venerate had completely suppressed them, causing them to be severely injured right from the start. Xinyaotian's 108 starry halos shone brightly, making him look like a god of war. When he punched out, starry light filled the sky as countless meteorite-like fists struck the ground. However, this terrifying attack was shattered by the palm of the black-clothed Venerable. Xinyaotian retreated as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. However, as a genius and a disciple of the House of Kings, he would not be defeated so easily. He waved his hands, and a starry sky map appeared above him. It was extremely vast and shone with a mysterious light. Xinyaotian held the starry sky map and charged toward the second Heaven Honorable Realm like a god of war. However, this terrifying attack was still sent flying by his opponent. It was not that he was weak, but that his opponent was too strong. The starry sky map dimmed and disappeared. Xinyaotian spat out blood and was sent flying. On the other side, Shaoli was like a saber demon. He held a black iron saber in his hand and swung it wildly. Dazzling saber radiance swept out in all directions like waves, causing the entire void to boil. However, his opponent was too strong. The terrifying suppression made him feel helpless. A terrifying fist filled the entire sky and instantly shattered the saber radiance in the sky. At the same time, it charged toward Shaoli. Boom, Shaoli was hit hard and fell to the ground. In the last illusion, the blue and white palm kept changing seals. Huge poisonous scorpions, spiders, pythons, and all sorts of poisonous creatures flew out from the void and charged forward quickly. At the same time, he also condensed a poisonous cloud and floated over quickly. The surrounding air dimmed, and purplish-gray poisonous gas filled the air. The surrounding plants and trees withered and died. Even the ground turned yellow as if it had lost its vitality. The terrifying poisonous gas swept through the entire space. The poisonous gas was too powerful. Those below the supremacy realm would definitely die upon contact. Even a first-level supremacy might not be able to resist it. However, his opponent was a second-level supremacy and was extremely powerful. Therefore, even though the blue and white palm had powerful poison, he was still defeated. Soon, the trial tower flickered and 3 figures were sent out of the square. When the crowd outside saw that 5 light spots had gathered on the 5th floor, they exclaimed excitedly. However, they soon realized that 3 of the light spots were quickly dimming and disappearing. In the end, a white light flashed and 3 figures appeared in the square. Did he fail? The crowd was puzzled. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief. There was a huge difference between each level of the supremacy realm. Even prodigies would find it difficult to fight someone of a higher level. The trial tower restricts weapons. I'm afraid that these prodigies' strength has been reduced. Many martial artists analyzed. They knew that these prodigies would be even stronger in the real world. This was because they definitely had heaven-defying weapons in their hands that could increase their combat strength by several times. No, that's Xianxia. Why is he out too? He was defeated too? Then who's still inside? The crowd was shocked. They realized that the situation was different from what they had expected. Lan Bai, Shaoli. Soon, the crowd recognized the 3 figures that had been sent out. Then, they gasped. The ones still on the 5th floor are Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. Lin Xian. After Xianxia understood the situation, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He stared at the trial tower with a murderous look in his eyes. He was shocked that Lin Xian had not come out yet. He must have just gone in. Just wait and see. He'll come out soon. Xianxia comforted himself. The results of the 3rd round were based on how long one stayed in the trial tower. For example, on the 5th floor, if one stayed for 1 minute and the other party stayed for 2 minutes, the one who stayed for 2 minutes would naturally be ranked higher. Although Xianxia had been sent out early, he still had a glimmer of hope. Lin Xian had just entered the 5th floor. If that was the case, then the situation was not too bad. According to his analysis, Lin Xian would definitely fail and be sent out soon. The surrounding people were also whispering because they did not know if Lin Xian was one of the 2 light spots that had entered first or later. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's strength was already very strong and had shocked everyone. On the 5th level of the trial tower, Lin Xian was like a sword god, surrounded by a huge sword qi. He stood in the air with a solemn expression. It was a rare experience to fight against a second-level supremacy without any scruples. Therefore, in order to prolong the battle, Lin Xian activated the Red Lotus armor. The bright red armor covered his entire body, and the Red Lotus on it swayed as if it was alive. With the Red Lotus armor, Lin Xian's defense increased by a lot, and it was not as difficult to deal with him as before. At the same time, he abandoned the black iron sword and held the Sword of Massacre and Sword of Nirvana with both hands. With the 2 auras surrounding him, Lin Xian was like the god of slaughter from hell as he stepped through the air. He did not hold back in this battle. Kill! With a furious roar, his body was like a bolt of lightning. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-cloaked supremacy in an instant. The 2 swords in his hands quickly stabbed out. The Sword of Massacre and Sword of Nirvana were very powerful. In fact, they were not just sword intents but had their own concepts. Although the intent of Massacre and intent of Nirvana were not complete, they still had their own charm. The black sword chi surged with an aura of death and Nirvana. It covered half of the sky, and wherever it passed, the vegetation would wither. Although the black-cloaked supremacy was not a real life, he was still formed by spiritual power. This sword also affected him, and his body became a little dim. However, as a second-level supremacy, he was not so easily killed. His palm was like a knife. When it fell, the entire space seemed to be cut open, and the aura of Nirvana was also ruthlessly cut off. At this moment, the bright red longsword had already slashed down, accompanied by the sea of blood that filled the sky. The crazy murderous aura swept in all directions, causing the entire sky to turn scarlet. At this moment, there seemed to be only one sound left in the world, and that was to kill, 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 Kill to your heart's content, the bright red longsword slashed down mercilessly from the sky. Clang, the black-cloaked supremacy did not have any emotions. He was like a killing machine. He threw a punch, which collided with the sword and made a shocking sound. The sea of blood in the sky surged and was sent flying. Lin Xian was hit, and his qi and blood surged. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the other party was similarly blasted backwards, causing the void to collapse. If someone else was here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Lin Xian had actually pushed a second-rank venerable master away. This was unbelievable. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn because he discovered that the other party did not suffer any substantial damage. It seemed like he had no choice but to combine the two swords. In the next moment, Lin Xian clasped his hands together. The pitch-black longsword and the blood-red sword in his hands fused into a red-black demonic sword. Death and slaughter fused together to form a true demonic sword. At the same time, Lin Xian used a killer move, falling stars from heaven. This move was extremely powerful. It was a martial skill that Lin Xian had been practicing ever since he started cultivating. Once he used it, no one had ever been able to dodge it. His body turned into a stream of light. Lin Xian held the demon's sword in his hand and quickly stabbed forward. It was too fast. Lin Xian was so fast that he didn't even leave a trace in the sky. Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the black-robed venerable. Puff, finally, it pierced through the man's armor and into his chest. Blood spurted out in all directions. The black-robed venerable roared angrily. He waved his palms and slammed them heavily into Lin Xian's chest, sending him flying. Boom, Lin Xian was hit head-on. He was sent flying thousands of feet away and crashed into a huge mountain. In an instant, the huge mountain crumbled, forming countless rocks that drowned him. Boom, in the next moment, countless huge sword chi rushed out and sliced the huge mountain apart, forming a spacious area. Lin Xian, on the other hand, crawled up from the rubble, gasping for breath and coughing out large amounts of blood. Countless cracks appeared on the red lotus armor in front of his chest like a spider web. Especially on his chest, there were 2 deep palm prints. This palm was too terrifying. Several of Lin Xian's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Fortunately, he had the red lotus armor. Otherwise, this palm would have blown him up. Damn it, what a troublesome fellow. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were cold. On the other side, the black-robed venerable was not in a good state either. The great dragon sword soul was too powerful. Lin Xian's attack was enough to break through his defense. Moreover, the red-black demonic sword was even more strange. Coupled with the powerful martial technique, falling stars, he was severely injured. A red-black demonic sword was stabbed into his chest. It emitted a murderous and deathly aura that constantly attacked his body. Roar, the black-robed venerable's hair was disheveled. He roared angrily. A powerful force burst out from his body and sent the demonic sword flying. The wound on his chest could not be healed immediately. That was the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul. Unless there was a special method, it would be difficult to remove the aura of the great dragon sword soul in a short period of time. The black-robed venerable used his method to madly absorb the surrounding spiritual qi to suppress his injuries. In the distance, Lin Xian also roared. He opened his mouth and sucked in the air. The spiritual qi in the air surged, forming a mighty waterfall of spiritual qi that was thousands of meters long. It quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Then, he used the longevity incantation and displayed his powerful recovery ability to quickly repair the injuries on his body. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. His hands danced. Golden lightning danced in his left hand and condensed into a golden bow. The wind concept in his right hand quickly circulated and formed a green arrow. Ancient secret art, clear wind bow. In the next moment, the power of wind and thunder surged in the void. The terrifying attack was like a shocking rainbow, leaving behind afterimages of wind and thunder. Like afterimages of wind and thunder, it instantly pierced toward the black-robed venerable. Boom, the terrifying power not only interrupted the black-robed venerable's recovery, but it also worsened his injuries. In the next moment, Lin Xian's injuries were mostly healed. His expression was cold. Wearing a bright red armor, he slowly walked over like a fiend god. On the armor, the original red color mixed with the flowing blood. It looked even more demonic. The red lotus seemed to be coming to life. His eyes were like lightning. The great dragon sword soul on Lin Xian's body surged, forming a terrifying force as if it was about to awaken. Boom, boom, with every step Lin Xian took, the ground would tremble. It was as if the one walking was not Lin Xian, but an ancient giant. An oppressive and heavy aura filled the entire space, making it difficult for people to breathe. Although the black-robed venerable was not a real person, he could still feel the oppressive aura at this moment. He roared angrily, and his body also emitted a terrifying aura to fight back. However, he was injured and the great dragon sword soul in his body was destroyed. In addition, Lin Xian was too strong now. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. If someone knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. Lin Xian was actually suppressing a second-stage venerable. Boom. Boom, with every step Lin Xian took, his aura became stronger. The great dragon sword soul also roared to the sky. Then, a dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in front of him. It was illusory at first, but as the great dragon sword soul roared, it became more and more real. Seeing the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the black-robed venerable roared uneasily. It was as if he was instinctively afraid of it. In the next moment, he ignored his injuries and attacked in a frenzy. A terrifying aura condensed and formed a fist that smashed towards Lin Xian. Above the fist, there was a wolf head formed by spiritual energy. It roared ferociously and carried the aura of a martial soul. This attack was enough to easily kill a first-rank honorable martial artist. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He slowly held the dragon-shaped sword in front of him. The energy in his body roared and surged into the dragon-shaped sword. Lin Xian's heart thumped wildly. He felt as though he was being sucked dry. Feeling the loss of energy in his body, Lin Xian did not hesitate and quickly swung the dragon-shaped sword. Buzz, the sword chi was dazzling. It was as though a real dragon was swimming in the void. The terrifying energy cut the entire sky in half. Boom, the real dragon-shaped sword collided with the wolf-head fist. The terrifying energy instantly filled the entire space. Light flashed and a storm swept across, drowning everything. The light flickered and the space swayed. A gust of wind came from nowhere and blew away the dust and fog. Lin Xian knelt on one knee with his sword in hand. He was panting and his face was unusually pale. In front of him, the ground was split open. The terrifying crack extended as far as the eye could see. The aura of the black-shirt honorable martial artist had disappeared. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. The attack just now was a sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying. However, the energy consumption was even more shocking. Lin Xian was almost sucked dry. He originally thought that the meteor shower was the most energy-consuming move. He did not expect it to be so lacking compared to the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. At this moment, a white light flashed and Lin Xian left the 5th level. At the same time, in another illusory space, Morong Qingqing was sweating profusely. Behind her, a human figure gradually disappeared. In front of her was the black-shirt honorable martial artist who had collapsed. With a flash of white light, she also left the 5th level. In the outside world, the crowd was in an uproar. They saw the 2 light spots on the 5th level disappear at almost the same time and appear on the 6th level. They passed. They passed. Countless people went crazy. Even the official disciples were stunned and could not believe it. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy and he was furious. The woman he liked had entered the 6th level with his love rival. This made him feel an indescribable anger. At the same time, he also felt a trace of fear towards Lin Xian. One had to know that the 5th level was the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm, yet the other party had actually been able to break through. This was truly beyond his expectations. However, he was not afraid because he had also passed the 5th level back then. Moreover, the years of training at Senma College had made him even stronger. Therefore, he was confident in dealing with Lin Xian. Xianxia was stunned. Impossible, this is impossible, he roared in his heart, unable to accept this fact. This was a huge blow to him. He had entered the 5th level, and hadn't persevered for long before coming out, yet the other party had actually passed. The gap between them was self-evident. For a moment, all kinds of disappointment and frustration welled up in his heart. Xianxia felt his vision darken and he almost fainted from anger. Tower of Trials, 6th floor. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he smiled helplessly. In front of him, 2 second-level venerables stood proudly with cold expressions. Furthermore, his spiritual power was depleted and he was injured. It would be good if he could fight with half of his strength. Moreover, the 2 second-level venerables teaming up was 10 times more difficult than the 5th level. Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, it would be impossible for him to pass, let alone now that he was severely injured and exhausted. However, as a swordsman, it was not his style to give up without a fight. Therefore, in this battle, even if he had to bleed to the last drop of blood, he would give it his all. With a long sword in hand, Lin Xian walked up step by step. On the other side, Morong Qingqing was also under great threat. Behind her, an illusory figure flickered and emitted a terrifying aura, as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient times. However, the 2 venerables teaming up was too powerful. Even if Morong Qingqing was extremely powerful, she was no match for them. However, in the next moment, a strange inscription flashed between her eyebrows. It emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying power was emitted. That power made the 2 venerables feel uneasy. However, Morong Qingqing thought for a moment and finally hid the mysterious inscription. She did not attack again. Outside, everyone waited anxiously, their eyes fixed on the 6th level of the trial tower. In the next moment, the 2 light spots disappeared. Then, a white light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in the square. They're out, they're finally out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the 2 of them had failed the 6th challenge. However, this was already very terrifying. One had to know that the 6th level was guarded by 2 second-level venerables. It would be abnormal if the 2 of them really succeeded. Morong Qingqing's white clothes were whiter than snow. Although her aura was a little chaotic and weak, it could not hide her beautiful posture. As for Lin Xian, he immediately sat cross-legged in the square as soon as he appeared. His hands formed a seal, as if he had entered a cultivation state. The 2 figures attracted everyone's attention, especially Morong Qingqing. Most of the male cultivators were looking at her. Morong Qingqing had long been accustomed to the burning gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Ever since she was born, she had been surrounded by countless gazes like this. Until now, she had completely ignored them. Perhaps only someone like Lin Xian, who had a normal demeanor and was somewhat resistant, could arouse her interest. Morong Qingqing tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. Is he about to break through? Sure enough, a powerful aura rose from Lin Xian's body. A huge spirit energy vortex appeared above his head. Countless amounts of spirit energy flowed into Lin Xian's body like an upside-down galaxy. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like 2 sword rays, vast and mighty, piercing through the void. His body was filled with a powerful force. However, everyone's eyes were filled with doubt, which then turned into shock. How is this possible? The limit of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, how is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to only be at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Furthermore, this cultivation had just broken through. Many people's minds went blank. They could not believe the facts in front of them. Not only them, but everyone was also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian had used a special method to hide his cultivation. Coupled with the fluctuations of his martial soul, everyone thought that he was a young martial artist who had reached the venerable realm. Now, they realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Such a cultivation was too ordinary, but he had passed the 5th level of the trial. He had even lasted long enough on the 6th level to be teleported out together with Morong Qingqing. How is this possible? Everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Martial soul, he must have a martial soul. He's a fake venerable one. Everyone discussed in shock. Martial artists who had condensed a martial soul but had not reached the venerable realm were called fake venerable ones. They had seen such venerable ones before, but no one was as powerful as Lin Xian. The academy elders were also shocked. This little guy is too unexpected. It's really rare for a fake venerable one to reach this level. Congratulations, you've broken through again. Morong Qingqing smiled at Lin Xian. This smile stunned everyone. It was as if the entire world had become incomparably beautiful. It's alright, I was just lucky. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone was startled awake. They were jealous and envious. They wished they could transform into Lin Xian and chat with Morong Qingqing. The eyes of Yan Qingyang, Shen Yaotian, and the rest were spitting fire. Murderous intent surged from their bodies as they wished they could tear Lin Xian apart, especially Yan Qingyang. His eyes were cold as he roared in his heart, how dare a fake honorable warrior steal my woman? Kid, I'll teach you how to behave after entering the school. With so many people and elders present, he could not do anything to Lin Xian. However, as long as Lin Xian entered the school, he would have plenty of chances. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing walked to the edge of the crowd, waiting for the end of the third round. 2 hours later, all the light spots in the Tower of Trials disappeared. Everyone was transported out. At this point, the 3 rounds of assessment had ended. The entrance exam also came to an end. The martial artists who passed the 3 rounds were in high spirits. They danced with joy because they could finally enter Senma College. As for the strong disciples who were ranked at the top, they began to calculate their rankings. What reward will you exchange for this time? Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian. Reward? What reward? What's there? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Morong Qingqing said, the top 10 will all receive admission rewards. The top 3 will receive even more generous rewards. They will probably be rewarded with martial arts. Martial arts? What level? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Yu Fei had the ability to gather information, but compared to Morong Qingqing, he was much weaker. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could establish his own power. Half-Earth rank martial arts. It was passed down from ancient times. Its power is not inferior to the current Earth rank martial arts. Half-Earth tier martial art. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect to receive such a big gift right after entering the academy. Now, I'll announce the rankings of this assessment. Hearing the red-robed old man's words, the surrounding martial artists couldn't help but become excited. Those martial artists who had passed the test also pricked up their ears. In fact, they had already estimated the rankings in private. After all, the rankings of the 3 stages were there. No matter how they ranked, the top 3 would still be the same people. The ranking this time is a little special. There are 2 people in first place. 2 people. Hearing this, everyone trembled and listened carefully. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were first in the first 2 stages, and they both persisted until the end of the 3rd stage. Therefore, their rankings are the same. They are both first. Whoosh, everyone was in an uproar. Even though they had made some calculations in private before, they were still incomparably shocked when the academy elder announced it. This was a little different from their predictions. They thought that Lin Xian would be able to get 2nd or 3rd place, but they didn't expect him to be first. They knew that Morong Qingqing was powerful and outstanding, but this was the first time Lin Xian appeared in front of them. He was also a fake honorable martial artist. To be able to get first place this time was beyond everyone's expectations. Humph. Shen Yaotian snorted coldly. His handsome face couldn't be any darker. The 3rd place is Shaoli. The red-robed old man said loudly again. Because it was a double first place, there was no 2nd place. The 3rd place was obtained by Shaoli, which was well-deserved. After the announcement of the top 3, many people sighed. Because the rewards for the top 3 were very generous. Not only were there elixirs, but there were also some half-Earth rank martial arts. That was the most tempting thing. Shen Yaotian couldn't get into the top 3. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Firstly, it was because of the half-Earth rank martial arts. Furthermore, he felt that he had lost face. One had to know that he came from the House of Kings and had always been pursuing Morong Qingqing. He thought that he was the only one who was worthy of her. But now, Lin Xian had surpassed him. Moreover, Morong Qingqing's attitude towards Lin Xian was somewhat ambiguous. This undoubtedly deeply provoked him. Boy, wait until the freshman competition, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Next, the red-robed old man announced the rankings of the next few people. Among them, Xianxia was ranked 4th, and the 5th was the youth named Lan Bai who used poison. After the rankings were announced, the red-robed old man said again, I'll give you 1 day to deal with all kinds of things. Gather here tomorrow morning. Yes. Everyone was excited and then left. Brother Xian, congratulations. Yu Fei ran over excitedly. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he didn't expect him to get first place. Let's go. We'll talk when we get back. Lin Xian greeted Morong Qingqing and Shaoli, then left with Yu Fei. Lin Xian and Yu Fei didn't return to the storm courtyard. Instead, they went to their new residence in Skypool City. It was a small courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it was convenient and quiet. Moreover, it wasn't cheap to buy a courtyard in a place like Skypool City. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian asked the Crimson Dragon to set up a defensive array around the courtyard to ensure Yu Fei's safety. The Crimson Dragon was an expert in setting up the array, so he quickly finished setting it up. Those below the Venerable Realm couldn't break it at all. Even a first-level Venerable would need to spend some effort to break it. For Yu Fei, it was enough. Then, Lin Xian took out some pills and spirit wine that he had refined, as well as some spirit rank cultivation techniques and artifacts, and threw them to Yu Fei. Right now, you should focus on your cultivation and increase your strength, Lin Xian said. Thank you, Brother Xian. Yu Fei looked at the things on the ground and was very excited. Brother Xian, what else do you need me to do? 4 missions. First, find out why the Palace of War is closed. Second, find out the terrain and power situation of Skypool City. Third, organize the information about the Azure Red Society. Their headquarters and branches, the more detailed the better. Fourth, find out if there are any weapon refining grandmasters in the lower blood realm. If there are, remember the information. These 4 missions were related to his future plans, so Lin Xian handed them to Yu Fei. Don't worry, Brother Xian. Yu Fei patted his chest and promised. Lin Xian nodded, I just entered the academy, so I might not come out for a while. So you can only rely on yourself during this period of time. If there's any trouble, inject your spirit energy into this jade pendant and I'll know. Lin Xian handed over another jade pendant. This jade pendant was also made by the Crimson Dragon. There was an information transmission array inside. Once spirit energy was injected, the other party would know. Yu Fei took it and carefully put it away. Then, the Crimson Dragon created an array disk that allowed Yu Fei to control the array. Oh right, Brother Xian, since you want to develop your power, what do you want to name it? Name? Lin Xian rubbed his chin, let's call it Dragon Sword Pavilion. He rose up with the great Dragon Sword spirit, so he took this name. Dragon Sword Pavilion, good name. Yu Fei clapped his hands, I believe that this name will spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. The next day, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the plaza of Skypool City. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people in the plaza. There were more than 1,000 people who participated in the exam yesterday, but only 138 people succeeded in the end. The elimination rate was very terrifying. Soon, more than 100 people gathered. At this time, the red-robed elder appeared again. Over 100 young martial artists gathered at the square of Skypool City and waited quietly. Not long after, the space above the square distorted and an old man appeared. It was the red-robed elder from before. Everyone, let's go. Under his lead, the crowd quickly set off for Senma College. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Looking ahead, the crowd was excited. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked ahead with a burning gaze. There were 2 gigantic bronze doors that were 100 feet tall. They were like 2 huge mountains that had stood tall for thousands of years. Lin Xian exclaimed. He had never seen such majestic doors before. He could feel a surge of power and a faint vicissitude aura from them. The red-robed elder struck out a series of seals, and the gigantic bronze doors slowly opened. Everyone couldn't help but rush forward. Lin Xian was also excited as he walked toward the gigantic bronze doors. He had finally entered the sacred cultivation ground of Tianwu continent. Senma College was huge, and one couldn't see the end of it. Halls and pavilions were scattered all over the place. Mountains and waterfalls filled the area. Spiritual trees and spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere. Spiritual birds and spiritual beasts roamed freely. They weren't afraid of humans at all. The entire Senma College was like a paradise on earth. It was filled with spiritual energy everywhere. Let's go. You are the latest batch of new students, the red-robed elder said. There are new students? Aren't we the only ones? Someone was puzzled. You are only taking the test in Skypool City. There are also tests in other regions of Tianwu continent. As long as you pass the tests, you can still enter Tianwu College, the red-robed elder explained. After understanding the situation, the crowd continued forward. Look. What's that? Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up. Lin Xian also turned his head curiously. Between the mountains, there was a huge black tortoise prostrating there. On its back was a black stone tablet that was 100 feet tall. Names were carved on the stone tablet, and they were shining brightly. What's that? The crowd was shocked when they saw the majestic scene. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He saw 3 powerful ancient words on the right side of the black stone tablet. Mystic Honored Roll. That's right, this is the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The red-robed old man explained, this is a ranking created by the Academy for disciples below the third heaven of the Exalt realm. As long as one enters the Martial Venerate realm, one will have the right to be listed on the list. However, the Mystic Venerate ranking only records the top 100 in the Academy. Top 100 under the third heaven of the Venerable realm. Lin Xian was astonished. His current strength was equivalent to that of a first heaven Venerable tier peak stage cultivator. He wondered what rank he would be ranked at. Little fellows, if you have the strength, then go all out to fight for the rankings. The red-robed old man smiled and said, because the rankings are related to your spiritual value points. Spiritual value points? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Spiritual value points are very important. We'll talk about the details later. The red-robed elder smiled mysteriously. At the side, Morong Qingqing opened her red lips and said, it is said that spiritual value points can be exchanged for all cultivation resources. Even Earth-rank martial arts and half-Earth-rank treasures can be exchanged for. Therefore, in Senma College, other than life, spiritual value points are the most important. Exchange for Earth-rank martial arts. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew how precious and powerful Earth-rank martial arts were. He had exchanged his life for Earth-rank martial arts. However, he did not expect that he could exchange for them here. As expected of Senma College, it was indeed domineering. Then what are the strength of those fellows on the mysterious venerable ranking? Lin Xian asked again. It is very difficult for ordinary First Heaven Venerables to be on the ranking, unless they are at the peak of the First Heaven Venerable tier. Morong Qingqing's expression was solemn. It is said that the top 10 are all at the peak of the Second Heaven Venerable tier. Even the first is a Third Heaven Venerable tier. Third Heaven? Lin Xian was surprised. There are actually students who have reached the Third Heaven. They are really powerful. One had to know that it was very difficult to advance in the Venerable realm. For example, in the Sand region, the elders of a family were First Heaven Venerables. A Second Heaven Venerable tier could probably suppress an area. However, there were actually Third Heaven Venerables here. Moreover, they were students. That meant that they were not too old. It was very likely that they were very young. Number 1. Lin Xian looked at the mysterious Venerable ranking. He saw that the number 1 name on the black stone tablet was shining with a golden light. Du Guoyin. At that moment, the others saw this name as well and immediately trembled. It was as if a heavy force was pressing down on their heads, making it impossible for them to turn around. Looks like we have to enter the Venerable realm as soon as possible. Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. Everyone left and followed the red-robed elder. However, they all had a common goal in their hearts, and that was the mysterious Venerable ranking. Under the red-robed elder's lead, they arrived in front of a majestic hall. The hall was magnificent, like a huge city. There were countless obscure lights flickering around it. The power that was unconsciously released made Lin Xian and the others tremble. What a terrifying formation! Lin Xian exclaimed. His soul power was outstanding, so he could feel the terror within. This hall was probably very important. Otherwise, it would be impossible to set up such a powerful formation. Lin Xian guessed. The Four Spirits Extermination Formation. I didn't expect it to be such a formation, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. You know it? Lin Xian asked. Of course. This formation is extremely terrifying. Even a king would not dare to enter it, the Crimson Dragon said. It can trap a king. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the formation was powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. The red-robed elder brought Lin Xian and the others to the front of the hall. There were already many people gathered there. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were 3 teams led by 3 elders. Are these the other new students? Lin Xian guessed. Indeed, his guess was right. The new students who had arrived first turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others with sharp gazes. It seemed that after learning about the mysterious venerable ranking, these fellows' inner competitiveness and arrogance had been stimulated. Among them, most of them were looking at Murong Qingqing. The fire in their eyes was not hidden at all. However, when they saw Lin Xian next to her, they all frowned. A few of them even snorted coldly with a hint of warning in their eyes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Can you pretend that you don't know me? Why? Murong Qingqing tilted her head and acted like a little girl. Are you afraid of them? This woman. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. Was she trying to provoke them? Indeed, when they saw Murong Qingqing acting so intimately with Lin Xian, the eyes of the young men opposite them were spitting fire. The female students were so angry that they rolled their eyes, their hearts filled with jealousy. Among them, a young girl wearing fiery red leather armor stared at Murong Qingqing. Her eyes were filled with a fighting spirit that was not inferior to a man's. There was a layer of crimson glazed light shining on her body. Lin Xian raised his head to look and was instantly stunned. End of chapter 715. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.